I have been reborn as the first sun in the universe. Unlike other stars, I was forced to wander the depths of space in solitude for a full 10 billion years. During this time, I made countless attempts to find companions who shared my circumstances, but without exception, they all perished before me due to the limitations of their lifespans. Thus, I decided to emulate the solar system of my past life and begin crafting a star system of my own. I observed the surroundings intently. While using my consciousness to manipulate gravity, searching for the heaviest rocks or ice blocks in the vast region around me, I then attracted surrounding materials to merge with them. However, instead of creating planets, it felt more like molding clay or even making cotton candy as the mass grew larger and larger. After some time, I finally molded 5 planets of varying sizes and colors, 1 gas giant, 1 ice planet and 3 terrestrial ones. Gazing at my handiwork, I felt a great sense of satisfaction. This was the first time I had created planets, and I couldn't help but feel a gratifying sense of accomplishment. At that moment, a system voice echoed in my consciousness: star name, sun ability, gravity manipulation skills, planet creation, consciousness projection. Before I could understand what this consciousness projection ability entailed, a pressing issue emerged: how to allocate the orbits for these 5 planets around me. Staring at the 5 planets I had crafted after becoming a sun, I found myself in a dilemma. I couldn't just leave them be, as they would inevitably fall into me due to gravitational pull. And I had no desire to consume my painstaking creations. However, distributing their orbits seemed an incredibly complex task. I hesitated for a moment and recalled playing with skipping stones as a child. Yes, skipping stones. I decided to replicate that childhood game within the vastness of space. Tossing 5 at once in my solar system, using gravity, I grasped the 5 planets, adjusted the force and angle of rotation with my consciousness. And then, gazing into the deep universe, I softly whispered to myself, "Ready, set, go." The 5 planets soared along a curved parabola. Although 2 of them had minor bumps along the way, they ultimately found their respective orbits. The 3 terrestrial planets settled closest to me, followed by the gas giant, and finally, the ice planet took the outermost orbit. All 5 of them revolved counterclockwise around me, with their orbital planes nearly aligned. Almost on the same plane. Seeing all this, I was quite pleased. As a star, I finally had planets, ones I had created with my own hands. As their creator, I felt obliged to name these planets, though naming seemed like a cumbersome task. I decided instead to rank them based on their proximity to me. The nearest 1 inch with the smallest orbit became the eldest. And so on, with the ice planet in the outermost orbit as the youngest, the 5th. Rotating on my axis, I contentedly watched my 5 little darlings. I called them little because, compared to my 1.4 million kilometer diameter, they were indeed very small, especially the nearest one, which was a mere 5,000 kilometers across, pitifully tiny. But wait, why is this eldest one a bit rebellious? While the others revolve and rotate counterclockwise, this eldest insists on a unique clockwise rotation. Must it be so distinctive? Even though Chu Xingyang knew that as a star with the ability to control gravity, he could certainly find a way to correct the odd orientation of the 5th planet, changing the rotational direction of a planet wasn't exactly rocket science for him. Still, he wanted to give the 5th planet a piece of his mind, first asking why it insisted on being so different. Perhaps it was because he felt overwhelmingly lonely. After all, in the entire star system, he was the only conscious sun. There was simply no one to talk to. Just as he was drowning in solitude, a voice echoed from a faraway place: "Father, surely stars can become bored enough to experience auditory hallucinations," he mused. He hadn't even been married, so how could he have a child now that he was a son? "Oh, Father," the voice called again. Reflexively, Chu Xingyang scanned his surroundings. "Dad, I'm over here on the outermost side." The outermost side. He glanced toward the 5th planet, the icy one. "Is that you, number 5? He called out with his mind. "Yes, Father, I am an entity that can only communicate with you and perhaps the other 4 planets if they too have consciousness." Indeed, it was number 5. Chu Xingyang was secretly startled. How did even the planets he created gain consciousness? Of course, as their creator, being called Dad wasn't entirely inappropriate. At this moment, number 5 eagerly extended an invitation. "Father, can you come visit me? I am terribly bored." "What, visit you? I'm the sun. If I move, you 5 might just end up vaporized." "Dad, I didn't mean your physical presence. Your consciousness can come here." This reminded Chu Xingyang of the new skill the system had given him, something called consciousness projection. He decided to try it out. I have to set an avatar first." After pondering for a moment, he chose his former human appearance. On the sun's surface, a human figure, conjured from his consciousness, materialized. He flexed his fingers and bounced a little, feeling a nostalgic sense of humanity, even though he knew it was just an illusion. Excitedly, he prepared himself, focusing intently on the icy planet 3 billion kilometers away. Swish, instantly his feet landed on the icy mantle of the fifth planet. In human form, he walked across the planet's surface. Is this consciousness projection? Feels faster than light. Xu Xingyang looked up at the sky at his true form, feeling a pang of loss. The sun above was now the size of a ping-pong ball. It seemed that no matter how colossal an entity was, it could appear utterly unthreatening from a great distance, even a star. Fortunately, the planet's thin atmosphere allowed it to remain bright, though the sun's warmth was absent. Being the outermost planet in the solar system, it was indeed a vast distance away from him. The surface temperature was a terrifying minus 180 degrees Celsius. If a real human stood here, they would have turned into a popsicle long ago. Father, welcome to my humble abode. Lao Wu's voice was polite and complimentary. Your projection image looks quite dashing. Xu Xingyang settled himself on the icy surface, calmly observing his surroundings. This was a harsh planet, essentially a giant lump of ice. The ocean was a vast expanse of ice, and what was referred to as continents were merely ice mantles on this sphere. The high concentration of methane in the air gave the thin atmosphere a blue hue with a hint of pink under the sunlight. As Xu Xingyang admired the pinkish blue sky, he suddenly witnessed countless dazzling light clusters descending from above, resembling a waterfall of crystal. Even though the sun on this planet was neither warm nor as bright as on Earth, the waterfall still exerted every effort to reflect as much sunlight as possible, creating one of the rare, breathtaking scenes in this solar system, a sight that could easily captivate anyone who saw it. This must be the diamond rain, Xu Xingyang thought dreamily. Indeed, the icy planet sensed his father's peace and enchantment at that moment. In truth, the consciousness of a planet is merely a simple awareness unable to control any changes to its planetary body. Thus, this diamond rain was not something Lao Wu did intentionally, it was simply a fortunate timing that allowed his father to witness this stunning scene. I wish I had friends to share this unique view with, Xu Xingyang murmured to himself. Why the need for company? Maybe it was just habitual thinking, or perhaps the scene had brought a sudden sense of loneliness. I want friends too. Lao Si is too far away. My outer orbit is just a large ring made of ice fragments. The lonely planet expressed its longing to its father. Seeing his father's hesitant expression, the planet understood that its desire for a playmate was an extravagant wish, so it opted for a more attainable request. Then Father, create life on me so I won't feel too lonely. Xu Xingyang snapped back to reality. The earlier distraction was due to contemplating the complexity of forming a binary planetary system. But now Lao Wu's request to create life seemed even more daunting. Just then the system chimed in. Star name, Xu Xingyang. Abilities, gravity manipulation skills, planet creation, consciousness projection, basic life creation. This system could aptly be called the timely rain system for its habit of providing help just when it's needed. As Xu Xingyang pondered, he explored the new skills within the system. There were over a dozen major life forms he could create, including carbon-based and silicon-based life. However, due to the current system permissions, all options were grayed out except for the carbon-based life option, which was illuminated. Upon selecting the carbon-based option, he was faced with an overwhelming list, with an initial estimate revealing at least tens of millions of possibilities. In the vast cosmos, the classification of life forms, kingdom, phylum, class, order, family, genus, species, seemed to be a system tailored specifically for a human like him to comprehend. But here, on such a frigid, inhospitable planet as the fifth one, could such a diverse array of life truly come into existence? Xu Xingyang harbored doubts. He activated his skill, targeting the icy planet with curiosity. Just as he suspected, the once illuminated directory under the carbon-based life option dimmed dramatically. Even after adjusting the filtering conditions, only 3 species of the same genus remained viable for creation on the fifth planet, yet carbon-based life proved to be more resilient than anticipated. It was astonishing to discover organisms that could survive in environments as cold as minus 180 degrees Celsius. Xu Xingyang marveled at this resilience as he gently waved his hand, releasing the 3 species onto the icy planet. Each group differed in color yet shared similar shapes. Tiny creatures ranging from 0.1 to 3 millimeters in length landed on the ground. The red ones immediately burrowed into the ice mantle, disappearing without a trace. The gray and white ones initially scurried across the icy surface, only beginning to dig once they reached the completely frozen ocean. Thank you, Father. I can already feel the stirrings of life on my surface. What are they called? The fifth planet exclaimed joyfully. Xu Xingyang glanced at the unwieldy and convoluted names in the Directory sighed and said, "They look a bit like big-headed tadpoles with legs, so let's call them ice tadpoles." "Thank you for the tadpoles you bestowed upon me, Father. Will they become intelligent beings like humans?" asked the fifth planet, hopeful yet uncertain. "No, it's too cold here for carbon-based life to evolve into intelligent beings. Perhaps when I can create silicon-based life we'll have a chance," Chu Xingyang replied. "Father, I feel your life-creating ability is perfectly suited for me." A new voice, one that had never been heard before, spoke up. Chu Xingyang looked up, recognizing it as the voice of the third planet he had created, situated in the habitable zone around his sun. "Great Father, I beseech you to create intelligent life," the third planet pleaded. Chu Xingyang turned his attention to this world 150 million kilometers away. In a moment of deja vu, he felt as though he had returned to his first life. This planet, with a diameter of 13,000 kilometers, bore an uncanny resemblance to Earth. It was as if they had been cast from the same mold, sharing the same atmosphere, geographical features, seasonal cycles, and daily sunrises and sunsets. Even the temperature was identical. If one were to nitpick, the only differences lay in the distribution of land and sea. Here, they were evenly split, unlike Earth's 30-to-70 ratio, and the presence of 5 continents, each similar in size. Another notable difference was the satellites. Unlike Earth's single moon, this planet boasted two. Chu Xingyang eagerly ventured to the planet's far side, gazing at the starry expanse. One large, one small, the two moons hung majestically in the sky there. Colors distinctly different, one shone a silvery white, the other a fiery orange, yet both moons, reflecting the light of their sun, outshone the surrounding stars with their radiant brilliance. Chu Xingyang was struck by a peculiar thought. If this planet were to one day nurture poets akin to Li Bai and Du Fu, they might never pen lines like "raising a cup to invite the moon to form three with my shadow," or "the lone moon atop the building, the cold river stirs the night door." On this planet, there are two moons. Naturally, the moon doesn't symbolize loneliness, nostalgia, or other such emotions. Instead, it might embody companionship and growing old together. How wonderful it is to be in pairs, unlike being the solitary sun in this solar system. Father, please sow the seeds of life upon me. I am a habitable planet, and surely soon there will be beings capable of communicating with you. The voice of Old Three, sensing the father's loneliness, echoed. Chu Xingyang remained non-committal. He would undoubtedly create life on this planet, that was without question, otherwise it would be a waste of the only habitable planet. However, when it came to communicating with the intelligent life he created, he had a very conservative stance. After all, whether it was the first era solar system's Earth or the second era wandering Earth, humanity had never encountered a true creator or a true God. This left him unable to predict what would happen if the inhabitants of a planet knew from the start that they were created by a god and could communicate with him. What kind of impact and development might this knowledge bring? As he hesitated, Old Three's rotation brought him into his own sunlight. Chu Xingyang looked up at the sky where the two moons were hidden in the daylight sun's rays. Stepping on the fertile ground beneath his feet and watching the babbling brook not far away, he decided to start with plants. Opening the system, he randomly selected a plant and sowed a few seeds. Months passed, which to him seemed like a mere moment, as the sun. He had ample time and patience, and his perception of time was vastly different from that of humans. To him, the seeds immediately took root and sprouted. With the passage of days and nights, the green shoots rapidly ascended, growing taller and larger. Soon, the tall green vines bore red berries, glistening and full under the sunlight, red and tantalizing. Chu Xingyang felt a twinge of regret now. As only an illusion, he could not truly taste the berries, he could only skillfully control his abilities to pick the berries, imagining their taste as he crushed them. The red juice splattered and the yellow seeds scattered onto the ground. Another round of sowing. The fruit resembled tomatoes. Father, please create life on me, those with high intelligence and complex emotions, Old Three implored. Hearing these words, Chu Xingyang rolled up his sleeves. On Old Three, the only habitable planet in this solar system where all planets orbited him, he diligently sowed seeds. Thanks to the system, it wasn't truly laborious. However, this time the variety of life forms he sowed was indeed excessive. No way around it. Chu Xingyang originally intended to be a bit more restrained, but this planet is just too amazing. It's unbelievably wonderful. Almost every category under the section for carbon-based life forms is illuminated. It's practically a paradise for carbon-based life. If the other three planets had developed consciousness, they'd probably be crying rivers by now. Even the outermost fifth planet, the icy one, seemed envious enough to stomp its feet. Why does the third planet get to have so many kinds of life forms? I only have 3-inch and they all look like little tadpoles. The third planet, feeling quite pleased with itself, naturally had to put on a modest front. Oh, it's nothing, fifth brother, I just happened to be in the habitable zone of our father, happened to have air and water, happened to be a paradise for nurturing life. The fifth exploded with anger. Third brother, can you do anything other than brag? No, I mean, can you even be a planet? How dare you flaunt your advantages like that? Just wait until Dad can create silicon-based life on me, I'll come for you first thing. Go ahead and boast. The third planet remained unruffled. We're all just planetary consciousnesses that can only communicate with Dad. If you get silicon-based life, they'll mess you up first. Enough, children. Chu Xingyang had encountered something strange while sowing life. Two planets immediately fell silent. Something was off, he looked puzzled. According to the system's directory, he searched for a long time and finally found the option for humans. But in the subdirectory he couldn't find the category for Homo sapiens. Could it be that Homo sapiens cannot be created in this solar system? Chu Xingyang was baffled. Based on his knowledge, early Earth had more than a dozen types of humans, including Homo habilis, Homo erectus, Neanderthals, and his own species, Homo sapiens. Yet in the system under the human option, there was no Homo sapiens, not even any other types he remembered. He had no choice but to spend more time investigating. After half a day, he finally realized the problem lay in the system's naming conventions for various life forms. Although the broad categories were considerate of his understanding as an Earthling, providing classifications like kingdom, phylum, class, order, family, genus, and species, the naming itself was an entirely different story. If he had to draw a comparison, it was like asking someone who just learned basic daily expressions in a foreign language to read classical literature like Li Saw. This was also why, during the last creation of life on the fifth planet, he directly named the new species ice tadpoles. The names given by the system were long, awkward, and utterly incomprehensible, thus he believed that Homo sapiens were included among those indecipherable names. To ensure Homo sapiens weren't overlooked, Chu Xingyang decided to create all 18 types of humans listed under the genus option. God does not play dice, a phrase suddenly popped into his mind as he was creating all these human species, but then he shook his head and thought to himself, am I a god? And if I were, what kind of god would I be? Perhaps to avoid an early brutal battle royale among the human species, Chu Xingyang spread them out more evenly, with the closest two types being over 2,000 kilometers apart. He even took a special look at the system's notes, distributing them in environments better suited to each species' innate adaptability. For instance, those who were less tolerant of cold were placed closer to the equator, much like scattering seeds to form an army. 18 clusters of humans gently descended upon the planet's surface. Though each had 4 limbs, their appearances were strikingly different and their heights varied greatly. Even their walking styles were vastly dissimilar. Survival of the fittest, evolution, fusion, growth, let it be so. 18 types of humans. I do not yet know the differences and potential each holds, but I shall bless you all equally. Run, my children, he murmured to himself. To think that creating intelligent life, such a sacred task, would fall upon someone as ordinary as me. Tears welled up in Chu Xingyang's eyes. His blessing was truly heartfelt. He couldn't recall how much time had passed when he finally halted his steps in sowing life. Father, how many kinds of beings have you created on me? Asked the third eagerly. At least 10 million, I suppose, Chu Xingyang replied without counting. I feel it, my father. Thank you for your gifts. I ask you to help those humans so they can create civilizations sooner. I wish for my body to be bustling and brilliantly lit. Chu Xingyang remained silent. He still felt that being merely a guardian without intervening too much would be better. His eyes lowered, watching all the humans. At present, they lacked a common language for communication. As the first generation of their respective tribes, they could only look around, bewildered by this unknown world. Gradually, with an instinct almost akin to animals, they gathered together, drawn to those who resembled themselves, much like seeds that naturally absorb sunlight and nutrients upon landing. These diverse human groups began their search for food. Wild herbs in the grass, small fish in the rivers, fruits on the trees. To Chu Xingyang's surprise, a few tribes quickly began to migrate. Did they dislike the locations I chose for them? I was mindful, after all, he mused, curious. One particular tribe, almost entirely devoid of body hairs save for the hair on their heads, had skin tinged with a faint silver hue, glistening beautifully in the sunlight, situated close to the sea. They followed the subtle scent of seawater in the air, leading their entire group toward the ocean. To the seaside, perhaps, Chu Xingyang wondered. This race was slightly taller than his own Homo sapiens, a trait attributed to their long, slender legs. It seemed that their bodies were too delicate, lacking any real strength, which made even a short migration journey feel like an arduous task. Among the 18 different human species, they were almost the slowest walkers. After several months, the entire group finally gathered on the beach. While they might have struggled on land, they had a natural affinity for water. Other species faced the danger of being devoured by the enormous creatures of the primordial ocean, but they could dart and dive in the water, working together to capture a 3-meter-long shelled creature, dragging it ashore for the whole tribe to feast upon its raw flesh. Once the meat was consumed, they would craft the massive shell into a dwelling. Were those webbed feet? The skin between their notably long toes suggested so, thus they were aptly named merfolk. Xu Xingyang with wide eyes named his created species for the first time. Perhaps among them the females might truly evolve into the mermaids of Earth's legends. His gaze shifted to another race and he paused, struck by a strange sense of familiarity. In a world like Earth's first era, this race might have driven a small number of people mad with fascination. This planet, besides its polar regions, boasted 5 continents of roughly equal size. For simplicity, Xu Xingyang named the central one middle continent, and naturally, the northernmost one became North Continent. At this moment, in the far north of the North Continent, a lone figure crouched on a snow-blanketed plain beneath the snow-capped mountains, apparently separated from her kin. Why refer to her as a lone figure? Xu Xingyang felt it was slightly inappropriate to describe a person this way, but upon seeing her appearance it seemed fitting. She truly resembled a cat, a large feline standing about 15 meters tall with large cat ears. Perhaps this race had adapted to the extreme cold, growing long fur for warmth. To better camouflage in the harsh survival of the fittest snowy wilderness, her back fur was white, as was her large, bushy tail. Curiosity led Xu Xingyang closer to observe. She lay trembling on the ground, burying her pink cat ears into the snow, trying to blend her white fur into the snowy landscape. Nearby, over a dozen snow wolves, each more than a meter long, seemed to have caught her scent, sniffing the ground as they closed in on her hiding spot. This big cat, not just a small feline, was being hunted by the wolf pack. The big cat lifted her head. At that time, none of the 18 species had yet invented language, so naturally, she couldn't speak. Yet, compared to the cruel, bloodthirsty wolves, Xu Xingyang's upright posture and gentle demeanor seemed familiar and safe to her, giving her a glimmer of hope for survival. In the depths of a snowy wilderness, a pair of eyes resembling rubies, filled with a pleading gaze, belonged to a large cat. Could eyes truly be this large? They almost took up a quarter of her face. Xu Xingyang was filled with emotion, and he somewhat regretted standing so close to her. As a newly minted creator, he found it difficult to ignore the intense desire for survival reflected in those large, glittering eyes. Just then, a pack of wolves caught the scent of the big cat. With a howl from the lead wolf, a dozen wolves charged towards her. With no means of defense, she could only stand and press closely against the stranger who had appeared like a deity. Xu Xingyang sighed helplessly, thinking he might as well use the opportunity to familiarize himself with his ability to manipulate gravity. He raised his right hand slightly, exerting force on the snow. In an instant, dozens of snowballs floated up from the ground, hovering motionlessly in the air. With a flick of his fingers, the snowballs compressed themselves into solid ice blocks. Xu Xingyang swung his right arm, and the ice blocks shot out like cannonballs, each one accurately landing beside a wolf. Snow splashed up, covering the wolves' faces, and sensing danger, the pack quickly scattered and fled. The rescued big cat immediately leaped into the arms of her savior. Unfortunately, Xu Xingyang was merely a consciousness projection at that moment, without a physical form. She leapt into thin air, scratching her face with her paw, both anxious and disappointed. It was at this moment that the system chimed in. Reward skill. Switch to physical form. There's a reward for this. Xu Xingyang immediately activated his newly acquired skill. With a flash of golden light that nearly dazzled the big cat's ruby-like eyes, she confirmed that her savior was indeed divine. Xu Xingyang felt his body truly return at that moment. He breathed deeply, the cold air of the snowy plains filling his mouth, nose, throat and lungs before exhaling warm breath that lingered in the air. It felt amazing. Everything had returned, his body had returned. He touched his clothes, feeling the texture of the fabric. This was the sensation of being human. He was now truly human. Although filled with joy, he soon felt his face being chilled by the biting wind. Should he switch back to a consciousness projection? Gazing at the furry body beside him, he hesitated for a moment before moving closer. So soft, so warm. The thick, soft fur gently brushed against his face, creating an indescribably wonderful sensation. Xu Xingyang was lost in a warm, soft paradise, his face roaming over the big cat's belly. Suddenly he felt two springy mounds pressing against his forehead. Realizing he was enveloped in fur, he straightened up. "Oh, covered in fur, but indeed you are a newly adult and voluptuous female human. Now let me rub those paws." Xu Xingyang caressed the big cat's plump paws, looking satisfied. "I'll call you Tang Yuan." Though the big cat couldn't speak, she seemed to understand the gist of Xu Xingyang's words. Upon hearing the name Tang Yuan, she nodded in apparent satisfaction. "Good, my Tang Yuan." Xu Xingyang gently rubbed her fluffy large ears, carefully observing her appearance. Her eyes were like oversized rubies, with incredibly long eyelashes and a big tail, along with a slightly protruding, somewhat cute mouth. Except for the varying colors on her mouth, head, ears and eye circles, the rest of her was white. Was this a furry or a cat girl, as some people in the first world might say? Xu Xingyang couldn't quite figure it out. He had only heard about these things from his roommates and didn't really understand them himself. However, from a human aesthetic perspective, Tang Yuan was quite adorable. Suddenly a peculiar noise came from not far away. Xu Xingyang looked up and saw four more fluffy cat girls appear in the snow. "Were they your sisters coming to find you?" He glanced at Tang Yuan, who seemed excited. Tang Yuan nodded and called her sisters over, then circled around them continuously. The four cat girls quickly understood that this strangely powerful deity was their savior. Tang Yuan led her sisters in expressing their gratitude to their savior again. Then she placed her paw on his chest, a puzzled expression in her eyes. Xu Xingyang was momentarily stunned but soon realized their question. "Are you asking what my name is?" The five cat girls simultaneously broke into smiles. "I am Xingyang. I am the sun." In their faces full of confusion, Xu Xingyang pointed to the sky. The five sisters immediately knelt down in panic. The sun was the only warmth and light in this vast snowy forest. Though they couldn't speak yet, they already harbored a primal reverence for the sun. Coupled with the fact that this great deity had saved their kin, they had already regarded the person before them as the progenitor of all things, the cornerstone of civilization in their hearts. Xu Xingyang, not yet accustomed to their reverent kneeling, hurriedly helped them up. At this moment, Tang Yuan mimicked a gesture of putting food into one's mouth. "Are you asking if I'm hungry?" Xu Xingyang nodded. Indeed, since his rebirth, it had been 1,000,000,000 years, and he hadn't even had a sip of water. Seeing the deity's affirmation, the four big cats immediately got up and left. Xu Xingyang lazily lay on Tang Yuan's belly, wondering if they had a stash of food nearby. Before long, the four sisters returned with several pieces of raw meat resembling rabbit legs, presenting them respectfully to their savior. Xu Xingyang found it hard to accept the rabbit legs, with blood long frozen into ice, and simply sat quietly aside. Tang Yuan picked up one of the legs and gnawed on it for the god to see. Fresh blood stained Tang Yuan's snow-white fur, a vivid yet airy sight. Xu Xingyang frowned, using his powers to attract two tree branches, and then rapidly rotated the tip of one against the other. Quickly flames burst forth. He continued to add twigs, and in the blink of an eye a roaring fire was burning on the snow. The five cat girls initially appeared frightened, but after a brief hesitation they were drawn to the warmth of the flames. Tang Yuan even extended her paw, slowly approaching the dancing warm flames. Only when her fur got singed and emitted an acrid white smoke did she reluctantly retract it, cautiously licking her paw. Xu Xingyang chuckled and said, "I prefer my food cooked." The rabbit's leg was swiftly skinned and placed over the fire to roast slowly. Soon enough, the aroma of melting fat filled the air. The five cat-eared creatures, catching a whiff of this unfamiliar scent, looked up and found that the raw meat they usually craved no longer seemed as appetizing. They approached the fire and sat obediently around it. As Xu Xingyang roasted the meat, he spoke, "You've been with me for so long, it's only right to feed you some food." Open wide, he tore pieces from the cooked meat and fed them to each of the cat-eared girls in turn. Their faces were filled with satisfaction. The wonderful aroma of the fat and the texture of the cooked meat far surpassed any food they had eaten before. Tang Yuan, while chewing, curiously observed both the fire and Xu Xingyang, thinking that perhaps this was a divine gift of fire being bestowed upon them. Xu Xingyang also took a large bite of meat, savoring his first meal since gaining a body. He watched quietly as Tang Yuan and the others mimicked him, placing their raw meat on the fire to cook. Though they were not Homo sapiens, they were undoubtedly human, possessing a remarkable ability to learn. Tang Yuan even attempted to start a fire by rubbing sticks together. As time ticked away and the sun set behind the western hills, the sky gradually darkened. The snowy plains under the twilight were breathtakingly beautiful. Xu Xingyang pointed towards the mountains, indicating it was time for them to return to their tribe. the 5 cat-eared girls, reluctant to leave, nestled against him, brushing their fluffy heads against his body, a gesture of submission and affection, gently stroking their large, soft ears. Chu Xingyang mused, I shall call you cat people, just like the ape men. The 5 sisters exchanged glances and nodded in agreement, evidently pleased with the divine name bestowed upon their kind. After a moment of tender farewell, the sky had darkened and the cat-eared girls knew they had to depart. Saying goodbye, Chu Xingyang strode into the depths of the snowy plains. Surely they would meet again. He resisted the urge to look back, silently promising himself that he would at least encounter their descendants. The cat-eared sisters watched his retreating figure with reverence. The great, the only, the God who brought fire and civilization to the cat people, they resolved to pass down the divine brilliance for generations to come. Before long, Chu Xingyang arrived at the entrance of a vast, dark cave. Unhurriedly he walked in and lay down on the hibernating white bear. With a yawn, he thought to himself he would enjoy a good sleep and emerge again when most of the races had developed language that would make both observation and communication much easier. Time slipped by unnoticed. Who knows how many years passed before Chu Xingyang was awakened by Lao San. He opened his eyes and surveyed the dry cave. The white bear was long gone and its descendants had hibernated here for many generations. However, as the territory of the feline people expanded, these bears were forced to abandon the cave, opting to delve deeper into the snowy plains to find a new home. Chu Xingyang stretched his body and, with a thought, asked Lao San, did you wake me because the 18 races have all invented language? Yes, most of them. One race has even invented writing. Lao San, being a planet with only consciousness and unable to perform any actions, found observing humans his sole entertainment. Writing had already been invented. Chu Xingyang felt a surge of curiosity and was suddenly eager to see for himself. And they have begun worshipping the sun. They constantly call out to you, my father, Lao San added. That makes me even more interested. But before I go to see them, I want to observe the feline people first. After all, I am currently at the northern edge of the northern continent, right in their territory. Chu Xingyang thought, manipulating gravity to fly above the feline tribes. Below he saw about a dozen feline tribes scattered along the river beside the snowy mountains. Their homes, built from tree trunks and mud, seemed sturdy enough. It appeared to be mealtime as smoke gently wafted up from the open spaces in the center of each tribe, with people gradually gathering to sit together. Their tails have grown much shorter. Chu Xingyang squinted, noticing that nearly every tribe had a similar statue made of earth or snow blocks. Strange symbols were painted in front of these statues, indicating that the feline people had also developed the rudiments of writing. As for the statues, although their facial features were unclear, the general outline and clothing style were unmistakably his own. The feline people knelt before the statue, murmuring, Great Xingyang God, you are the only light in the universe, humanity's sole hope. Your wisdom has brought civilization, your mercy has saved all living beings. What is going on now? Seeing this, Chu Xingyang asked Lao San, Father, you are now the god of the feline people, their sun god, fire god and war god, and in their eyes you are the ancestor of all feline people. They claim to be descendants of the god. How did this happen? I can understand being their fire god since they learned to make fire from me, but the war god and their ancestor, what is that about? Never mind. Chu Xingyang shook his head, deciding to leave the feline people be for now and instead go see the race that first invented writing. On the way he switched to a consciousness form for long-distance travel and pulled up his system panel. Star name, Chu Xingyang. Abilities, gravity. Manipulation skills, planet creation, consciousness projection, basic life creation, entity switching. After just a glance, he arrived above the first race to invent writing. It was in the east of the eastern continent, beside a great mountain. The entire tribe of several hundred people was gathered, backs to the mountain, facing the sun, kneeling with utmost devotion. Before the venerable elder chieftain lay an earthen altar, and he prostrated himself, forehead touching the ground, murmuring prayers. Almighty Sun God, grant us strength. Bestow your blessings upon us. Let our tribe continue forever thriving and prosperous. Chu Xingyang initially intended to leave, but his curiosity about the characters they had created held him back. After a moment's hesitation, he appeared before the chieftain. A flash of golden light marked his transition to a tangible form. The sun god has manifested. Even though the golden light nearly blinded them, the chieftain dared not close his eyes. Instead, he led his people faces to the ground. Crawling forward, they quickly gathered at Chu Xingyang's feet, and the old chieftain wept aloud. Sun god, at last you have manifested in response to the devout calls of our ancestors. O great sun god, have mercy and protect us. You are the only deity in all directions, throughout history, the greatest truth of all time and space. The chieftain's aged face was deeply lined, and from the recent face-to-ground rubbing those lines were full of dirt. Now, as he cried, tears washed the dirt away, creating a flow of mud, as if black worms crawled across his face. Xu Xingyang felt a tingle at the back of his neck and grimaced. He reached out with his right hand, pressing down the head of the chieftain, who was looking up at him in awe, just to avoid seeing his dirty face. The chieftain was elated. "Thank you, sun god, for your blessing." "Who blessed you?" Xu Xingyang retorted. "I just didn't want to see your filthy face." He sat on a nearby mound and said, "Show me your writings." Immediately, tribespeople brought over several stone tablets, trembling as they presented them. Others came with wooden boards, fir bones, pottery, tree bark, and even a few irregular burnt clay pieces densely inscribed with characters. Having created 18 human races himself, Xu Xingyang naturally recognized their scripts with ease. He scrutinized them carefully. The script was still in a very rudimentary stage. Most of it consisted of nouns and verbs, with a pitiful scarcity of adjectives. There weren't even abstract terms, words for extremely short durations, such as instant, were missing. There was no concept of future, no notion of yearning, no word for beauty. Strangely, however, the word for pain already existed. Xu Xingyang's eyes widened. Typically, words for concepts or descriptions are invented in clusters. Why was there no joy or happiness, only pain? He pointed this word out to the chieftain. The chieftain, clutching his chest with his right hand, explained, "We have the spoken word for joy, but we first invented the written word for pain because we suffer greatly. Our tribe endures immense pain. More than half of our newborns perish. As they journeyed through life, many infants succumbed to attacks by wild beasts, the harsh cold, and inexplicable diseases." The old chieftain recounted these tales with tears streaming down his face. Only 1 in 10 infants survived to adulthood, and every hunting expedition often claimed more lives. Sometimes no one returned at all. As Xu Xingyang listened to the chieftain's lament, he observed the various items within the tribe. There were pottery jars adorned with intricate patterns, exceptionally sharp stone axes, heavy stone hammers, stone-tipped arrows meticulously crafted for hunting, and handcarts with 1 or 2 wheels. Under the walls of the thatched huts, woven baskets held a variety of grains, and simple farming tools stood nearby. At the center of the tribe were several spherical clay crucibles filled with failed metal smelting and stone debris. Seeing all this, Xu Xingyang's eyes widened. This group of people was evidently in the transitional phase between the Stone Age and the Bronze Age, as they had agriculture and were attempting to smelt copper. It was puzzling how a civilization that had developed to this extent could be entirely wiped out during a hunting trip. He found it hard to believe and, with a flick of his hand, used gravity to lift a stone spear. Whoosh! The spear cut through the air in a straight line, effortlessly piercing the trunk of a large tree. A hunting weapon seemed perfectly functional, yet they could still be decimated by wild animals? Xu Xingyang began to doubt the chieftain's words. The tribe members, witnessing the miracle of his spear throwing, were struck with fear. The old chieftain, voice trembling, implored, "We pray to the sun god to grant us strength so that we won't be eaten by wild animals during our hunts." Xu Xingyang looked up at the sky, acknowledging the universal and primal nature of sun worship among humans, yet he remained skeptical of the chieftain's account. Looking down at the old man prostrating before him, he said, "You do not understand the meaning of forcing growth. It is only through navigating darkness that creativity is sparked, allowing a tribe to become resilient and strong. Suffering is a necessary course for any people. I cannot help you." Upon hearing the deity's refusal, the crowd fell into despair, as if their long-worshipped god was abandoning them. After a brief silence, a young man emerged from the crowd, bowing humbly yet speaking clearly. "Then, sun god, if you are indifferent to our survival, why should we worship and offer sacrifices to you? If you have the power but choose not to help us, are you truly our god?" As soon as he finished speaking, the old chieftain pointed a decrepit finger at him, roaring with fury, "Blasphemer! Burn him!" Several men stepped forward, binding the young man with ropes and hoisting him up. The tribe members, filled with righteous indignation, shouted in unison, "Burn him! Burn him!" Xu Xingyang quickly gestured for silence, not wishing for anyone to be cruelly burned alive simply for questioning him. He waved his hand, signaling for the young man to be released. The young man crawled to Xu Xingyang's feet, trembling like a leaf. "Thank you, sun god, for sparing my life. I am grateful for your immense mercy and benevolence. What is your name?" Xingyang stared intently at him, scrutinizing the human who had dared to question him just moments ago. The revered sun god, adored by thousands, and this insignificant being dared to challenge him. The young man, his voice trembling, responded, "Oh, Mighty being, I am Gu, a mere speck of humanity at your feet. All right, Gu, Chuxinjiang replied, I'll join you in your hunt later. First, because your unwavering devotion despite my reluctance to assist has moved me somewhat. Second, I want to witness firsthand how a group of armed humans is driven to the brink of survival by beasts. But if you dare deceive me, do not blame me for being unkind. Upon hearing that the god would partake in their tribe's hunt, the entire community erupted in excitement. Eternal is the sun god, eternal is the sun god. Chuxinjiang frowned slightly. He was indeed the sun, but being called a god felt somewhat uncomfortable, so he waved his hand dismissively, just call me Xingyang. The tribe immediately adjusted their chant, filling the air with booming voices. Eternal is the Xingyang god, eternal is the Xingyang god. Chuxinjiang was a bit speechless at their quick adaptation, yet he decided not to correct them further. With the passing of generations, surely no one would concern themselves with whether he was a god or what kind of god he might be. Before long, it was time to prepare for the hunt. The old chieftain, accompanied by a dozen young men, sat around him. Gu presented him with a large wooden bowl filled with cooked grains, bread-like food, and some mysterious meat pieces. Chuxinjiang tasted a bit only to find it quite unpalatable. He distributed the nameless bread and meat among the group since their bowls contained only a small portion of grains. It seemed this tribe indeed faced challenges in hunting, leading to a scarcity of protein. Without fat and protein, relying solely on grains would hinder human evolution. The rare occasion of having meat and dining with a god filled the young men with such emotion that tears fell into their bowls. However, Gu was grinning foolishly as he ate. Intrigued, Chuxinjiang asked, What are you so happy about, Xingyang god? I feel that with your presence our days of suffering will end, Gu replied, wiping his mouth. Usually, this meal before the hunt is the last for some, but I have a feeling that starting today it won't be. Your grace will bless us. Soon everyone had eaten their fill, each hefting a spear and bearing a bow and arrows. Then they all knelt down and bowed deeply to the Xingyang god. Chuxinjiang waved them off. The chieftain took the first step, leading the group out of the tribe. Behind them stood the elderly women and children awaiting their return. After a long half-day of trekking, the hunting party finally skirted around the not-so-tall mountain. Xu Xingyang glanced at the mountaintop and asked the chieftain nonchalantly, What mountain is this? The chieftain respectfully answered, reporting to the great Xingyang god, We call it East Mountain. Watching the sunrise from the summit is truly spectacular. All right then, Xu Xingyang declared, From now on you shall be known as the East Mountain people. Everyone immediately knelt down in unison, exclaiming, We humbly thank the great Xingyang god. We, the East Mountain people, shall remember the divine name for generations. Xu Xingyang sighed slightly. Stand up. I only did it to make it easier for myself to remember. You don't have to kneel at every turn. The people rose gradually and continued toward the hunting grounds. Only Gu approached, looking down at the ground, and asked, Great Xingyang god, you mentioned it was for your memory. Does that mean there are other tribes? This kid was observant and bold. Xu Xingyang recalled the fish people, cat people, and the 15 other races he had encountered before. Finding it cumbersome to explain, he casually replied, There might be, but you won't encounter them now. Gu did not press further. The group continued on for a while, passing through a small forest and arriving at the border between the plains and the woods. Before them, wild boars gathered in herds and antelopes roamed in scatterings. One person drew a bow and knocked an arrow, shooting effortlessly. With a thud, an antelope fell. Xu Xingyang felt deceived. That easy? You said sometimes those who go out hunting never return. Did they overread out there? The chieftain lowered his voice. Xingyang god, it will come. What is it? Suddenly, the ground began to tremble. Thud, thud, thud. It sounded like a massive object was pounding the earth, and the frequency was quickening, the sound growing louder. It was evidently heading their way. In an instant, a small hill appeared before the crowd. Xu Xingyang's eyes widened. What the heck? How could it be here? A monstrous beast over 10 meters long and as tall as a 2-story building appeared in front of them. With a mighty sweep of its thick tail, several rows of small trees were cleaved in half. The East Mountain people, terrified, ran toward Xu Xingyang. The beast, enraged at the invasion of its territory, was rampaging violently. Seeing the gathered crowd, it immediately stretched its neck and charged with its gaping maw. The chieftain was pale with fear. Xingyang god, it's the one. It has devoured many of our people. The extreme fear of the East Mountain people transformed into intense anger, and they launched spears and arrows at the beast like a torrential rain. But apart from one spear that grazed its hide, the others merely bounced off as if hitting stone, barely scratching its defenses. In a flash, the terrifyingly massive body of the Tyrannosaurus Rex came into view. one East Mountain person at the forefront was casually knocked back several meters by its charge. The chieftain and the others cried out in terror, "Xingyang God, please save us." It was then that Chu Xingyang snapped out of his shock. The creature before him was unmistakably a Tyrannosaurus rex. Since when did dinosaurs and humans coexist in the same era? The surreal sensation was utterly disorienting, but there was no time to dwell on that now. As the dinosaur charged toward him, he hastily activated his abilities. In an instant, dozens of tons of living creatures soared from the ground. At first, the Tyrannosaurus was somewhat excited, thinking it had finally learned to fly, but soon it realized it was afraid of heights. Boom! A thunderous crash shook the earth, sending turf and soil flying. The massive dinosaur landed heavily on the ground, experiencing dizziness for the first time in its life. Not intending to kill it, the force was deliberately controlled. The startled T-Rex scrambled out of the pile of trees and fled in a sorry state. The people of East Mountain first cheered jubilantly, then knelt down chanting, "Eternal Sun God, the great deity brings us light in the future." Xu Xingyang did not look at them but instead communicated with Old Three through his mind. "What's going on? Why are there dinosaurs on your surface, Father?" "These are the creatures you created," replied Old Three, the planet seeming a bit aggrieved. "You once said you created 10 million life forms on me, and these dinosaurs are among them." Xu Xingyang felt a bit embarrassed. Back then, upon seeing this planet as a paradise for carbon-based life, he scattered life recklessly, not noticing the terrifying creatures among them. So what scale have these dinosaurs developed to now? Not much. Each of their groups requires vast territories and ample food, so their reproduction is slow. Currently, only a few human species are troubled by dinosaurs. Xu Xingyang nodded, thinking that the 18 human species are mostly in the Stone Age and are helpless against these dinosaurs. If allowed to develop unchecked, some of these species might disappear from the planet. What should be done about this? As he pondered a solution, Gu prostrated at his feet. "With the protection of the Sun God, we no longer fear returning empty-handed from hunts." The surrounding East Mountain people all bowed, followed by another round of kneeling and kowtowing. Xu Xingyang waved his hand. "What are you thinking? I can't follow you on every hunt." He pondered for a moment and then said to the East Mountain people, "Dinosaurs aren't that frightening. Let me teach you how to make bronze tools. Once your weapons are upgraded, dealing with them will be much easier." The crowd wept with joy, devoutly kneeling on the ground. "Thank you, Sun God, for your blessing. We will serve you faithfully for generations, forever in your service." Xu Xingyang gazed at the horizon, thinking that teaching them to fish would be better than giving them fish. It would save him much trouble. Having made up his mind, he lay quietly in the grass watching the East Mountain people hunt. Without the Tyrannosaurus, they hunted with ease and skill. In no time, the carcasses of a dozen wild boars and several antelopes were gathered together. Fearing that the aroma of smoke and roasted meat might once again lure carnivorous dinosaurs, the people of Dongshan returned to their ancestors' tradition of eating raw meat. Within moments, a group wielding stone axes had skillfully butchered a wild boar. Xu Xingyang watched as they presented the meat to him and shook his head. "You go ahead and eat. Once you're done, head back early." By nightfall, the hunters returned to the village, their backs laden with the fruits of their labor. For the first time, the Dongshan villagers who had stayed behind witnessed the hunters coming back triumphant and unharmed. Overcome with awe, they prostrated themselves, chanting praises to the divine being they called Xingyang. This relentless ritualistic fervor irked Xu Xingyang, who found their ceremonial nature excessive, yet he refrained from chastising them. Instead, he instructed them to rise and began imparting the secrets of bronze smelting, explaining the precise ratios of copper, tin or lead and the right intensity of charcoal fire. They had already been experimenting with smelting, albeit unsuccessfully, so they possessed some foundational understanding. Before long, a fresh block of bronze was unveiled before the Dongshan people. Once it cooled, Gu, one of the villagers, cautiously lifted the bronze block high, as if holding an invaluable treasure. Hundreds of eyes fixated on it, entranced by its perceived magic. "Smash it," ordered Xu Xingyang. Gu hurled the bronze against a stone with force. Snap! The stone shattered into pieces, yet the bronze remained intact. Praise be to the deity Xingyang for this gift. Great Xingyang, your blessings are as vast and profound as the ocean. We, the Dongshan people, will remember them for generations. A chorus of praises erupted like a tidal wave. With the divine gift of bronze, they no longer feared encountering dinosaurs while hunting. They envisioned crafting sharp, sturdy weapons and forming tactical formations that could deter even the fiercest of beasts. Xu Xingyang observed them late into the night, tirelessly smelting bronze, their faces alight with Excitement and fervor. Silently he mused to himself, "Congratulations, you've entered the Bronze Age." By the next day, the Dongshan people completed their first bronze creation, a towering statue over 3 meters high dedicated to him, the deity Xingyang. Xu Xingyang squinted up at it. Though the features were somewhat crude, it was a remarkable piece of craftsmanship. He pondered for a moment and then resignedly thought, "Let them do as they wish. It's time for me to leave." Why do the people in the central continent resemble goblins so much? Hovering above the western part of the central continent, Xu Xingyang observed another group. He wondered why this short-statured race had no women in sight. At that moment, a group of diminutive men were collectively pulling a rope, dragging a 2-meter-long creature towards a cave. The beast resembled both a lizard and a crocodile, thrashing wildly in resistance. Yet, despite its struggles, it was no match for the united strength of its captors and soon disappeared into the cave's darkness. Nearby, a chieftain-like figure standing about 1.5 meters tall watched the scene with a troubled expression. As time passed, his concern only grew. Fearing that the aroma of smoke and roasted meat might once again lure carnivorous dinosaurs, the people of Dongshan returned to their ancestors' tradition of eating raw meat. Within moments, a group wielding stone axes had skillfully butchered a wild boar. Xu Xingyang watched as they presented the meat to him and shook his head. "You go ahead and eat. Once you're done, head back early." By nightfall, the hunters returned to the village, their backs laden with the fruits of their labor. For the first time, the Dongshan villagers who had stayed behind witnessed the hunters coming back triumphant and unharmed. Overcome with awe, they prostrated themselves, chanting praises to the divine being they called Xingyang. This relentless ritualistic fervor irked Xu Xingyang, who found their ceremonial nature excessive. Yet he refrained from chastising them. Instead, he instructed them to rise and began imparting the secrets of bronze smelting, explaining the precise ratios of copper, tin or lead and the right intensity of charcoal fire. They had already been experimenting with smelting, albeit unsuccessfully, so they possessed some foundational understanding. Before long, a fresh block of bronze was unveiled before the Dongshan people. Once it cooled, Gu, one of the villagers, cautiously lifted the bronze block high as if holding an invaluable treasure. Hundreds of eyes fixated on it, entranced by its perceived magic. "Smash it," ordered Xu Xingyang. Gu hurled the bronze against a stone with force. Snap! The stone shattered into pieces, yet the bronze remained intact. "Praise be to the deity Xingyang for this gift. Great Xingyang, your blessings are as vast and profound as the ocean. We, the Dongshan people, will remember them for generations." A chorus of praises erupted like a tidal wave. With the divine gift of bronze, they no longer feared encountering dinosaurs while hunting. They envisioned crafting sharp, sturdy weapons and forming tactical formations that could deter even the fiercest of beasts. Xu Xingyang observed them late into the night, tirelessly smelting bronze, their faces alight with excitement and fervor. Silently he mused to himself, "Congratulations, you've entered the Bronze Age." By the next day, the Dongshan people completed their first bronze creation, a towering statue over 3 meters high, dedicated to him, the deity Xingyang. Xu Xingyang squinted up at it. Though the features were somewhat crude, it was a remarkable piece of craftsmanship. He pondered for a moment and then resignedly thought, "Let them do as they wish. It's time for me to leave." Why do the people in the central continent resemble goblins so much? Hovering above the western part of the central continent, Xu Xingyang observed another group. He wondered why this short-statured race had no women in sight. At that moment, a group of diminutive men were collectively pulling a rope, dragging a 2-meter-long creature towards a cave. The beast resembled both a lizard and a crocodile, thrashing wildly in resistance. Yet, despite its struggles, it was no match for the united strength of its captors and soon disappeared into the cave's darkness. Nearby, a chieftain-like figure standing about 1.5 meters tall watched the scene with a troubled expression. As time passed, his concern only grew. A man hurried out from within, approaching the clan leader with great deference and whispered, "Respected clan leader, we just tried with the lizard. Whether it can conceive and help us perpetuate our species is up to fate now." Hovering in midair, Xu Xingyang's jaw dropped in disbelief, feeling as if it would fall off from shock. A wave of nausea and disgust churned within him. "Are you guys really the third brother? Are you truly one of the 18 human species I created? This is really an eyesore." Unable to bear the sight, Xu Xingyang contemplated flying away, deciding not to concern himself with the fate of these people. Yet at that moment, the consciousness of the planet spoke. "Father, do you really intend to abandon them? They are also your creation." are you certain? These humanoid creatures who seemed human but might just be animals capable of language and complex communication troubled him. I am certain the planetary consciousness insisted they are indeed one of the 18 human species you created, they are your spread of life and you cannot ignore them. After all, you promised to treat all species equally. The third sibling held firm in its belief. Zhu Xingyang sighed, thinking to himself how unlucky he was to have created this group of third brothers. Despite his thoughts, he descended, landing beside the nest of these humans. Standing at the entrance, he was almost overwhelmed by the stench coming from within, a smell so putrid it made him want to retch and his eyes water. Covering his nose, Zhu Xingyang wore a look of disdain. Compared to other species that had long developed beliefs akin to sun worship, this tribe living in a sunless den had no faith and naturally wouldn't blaspheme because they didn't care about gods. Their ugly heads were filled with nothing but thoughts of filling their bellies and reproduction. Soon, the clan leader noticed Zhu Xingyang. With a shout, about a dozen people first emerged from the nest, clad only in tattered cloth shorts. This group was evidently curious about the unexpected, fully clothed visitor. Quickly, amid shouts, hundreds of men crawled out. Look, this person is so tall, and they're completely covered in fabric. Some remarked, drooling and grinning slyly. They suggested to the clan leader, let's drag this person into the cave for a few days. This person has limbs, maybe they can bear children. That would save our species. The clan leader nodded in agreement. At this, dozens who could no longer contain themselves rushed madly toward Zhu Xingyang. Shaking his head at this ignorant species, Zhu Xingyang declared, divine punishment. Instantly, stones of varying sizes rained down, dust filled the air, and chaos ensued with casualties everywhere. Some had their skulls crushed, instantly losing their lives on the spot. There were some whose legs had been broken, crawling on the ground in terror, blood splattered, accompanied by pitiful wails. Everyone was scared out of their wits, turning around in panic, hoping to retreat back into the cave. Zhu Xingyang gently waved his hand, and instantly a massive stone blocked the entrance. Death loomed before them, and there was no way back. The clan leader had no choice but to lead all the clansmen to kneel, then prostrate himself on the ground, trembling, awaiting their fate. They waited for a long time, but the god of death remained silent. The clan leader had to voice his own questions. Who are you? Whatever demands you have, just let us know and we will do our best to meet them. Zhu Xingyang pointed to the sun in the sky. The clansmen whispered among themselves, causing a commotion. Are you the sun in the sky, the sun god? The clan leader's body shook uncontrollably, his lips trembling with fear. Yes, I have another name, Xingyang. The crowd, already terrified out of their minds, began to shout haphazardly, spare us, God Xingyang, we deserve to die, we are ignorant and foolish, we dared to offend the great deity. The chaotic and dissonant voices annoyed Zhu Xingyang a little. He signaled them to be quiet, and then, after sitting down on a large stone, he calmly said, from now on you shall be called good people. Seeing everyone still looking bewildered, he explained again, that's the name for your kind. This time the Gu people understood and collectively knelt in gratitude. Thank you, God Xingyang, for bestowing a name upon us. The unified response pleased Zhu Xingyang. The clan leader crawled to his feet, earnestly pleading, God Xingyang, please grant us a way for our tribe to continue. Without females, our kind is on the brink of extinction. All the Gu people began to weep, and sorrowful cries filled the mountain forest. Zhu Xingyang observed the group and noticed there were children around 10 years old, prompting his question, wait, where have your women gone? There are children here, which means you did have women. Yes, God Xingyang. The clan leader wiped his tears and began to recount, our tribe was once vast, numbering in the thousands, though the birth rate of females was always low, only one female infant per 10 births, but our females were highly fertile. However, 50 years ago, no more female infants were born. 10 years ago, our last female passed away, and our numbers have plummeted to a few hundred. We beseech God Xingyang to grant us women. Please grant us women. Zhu Xingyang shook his head, his mind filled with even more questions. He communicated with the planet in his mind. Old 3, what's going on? How could the women of an entire people suddenly disappear? Old 3 replied, Father, in fact, this is man-made. Man-made? Who did this? Zhu Xingyang asked. On the continent of Zhengzhou, the Gu people are not the only race. Among them, there is a race capable of using techniques akin to curses or spells. It was their doing. Zhu Xingyang clenched his fists, fire igniting in his eyes. What kind of race is so malicious as to attempt to wipe out another race they've never met? You can't entirely blame them, Old 3 added. Old 3 continued, among that race, there was a prophet who foretold that the Goran would bring disaster upon them, so they decided to strike first. Hearing this, Chu Xingyang furrowed his brows and drew a sharp breath. Could it be that among these 18 races there are those akin to wizards or cultivators? Otherwise, how could they make the women among the Goron gradually disappear? Yes, father. In the center of the central continent there's a spring. This spring, combined with the magnetic field I carried, grants the surrounding race some ability to manipulate elements. Old Third paused before continuing. The reason the Goron have become shorter with each generation with pointed ears and long noses is also related to that race. Chu Xingyang gestured for Old Third to stop talking, as at that moment a group of strangers arrived outside the Goron's lair. There were 8 of them all, wearing long robes made of coarse burlap. Apart from their slightly elongated ears, they bore a striking resemblance to Homo sapiens. Leading them was an old woman holding a wooden staff who was gazing malevolently at all the Goron before the lair. The Goron chieftain respectfully inquired, "Honorable Xingyang God, are these your followers?" "No, this is my first time seeing them," Chu Xingyang replied. The old woman then spoke with a hoarse voice, "You filthy race, today is your day of doom. To let you die with a clear understanding, I shall mercifully introduce myself. I am the greatest priestess of the entire universe." Chu Xingyang interrupted her with a scornful look. "The entire universe's greatest? Are you senile? Even I, as the esteemed son, wouldn't dare claim such greatness. This mad old woman must be suffering from dementia." Next to the old crone, a young woman with a bow and arrow seethed with anger. "How dare you be so disrespectful, to insult our great Lin Yuan high priestess? I'll end you now." As she finished speaking, she gripped her bow with her left hand and drew the string with her right. Whoosh, an arrow flew straight at Chu Xingyang's face. Chu Xingyang frowned, his expression slightly changing. Mid-air, the arrow abruptly changed direction, turning back to strike the archer. Thud, the sound of a sharp object penetrating flesh was heard. The young woman fell to the ground, nearly fainting from the pain. Her companions were all aghast, their eyes wide with shock. After all, such a divine technique that could precisely redirect an arrow had never been performed even by the Lin Yuan high priestess, the most powerful among their tribe. From the group, a girl in a white robe, about 15 or 16 years old, stepped forward. She knelt beside the injured young archer and said, "Don't move, I'll heal you now." With that, she reached her hand towards the wound, her palm emitting a faint white glow. The arrow embedded in the flesh began to slowly move out in the gentle light. The archer was drenched in sweat from the pain, but before completely passing out he gritted his teeth and managed to squeeze out a single phrase, "Thank you, Wei." Chu Xingyang observed this group of people and gradually ideas started forming in his mind. So the leader, an old woman, was called Ling Yuan, the fainted archer was named Yu, and the girl with healing abilities was Wei. Among the 8, 5 were women, and apart from the old woman, they were all exceptionally attractive. For the Gu people, who hadn't seen a human female in years, they were a visual bomb potent enough to ignite their passions to a lethal degree. Almost all the Gu men were staring at the 4 young women with red eyes and drooling mouths, their gaze filled with insatiable greed. Their loins, wrapped in tattered cloth, rose to a certain height, and their hands unconsciously reached forward, eager to drag the women to their sides. Ling Yuan looked at the restless Gu men with a face full of disdain and disgust. "Truly a filthy race, your appearance makes one sick." After speaking, she turned to Chu Xingyang, "You injured my clansmen, are you standing up for these beasts? I see potential in you and I hope you'll uphold justice by helping me wipe them out. I might consider taking you as my apprentice." Chu Xingyang thought his ears must have deceived him, but he replied seriously, "Would I have hit her if she hadn't attacked first? Besides, what makes you righteous? From what I know, the Gu people aren't even aware of your existence, but the disappearance of their women and their shrinking size is all you're doing, isn't it?" The hundreds of Gu people were initially stunned upon hearing this. Once they fully understood, the greed and desire in their eyes were replaced with hatred. Ling Yuan, however, remained indifferent, even showing a hint of pride in the wrinkles around her mouth. "That was my master's, the former high priestess's, great achievement. It was her brilliance that calculated your disgusting race would bring disaster to our tribe, so I preemptively." "Enough." Chu Xingyang interrupted her sharply, then gazed at her sternly. "Just because someone among you made an unfounded calculation or prediction, you decide to annihilate an entire race?" Several Gu men, already holding cudgels, rushed towards the old woman, eager to kill the culprit of their people's near extinction on the spot. Ling Yuan sneered contemptuously, "We are the noble celestial beings, I alone can wipe out the few hundred of you left." She raised her staff high and instantly a fireball exploded among the Gu men, engulfing them in massive flames. The Gu men, their bodies ablaze, rolled on the ground, howling in agony. Chu Xingyang's fingers slightly moved, and the flames on their Bodies extinguished immediately, leaving only charred wounds. He looked at the astonished old woman and mocked, "You call yourselves celestial beings? All I see are charlatans performing tricks to fool children. From this day forward you shall be called the Shuren. Do you understand? We are the celestial beings, not mere Shuren." Ling Yuan, angered and ashamed, waved her hand to command the masses, "Follow me." With those words, everyone except for the unconscious Yuan Wei, who was tending to Yu, charged forward. Chu Xingyang shook his head. "Stubborn fools." With a flick of his fingers, dozens of stones rained down like a storm upon the six. As the dust settled, 3 were injured while the other 3, including Ling Yuan, lay lifeless on the ground. The survivors, witnessing Ling Yuan crushed by the stones, were filled with both grief and fear. Only now did they realize that the high priest they once revered was as fragile as an ant before a true master. One among them, trembling, looked at Chu Xingyang and asked in a shaky voice, "Who are you? Where do you come from?" Chu Xingyang pointed to the sky. "I am Xingyang, I illuminate all things." The healer Wei, in disbelief, glanced at the sun above. To her shock, she realized that this man who had slain 3 of their kinsmen was not lying. She immediately rushed forward, throwing herself at the man's feet and fervently kowtowed. "Mercy, Xingyang God, forgive us, Xingyang God. We Shuren did not know you were the sun." The 3 surviving Shuren, seeing their companion Wei groveling, hesitated for a moment. Before realizing the grave mistake they had made, despite their severe injuries, they struggled to kneel down, earnestly crying out, "We meant no offense to the deity, we beg the sun god to forgive our foolishness." The prostrate Wei, with tears in her eyes, pressed her white forehead against Chu Xingyang's shoes. "Just call me Xingyang," Chu Xingyang said, withdrawing his foot from beneath her brow, and then walked slowly towards a large flat stone. The chieftain of the people, with several tribesmen, quickly rushed to the stone, brushing the dust off with swift hands. They knew well that if it were not for this deity's intervention, their kind would have been wiped out by that malicious old woman. Aside from their reverence, their hearts were filled with boundless gratitude. Sitting on the clean stone, Chu Xingyang gazed at Wei, his eyes still carrying authority. "Go tend to their wounds first." The Shuren, feeling as though they had narrowly escaped death, shifted their solemn expressions to ones of gratitude. The 4 shouted in unison, "We thank the god Xingyang for sparing us." During the lull, as everyone treated their wounds, Chu Xingyang inquired, "Do you live near that spring in the center of this continent?" "Yes, we report to the god Xingyang, that is the origin of a Shuren, but currently our tribe has grown to nearly 10,000 so." The man responding glanced at the high priest's corpse on the ground and continued, "So only young ones with high potential are arranged by Ling Yuan to live near the spring. The priests, that is, our successive chiefs, reside in the fort above the spring. As for the other tribespeople who lived far from the spring, they were completely devoid of any ability to control the elements or perform any magic. The spring had bestowed upon you sorcerers the power to command the elements, yet you used it to annihilate the Gorin." Chu Xingyang frowned, aware that slaughter and massacre were inevitable stains in human history. He should be more detached about it. However, the issue was that all 18 races on this planet were his own creations, so if one race intended to completely wipe out another, they needed his approval first. The sorcerers were trembling like leaves in the wind, their faces ashen with fear. One man, mustering all his courage, replied. It was the previous priestess, Ling Yuan's master. She was the only one among the clan leaders who could prophesy. She foresaw that the Gorin would bring disaster upon us, so we struck first. We've been adding medicine to the stream water the Gorin drink for decades." The Gorin chieftain, unable to hold back any longer, leapt up on his short legs and shouted, "We saw humans other than ourselves for the first time and never harmed you. Yet, based on the mad words of an old witch, you made our women disappear and our men grow shorter." At 15 meters he was already considered tall among the Gorin. The sorcerers, shamed by his words, hung their heads, faces flushed with guilt. The hundreds of Gorin, incited by their leader's words, were fired up, glaring at the sorcerers before them as if wishing to tear them apart on the spot. Wei, a girl of about 15 or 16, was pale with fear. She couldn't imagine the horrific fate that might befall her if she were caught by these hundreds of Gorin who hadn't seen a woman in years. In her terror, she even forgot to cry, her eyes wide and unfocused from fear. A shiver ran through her and a stream of liquid flowed down, clearly having been scared witless. Chu Xingyang noticed the dampness on her clothes and felt a pang of compassion. After all, no one wished to witness a young girl being tormented by hundreds of ravenous men. He waved his hand. "The healing is almost done. You should leave. After all, you're my creations too, and I don't want you to die too painfully." The dazed and frightened Wei only snapped out of her stupor after several nudges from her fellow tribespeople. she called out fiercely to Chu Xingyang, stirring up dust, a streak of blood appearing on her forehead. God Xingyang, I and our sorcerers will forever remember your great kindness and virtue. After Chu Xingyang gestured for them to leave again, the sorcerers finally turned away. The three who had been hit by stones could barely support themselves to walk, while Wei had to carry the archer, so they left the three female corpses behind. Watching their enemies depart, the Goran chieftain felt a hundredfold unwillingness, but knowing it was the gods' will, he dared not contradict. After hesitating for a moment, he tentatively asked, Great God Xingyang, may I send someone to secretly follow them? In our tribe, there were no women and we were on the brink of extinction. I wanted to know their location, so that we could later go there and steal some women back. He dared not conceal a single thought from the deity. Chu Xingyang gazed silently at the distant horizon. When will the cycle of revenge ever end? Yet it was the sorcerers who struck first. The men of the tribe, desperate to avoid extinction, had even experimented on animals. For over a decade they lived every moment under the terror of imminent extinction. The chieftain, seeing Xingyang Shen remain silent for so long, couldn't fathom the deity's thoughts and decided to take a risk. With his eyes, he signaled a tribesman beside him. That man cautiously glanced at Xingyang Shen, then took a few steps in the direction the sorcerers had left. After a moment of hesitation, he stopped and looked back at the deity. Realizing that the deity did not intend to stop him, he continued forward with confidence, following the sorcerers. The chieftain finally felt a weight lift off his heart. Although the deity hadn't explicitly permitted the tracking, neither had he forbidden it. It seemed that the future of their tribe, the continuation of their people, had finally seen the dawn of hope. Once they found the sorcerer's dwelling, all they needed was to steal some women from the sorcerers living in remote areas, those who couldn't use magic, and their tribe would be saved. The chieftain cried tears of joy and once again led his people to kneel before the deity, chanting repeatedly, Eternal Xingyang Shen, Eternal Xingyang Shen. Chu Xingyang found the noise a bit overwhelming and he reopened the sealed lair of the tribesmen. The pungent stench immediately wafted out a smell potent enough to suffocate. A cave where hundreds of men lived couldn't possibly remain clean and fresh for long. Chu Xingyang waved his hand, I'm leaving. All the tribesmen bowed low until Xingyang Shen's figure completely vanished from their sight before daring to raise their heads. Then they gathered around the three female corpses at the entrance of the lair. The chieftain said calmly, drag them back inside first. Chu Xingyang soared over the endless ocean, choosing to use his physical form to enjoy the sensation of the fierce wind on his face rather than projecting his consciousness. The novelty and exhilaration of being worshipped as a deity every time he appeared before a new race were undeniable. However, something seemed amiss from the last conflict between the sorcerers and the tribesmen. After pondering for a while, he asked the planet's consciousness, Old 3, the eastern people are almost driven to the brink by dinosaurs, but last time with the tribesmen I didn't hear any mention of dinosaurs, as the consciousness of the planet Old 3 was constantly observing the condition of every race upon it, naturally aware of the answer. In the central lands of Zhongzhou, dinosaurs have always been fewer in number compared to other continents. This scarcity is largely due to the presence of elemental sorcerers residing in the heart of the continent. These sorcerers have long suppressed the dinosaur population, growing increasingly powerful through their battles with these prehistoric creatures to the point where dinosaurs are no longer considered a threat. Chu Xingyang nodded in agreement. It seems that his decision to withhold advanced technology was the right one. By allowing these races to hone themselves in challenging environments, they would grow more quickly and develop greater resilience. Only then would they possess the mental fortitude necessary to face any forthcoming challenges. In his mind, Chu Xingyang estimated the varying stages of development among these races. Most had reached the Bronze Age, with some even beginning to smelt iron. He wondered if they might surpass the Homo sapiens he was familiar with, advancing into the Steam Age more swiftly, or if they would chart an entirely different technological path. Perhaps the civilization developed by his creations would surprise him with its brilliance. He was lost in a pleasant daydream when the third planet spoke up. Father, the mermen are being besieged by dinosaurs and face imminent disaster. Please save them, it implored. Chu Xingyang gathered his thoughts. After all, it was his misstep that led to dinosaurs being created alongside humanity. Morally and logically, he should help the mermen. Swiftly he flew towards the northern tip of the southern continent. Along the way, a peculiar thought crossed his mind and he addressed the planet. Let's give you a name, my third child. From now on you will be called Blue Star. The planet was ecstatic. Thank you, Father, for granting me a name. I am finally different from the other planets. I not only have a rank but also a name. I am Blue Star. Though, I'm sure the fifth one will be quite jealous when it finds out. Xu Xingyang chuckled. Well, that's just how it is. You're in the habitable zone, the only planet suitable for carbon-based life. Naturally, you deserve a proper name. As for the fifth, it will get a name in due time. As he spoke, he arrived at the merman's settlement. Looking down, he saw their community being ravaged by several enormous sea dinosaurs known as hainosaurs near the coastal waters. These marine carnivores, reaching lengths of nearly 15 meters, were far beyond the capabilities of the mermen, armed with mere fish spears and nets. Helplessly, they watched as their kin were torn apart and devoured. The nearby waters had long turned a gruesome crimson, stained by the blood of the mermen, with dismembered limbs and torsos floating amidst the murky redness. The scene was akin to a vision of hell. Even more horrifying was the fact that the hainosaurs seemed to have a peculiar preference for the mermen's lower bodies. Initially, they would consume the torsos, leaving the arms, but with an abundance of food they began to feast solely on the lower halves, leaving behind torsos that, while gravely wounded, would not die immediately and could even struggle for some time. This left the half-bodied mermen and their loved ones to endure excruciating agony. What was happening? This didn't appear to be mere pickiness. Xu Xingyang frowned, immediately shifting into an ethereal state and diving into the sea. Exerting a slight force, he used gravity to draw dozens of swordfish lurking nearby, waiting to scavenge. In an instant, these swordfish shot forward like arrows, piercing the sea and embedding themselves into the heads of the hainosaurs. Each hainosaur now resembled a punk rock star with a crown of swordfish atop its head. After a massive body convulsed violently, it lay still and then floated to the surface without any further movement. Xu Xingyang scanned the surroundings to ensure there were no fish people left behind, and then he flew ashore. He walked to a small plaza by the beach and switched to his physical form. It seemed these fish people truly enjoyed living in the water, as most of their villages and towns were built beneath the sea. This plaza was one of the few places on land. Not long after, two breathtakingly beautiful female fish people emerged from the water, leading a large group of their kin. One of them, who appeared to be in her early 30s, was floating with her lower body still submerged. She was struggling as she crawled onto the land, while fervently expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, divine being, for saving us fish people. We will be eternally grateful to you for generations. May we know your name and where you hail from?" Xu Xingyang naturally did not mention that the dinosaur was a mishap of his own doing. He simply nodded with a calm demeanor. "I am the sun, you can call me Xingyang." All the fish people prostrated on the water's surface, shouting in unison, "God Xingyang, you are our only God, our eternal God." The exquisite fish woman in her 30s continued her arduous crawl onto land, desperately reaching forward, hoping to kneel at the feet of God Xingyang. Seeing her struggle, Xu Xingyang bent down and lifted her up. He finally understood why Nuahalon liked the lower halves of fish people. Earlier, the sea was a dark red, making it hard to see clearly. Only now did he realize these fish people had long evolved into mermaids. Their lower bodies were full and rounded fish tails. The creature he held in his arms was an authentic mermaid. Xu Xingyang could feel the excitement in his heartbeat, thinking to himself how rapidly they had evolved. Their ancestors still had 2 legs not too long ago. As it was his first time holding a mermaid, he couldn't help but curiously touch her fish tail. The texture felt less like fish and more like soft, elastic silk, incredibly pleasant to the touch. Perhaps his hand had brushed against her hips, for the mermaid blushed deeply, introducing herself with embarrassment. "I am Ai, the queen of the fish people. This is my daughter, Princess Aisha." Following her gaze, Xu Xingyang saw the young mermaid who had emerged from the water alongside Ai. She appeared to be around 15 or 16-inch, with an ethereal beauty. Her voluminous, lovely hair was slightly curled and her fair, delicate body was adorned in a light pink gown. These mermaids were truly stunning. Their figures were equally remarkable. Although they lacked legs, their long fish tails accentuated their bodies, making them appear tall and elegant. "Aisha?" Xu Xingyang found himself captivated by the enchanting beauty of the mermaid princess, her bright eyes and radiant smile, leaving him momentarily spellbound. It took him a few seconds to remember that Queen Ai was still in his arms. Realizing the impropriety of holding the mother while gazing at her daughter, he quickly set Ai down and seated himself on the steps parallel to the water, dipping his legs into the cool depths. He then addressed the merfolk, who were prostrating on the water's surface. "Rise, please. You have much to attend to after such a great calamity." After bowing deeply to him a few more times, the merfolk began to submerge back into the water. Only Queen Ai and Princess Aisha remained by his side. Xu Xingyang observed the pair of stunning mermaid mother and daughter in the water, gently patting the steps beside him. He spoke kindly, "Don't be so formal, come sit with me." AI hesitated, resting her upper body on his left leg, her seaweed-like hair swaying as she timidly said, "How can we sit as equals with a deity?" The young Aisha, however, boldly lifted her head, her cheeks flushed. "If you insist, Xingyang God, I'll take you up on that offer," she said as she held onto his right leg, her tail flicking a few times to propel herself out of the water, landing softly on the steps. The splashes she made shimmered like jewels in the sunset. AI looked at her daughter anxiously, her voice trembling with fear. "How dare you show such disrespect to a god?" Xu Xingyang chuckled indulgently and pulled AI up as well. "It's all right, I want you to sit with me." With AI on his left and Aisha on his right, he gently kicked his legs in the water, gazing at the sunset on the distant ocean horizon. The moment was truly serene. The dusk painted Aisha's captivating face a warm red as she pointed at the glowing sun, her eyes sparkling. "Xingyang God, is that sun you?" I slapped her hand gently. "Daughter, you mustn't point at the god." Xu Xingyang smiled, undisturbed by their conversation, marveling at the thought that the merfolk had formed a kingdom led by a queen. He mused whether beauty was the criterion for queenship among them, given the captivating appearance of the two. His thoughts were interrupted as he noticed several merfolk emerging from the water carrying exquisite wooden boards. Atop these boards lay large cocoons wrapped in white cloth. Both AI and Aisha's faces were filled with sorrow at this sight. This was the merfolk's sea burial tradition, with the cocoons containing the bodies or remains of their deceased kin. After a while, when all the bodies had presumably been prepared into cocoons, the merfolk began to sing a haunting yet melodious dirge, gently pushing the boards toward the horizon. The setting sun cast its final rays as the mournful song drifted across the sea, the boards floating farther towards the sunset. All the merfolk were filled with grief, bidding their final farewells to their loved ones. The scene was so poignantly beautiful that it tugged at one's heartstrings. AI and Aisha were both in tears, the droplets rolling down their chins before falling like pearls into the water, creating ripples. Xu Xingyang, unsure of how to comfort them, could only hold the mother and daughter tightly, hoping they could feel a little solace in his embrace. Aisha gently nestled into his embrace, sobbing softly, "Great God, our only deity, please stay with us for a few days. Can you wait until we've repaired the underwater towns and fortifications?" All the merfolk knelt before him at this moment, praying devoutly, "Please, Sun God, protect us for a few more days. Great God, our only God, please continue to shelter your devoted servants." Xu Xingyang nodded. He had no other pressing matters and found no reason to refuse the merfolk's request. Aisha's face lit up with joy but quickly turned respectful as she bowed her head. "Thank you for your grace, great God. We merfolk will serve you well and worship you for generations, our descendants forever, remembering your kindness." With that, she gestured to the back. From among the merfolk, a dozen beautiful mermaids swam forward, eager to serve the sun god together. Xu Xingyang waved his hand dismissively. "Too many will be noisy, just you two accompanying me is enough." Touched by this honor, Aisha and her mother shed tears once again, tears of excitement and joy this time. Aisha whispered, "We are willing to serve by your side forever, and so will our descendants." Her mother nodded vigorously beside her son. "God, please allow us to serve you eternally." Xu Xingyang remained non-committal. Indeed, the mother and daughter were beautiful and gentle, yet he was the son with a life so long it seemed eternal from a human perspective. He did not wish to witness the gradual aging of beauties before him. Moreover, they were mermaids bound to live where there was water, which would be inconvenient to keep by his side. After a moment of hesitation, Xu Xingyang responded earnestly, "I don't need anyone to serve me, but I will visit you occasionally." A flicker of disappointment crossed their faces, but Aisha quickly regained her composure, beaming a sincere smile. "Thank you, great God, for your kindness. Your occasional visits are the greatest blessing in our humble lives." Her mother added with a hint of sadness, "Yes, thank you, great God. We should not be greedy." Xu Xingyang nodded, focusing on the comforting presence of the mother and daughter. Time slipped by slowly and night fell. The merfolk presented a feast of exquisite delicacies as an offering to the sun god. On the water's surface, dozens of merfolk held huge platters on their heads, showcasing a variety of dishes: freshly caught fish sashimi, just roasted dinosaur meat, and a plethora of colorful, juicy fruits. Xu Xingyang waved his hand. "This is too much, no need for such extravagance." Aisha carefully picked up a grape, peeling it meticulously. "Sun God, you are our deity. This is our sincere offering to you, please accept it." With that, she fed the peeled grape into his mouth. Xu Xingyang shivered slightly, it was so sweet. The fish people were not only exceptional singers, but their skills in cultivating fruit were also top-notch. Nearby AI held a delicate little plate with freshly sliced dinosaur meat on it. Along with a goblet of wine, she approached him. Divine Xingyang, please try the wine we merfolk have brewed, as he gazed at the amber liquid in the cup. Xu Xingyang recalled how in his first life he had no tolerance for alcohol whatsoever, and in his second life on the wandering earth he hadn't drunk any alcohol at all. But unable to refuse their hospitality, he raised the cup and drank it all in one go. It wasn't as delightful as it appeared. Perhaps the grape he just ate was too sweet, leaving only a faint sweetness and the taste of alcohol in his mouth. Before long, he drifted into a deep sleep. The sea breeze gently caressed him while the waves sang softly. Xu Xingyang slowly opened his eyes, finding it was already the next morning. The morning light pierced through the thin mist, painting the entire sea a golden hue. The mother and daughter mermaids beside him seemed to have woken up earlier. Princess Aisha was smiling, watching him intently. On the other side, Queen Ai gently chided her daughter. Aisha, how can you gaze upon the deity like this? It's terribly disrespectful. Aren't you afraid of incurring divine punishment? Xu Xingyang sat up, looking at the water with a hint of surprise. He thought to himself that being transformed into the sun really was different. His legs had been soaking in the water all night without any discomfort, not even a hint of wrinkling. The mother and daughter immediately lowered themselves in panic. Ai, trembling with fear, pleaded for forgiveness. It must be our voices that disturbed the great Xingyang god. I will accept any punishment from you without complaint. Aisha too lost her earlier lively and playful demeanor and was now trembling with her graceful body. Xu Xingyang did not look at them but instead gazed at the sea, softly asking, have the merfolk begun to rebuild their home? Ai responded immediately, yes, most revered Xingyang god, your faithful followers have started rebuilding our town underwater at dawn, even before the night fully receded. We originally wanted to name this new town Xingyang City in honor of the deity, but it seemed too presumptuous. Aisha timidly pleaded in a low voice, so we humbly ask you to bestow a name upon it. Xu Xingyang showed a puzzled expression. Naming was never his strong suit, and now he had to name an underwater capital. He pondered for a moment and said lightly, let's call it Atlantis. Borrowing from the legends, it saved him the trouble of thinking. Aisha closed her eyes in relief, pressing her forehead against the back of his hand. Thank you for bestowing a name upon us, Xingyang god. From now on this town will be called Atlantis, and we merfolk will continue to build and expand it, making it more majestic and grand. Just as she was expressing her gratitude, something seemed to be happening underwater. Several fish people emerged from the water, and one of them exclaimed in a panic, radiant Xingyang god, the Hainer dragons have returned, and this time there are over a dozen of them. Although the Hainer dragons were massive, their speed in the water was quite swift, and they were now only a few dozen meters away from the merfolk who were constructing the new town in the sea. Ai shivered at the sudden appearance of the terrifying creature, but upon seeing the deity beside her, she immediately calmed down. Xu Xingyang, without waiting for their prayers, extended his right hand over the sea. At that moment, there were no swordfish nearby in the ocean. Utilizing gravitational force, he gathered all the incoming Hainulongs together. These carnivorous dinosaurs, which had maintained a certain distance from each other in the water, were suddenly pulled together by an immense invisible force. In an instant, they merged into a massive mountain of flesh towering over 10 meters high. The dinosaurs within this mountain were bewildered and panic-stricken, utterly unaware of why they were suddenly pressed tightly together. In their fright, they blindly bit and collided with one another like headless flies. Rise, Xu Xingyang called out softly. The towering mass of flesh soared from the water into the sky, carving a huge parabolic arc before crashing heavily onto the shore. The thunderous boom echoed across the beach, sending a meter-high wave crashing onto the sands. The merfolk covered their ears, allowing the spray to slap against their faces, and then let out a simultaneous earth-shattering cheer. Eternal is the God Xingyang, Ai and Aisha bowed deeply. We thank the one true God, whose mercy is higher than the heavens and whose grace is deeper than the sea. Xu Xingyang, however, continued to gaze at the now dismantled mountain of flesh. The Hainulongs at the bottom had been crushed into pulp. Those on top, although not yet dead, were gravely injured and, being out of water, were left with only faint breaths. Take care of this, he commanded the merfolk indifferently, knowing that if left to rot, the stench would be overwhelming. Instantly, over 100 male merfolk leapt ashore, slowly advancing towards the mountain of flesh. Only then did Xu Xingyang notice that the females among the merfolk had evolved into standard mermaids, their soft tails unable to support them on land. However, the males retained the ability to move on the ground, albeit at a significantly slower pace than other races. In the water, Ai instructed them, select the best meat and, once roasted, Present it to the god Xingyang. Yes, the male merfolk responded, obeying their king. Aisha gently leaned against the god Xingyang, still shaken, and said, Great God, could you reside here? We would use all our strength to build the most luxurious palace for you on the shore. That way we merfolk would no longer fear the Hainuolongs. Xu Xingyang turned his face northward and shook his head. I cannot stay here. The northern continent is engulfed in a war that spans the entire land. I have to see it. A fleeting shadow of disappointment crossed Aisha's face, but she quickly forced a sincere smile. Yes, great God Xingyang, you are the god of all humanity, not just our merfolk. I was being greedy. The multitude of merfolk in the sea, however, hung their heads in silence. They were worried that once the god left, those terrifying carnivorous dinosaurs would once again attack. Xu Xingyang waved his hand, dispelling the fears in their hearts. Don't worry. Before heading to the northern continent, I will either eradicate or drive away the large carnivorous dinosaurs in this sea region. Additionally, I will teach you the technology of iron smelting. This way, whether it's for building a city or making weapons, you'll have better materials. Upon hearing these words, the merfolk erupted into a thunderous cheer. For generations we will remember the grace of the star sun god. Our descendants will sing of your divine deeds. Ai and Aisha, the mermaid mother and daughter, gently rested their heads on the knees of the star sun god, closed their eyes, and tears of happiness overflowed. Xu Xingyang held their hands, pulling them up the steps to sit beside him. He wanted to enjoy the shimmering, delightful sea surface and listen to the pleasant sound of waves gently lapping the shore in the company of this mother and daughter. Suddenly, Aisha's delicate face flushed crimson. She bit her lip, seemingly trying hard to suppress some intense emotion. But in the end, she couldn't hold back. Her lips parted slightly, releasing a soft sigh, and several golden translucent eggs appeared beneath her. Xu Xingyang looked puzzled, reaching into the water with his right hand to pick up one of the eggs, curiously playing with it in his palm. It was much larger than a chicken egg, both soft and elastic. Ai and Aisha widened their eyes, wanting to stop him, but it was clearly too late. Watching the intrigued star sun god, Ai hesitantly reminded him, Great God, that is. Xu Xingyang stared at Aisha, seeing her own bewildered expression. He couldn't help but smile. You don't know your own things? He then turned to Ai, asking, What is this? Ai lowered her head, not daring to hide anything from the deity. This is my daughters. We merfolk reproduce through eggs. When a young girl is joyful and encounters her destined love, she will produce her first batch of eggs, known as initial eggs. Hearing this, Aisha's face turned as red as a ripe apple. She then slowly slid down the steps and submerged herself in the water, burying her whole body and head beneath the surface. Then how do these eggs get fertilized? Xu Xingyang curiously inquired. Ai, head still lowered, replied in an increasingly quiet voice, by applying sperm on them. If the great god, if you are willing. Mother, what are you saying? The overly embarrassed Aisha emerged from the water, her face flushed, gently patting her mother's back. What virtue do I have to deserve the offspring of a god? This is a blessing I cannot bear. Despite her words, the anticipation in her eyes was almost overflowing. After all, who could refuse this supreme honor? Xu Xingyang naturally guessed the little thoughts of young Aisha, but to produce sperm and in front of the mother and daughter, such an awkward act of performance art was something he truly couldn't do. He could only reluctantly place the initial eggs back into the water, unable to bear looking at the disappointment the girl tried so hard to conceal in her eyes. Then, gazing northward, he said, I will first teach you the technology of iron smelting, then deal with the dinosaurs in this sea region. Afterward, I will head to the northern continent. From all corners of the world, throughout ancient and modern times, there is only one god, the great star sun god. The star sun god has only one group of descendants, and that is us, the cat people. We are the noble and sole children of the god. For nearly 10,000 years, the fervent beliefs and ideals of the cat people have remained unwavering. Their ancestors, saved by the deity along with Tang Yuan and her 4 sisters, imparted the knowledge of roasting meat and fire-making learned from Xu Xingyang to their tribe. The introduction of clean, easily digestible cooked food resulted in healthier and longer lives for the cat people, allowing the elders to accumulate and pass down more knowledge to future generations. The ability to create fire, it will significantly transform their way of life, one notable change being the discovery that many wild beasts feared fire. This led to the domestication of snow wolves, which were bred and trained to serve as mounts for hunting and battle. The absolute devotion to Xu Xingyang gave the cat people a central pillar of unity, strengthening their resolve to face external threats with unparalleled solidarity. In battle, they fought with fearless determination and unyielding courage. The descendants of Tang Yuan and her sisters eventually formed 5 legions. upper, lower, left, middle, and right. These 5 divisions of cat people swept across the battlefield, establishing the first military empire in the northern continent, the Xingho Empire. In front of their humble palace stood a towering statue of Chu Xingyang reaching several dozen meters high. The first emperor Tang Fei, a descendant of Tang Yuan and the commander of the Middle Legion, rode a magnificent snow-white wolf and wielded a resilient, sharp sword. Standing on a platform at the base of the deity's statue, he delivered a passionate speech: "Citizens of the empire, we are all children of the divine. Our shared ancestors, Tang Yuan and her 4 sisters, were graced by the benevolence of the sun god Xingyang, inheriting his spirit and essence, leading to our current glory. However, to the south of the continent, in those vast and untamed lands, dwell countless ignorant people unaware of the divine. The Xingho Empire bears a great responsibility. We must strive relentlessly, overcoming all obstacles, to spread the blessings and grace of the sun god to every corner of the world." As Tang Fei's speech grew more fervent, he raised his sword high, his eyes filled with a chilling determination, and shouted at the top of his lungs, "Those who do not believe in the sun god Xingyang shall be slain." Thousands of soldiers from the 5 legions echoed in unison, their voices like a tidal wave reaching the heavens. "Those who do not believe in the sun god Xingyang shall be slain. Those who do not believe in the sun god Xingyang shall be slain." With an imposing and majestic force, the 5 great armies of the cat people began their march southward, capturing cities and fortresses with unstoppable momentum. In the era of cold weapons, cavalry often held the advantage in mastering the battlefield. Although the other 4 races of the northern continent also had cavalry, they possessed only a limited number of warhorses. Despite the higher load capacity and endurance of horses for long-distance travel, the snowwolves, domesticated earlier, continued to undergo continuous breed optimization and iteration. In the clash of steel, the warhorses were no match for the more agile and ferocious battle wolves. The catfolk were driven by an unwavering belief in the sun-star god, propelling them to the forefront of every battle with relentless courage. Whenever they conquered a place, the centurion of the legion would gather the residents and prisoners into a vast open space. Encircled by nearly 1,000 catfolk cavalry, they were trapped like fish on a chopping block. Surrounded by snarling snow wolves and fearsome riders, the unarmed captives huddled together, trembling as they awaited their uncertain fate. Standing atop a high mound, the centurion addressed them with arrogant authority: "Do not be alarmed, we are the emissaries of the sun-star god, faithful followers bringing you light and blessings." After surveying the newly displaced crowd, he continued, "Now, the merciful sun-star god offers you a chance to embrace the light. Those who choose to believe in the sun-star god can leave through the northern gap, where you will be registered and given land. As long as you remain faithful and offer half of your harvest to the god, you will live in peace and prosperity. For those who choose not to believe or refuse to join the Starfire Nation, simply stand still and we will let you go, but you must leave, traveling south in pursuit of your former homeland." After a moment of hesitation and murmured discussions, some ragged individuals would often step forward, muttering, "It's the same, even if they hadn't come, we would still have to give away half of our harvest. Giving it to the catfolk makes no difference to me. Besides, I don't want to leave the land where I was born and raised." Following their lead, a large portion would slowly exit the encirclement to claim their new identities. Yet a few would choose to remain standing still. Once all choices were made, the centurion glared viciously at those still within the circle, a sinister grin on his lips. "Stubborn to the end, our battle wolves are hungry, you may serve as their meal." With those words, he raised his right hand high and waved it thrice. The cavalry, upon receiving the signal, tightened their formation and unleashed a bloody massacre upon those within the circle. Swords clashed, blood flowed like rivers, and the air was filled with harrowing cries. Some captives, unwilling to meet their end, quietly pointed at the centurion, cursing him. "You traitor, you promised to let us flee south to seek our former masters." The centurion's eyes widened with a menacing smile. "Walking would take too long inside a battle wolf's belly, you'll reach quickly. Fear not, we will soon conquer the entire continent and you will reunite with your liege beneath the earth." Under the leadership of the first emperor Tang Fei, the invincible catfolk 5 divisions soon became the nightmare of all in the southern 4 kingdoms. They dubbed the empire's cavalry the whip of the sun-star god, seeing them as divine punishment and scourge upon the world. Despite their overwhelming fear, they persisted in their tenacious resistance. In the face of the devastating onslaught of the 5th Army of the Xingho Nation, the 4 nations, in a bid to ensure the eternal existence of their countries, naturally formed the 4 Nations Alliance. The leader of the alliance was Mo, the head of the artisans, who was an expert in mechanisms. and siege defense equipment. At the alliance meeting, Mo confidently gestured over the sand table, explaining, although the four nations have lost more than half of our territory, thankfully we still have the two natural barriers of the Anshan River and Sulian Mountains to defend. As long as we firmly hold the Niu Pass, Hu Pass and Yang Pass, the Xingho nation will never break through. The leaders or kings of the other three nations all expressed their agreement. These three passes, combined with the artisan city defense techniques, were the last chips to fend off the divine whip of Xingyang. At this moment, the four nations could only huddle together for warmth and work unitedly to preserve the remaining half of their territory. Most, seeing the determined look in the eyes of the three leaders, felt his own unyielding resolve ignite. We will share the cost of the materials needed to reinforce the passes among the four nations, and my country will provide the technical personnel. Additionally, each nation will draft 5,000 young and able-bodied men for labor expected for a term of 6 months. During this period, each country must independently handle the accommodation and meals of their laborers. The two leaders nodded repeatedly without hesitation. Only the king of the tree men showed a troubled expression. Many of my country's citizens have been captured or did not have time to escape, and it is difficult to gather 5,000 young laborers at present. Mo squinted, his tone full of sarcasm. But as far as I know, many of your people have fled to the northern Xingho nation. All because your taxes are as high as 70%, forcing those who cannot bear the heavy taxes to flee to Xingho nation, where they only pay 50%. His anger grew as he spoke, and he slammed the wooden board he was using for demonstration onto the sand table, shouting hoarsely, "Our lands are shattered, and the people are suffering, yet you indulge in luxury and pleasure in your palace every day. When the day comes that your nation is destroyed, how will you face your ancestors?" The Treeman king chastised dared not retort and could only bow his head in shame, saying, "I understand my mistake. I will immediately begin to cut palace expenses, and construction on several palace courtyards will halt immediately." The other two kings echoed in agreement. "We will also live frugally, govern diligently, and coexist peacefully with our people. We will not compete with the people for profits, nor will we indulge in pleasures." In truth, they were all leaders of their respective races of equal status. Under normal circumstances, none would humble themselves to speak to the artisan leader in such a manner. However, with the Xingho nation already occupying 2/3 of the northern continent and Tang Fei vowing to conquer the four nations within his lifetime and spread the faith and fire of Xingyang God across the continent, they had no choice but to heed the proposals and suggestions of the alliance leader in such a dire moment. After all, Mo, a craftsman, is hailed as the most virtuous ruler since the founding of the nation. He is diligent and frugal, reveres the wise and embraces the humble, and has a deep understanding of the hardships faced by the lower classes. He even once reduced the country's taxes to a mere 30%, earning the deep affection of the populace. Without the divine whip of Xingyang, no one would doubt that he would lead the craftsmen to unprecedented heights. But now, with the Xingho nation on the horizon, he could only furrow his brows and solemnly warn the leaders of the three nations, to prevent the phenomenon of people migrating north, you must reduce domestic taxes. The wealth of the people may blind you, and even without the Xingho nation or the deity Xingyang, you will meet your demise sooner or later. Under most strategic command, the four-nation alliance, a temporary yet colossal political entity, began to operate smoothly. Defensive structures like deer fences, trenches and watchtower fortresses were meticulously arranged, layer upon layer, relying on the natural barriers of the Anshan River and the Sulianshan Mountains. Daily, the generals of the three passes would inspect the positions alongside craftsmen's technical personnel, discussing improvements and addressing any deficiencies. Stationed at the passes were not only the four-nation allied forces practicing daily, but also nearly 10,000 laborers continuously building and reinforcing various fortifications. This impregnable fortress finally dealt a severe blow to the 5 mighty legions of the Xingho nation, who had previously swept through the continent unchallenged. The first natural defensive line, the Anshan River, stalled their advance. Their mounts, the snow wolves, were naturally afraid of water, becoming agitated and refusing to proceed. The Empire's cavalry, who had swept across the continent, had no choice but to abandon their battle wolves and swim across the river. This left them as easy targets for the arrows and stones that rained down from the towers on the opposite bank, as thick as raindrops. Yet, driven by their faith in the deity Xingyang and the desire to spread divine blessings, they pressed on, even as the river turned crimson with blood and the corpses of comrades blocked the waters. Many still advanced, shields raised, sometimes using the bodies of their fallen comrades for cover, finally setting foot on the opposite shore. but crossing the river only led them to face even harsher infantry formations. Without their battle wolves, the cavalry were nothing more than lambs to the slaughter in front of these well-trained infantrymen. The cavalry of the Xingho nation finally experienced the agony of being powerless against a superior force. After suffering heavy losses and leaving behind numerous corpses, the exhausted 5 legions slowly retreated. The border stabilized along the Anshan River, allowing the citizens of the 4 nations a rare respite. This ceasefire ushered in over a decade of peace, for the people at the grassroots level. A life without the chaos of war and disasters, where a family does not go hungry or cold, is a life of contentment and simplicity. At the border of the Triman nation, south of the Anshan River, a few farmers sat chatting on the edge of a vast field after finishing their work. A curious young man asked, "I heard our ruler is training the troops and is about to launch a northern expedition to reclaim our lost lands." An old thin man looked around cautiously, ensuring no outsiders were present, and then displayed a look of utter disdain. "Let them brag. What are they going to use for the northern expedition?" He scoffed, gesturing exaggeratedly as he spoke. "You youngsters haven't seen it. But I truly witnessed the Xingho nation's cavalry. By the time you see their battle wolves and swords, your head is already flying and your body is on the ground." A middle-aged man nodded repeatedly in agreement. "Exactly. I crawled out from a pile of corpses. Those cavalrymen, their blades are swifter than the wind. Think about it, can a horse outrun a wolf? And yet, people talk about a northern expedition." A young man clicked his tongue, his face full of fear. "Is it really that terrifying? I was thinking that if there really was a northern expedition, I might have a chance to join the army, reclaim our lost lands, and make a name for myself." The old man mocked him. "You better stop dreaming. If we had such abilities, would 4 countries need to join forces to fend off one? As I see it, it's good enough that we can defend ourselves like this now." He suddenly lowered his voice. "Moreover, the Sun Star God, I don't think it's entirely a bad thing." The middle-aged man quickly grabbed his arm, looking around in fear. "Old man, you can't say such things. How can you speak well of this evil god?" The old man rolled his eyes. "Before the Sun Star God, our king took a 70% tax and our entire family starved every day. Now, it's like up north, only 50%, and we can finally have enough to eat. Isn't that better?" The young man nodded. "Let's just keep these thoughts to ourselves. Nowadays, the scholars in our country are constantly spreading bad words about the evil god. If you don't believe me, go to the city and see. Notices are posted everywhere." During the past peaceful decade, Emperor Tongfei has not been idle. Besides handling daily affairs of state, he is occupied with 2 particular activities. One is frequently traveling to the borders several thousand kilometers from the capital. Standing by the northern bank of the Anshan River, there he is filled with complex emotions, staring longingly at the fortifications across the river, strategizing. The other is kneeling devoutly before the statue of Chu Xingyang, praying with utmost sincerity. With his forehead to the ground, he murmurs, "The one and only great Sunstar God, please grant strength and divine guidance to the Starfire Empire. Your faithful subjects and servants are hindered by a great river and mountain on their mission to spread your blessings. South of these lands, tens of thousands of foreign people also urgently need the illumination of your divine light." Often he would remain in this position for hours, unmoving. When it rained, he was soaked through, and when snow fell, he would be covered in snowflakes, resembling a rough snowman built by children from a distance. It was only after one particularly sunny day that he fainted from heatstroke and was carried back into the palace. It took dozens of imperial physicians working together to save him. Crown Prince Tang Zhong could no longer bear it, and during a moment of bringing medicine, sincerely advised his father while kneeling before him, "Father, you bear the weight of the people, you must take care of your health. There's no need to kneel and pray every chance you get. For so many years, we haven't conquered the southern state. Perhaps the Sun Star God doesn't care, or perhaps the Sun Star God has already abandoned us." Upon hearing these words, Tang Fei furiously smashed the medicinal soup onto the ground, the sound of the bowl shattering sending a shiver through everyone present. "Beast, how could I have given birth to such a beast?" Half recovered in health, he was enraged, his fury uncontrollable. Guards dragged the crown prince out and execute him, execute him. All the ministers present knelt down, pleading, "Your Majesty, the crown prince is the heir to our nation, the foundation, the future. You must not, in a moment of anger, put him to death." A moment of anger. Tang Fei glared at Tang Zhong, who was kneeling on the ground. "Raise your head and answer me. If the Sun Star God hadn't saved our Zhengjuan clan's ancestor Tang Yuan on the snowy plains, would there be you and me? No, Tang." Zhong replied, trembling slightly. Then let me ask you again, if the Sun Star God hadn't passed down the sacred flame, would there be our current Xingho Empire? The crown prince was so intimidated by his father's stern voice that he could hardly speak. You've already blasphemed the gods, should I not kill you today? Tang Zhong was filled with regret, shaking his head frantically to explain, Father, I shouldn't have said the Sun Star God abandoned us, shouldn't have said the gods don't care, but I did not blaspheme them, I was concerned about your health. Silence, guards, are you all deaf? Drag this blasphemous son out and execute him. Tang Fei refused to listen to his son's explanations, insisting on his execution. Just as several armored guards entered to seize him, the crown prince's teacher stepped forward, bowing deeply. Your Majesty, the crown prince spoke improperly, offending you, which is my failure in teaching him, but I can vouch with my life for the crown prince's piety towards the Sun Star God, witnessed by heaven and earth. With it he dashed his head against a nearby pillar, his brain splattering, blood flowing all around, dying instantly. Tang Zhong looked at his teacher's corpse filled with grief and crawled to the body, wailing loudly. Witnessing his son's sorrow for his teacher, Tang Fei realized his son's pure heart and his anger subsided significantly. After a long exhale he instructed his attendants, confine the crown prince, let him reflect deeply. Yet he did not take the crown prince's advice to heart. After recovering from his illness, his increasingly frail body could not support a journey to the Anshan River, so he prayed day and night before the statue of the Sun Star God. Simultaneously he dispatched several troops to harass the southern nations, hoping to find a weakness in their city defenses. Late at night Tang Fei would often gaze southward, sighing with tears flowing, will I truly not live to see the Sun Star God's blessings spread across the land? As he aged, his once firm resolve seemed to erode with time. But one day, a proclamation brought back by the troops harassing the southern nations infuriated him so much that he spat out blood in court. Coughing, he held up the proclamation. Look at this. The ignorant, uncivilized people of the southern nations dare to call our Sun Star God an evil deity. Such outrageous conduct, such heinous crimes. As the decree was ripped to shreds, he stretched his neck and roared hoarsely, assemble all 5 armies. I shall lead the expedition myself. The ministers below exchanged uneasy glances. Tang Meng, the deputy officer of the upper army, stepped forward. Your Majesty, this is written by a group of scribes nurtured by the 4 small southern nations. They know they cannot withstand the might of the Star Sun God, so they wrote these things to deceive their people. I don't care who wrote it. Tang Fei, his eyes flashing with a chilling light, bit out between gritted teeth, I will march forth and skin alive every person involved with these proclamations, grind them into meat pulp. The generals whispered among themselves, their faces showing difficulty. Many of them had participated in southern campaigns and knew the horrors of the mountainous defenses, understanding that now was far from the ideal time to wage a national crusade. But with the emperor in a fury, no one dared to provoke him further. Thus, their eyes collectively turned to Tang Meng, whom they usually looked down upon. Tang Meng was the second in command of the upper army, the only one among the 5 great corps to attain high military rank through collateral lineage. Because of this, the upper army, despite its illustrious battle record, often faced ridicule from the other 4 armies. Has your noble lineage run out in the upper army? Haha. However, the resourceful Tang Meng was highly favored by Tang Fei, and Tang Fei was most inclined to heed his advice. Therefore, if anyone could persuade the emperor now, it could only be him. After a moment of hesitation, Tang Meng decided to fulfill his duty as a subject. Your Majesty, haste leads to failure. Our Xingho Empire holds every strategic advantage and is united as one. Though the 4 small southern nations have tight defenses, they are but a motley crew of schemers. We need only wait for their internal strife and seize the opportunity to profit. Moreover, given your Majesty's health, the journey is long and arduous. How can you embark on a personal expedition? The well-being of your Majesty is the well-being of all the people. Audacious, Tang Fei's displeasure was evident. How can my personal safety be more important than spreading the glory of the Star Sun God? Tang Meng knelt, steadfast in his belief, but now is truly not the time for a southern campaign. The generals eager to join were about to kneel as well to dissuade the emperor. Tang Fei frowned, eyes wide pointing below. Seize Tang Meng, imprison him with the crown prince. I shall deal with his offenses upon my victorious return. Anyone else who dares to hinder my southern march shall be executed. He scanned the assembly. Does anyone else have objections? After a moment of silence passed, he raised his head and declared, 50,000 soldiers of the 5 armies advance in full force. conquer the southern lands. In the name of the star sun god, the empire's grand war machine once again turns. In the imperial palace, Tang Fei was holding a blueprint under the sunlight, scrutinizing it with his dim old eyes. What is this, a house? Beside him, Tang Xing, the upper army's corps commander, stifled a laugh. Your Majesty, this is a ship, an ironclad ship. An ironclad ship. The Xingho Empire originated from the northernmost forested snowfields of the continent, where even the rivers remained frozen year-round. Thus, not only had Tang Fei rarely seen such oddly shaped ships, but even ordinary vessels were a rarity for him. Yes, Your Majesty. Tang Xing hesitated for a moment before continuing. This is a river-crossing marvel designed by my deputy general several years ago, Tang Meng. If he intended to march south, then why did he try to stop me in court? Back then, he believed that even with armored ships, conquering the southern states would bring about significant losses. However, I feel that the spread of Xingyangshan's blessings justifies some sacrifices, and I have long disregarded matters of life and death. Tang Fei nodded solemnly. Tang Xing observed his expression and elaborated. These ships have thick wooden bottoms and iron plating on all other sides. They can transport both men and war wolves across the river, with the iron plating. We no longer need to fear their arrows and stones. Once across, we lower the iron plate on one side, allowing our cavalry to swarm the other shore and launch an assault on their positions. The more Tang Fei listened, the more excited he became, his eyes moistening with emotion. Great Xingyangshan's success or failure hinges on this moment. Please watch over your loyal subjects, he prayed, already envisioning a continent blessed by the deity's grace. Once Nanbang was conquered, the army had yet to move, but provisions were already underway. Over 1 million laborers, under the protection of the empire's cavalry, transported countless supplies to the various depots prepared for the southern advance. Once the supply lines were established, the 5 great corps, fully equipped, completed their assembly. To die for Xingyangshan, we shall spread Xingyangshan's blessings, disregarding life and death. With Emperor Tang Fei's command, the 50,000-strong army of the Xingho Empire surged forward like an unending flood, marching southward with unstoppable force. They moved mountains and filled seas, shaking the very earth. Yet, despite the empire's full might, the burden of logistics remained immense. Therefore, each corps retained only 30,000 cavalry, converting the rest to infantry, which significantly slowed the army's march. 2 months later, a total of 15,000 cavalry and 35,000 infantry finally assembled on the northern banks of the Anshan River within the counties of Shenwei and Shenyang. These counties, once lands of the 4 kingdoms, had been renamed after being conquered by the Xingho Empire. Although the people of these counties had long submitted to the empire and embraced Xingyangshan, the imposing sight of the imperial army once again sent chills through them, filling them with dread. Emperor Tang Fei sat in the central military camp, raising his withered hands, turning them over repeatedly. Silently he prayed, Great Xingyangshan, I beseech you to let me witness a continent filled with your disciples. Knowing he could wait no longer, he issued the order to attack. With the resounding beat of war drums, the Xingho Empire's forces began to move. Nearly 1,000 men dragged over 100 cumbersome iron fortresses to the riverbank. The thunderous booms echoed, chilling the hearts of the defending 4 kingdoms' troops across the river. 100 massive ironclad ships were pulled into the Anshan River by 10,000 laborers, and only after a long while did the immense waves finally settle. The legion commanders of the 5 great corps of the Xingho Empire stood solemnly on the shore, their eyes fixed on the defensive positions of the Southern Alliance on the opposite bank. The commander of the Shang army, Tang Xing, raised his right arm high and let out a long, thunderous cry to the heavens. Board the ships. The imperial troops immediately began executing the pre-rehearsed procedures, forming orderly lines as they marched into the armored ships. Each vessel carried 30 cavalrymen mounted on snow wolves and 100 fully armed infantry soldiers. In total, 13,000 imperial soldiers made up the vanguard of this landing operation. These troops were the finest of the empire, selected through numerous rounds of trials and competitions from various army corps. As the vanguard was about to complete boarding, Tang Xing approached the armored ship nearest to him and declared, "Make room for me." Several officers and staff immediately rushed to restrain him, exclaiming, "Since when does the corps commander lead the first charge? If you go, who will command the Shang army? Besides, the other 4 corps commanders haven't moved, so why should ours take the lead?" Tang Xing responded coldly, "This ship was designed by Tang Meng, my deputy. How could I not board it?" With that, he shrugged off their hands and resolutely stepped aboard the armored ship. Quickly, all the armored ships sealed their holds and, carried by the wind, drifted towards the southern shore. These vessels were designed and built by Tang Meng in collaboration with craftsmen who had joined their cause. Aside from their 5 ironclad sides which protected against arrows and stones, the ships were riddled with flaws. Their speed was painfully slow, unable to be hastened even by the strongest winds. Moreover, their high center of gravity had led to multiple capsizing incidents during drills, causing the Imperial troops inside to tensely remain in their positions, fearing that too much movement might overturn the ship. The cavalrymen incessantly calmed their restless snow wolves. Tang Xing closed his eyes, recalling the time when Tang Meng had been ecstatic upon completing the ship, eager to urge the emperor to march south. But when Tang Meng's spies in the southern nations brought back a certain piece of news, he immediately became disheartened and shelved the armored ships. Tang Xing and Tang Meng, the 2 top commanders of the Shang army, had long argued over this, but Tang Meng persistently opposed using these ships, citing potentially high casualties. It was only the emperor's insistence on the southern expedition that brought these armored ships back to daylight. Casualties will be high, Tang Xing muttered to himself, but what does it matter? Nothing is more important than spreading the blessings of the star sun god. He opened his eyes, estimating the time in the pitch black hold, thinking they should have reached the river center by now, entering the defensive range of the 4 southern nations. Indeed, countless thunderous crashes and clattering sounds echoed from the iron plates surrounding the ship. It was the sound of the allied forces of the 4 nations raining arrows and stones upon the armored ships, deafening and mind-numbing, blurring even their vision. At this moment, no commands or encouragement from any officer could be effectively communicated. All the soldiers could do was grip the handrails tightly, just as they had practiced during drills, and endure with all their might. Some of the soldiers even felt a sense of relief, thinking this was easier than the selection trials. During the selection for the vanguard force, over 100 men had crammed into a massive iron chamber. Then catapults designed by Tang Meng hurled enormous stones at the chamber. Those whose ears bled or who passed out were naturally eliminated. In the camp of the 4 nations alliance on the southern bank, some of the defending generals could no longer hold back. Commander, use it now. Our arrow towers and catapults can't stop those ironclad ships. Not yet, Mo replied calmly, gazing over the Anshan River with an air of certainty. Wait until the Xingho ships are 50 meters from our shore. After some time, he finally told the generals beside him, it's time. Eager to act, the defending general dashed out of the tent to relay the orders layer by layer. Soon, the defenders of the 4 nations alliance on the southern bank poured countless barrels of black liquid into the Anshan River. Mo, inside the mountaintop tent, turned to the kings of the 3 other nations beside him and explained this oil, black as lacquer and thick as grease, was discovered within the borders of the Stone People's territory, so I named it petroleum. The Stone People's leader nodded slightly, then immediately turned his worried eyes back to the Anshan River, focusing on the advancing Xingho fleet. Inside the 100 ironclad ships, the Empire's soldiers suddenly felt an eerie silence. They exchanged puzzled glances. What's going on? Have the arrows and stones from Nambang run out? Why is there no sound? Maybe they realized they're ineffective against our ironclads. Whatever, once we land on the southern bank, we'll ensure not a single one of them survives. Tang Xing motioned for his crew to quiet down, then listen intently. The sound of flames, a fierce fire blazed on the river's southern side. As expected, the 4 nations had used petroleum. The temperature inside the ship rose sharply. The entire ironclad vessel became a massive oven, roasting the Empire's soldiers and snow wolves alive inside. Although the hull was made from thick, sturdy wood cut from the giant trees of the northern forest, it could not withstand the blazing fire. Soon, a dozen ships burned through, and the soldiers who swam out were immediately met with a barrage of arrows and stones. Another 20 or so ships capsized as panicking soldiers, unable to endure the scorching heat, frantically struggled. The exposed wooden hulls became easy targets for the 4 nations' attacks. The southern side of the Anshan River turned into a hellish inferno, with thousands of Xingho Empire soldiers burning on the water's surface. Mo, the alliance commander, squinted slightly. I told you not to worry. No matter what ships they have, they can't get through this sea of fire. The faces of the 4 nations defenders on the southern bank felt the waves of heat and smoke washing over them. They were shocked to see over 30 ironclad ships still drifting to the shore. The defending general waved dismissively, mocking, look at you, scared like that, cowards. The Xingho soldiers inside are already roasted. As long as we have petroleum, we'll burn as many as they send. Just as he finished speaking, nearly 1,000 Empire soldiers emerged from beneath those 30 ships. Tang Xing was the first to step ashore, marking his initial landing on the land of Nambang. despite his entire left arm being scorched, he raised his right hand high. Imperial soldiers assemble, for the glory of the solar sun conquer the southern state. He surveyed the hellish scene above the river, a sea of blood and a mountain of corpses. Out of an estimated 13,000 vanguard troops, fewer than 1,000 had made it to the southern shore. This was close to what Tang Meng had anticipated. Before the expedition, he had spent a long time in conversation with Tang Meng in prison, finally deciding on the strategy of pre-drilling holes in the bottom of the ships. At that time, Tang Meng had looked sorrowful, adding a few more layers of planks to the bottom. It won't sink even with a hole, but to hold the ship steady under fire and maintain its balance as a shield is too difficult. Our cat people are naturally not good with waterlet alone, working together underwater to precisely balance, so no matter how much practice before the battle, I estimate that no more than 1/10 will reach the other side. Tang Xing looked at the troops gathering around him, drenched and wounded, thinking that these 1,000 elite soldiers were enough. He shouted loudly for the grace of the solar sun to spread across the continent. Charge with me, take the southern state. Out of the 3,000 snow wolves that crossed the Yanshan River, only about 10 made it to the southern shore. After all, no matter how many years of domestication and modification, their fear of fire could not be removed from their genes. Tang Xing unhesitatingly mounted one of the surviving battle wolves and signaled to the remaining dozen cavalrymen, cavalry and 100 infantry, charge with me towards the oil depot. The rest form up and attack the pass. As soon as he finished speaking, the dozen battle wolves transformed into streaks of lightning, charging towards the oil depot at breakneck speed. Though there were over 1,000 soldiers guarding and handling oil around the depot, the cavalry led by Tang Xing stormed through as if there was no one there, cutting through them like a hot knife through butter. The guards, already terrified by the rumored imperial cavalry, panicked at the sight of their comrades' heads flying, scattering in all directions. Run, forget the oil depot, a moment's delay and you'll lose your head. Is this the whip of the solar sun god? It's more terrifying than demons. Soon Tang Xing occupied the oil depot of the Four Nations. He instructed his men, quick, let the infantry use this oil to burn their arrow towers. Cavalry, follow me, each take a barrel and a torch, will burn their catapults, cover the subsequent landing. On the north shore, the Imperial Army's camp erupted with the sound of blaring trumpets signaling the general assault. The upper army could no longer wait, everyone scrambling to board the ships in eagerness. As the Legion commander found himself amidst the enemy forces across the river, they soldiers of the upper army were filled with anxiety. The other 4 legions' commanders were equally frantic, urging their subordinates to seize boats. Witnessing nearly 1,000 of their own troops landing on the southern shore, a number unprecedented in previous engagements, they felt their confidence surge, determined not to let other legions steal too much glory. The Emperor Tang Fei, with hair as white as snow, trembled as he rose from his throne at the front of the formation. With a voice strained to its limits, he bellowed, "The eternal radiance of the star sun god shall illuminate the universe." Almost 480,000 imperial soldiers echoed his cry in unison. The eternal radiance of the star sun god shall illuminate the universe. Their voices pierced the heavens and reached the other side, sapping the will to resist from most of the coalition soldiers. Inside the coalition's camp, Mir, who had been calm and collected just moments before, now lost his composure, shouting anxiously at his generals, "Quick, quick! Send men to reclaim the oil depot and reinforce the towers and catapults. The Starfire Kingdom's reinforcements are crossing the river. They don't have ironclad ships for the following waves, so hit them hard." The kings of the other 3 nations were already pacing like ants on a hot pan. The Tree King's face was ashen. "This is no good. The Starfire Kingdom is determined, with a full force of 500,000, a whole 500,000. And now we've lost the oil depot. What are you panicking about?" Mir shouted angrily, trying to bolster everyone's morale, including his own. "They have to cross the river in dozens of batches and they've used up their ironclads. Our towers and catapults can now come into play. Besides, we'll reclaim the oil depot." But at this moment, no one was in the mood to listen to his rallying words. Everyone in the tent had their eyes glued to the unfolding battle over the Yanshan River. On their defensive positions, 2 arrow towers and 1 catapult had been set ablaze by a dozen Starfire Kingdom cavalrymen. Though nearly half of the 1,000 Starfire Kingdom infantrymen who landed had been lost, the remaining 500 to 600 maintained an unyielding formation, resisting the coalition infantry many times their number. Historically, the Empire's strength lay in its cavalry, with no particular advantage in infantry compared to the Four Nations. However, it was clear they had rehearsed countless phalanx formations for this landing battle, selecting the most formidable warriors. On the northern shore, Starfire's soldiers braved arrows and stones to cross the Anshan River, even as comrades fell around them there. Was no trace of fear in their eyes nor any change in their upright stance? The Stone King, terrified, collapsed to the ground, muttering to himself, "Is this the will bestowed upon them by the Star Sun God?" As morale shifted, before the vanguard was completely decimated, the first wave of reinforcements finally set foot on the southern shore, over 5,000 strong. Among them, the soldiers of the upper army first searched the piles of the fallen for their legion commander. Tang Xing, with both arms severed and his body riddled with arrows like a porcupine, was on the brink of death, yet he managed to squeeze out words through gritted teeth. "To the south, unite the southern shore, the eternal radiance of the Star Sun God." The soldiers nodded vigorously, and after leaving behind a dozen to care for their legion commander, the rest charged towards the defensive outposts of the Four Nations Alliance. Under the fearless onslaught and cover of these thousands, the forces of the Spark Empire gradually made their way to the southern shore, seeing the tide turning against them. Most soldiers of the Four Nations Alliance chose to defect, casting aside their armor and surrendering to the Spark Empire. Before nightfall, the camps of the four kings of the Alliance were surrounded by the Imperial forces. The Emperor of the Empire, with the demeanor of a victor, squinted his eyes, watching as the leaders of the Four Nations emerged from their tents. The kings of the Stone Men, Tree Men, and musicians all knelt down. "We are willing to sincerely believe in the Sun God, and we beg your majesty for forgiveness," they pleaded. However, the king of the artisans' mare stood defiantly. "You can kill me, but don't expect me to submit to you." Tang Fei nodded, and the general beside him stepped forward, unsheathing his sword. With a swift motion, Mare's head traced a long arc in the air, landing on the ground along with a trail of blood. The remaining three kings immediately pressed their heads to the ground, trembling like leaves in the wind. In their hearts, they prayed repeatedly, "Sun God, we already believe in you. Please let the Spark Empire spare us." But Tang Fei had no intention of stopping there. He looked coldly at the three kneeling figures and asked menacingly, "Who wrote those proclamations calling the Sun God an evil deity? Who dared to blaspheme? Stand up." The leaders of the Stone Men and Tree Men turned their heads towards the king of the musicians. With their talent in poetry and music, it was the musicians who had composed many of the proclamations against the Sun God. Seeing this, Tang Fei understood and gritted his teeth as he commanded his generals, "Leave no musicians alive in the southern lands, kill them all." After giving the order, he looked up, tears streaming down his face. "Great Sun God, I thank you for your providence, allowing me to unify the continent in my lifetime. Now I can die without regret." Suddenly, a beam of golden light, as if capable of illuminating the heavens and the earth, appeared, and a figure stood before everyone, speaking slowly. "There's no need to exterminate the musicians entirely, is there?" Tang Fei rubbed his aged, dim eyes, looking repeatedly, and then hesitantly asked, "You are?" Xu Xingyang, feeling slightly speechless, thought to himself that the grand statue indeed only bore a resemblance to him, but you have been bowing to it at every chance, so he mildly reproached Tang Fei, "You truly have become senile, your eyesight failing, utterly blind." Finishing his words, he looked towards the Anshan River below the mountain. The bodies of nearly 10,000 Spark Empire soldiers clogged the river. The oil on the river's surface had burned out, leaving only charred remains and vast patches of crimson blood. Xu Xingyang sighed, whispering to himself, "These young lives, all shouting my name before their deaths. It's a pity they are still soaking in the river. Let's at least grant them a dignified final journey." As he finished speaking, his fingers formed a loose grip, and thousands of corpses in the river immediately rose from the water to float in mid-air. After a brief pause, they drifted towards the expansive open field on the northern bank. This field had long been trampled firm and flat by the gathered army. The fallen soldiers of the Empire lay neatly on the ground, as if resting in their camp. Moments later, the sky darkened as thousands of white cloths descended, covering each body. The laborers tasked with retrieving and preparing the bodies were left agape with astonishment. This was a task that would have taken thousands of men half a month to complete, now accomplished in an instant. Emperor Tang Fei of the Xingho Empire finally understood. He prostrated himself on the ground, crawling clumsily to Xu Xingyang's feet, then burst into tears like a child. "Great God of Xingyang, you have finally appeared once more. You have always watched over and shown mercy to your people. We beseech you to deliver your divine will, and we shall follow your sacred command." The soldiers of the Empire and the laborers in charge of logistics knelt down. The newly surrendered soldiers and civilians from the Four Nations also knelt. Nearly 2 million voices cried out in unison, "We beseech the God of Xingyang to deliver your divine will, and we shall follow your sacred command." The earth shook with their cries and the ground trembled. Xu Xingyang, feeling a bit uncomfortable from the vibrations, casually patted his head and looked down at the millions prostrated before him. "I have no divine will to impart. I merely wish to ask the emperor of the Xingho Empire why he ordered the massacre of all the musicians of the southern states." Tang Fei's face twisted with pain. "Great god of Xingyang, the musicians blasphemed against you, they called you a vile god, so naturally I could not let them live." The king of the musicians knelt on the ground, trembling violently with fear, mustering the courage to plead for mercy, but Xu Xingyang spoke first. "Enough, I've seen those proclamations, they were merely using me to scare children who wouldn't sleep at night. There was nothing truly malicious, so let it be. Do not arbitrarily eradicate an entire people." All the musicians prostrated themselves, expressing their gratitude. "Great god of Xingyang, your grace is deeper and broader than the ocean. We musicians will remember your kindness for generations, and our descendants will forever serve you loyally." Others from the Four-Nation Alliance followed suit in kneeling and bowing. Witnessing this, Tang Fei dared not defy the divine will and promptly sounded the retreat. He then dispatched 100,000 soldiers from his army to escort several thousand civil officials of the Xingho Empire southward to take over and guard the newly conquered four nations of the southern states. Thus, the Four-Nation Alliance of the northern continent was vanquished, leaving only one nation on the entire continent, the Xingho Empire. 2 months later, in the capital of the empire, construction began on the magnificent temple of the god of Xingyang. The emperor and the crown prince Tang Zhong, who had just been released from prison, arrived at the construction site with blueprints to inspect the laying of the foundation, both silently reflecting, "In my lifetime I will never see the completion of this temple." Xu Xingyang advised them not to spend excessively or lavishly, as he himself might not even reside in this temple, yet Tang Fei insisted on adhering to the grand specifications in the blueprints. "Great god of Xingyang, without you there would be no us, nor the present Xingho Empire. We beseech you to allow us to serve you." As he spoke, he led the god of Xingyang to the empire's highest council, the meeting of the legion commanders. The legion commanders and their deputies from the 5 great legions gathered for this meeting to deliberate and decide the empire's policies and direction. Amidst their heated arguments, no one noticed the arrival of His Majesty and the revered Sunlight God. The commander of the lower legion was indignant, asserting that the remnants of the four nations should only be treated as second-class citizens. He argued for legislation to restrict some of their rights and to prohibit intermarriage between them and the empire's citizens. Deputy Commander Tang Meng of the Upper Legion, recently released from imprisonment, still had a piercing gaze. He questioned why there should be distinctions if everyone worshipped the Sunlight God and were loyal believers. However, the Left Legion commander retorted, questioning whether those from the four nations could truly be like them. Despite sharing the same faith, he asserted that the people of the 5 great legions were the true children of the deity, bearing divine blood. Commander Tang Xing of the Upper Legion, clearly intending to support his deputy Tang Meng, was unfortunately too weak to argue, having lost both arms in the last battle and surviving only through the military doctor's utmost efforts. At this moment, Xu Xingyang entered the room looking puzzled. "What do you mean by having divine blood?" he inquired. The 10 people in the conference room immediately knelt, pressing their foreheads to the ground. "We did not know the deity had arrived, please forgive us." Tang Fei also entered, trembling, but with the Sunlight God present, no one dared acknowledge the emperor. Curious, Xu Xingyang pressed on, "So you claim to have divine blood, what does that mean?" Silence enveloped the room for a long time before Tang Meng hesitantly replied, "We, the people of the 5 great legions, are descendants of the Tang sisters from ancient times. Nearly 10,000 years ago you taught them how to create fire by drilling wood and to eat cooked food. Great Sunlight God, do you remember?" "Of course I remember," the Sunlight God mused. "I spent a lot of time with those 5 cat-eared sisters." "It's hard to believe 10,000 years have passed." Tang Meng glanced sideways at the other commanders, then continued, "Our ancestors, the 5 sisters, upon returning to their tribe, they taught their people to make fire and cook food. Many humans soon followed them. They all claimed it was the deity, you, the great Sunlight God, who, while teaching them to create fire, also engaged with them intimately, leading to their pregnancies and ultimately the creation of the 5 great legions of the Xingho Empire." Xu Xingyang was left speechless by this revelation. That must have been a tale they made up, or perhaps their descendants, your ancestors, fabricated. I spent most of the day with them back then, but there was no such engagement. At that time, although they could be considered adorable cat-eared girls, they were more like cats, not yet evolved into the form of women you see today. The senior officers of the 5 major legions were first shocked, looking at each other in disbelief before collapsing to the ground, realizing their race did not possess the divine blood and bones. The cat people, artisans, tree people, music people, and stone people of the northern continent were all creations of mine. Chu Xingyang spoke calmly. Therefore, I suggest you heed Tang Meng's advice and treat everyone equally. This way the Xingho Empire will grow ever stronger. As the first nation on Blue Star to unify 5 distinct races across an entire continent, the Xingho Empire embarked on sweeping reforms. Immediately after unification, they issued a divine code that superseded royal authority, erecting thousands of engraved golden stones in the capital and counties at major crossroads for all citizens to admire and worship. The core tenet of this divine code was simple: those who do not worship the sun god Xingyang are heretics, and all heretics can be slain. Nearly 2 million people had witnessed Chu Xingyang's miracles at the Battle of Anshan River. Their tales, combined with the omnipresent divine code, left a profound mark on the hearts of everyone on the northern continent. Now, the people of the Xingho Empire have become devout followers of the sun god Xingyang. The military, once composed of 5 major corps, was merged into a single army renamed the Gospel Army. Not only citizens of the former empire but also remnants of the other 4 nations could enlist, participating in a unified selection process. It became a point of pride for anyone on the northern continent to join the Gospel Army as a soldier. Of course, behind the high honor and benefits was a brutal annual elimination rate of 10%. Anyone in the army who fell behind in various physical competitions would soon find themselves dismissed. The sun god Xingyang does not need the weak, Tang Meng repeatedly emphasized at the Gospel Army's Grand Assembly. Unifying the northern continent is not the end, nor is it the beginning. Our mission is to spread the light and blessings of the sun god Xingyang to every corner of the world. Those who do not believe in the sun god Xingyang shall be slain. Spread the divine light, slay the heretics. The unified shout of hundreds of thousands of Gospel Army soldiers pierced the sky. To ensure the divine light shone everywhere, the Xingho Empire began tirelessly crafting warships, preparing to venture across the seas to discover lands not yet converted to the sun god Xingyang. Unfortunately, constrained by technological limitations, the empire could not yet produce vessels capable of crossing the ocean. Several grand naval expeditions of the Gospel Army only managed to find a few small islands inhabited by scattered savages. Venturing further into the deep sea, they were unable to withstand the harsh winds and waves. These repeated setbacks sent the empire's leaders into fits of rage and deep anxiety. Night after night, the emperor, ministers, and military officials knelt before the statue of the sun god Xingyang, reflecting on their failings and begging for divine assistance. Yet Chu Xingyang had no intention of aiding them. After all, he had created all races on this blue star and did not wish to show favoritism by allowing only the Xingho Empire of the northern continent to experience a technological leap. Moreover, only the techniques and inventions one discovers on their own are truly cherished, making it easier to continue improving and refining them in future use. However, the citizens of the Spark Empire remained unaware of the gods' painstaking efforts. They simply believed that their faith in the deity was not devout enough, interpreting Chu Xingyang's silence as a form of warning. Consequently, they deployed more manpower and used the finest materials, forcibly reducing the completion time of the central Xingyang temple in the capital from the anticipated 800 years to just 300. Chu Xingyang felt rather speechless. After all, how could he alone require such a grand temple? Yet, upon further thought, he realized that the Spark Empire, having just unified the entire northern continent, might face internal chaos if they didn't find something to do. Surrounded by vast oceans, the maritime technology of this planet was not yet advanced enough to facilitate communication with humans from other continents, so letting them busy themselves internally might not be such a bad thing. In contrast to the recently unified and tranquil northern continent, the central continent was embroiled in a bloody conflict between the Gu people and the Shu people, which had been raging for thousands of years and showed signs of intensifying. The Gu people, resembling goblins, held countless Shu women captive in their lairs, treating them as mere breeding tools. These women, tormented in their dark, sunless cages and subjected to countless nights of abuse, prayed fervently for the arrival of the sun god. Ironically, the god the Gu people worshipped was also the sun god. After much deliberation, Chu Xingyang decided to make a personal visit. In ancient times, Ling Yuan, the high priest of the Shu people, was slain by Chu Xingyang at the entrance to the Gu lair, but he spared a few Shu people. Among those who escaped were Yuan Wei, who later ascended to leadership among the Shu people and established a nation comprised of several city-states, to commemorate the mercy shown by the sun god Chu Xingyang. They named their nation the Rising Sun Alliance. For a considerable period thereafter, the centrally located Rising Sun Alliance expanded its territory across most of the central continent through conquest and diplomacy. However, two races persistently waged relentless battles against the Rising Sun Alliance, one of which was the Gu people, who bore a striking resemblance to goblins, cursed by the ancestors of the Shu people to lack females and be of diminutive stature. The Gu people could only sustain their race by abducting women from the alliance. They typically attacked small, remote city-states or towns within the alliance, slaughtering all the men and dragging the women back to their lairs. There they shackled the women's wrists with iron chains, preventing them from committing suicide in despair and making it easier for their kind to abuse them. Even when the elite combat units of the alliance risked casualties to rescue these women, many of them, broken both physically and mentally, returned with vacant eyes and hollow expressions. Struggling to reintegrate into normal life, in the realm of the Rising Sun Alliance, the hatred for the Gorons ran deep. Numerous expeditions were organized with the sole aim of eradicating the Gorons completely, yet the Gorons, with their werewolf allies and their mastery of the familiar terrain of mountains, forests and rivers, always managed to send the expeditions back empty-handed. Inside the dim confines of a Goron prison nest, a newly captured woman from a small city-state surveyed her surroundings. The cell housed a dozen disheveled women, most visibly pregnant. One young woman appeared to be in the throes of labor, her face contorted in agony as she screamed. Soon enough, three grotesque and misshapen Goron infants emerged. These imp-like newborns, with eyes yet to open, instinctively sought nourishment. They clambered over their exhausted mother, finding their way to the right spot, and instantly began to tussle for sustenance. One toppled to the ground, furiously tugged at its mother's hair. The young mother, her arms shackled in chains, lay utterly drained, unable to do anything but let them feed. The pain in her eyes had transformed into despair, as if her spirit had already departed. Nearby, an older woman, her voice barely a whisper, offered consoling words. "Sister, it's your first. I know it's hard. Hang in there. I've been through it 6 times. It numbs after a while." The new arrival stood petrified by the hellish sight, frozen in shock. Only when the stench of the cell filled her lungs did she awaken to the reality that this was no nightmare. Desperately, she began to struggle against her chains, trying to free herself. The women around her looked on with sympathy. "Don't struggle. Even if you get free of the chains, there's still the cell and the guards outside. The first night is the hardest. You must endure." As they were speaking, the cell door opened. Gorons filed in, their eyes gleaming as they appraised their latest captive. "No!" the young woman cried, her voice rising in a mix of terror and defiance. "I am the sacred maiden of Naya city-state. Our maidens must remain chaste in the temple of the sun god until 25 before we can marry and bear children. You cannot touch me. I serve the sun god. I am his handmaiden, a sacred maiden." The lead Goron scratched his head, feigning indifference. "A couple of 100 years ago we might have sent a sacred maiden back. After all, we used to worship the same god. But those days are past, and besides, have you ever actually seen the sun god?" Momentarily silenced the young beautiful maiden's resolve only burned brighter in her eyes after applause. "The sun god's blessings cover the earth. We are all his devoted servants. If you continue with your evil ways, divine retribution will surely come upon you." But the Gorons paid her no heed. Later, the leading Goron, quite satisfied, handed her a bottle of milk, still catching his breath. "You must be tired. This is fresh. Drink it, and only then can you bear healthy children for our race." "Bah!" The saintess clenched her teeth, spitting a bloody mouthful onto the face of the Goron, cursing incessantly. The Goron didn't get angry. Instead, he ordered others to pry open the saintess's mouth and force the milk down her throat. Only then did they all leave the prison. The young woman spent a sleepless night, her body racked with pain. The next day, the dim cell brightened slightly, signaling morning. She immediately closed her eyes to pray, performing the morning rituals expected of a saintess. The woman beside her looked puzzled. "In your state you still serve the solar god, do you still hold such a firm belief in the solar god?" The saintess nodded vigorously. "The solar god has not abandoned me, nor has he abandoned us. If we are devout enough, we will surely receive divine salvation." A young woman who had given birth just yesterday was despondent. "Forget it, we've all become breeding machines. I don't believe any god will come." The middle-aged woman shook her head in anguish. "Exactly, I've been here for 7 years. I've seen women who couldn't bear children anymore thrown out after over a decade hearing young girls suddenly die and be discarded like rotten meat. If there's a God, it's the Goran's God. Blasphemy. Despite the torment she had endured the previous night, the saintess's words were stern. Your faith is not strong enough. Please join me in prayer every morning. Thus a new ritual began in this prison. No matter how many women were tormented the night before or how many gave birth, they would close their eyes and murmur prayers every morning. This seemed to be their only means of survival. The Gorans didn't interfere as the women prayed to the same solar god they themselves worshipped. Throughout the relentless nights and days over more than 3 years, regardless of the abuse endured the night before, the saintess faithfully prayed every morning to the solar god in that dark, foul-smelling prison. Every time a new woman was captured, whether she wet herself in fear before or was left vomiting and defecating in agony afterward, the saintess would resolutely encourage, "Please live with hope, the solar god will come to save us. If my hands weren't chained like yours, I would help you clean the mess on the ground." Her encouragement and faith were the only things keeping the poor women reduced to breeding machines alive, yet some women had their hopes eroded by this hellish suffering. One middle-aged woman said bitterly, "What God? You've been here for 3 years, praying all this time, you've had 2 batches of children, but where is the solar god in your heart? Even if a God exists, they wouldn't care about our lives." The saintess furrowed her brow and resolutely retorted, "That's because we're not devout enough. I believe that God loves the world, God loves us. As long as we pray sincerely, God will surely come to save us." The newly arrived girls nodded in agreement. If not for this sole beacon of light in the prison, their hearts would have long withered. The middle-aged woman, however, remained unconvinced. "Suit yourself, but I won't be praying tomorrow." For thousands of years, how many women from the Federation of Rising Sun have been taken by the Gore people? Has the god of Star Sun come? A young woman who had been there for 4 years voiced another concern. "The saintess and I haven't conceived this year. We've likely been ruined by those beasts. I want to know what they do with women who can't bear children." The faces of the older women darkened at her words. One of them sighed, despair shining in her eyes. "What else? They throw us out like trash into the wilderness, then we're either eaten by wolves or starved to death." Only a few managed to find their way out of the vast jungle and encounter someone from the Federation. Yes, apart from those rescued by small teams, only a handful of abandoned, infertile women have made it out over the years. The middle-aged woman shut her eyes in pain. Though she was tired of the saintess's daily prayers, she still didn't wish for her compatriots to be exposed in the wild. The young woman, face full of fear, began to weep. "I haven't conceived in over a year, I'll soon be cast out. We don't even have clothes, we'll surely freeze or starve, and then we'll be devoured by beasts. Until nothing's left." Her sadness deepened and her sobbing turned into wailing. "I don't want that, I want my mom, I want to go home." The saintess comforted her. "Don't cry, don't be sad. As long as you pray with me every morning, the god of Star Sun will surely take us home." A Gore guard, alerted by the noise outside the cell, approached and impatiently banged on the iron bars with his stick. "What are you crying about? Cry again and we'll throw you out to feed the wolves." The young woman gradually quieted down. Over the next 3 months, the Gore continued to torment them for hours each day, yet neither the saintess nor the young woman showed any signs of pregnancy. Finally, one day, several Gore brought 2 foul-smelling, tattered cotton-padded jackets and some moldy bread, unshackled their chains, and said, "If you can't bear children, then leave. We don't feed useless women here. Take these things and get out." The young woman trembled, her emaciated body quaking as she pleaded with tears streaming down her face. "We can't survive the wild mountains and forests. Please take us to the city-state, even the outskirts will do. For the sake of all the children we've given you, I don't want to be eaten by beasts." The Gore laughed uproariously, then twisted their features into a menacing grin. "We're giving you clothes and food only because we share the same God. Do you expect us to take you home in a carriage, ha?" The holy maiden glared at them fiercely. "The god of Xinjiang will punish you. Your wicked deeds are all seen by the divine." The small leader of the Jaren finally lost his patience. He tightly gripped the stick in his hand. "You keep going on about the god of Xinjiang. Sure, the god saved us once, but that was years ago. Now, we only pretend to believe, not many truly do, and you keep nagging non-stop." With that, he raised the stick with both hands, ready to smash the holy maiden's head. The other women screamed in terror, but at that moment, the entire lair started to shake and dirt from the ceiling began to fall. The small leader lowered his stick, puzzled. An earthquake. Soon after, the dim lair was filled with a brilliant light. One Jaren, terrified, collapsed to the ground, stammering, The mountain has been lifted." and there's a person flying in the sky." Both the female prisoners and the Jaren looked up. The holy maiden squinted her eyes, a joyful smile spread across her face as she shouted, "The god of Xingyang has come, the divine has descended." Chu Xingyang floated down from the sky observing the prostrate holy maiden and the bewildered Jarens. With a flick of his finger, the stick flew from the small leader's hand, piercing his chest and pinning him to the ground. The Jarens, as if awakening from a dream, were terrified and prostrated themselves. "O great god of Xingyang, we have been negligent." Chu Xingyang, his expression unchanged, walked to the side of the still twitching small leader, coldly saying, "You'd better not just pretend like him. Without me, there would be no Jarens at all." He then glanced at his clay statue nearby, noticing its crooked mouth and eyes, and felt a bit displeased. "Do you Jarens think of nothing but reproduction? Is your craftsmanship really this poor? Or do you not take me seriously?" The Jarens, already frightened out of their wits, kowtowed repeatedly. "O great god of Xingyang, we are indeed clumsy, but we will strive to learn." Chu Xingyang ignored them, walking directly to the prostrate holy maiden, lifting her up. The holy maiden, who had never shed a tear despite all her suffering, now cried and resisted. "Great God, please do not touch one as filthy as I. As a holy maiden, I failed to maintain my purity. I am unworthy." The other female prisoners also began to weep, whispering, "The divine has truly come. God has not abandoned us." Chu Xingyang, holding the holy maiden, flew into the sky, overlooking the hills below. With a thought, the hills were overturned by an invisible force, sending dust rising into the air. When the dust settled, numerous Jaren lairs were revealed. Hundreds of women trapped inside finally saw daylight. There are far more than just these women. Today I will save everyone, but I will also find a way for the Jarens to continue. Chu Xingyang addressed the saintess on his arm with a gentle yet firm tone. In the long winding stream, over 1,000 naked women were cleansing their bodies and souls. Having been confined in the Gore people's dungeons for so long, they were unaccustomed to the brightness of daylight. Upon their return to the surface, they shielded their eyes with one hand against the glaring light, while using the other to scrub away the thick layers of grime and filth that clung to them. The water beneath them quickly turned color, and at the end of the stream, the murky waters, laden with dirt and memories, converged, painting the surface a heavy gray-brown. Chu Xingyang turned his gaze to the kneeling king of the Gore people and spoke with a calm authority. "Bring out the finest fabrics from your treasury, cut them into appropriate sizes, and let these women cover themselves." The Gore king promptly complied, instructing his attendants to fulfill the command. The women, having been subjected to repeated abuse, seemed to have lost any sense of shame. After washing, they showed no hurry to cover their bodies, instead woodenly accepting the freshly cut fabric from the Gore and slowly wrapping it around themselves. Almost all the women had finished washing, except for the saintess, who continued to scrub her skin with fervor, as if trying to erase every trace and memory of the Gore's torment. Her skin, having been deprived of sunlight for years, was pale and fragile, and under such harsh treatment soon sported patches of red and spots of blood. Chu Xingyang frowned slightly. "Enough, you are clean enough now." The saintess covered her face and wept. "Great Star Yang, it should not be like this. As a saintess, I failed to protect my purity and have become defiled. I truly have no face to meet the gods." Despite her countless prayers for divine redemption, now that salvation had come, she was overwhelmed with shame and anxiety. The women who had been imprisoned with her gathered around, placing their palms on her back, silently offering comfort. Chu Xingyang approached and personally wrapped her body in cloth, speaking gently, "You are not defiled, and you are all my creations. No one despises their own people." With those words, he lifted her up, soaring into the sky and calling out to all the women below, "Soon you will fly, and we will journey together to the capital of the Rising Sun Alliance. I know many of you are with child, even nearing labor. But do not worry, for a host of doctors awaits you in the capital." As he finished speaking, an invisible force gently lifted the 1,000 women's bodies off the ground. The strength was tender, and with the divine forewarning, they felt no fear, only gratitude, their eyes brimming with tears. "With Star Yang above, we will remember your immense grace and virtue for generations. Your blessings are higher than mountains, deeper than seas. My descendants shall forever sing the praises of the divine." Chu Xingyang looked towards the center of the Zhangzhou continent, ready to carry the women there. Yet, the hundreds of thousands of Gore people on the ground knelt, their cries echoing to the heavens. "Great Star Yang, for generations we have worshipped you. Without women, our Gore people will perish. We beg for your mercy to allow us to continue our lineage." From his arms, the saintess looked down with cold disdain, her face a mask of contempt. Chu Xingyang turned to the Gore king. "In half a month, bring 1,000 of your people and the werewolves to the Rising Sun Alliance capital. The three parties will discuss a solution together." Having finished Speaking, he flew at the forefront holding the saintess in his arms, with over 1,000 women hovering in the air closely following behind him, creating a spectacular sight. The women reborn and liberated were filled with joy and excitement that transformed their very beings. Tears of relief floated in the air, forming a radiant crystal bridge under the sunlight. Xu Xingyang glanced at the saintess, nervously clinging to his arm, attempting to ease her tension. "Your name is Wei Wei, isn't it?" The saintess lifted her head, her tear streaks still visible, yet her eyes sparkled with light. "A deity, you actually know my name, after all, for the past 5 years since you became the saintess, you've prayed to me devoutly every morning. I've heard a few of those prayers. You are a descendant of the Wei lineage known for healing magic." Wei Wei wiped away her tears, her face full of shame. "I am grateful to the deity for saving my ancestors from the Gu people, but I have now become like this, truly unworthy of my ancestors." Xu Xingyang gazed into the distant sky and earnestly stated, "Don't say that. It's not your fault, besides you are much braver than your ancestor Wei. You have endured over 3 years in the Gu people's lair without breaking down or wavering in faith." Wei back then was so scared he paused, realizing it might be inappropriate to mention that Wei had wet himself out of terror back then. The saintess, however, laughed. "I know, it's a tale passed down in the Wei family. Our ancestor was surrounded by the Gu people and ended up soaking himself, and without a change of clothes he had to let them dry on the way back." She suddenly grew solemn, her eyes filled with sincerity. "If not for your mercy in sparing the sorcerers back then, there would be no Wei family and no me. I wish to serve by your side forever." Xu Xingyang remained silent as they had now arrived at the capital of the Rising Sun Alliance, the Rising Sun City-State. Although only a few hundred professional doctors were summoned, nearly 1 million people had swarmed in from nearby city-states, making the already bustling city-state even more crowded, as everyone was a believer. They all wanted to seize this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to witness the deity in person. When they saw the deity Xingyang flying over with more than 1,000 rescued women, the massive crowd erupted into cheers and praises, causing the ground to tremble. Fortunately, the hospital had been closed off as agreed beforehand. Xu Xingyang swiftly flew over the densely packed crowd resembling ants and brought the women into the hospital. Inside, all the doctors prostrated themselves, devoutly awaiting the deity's instructions. The holy maiden's feet touched the ground as she surveyed her surroundings. "So this is what they call a hospital? The first hospital of the Shangyang Alliance, and it's so large. I wonder when our Naya city-state will have one too." The entire alliance comprises hundreds of city-states, and most of the women taken were from remote ones. Many of them had never been to the capital, let alone seen the only hospital in the entire alliance. Xu Xingyang addressed all the doctors who were bowing low. "Wash your hands thoroughly and help these women with their physical examinations. Arrange beds for the pregnant and those feeling unwell. Obey the divine decree." The doctors responded in unison. They immediately set to work, with some doctors leading the women who were about to give birth into the delivery room. Others were busy counting numbers, assigning them numbers for orderly health checks. Tears streamed down everyone's faces as they deeply felt the divine mercy, the love of God for the world and God's care for everyone. Xu Xingyang watched as everyone in the hospital busily went about their tasks with meticulous order. He was about to leave when he noticed the holy maiden alone and absent-mindedly walking out. Curious, he approached and asked, "Wei Wei, aren't you going to get a checkup?" The holy maiden quickly turned and knelt down, hesitating for a moment before responding, "My lord Xingyang, I am a descendant of Wei. Although I cannot perform healing magic, I can self-examine. My body is not in serious trouble, but I can no longer conceive. It's an incurable condition." Xu Xingyang expressed a hint of regret. "Where are you rushing off to now?" "In a month, those with no physical issues or who have recuperated will be sent back to their respective homelands in special carriages." The hospital was bustling with people and noise, but Wei Wei's heart was desolate. She lifted her head, her eyes filled with bewilderment. "I don't know where to go. Since childhood, my dream was to be a holy maiden, but my body has been defiled. Unable to return to Naya city-state as a holy maiden, I feel too ashamed." Inwardly, she contemplated wandering in this capital city, hoping for someone to take her in as a servant if she's fortunate, or perhaps meet her end in a cold winter alley if not. Xu Xingyang nodded. "Come along then, stay with me for the time being. I'll be here for a while longer, and serving as my maid, bringing tea and water, isn't out of the question." Joy and hesitation flickered in Wei Wei's eyes. To truly serve the divine Xingyang is her deepest longing. Not just hers, but that of all holy maidens and everyone in the alliance. Yet her physical condition. But seeing the deity had already turned to leave, she knew she couldn't abandon this sole beacon of hope. so she hurried to catch up. Beside the towering statue of the divine Xingyang to the south of the city-state stood a magnificent palace. At this moment, the grand hall of the palace was filled with 10,000 people. In the front row sat the king of the Shangyang Alliance Yusi and the city lord of the capital city-state Yolu. Everyone in the hall anxiously fixed their gaze on the luxurious chair on the high platform at the front, yearning for the deity's arrival. Finally, amidst the silent yet fervent calls of thousands, Chu Xingyang entered the hall and slowly took his seat. Standing behind him was Wei Wei, who had shed her stately white robes and donned a maid's attire. The face of King Yusi changed dramatically as he shouted in horror, "Star Sun God, that woman is the former saint of Naya. She was captured by the Jaren people. How can such a defiled person stand by your side and serve you? She will tarnish your holy radiance." The people behind him erupted into murmurs and discussions. Wei Wei, faced with so many pointing fingers, felt her face flush with heat, her heart almost turned to ash. Chu Xingyang smiled and waved at Yusi. "Well said, come up, I have a reward for you." "Thank you, Star Sun God." Yusi immediately displayed a greedy grin, scrambling and stumbling up the high platform. Every piece of his fat quivered with excitement. "What might the great god reward me with? I can't wait to find out." When he finally managed to clamber up, what met him was Chu Xingyang's arm swinging with full force, landing a slap that sent stars spinning in his eyes and blood streaming down his face. The 10,000 people below fell silent in shock. It took a while for Yusi to regain consciousness, looking at the crown flung far away and the 7 or 8 teeth knocked out of his mouth. His head still buzzing, he didn't dare to make a sound and could only slump to the ground, awaiting his fate. Chu Xingyang stood and pointed at his nose, scolding, "As a king you failed to protect your people, allowing them to be taken away. Now that she has been rescued, instead of offering comfort you slander her as filthy. I think you are the filthy one." Behind him, Wei Wei's eyes shone with unprecedented light, fixed steadily on the Star Sun God. Yusi, ashen-faced, knelt on the ground, weeping and kowtowing. "God, I know I was wrong. I deeply regret my past mistakes. Please forgive me, spare me." This time, unsatisfied, Chu Xingyang had no intention of sparing him. "Enough, you shall not remain king. Let the people choose someone with talent and virtue." The words had barely left his mouth when several guards stepped forward, dragging the still thrashing Yusi away. Wei Wei stepped forward, standing closer to the divine presence. The 10,000 people below erupted in a tidal wave of praise. "The Star Sun God shows mercy to all beings. We will remember this for generations." Chu Xingyang gestured for silence, then slowly asked, "If anyone dares to slander or trouble these women rescued from the Jaren prison next time, do you know what to do?" The crowd looked around in confusion, whispering among themselves. The city lord Yolu, who had remained silent, shouted loudly, "Kill." The rest immediately understood and echoed in unison, "Kill." Chu Xingyang nodded, suddenly remembering something else. "Oh, I know each city-state has a temple with a number of saints. They are chosen at 14 and serve until 25, forbidden from speaking or interacting with any man. I'm considering whether to abolish this practice." Yu Lu hesitated for a moment before finally gathering the courage to speak. "Great Sun God, this is our tradition. The holy maidens are your servants, and this is how we express our devotion to you." Wei Wei, standing quietly behind, added in a soft voice, "Yes, Sun God, many young girls dream of becoming a holy maiden. If you do this, you will shatter their hopes." Chu Xingyang spread his hands open. "These are just your psychological comforts. Besides, Wei Wei, who among you has truly served me, even by offering me a cup of tea? I haven't gained any tangible benefits." He paused, gazing at the reluctant crowd of 10,000 before him, and decided to revise his plan. "Fine, I just can't bear to see girls waste the best 11 years of their lives. Let's do this instead. Keep the position of holy maiden, but change the term to ages 14 to 16, 2 years, and those who wish to experience it can have their fill." The crowd erupted into a tsunami of chants. "The eternal Sun God blessings forever continuous." Fighting back tears of emotion, Yu Lu noted down in his book, "Great Sun God, I will spread your divine decree to all city-states. Henceforth the term for holy maidens will be 2 years. Chu Xingyang turned to him. "All right, after this task, take me to see the spring." This was the center of the city-state and also the center of the central continent. The spring there granted some of the practitioners the ability to weakly manipulate elements. Days later, standing by the spring, Chu Xingyang suddenly received a system notification: a new skill acquired, material transformation. Was this triggered by being at the spring? It seems I should explore more of this planet, he thought as he picked up a stone and focused his thoughts. Instantly, the stone transformed into a small piece of gleaming gold, though its weight remained the same, making it appear much smaller. Yulu widened his eyes in awe, grateful to witness a divine miracle once again. Behind him, Wei Wei remained unfazed, feeling that truly serving the deity made her the richest person in the universe. Gold was no different from clumps of dirt in her eyes. Xu Xingyang, however, looked at her thoughtfully. Do you wish to regain the ability to have children or perhaps become a virgin again? He pondered whether this new skill could affect the human body. As he crouched by the spring, gently stirring the warm water with his hand, he suddenly heard the voice of Lao Wu, the fifth planet he had created. Father, it seems a spaceship is heading towards us, Lao Wu being the outermost icy planet in his star system was likely the first to detect these extraterrestrial visitors. Xu Xingyang immediately switched his physical form back to a consciousness projection, returning from the blue planet to his star body. Viewing the surrounding universe from the perspective of the sun, he was struck by a sense of inexplicable powerlessness. The 18 human species on the third planet seemed so insignificant in the vast cosmos, yet he knew the task at hand must be carried out. Following Lao Wu's guidance, he strained to peer into the distant reaches of the universe vaguely. Perceiving a silver-white speck moving towards his sun, a massive cloud sphere enveloped his solar system, obscuring the view. The sphere stretched out to a staggering diameter of 2 light-years, with the sun, his very essence, perfectly positioned at the center of this colossal sphere. He focused his consciousness on the outermost rim of the cloud, projecting his awareness outward. Finally, clarity emerged, a spaceship the size of a football field, located 3 light-years away from his star, advancing towards him at 1,000th the speed of light. Xu Xingyang found himself puzzled, wondering about the origins of this spacecraft and its intentions. A sudden wave of melancholy washed over him. Clearly, the universe teemed with civilizations, some already capable of interstellar travel, while the human civilization within his solar system lagged far behind, not even close to the dawn of the steam age. If the spacecraft maintained its current speed, it would arrive in 3,000 years, an event sure to shock the humans he had crafted. He attempted to project his consciousness onto the spacecraft to better understand its nature, but found it impossible. Was the distance too great, or perhaps the outer layer of this spherical cloud marking the boundary of the solar system limited his consciousness projection to within the solar system itself? Fortunately, the cloud was extraordinarily thick, containing countless small celestial bodies of varying sizes. Xu Xingyang used material transformation to create nearly 10,000 unmanned observation posts equipped with cameras concealing them within the cloud to continuously monitor the spacecraft's movements. Having completed this task, he returned his consciousness to the star. Old Five, curious as ever, asked, Father, did you venture to the far side of that distant nebula? How far away is it, and what is its name? Planets, being mere consciousnesses, were unable to leave or do much of anything, often making them overly inquisitive. Xu Xingyang pondered for a moment, deciding to simplify matters by adopting a straightforward naming approach. He replied casually, the spherical cloud enveloping us shall be called the Oort cloud. Its outermost layer is 1 light-year away from me, marking the boundary of my star system. 1 light-year, how far is that? Queried Old Five, seeking clarification. Consider this, the closest to me, Old One, is 6,000 kilometers away. You, however, are 3 billion kilometers from me. A light-year is 946 trillion kilometers. The difference between 30 and 94,600 should be understandable to you. Old Five fell silent for a moment before expressing admiration. Father, your true size spans 2 light-years. You are truly magnificent. Xu Xingyang regarded himself merely as the sun, not the entire solar system. Nevertheless, he did not refute the notion but instead returned to Blue Star, finding himself by the spring in the capital of the Rising Sun Alliance. Shili and Yolu had been waiting for a long time, reflecting on whether they had done something wrong to cause the deity's sudden departure. Thus, witnessing the divine return, both were overcome with excitement. Xu Xingyang first calmed them down, then with an experimental mindset pointed his finger at Wei Wei's body and activated the material transformation skill. Wei Wei felt a warm current flow through her body, quickly gathering in her abdomen. After more than 3 years in the underground prison of the Jaren, her abused and battered body began to repair itself. A certain scar inside her lower abdomen completely healed. This sensation of all her cells being renewed was both wonderful and peculiar. An unparalleled sense of pleasure left her legs weak and she knelt down. Only then did she crawl to the feet of the divine Xingyang, pressing her forehead to his feet. Feeling rejuvenated, she felt clean enough to touch the deity's body. With tears in her eyes, Wei Wei repeatedly kowtowed, the great deity has purified my body. I am a virgin again, my body has returned to its state before I was captured. Xu Xingyang helped her up, pondering the ability of this skill to transform the human body. Even a dying old person could be rejuvenated and given a new life. It was indeed quite practical. He looked over at Yulu standing nearby. The Academy of Magic next to the spring, right? Mobilize all the teachers and students to see if they can find a way to break the curse on the Jaren. A flicker of hesitation crossed Yulu's eyes, but it quickly turned into unwavering determination. Yes, I will follow the divine command. And what about the matters the Jaren and werewolves wish to discuss? How are your arrangements? 2 delegations each with around 1,000 people have entered the Alliance's territory. Along the way, as per the deity's instructions, we allowed them to pass. In about 10 days, they should reach the capital and arrive here. Xu Xingyang nodded, thinking that the extraterrestrial civilization was already on its way. The humans on this habitable planet, the sole one in the solar system, were still engaged in mutual slaughter and conflict. It was quite disgraceful. However, with 3,000 years still ahead, he didn't intend to rush things. He felt it was better to give humanity some time. 10 days soon passed. The Jaren King Rob led a delegation of 1,000 people into the palace of the Alliance's capital. Minister Luo Lin, standing nearby, was deeply uneasy and quietly whispered, "Your Majesty, could this be a trap? Will our 1,000 men return?" Rob slapped him. "Insolent! Does the great Xingyang deity need to set a trap for us? Our Jaren population is just over 1 million. With a single thought, the deity could turn us all to dust. Would he need a trap?" Though slapped, Luo Lin found comfort in the king's words. The werewolves' delegation of 1,000 arrived fashionably late. They hadn't wanted to come as their kind had never seen the deity Xingyang, but upon witnessing the hills where the Jaren lived, with every hilltop flattened, none dared defy the divine will. Their behavior was even more egregious than that of the Jaren. The Jaren fought for survival, whereas the werewolves had long been at war with the Rising Sun Alliance because they enjoyed eating human flesh. They had tried eating the Jaren, but found them unpalatable, prompting them to join forces with the Jaren against the Rising Sun Alliance. Now, they too wished to know what kind of peace proposal the gods would bring to the 3 races. In the grand hall of the palace, Xu Xingyang sat calmly on the dais. After taking a small sip of the tea ceremoniously presented by Wei Wei, who was kneeling, he watched the negotiations among the 3 races below. In the hall of 10,000, aside from the delegations of 1,000 each from the Gu people and the werewolves, the remaining 8,000 or so were citizens who had rushed in from various parts of the Alliance. With the home field advantage, Yolu, the city lord of the capital of the Shenyang Alliance, exuded confidence. The Gu King Rob wore a mournful expression as all the women they had captured were rescued by the gods. Facing the extinction of their race, the Gu people had no leverage whatsoever. The werewolves, on the other hand, displayed a nonchalant attitude. They were prepared for the talks to collapse and were ready to retreat back into the deep forests, hiding by day and raiding the border city-states of the Alliance by night, continuing their unchanged lifestyle of thousands of years. At the large round table, Rob cautiously glanced up at the exalted Xingyang god and spoke to Yola with a tone filled with grief and indignation. "It was the curse of your sorcerer ancestors that left us unable to bear female offspring. The great and merciful gods do not wish to see us perish, so please present your proposal." Seeing that the opposing side invoked the name of Xingyang god, Yola lowered his stance, though his tone remained cold. "Our first high priest prophesied that you would bring disaster and suffering, and thus the curse was cast. Over the millennia you have indeed slaughtered countless within the Alliance, directly fulfilling the prophecy." "Nonsense," roared Rob's minister Luo Lin, glaring angrily. "If it weren't for your curse, would we lack female infants? If we had our women, would we resort to capturing yours?" Xu Xingyang frowned atop the dais, disliking this chicken or egg argument. Yolu, aware that the god's intent was for the 3 parties to achieve peace, waved his hand. "Enough, the past entanglements are as unclear to us descendants as they are to you. With Xingyang god above, who shows compassion to all, we have found a method to break the curse in ancient texts. From now on, the children born to your people will include a normal proportion of female infants." Rob's eyes widened, his expression of ecstatic joy verging on distortion. He immediately led all present of his race to deeply bow towards the distant deity. "We offer our deepest gratitude to Xingyang god. It is your grace that allows the continuation of the Gu people. This debt of rebirth will be remembered for generations." For so many days, the fear of racial extinction had deprived him of peace and sleep, and now he could finally shed tears of joy for rebirth. After a long while, when the Gu people saw the gesture from Xingyang god, they slowly stood up. At this moment, Luo Lin bent down and whispered to the king, Sire, while we can now bear female infants, we currently have no women. Where will we have these children? Rob suddenly awoke from his reverie. Realizing that he had been too caught up in his excitement, he stole a glance at the emotionless deity high above, daring only to speak to Yulu beside him. Even if the curse is lifted, where are we supposed to find women now? Yulu sighed, gritting his teeth as he reluctantly replied, the first batch will include 1,000 women who volunteer to go to your place either until they have children or for a period of 2 years. The condition is that you guarantee their safety and provide for their basic needs and allow us to conduct periodic inspections. Further actions will depend on your performance. As he spoke, he clenched his fist, knowing the Alliance had offered substantial subsidies to those willing to go. However, to prevent women from being coerced by families seeking profit, the sorcerers had specially activated a lie detection formation. The number of women who had genuinely passed the lie detection had not yet reached 1,000. The crowd of Goron whispered among themselves. The number seemed too small, but they couldn't discern whether this plan was proposed by the Shenyang Alliance or the deity of Xingyang, so naturally no one dared to object. Even though the population might decrease in the short term with women from their own race, the highly fertile Goron would flourish once more. Thus Rob and the delegation gladly accepted the plan, and after agreeing on the time to take the first batch of women, they again bowed deeply to the deity of Xingyang before leaving the hall. With the Gorons' matters settled, it was now the turn of the werewolves. Just as Yulu was about to speak, the werewolf leader Tuba angrily slammed the table. Hey, when did it become your turn, the city lord of a city-state, to talk to me? I'm also a ruler of a nation. Call your king Yusi here. Behind him, 1,000 werewolves bared their sharp fangs, intimidating the Alliance members on the other side of the hall. Werewolves, carnivorous by nature, had added the Alliance's sorcerers to their menu ever since their ancestors found them to be the tastiest. The weak spells mastered by the sorcerers were completely ineffective against them, so despite their small population, the Alliance armies sent to exterminate them often gained little advantage. This was why the werewolves had long been fearless, frequently crossing borders to capture Alliance members as food. Naturally, Yulu wouldn't show them a friendly face, but he still suppressed his anger and explained, Yusi is no longer the king. I, the city lord of the capital city-state, am acting in his place, and my words hold just as much weight. Tuba impatiently shook his head. Fine, then under the same conditions as the Goron you send 1,000 people over each year as food and our 2 races can live in eternal peace. The hall immediately erupted with the Alliance people's curses. Yulu shook his head, firmly refusing. Impossible, the people of the Shenyang Alliance will no longer be your food. This negotiation is to make you understand that. Tuba sneered. Ha ha ha, we love eating people, especially sorcerers. We can't change that. At this moment Chuxinjiang slowly spoke. Hunting and raising animals for meat is also an option. Being picky is not good. The werewolves exchanged glances. They didn't want to accept the deity's suggestion, but having heard of so many miracles, none dared to say a word against it. A few captains approached Tuba, wanting to ask for their leader's opinion. Seeing his people gather around, Tuba suddenly felt emboldened and stubbornly declared, but we've been picky eaters for generations. What's so bad about being picky? No sooner had the words left his mouth than the nearly 2-meter-tall Tuba shrank into a small lump of flesh without even a chance to scream. A crimson mist and fragments of bone erupted, splattering several nearby werewolf captains. They finally realized the folly of their choosy diets and knelt down collectively. Under the gaze of the sun-star god, we werewolves swear never to consume humans again. Thus, the tripartite peace talks concluded perfectly. Xu Xingyang did not rush to leave but stayed in the highest sanctuary of the capital, attended by Wei Wei and several holy maidens. Upon returning, the werewolves immediately became docile, constructing tall livestock enclosures and vast pastures, and from that point on refrained from eating humans. A year later, the first female infant in thousands of years was born to the Gore tribe, with the mother an Ascension Alliance woman, becoming a heroine among the Gore. The news spread throughout the Alliance, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief, no longer fearing the abduction of their women by the Gore. 2 years later, apart from those who were pregnant, the 1,000 women who volunteered to go had gradually returned. Seeing them healthy and full of vigor, everyone silently marveled. Under the sun-star god, the Gore kept their word. With the borders now open, families could visit, prompting a surge in applications for the second batch of women. Among them, alongside those seeking benefits, were individuals hoping to start anew, driven by various reasons, be it crime or lack of support. In the Central Continent, the Ascension Alliance and the Gore werewolves ushered in an era of peace. Xu Xingyang gazed northward. The Starfire Empire of the Northern Continent had perfected their seafaring technology, and a 20,000-strong gospel army had set foot on the Western Continent, yet the peoples of that land were fiercely resilient. The Starfire Empire, which had easily unified the entire Northern Continent, would face significant challenges this time. After unifying the Northern Continent, the Starfire Empire adopted a new calendar, the Sun Star calendar. Spread the divine light, slay the heretics. In the first year of the Sun Star calendar, the Empire established the Gospel Army, setting a centennial goal to eradicate heresy across the world, ensuring that believers in the divine would fill every corner of every continent. However, things did not go as planned, and it took 80 years before they mastered ocean voyages and sail warships. In the 85th year of the Sun Star calendar, the Gospel Army's 30 warships reached the shores of the Western Continent. The nearly 10,000 soldiers who landed discovered that the inhabitants of this land were astonishingly ignorant, having never heard of the great and sole deity, the Sun Star God. They swiftly occupied the coastal city of Logar, planting gold stones inscribed with divine scriptures at all major routes, using the city as a base to spread their faith. The Gospel Army's approach was to give each region's people a month. If they remained obstinate beyond that, they would be deemed heretics to be slain. This bold action naturally incurred the wrath of several races on the Western Continent. These races, who had been in constant standoff and conflict with one another, astonishingly banded together for the first time, uniting their efforts to attack the imperial soldiers of Loga City's garrison. Initially, the evangelical troops of the Starfire Empire did not regard the disorderly formation of the rebels as a significant threat. After all, the Starfire Empire had long unified the entire northern continent with a well-trained and expertly commanded army. However, upon encountering these races from the Western Continent, they realized the terrifying capabilities they possessed. There were giants over 3 meters tall who could effortlessly sweep away 2 or 3 imperial soldiers with a single swing of their arms. There were the armored men who, even when struck hard on the chest with a blade, only suffered a superficial cut. The soldiers wielding the blades looked on in horror. How could it be that despite drawing blood beneath the skin lay bones like iron? The armored men grinned menacingly. Just think of us as turtles, our bones are on the outside. These 2 races alone had already thrown the evangelical troops into disarray, but from above there were also the winged people raining arrows down upon them. The winged people were the only race on the planet with wings on their backs. However, the males were too heavy to take to the skies and thus were relegated to logistical roles on the ground. Only the small and slender females engaged in aerial combat. Yet in this Iron Age, controlling the skies meant that even throwing stones could inflict psychological and physical damage on enemy forces. In the First Battle of Loga City, the evangelical troops of the Starfire Empire suffered heavy casualties under the combined assault of the giants' armored men and winged people. After losing nearly half their forces, they were forced to retreat to the warships docked at the harbor. At that time, the united army of the 3 races had no navy, and without cover from other races, the winged people's rash dives would make them easy targets for the ballistae on the warships. So the Western Continent's united forces halted their attack, fortified Loga City, and cut off the evangelical troops' supplies, ultimately forcing them to retreat back to the Northern Continent. The first overseas expedition was a disastrous defeat for the evangelical troops, but they were not discouraged. They never forgot their mission. The Empire's high command racked their brains day and night to find a way to overcome the Western Continent's united forces. In the year 102 of the Star Sun calendar, during southern exercises, the evangelical troops unexpectedly encountered fishermen from the Eastern Continent and established contact with the Dongshan people. The Dongshan people had established the Dongyang dynasty, which had been the largest nation on the continent for thousands of years, with many smaller countries in the Eastern Continent being vassal states of the Dongyang dynasty. In ancient times, after the sun god taught them how to smelt bronze, the first bronze item cast by the Dongshan people was a statue of the sun god. This bronze statue became a sacred artifact similar to the 9 tripods or the imperial seal. Despite the Dongyang dynasty's territory ebbing and flowing over thousands of years and the government undergoing several changes, no one could claim a legitimate dynasty or win the hearts of the people without the statue. When the evangelical troops encountered the Dongshan people, they were under foreign rule once again. In 108 of the Star Sun calendar, as fellow devout believers of the deity, the Starfire Empire helped the Dongshan people regain their realm. With the bronze statue back in their grasp, the Dongshan people were overcome with tears of joy. As a gesture of gratitude, they declared that they too would use the star-sun calendar and gifted the Starfire Empire with the gunpowder formula they had developed. The evangelical army, having acquired the knowledge of gunpowder production, treated it as a treasure and wasted no time in conducting experiments upon returning to the empire. Yet the formidable Xingho Empire, known for its 3 robust races, was still not satisfied with the power of the gunpowder. However, the collective strength of the entire continent, united and sparing no expense, was immensely powerful. They felled sturdy trees from the northern snow forest to produce the finest charcoal and discovered the highest quality saltpeter mines in the ancient lands of the Stone People. Artisans, through exploration, developed a distillation method to create highly pure sulfur. With divine guidance, the 5 races of the northern continent worked together harmoniously. Not only did they improve the gunpowder process, but they also crafted firearms and cannons. In the year 120 of the Xingyang calendar, the fully armed evangelical army, equipped with firearms, once again set out on an expedition to Logor City in the western continent. By the grace of the Xingyang god, spread the divine light and slay the heretics. At the admiral's command, nearly 100 warships unleashed their cannons in unison. The gates of Logor City crumbled to dust amidst the deafening explosions and towering flames. The earth itself trembled, and the relentless bombardment set the city ablaze, turning night into day. The city's residents chose to abandon the city and flee. Fleeing like a tide, families and their belongings in tow, they sought refuge from the burning buildings. As they ran, they glanced at the sky illuminated by the flames and the panicked crowds. After running through the night, the massive exodus halted in a forest outside the city. Come daylight, they sat on the ground gasping for breath, looking back at their homes, now nearly reduced to ruins with plumes of white smoke rising from the city. Still shaken, they began to discuss the events. This is the whip of the Xingyang god. They are far more terrifying than the last time they came. Someone exclaimed, I wonder if the allied forces in the city are still resisting? If you ask me, we might as well surrender and convert. There's no harm in it, another suggested. An old man chimed in, that's right, 35 years ago when they first came I was already a follower of the Xingyang god. A middle-aged man mocked, old man, you're so afraid of death despite your age, more so than us younger folks, which elicited laughter from those nearby. The old man, disgruntled, blew his white beard and retorted, nonsense, was I old 35 years ago? I just think that since our continent's races are always fighting amongst themselves, life is unstable, might as well all believe in the Xingyang god. Taxes are taxes, no matter to whom they are paid. The old man's words rendered the group silent. Indeed, the various races of the western continent had been in conflict for a long time. When the evangelical army first arrived, they had only just formed the allied forces and even trained together for many years to guard against another invasion. But who would have thought the wait would be 35 years and peace would last so long? Internal rifts within the allied forces had long since deepened. Even without the second expedition of the evangelical army, a war among the different races of the western continent would have erupted soon enough. The old man's words plunged the people of Logos City into deep thought. If everyone worshipped the same god, would there be no more life and death battles? Logos City, bombarded by the cannons of the evangelical army's warships throughout the night, had seen a third of its buildings collapse. The firepower of Iron Age artillery wasn't particularly strong. It was the resulting fires left unchecked that caused such devastation. In a high-rise, its facade blackened by smoke, the highest commanders of the 3 races' armies were huddled together strategizing. Ligan, the leader of the armored men, wore a grave expression. Daybreak is near. The warships of the Ember Empire are approaching the shore. Once they manage to deploy those fire-spewing iron tubes on land, it'll be tough to stop them. The towering giant King Baron, standing 4 meters tall, waved dismissively. Those things are called cannons. No need to worry, for the past 35 years we've been fortifying our defenses with iron chains and spikes lining the coast, plus our own warships are on their way. Feather Person Regiment leader Yulan frowned. And what about the muskets? Our scouts were hit yesterday and that iron ball is still lodged in one's shoulder. She then glared fiercely at the giant. Baron, did you execute those men yet? A few days prior, during an exercise, the Feather People's aerial unit had accidentally blinded a giant. In retaliation, or perhaps out of sheer malice, a few giants had drunkenly assaulted 2 feather women in the dead of night, causing a massive uproar within the allied forces of the western continent. Baron, staring at Yulan's petite and graceful form, shook his head impatiently. Didn't we already behead the main culprit? It's not enough, Yulan slammed her hands on the table, the other 4 must die too. Li Gan tried to placate her, we need every hand now more than ever, let's make those. For the vanguard. But Baron was unmoved. Why don't you armored men with your sturdy bodies lead the charge? All you seem to do is sneak into our giant territories to steal. The 3 soon began to bicker fiercely, their long-standing grievances simmering over. Even during the 35 years of united defense against the Ember Empire's second expedition, conflicts had never ceased. A nearby adjutant, unable to bear it any longer, remarked quietly, if you keep arguing we might as well convert to the star sun god of the Ember Empire. Baron's eyes burned with defiance. Impossible, our ancestors once mistook dinosaurs for gods and we grew stronger, driving them away. If there's any god in this world it's us. Yulan and Li Gan ceased their quarrel, nodding firmly. Indeed, let them prove their gods exist first. The 3 races united once more, launching an assault on the evangelical army at the shore. Meanwhile, the evangelical army's general Tang Wei directed his men to set the iron chains on the water, ablaze with oil, and sent skilled swimmers to clear the iron spikes beneath the ships. A sneer played on his lips. Did they really think such petty tricks could stop us? Beside him stood the seasoned advisor Tang Rua, a veteran of the First Battle of Logar. General, do not underestimate them, he cautioned. Those 3 races are indeed formidable. Just as they were speaking, a booming shout erupted from the lookout atop the mast. Report, thousands of enemy ships are approaching from the northeast. Tang Wei's heart skipped a beat. How could this be? Even with the might of the entire continent, they had only mustered 800-meter warships. In a hurried frenzy, he pulled out his monocular, scrutinizing the densely packed sea. Upon closer inspection, he breathed a slight sigh of relief. They were merely 10-meter boats, essentially small crafts. He commanded, relay the orders. Turn the cannons, target the incoming enemy vessels, fire. The sound of cannons being repositioned echoed from each ship. Soon 1,000 cannons roared in unison, smoke billowing as the earth-shaking barrage commenced. In just one volley, nearly 1,000 shells plunged into the area where the small boats were clustered. As the towering splashes subsided, the sea was littered with wreckage and countless wooden planks. Tang Wei, pleased with the outcome, raised his monocular to inspect the results, but his smile quickly faded. Despite having sunk dozens of small boats, the surface wasn't scattered with as many bodies as expected. Some of the boats were so crudely made their planks as thin as paper, and illusion, fake and real ships mixed together. Tang Rua gazed intently at the sea, deep in thought. General Tang Wei lowered his monocular. Regardless of their authenticity, let's bombard them as much as possible before they get too close. However, the sheer number of enemy boats was overwhelming and reloading took time. After several rounds of bombardment, nearly 1,000 vessels still managed to close in. Giants and armored men emerged, hurling grapples onto the nearest 300-meter Imperial warships. The boarding battle commenced as they roared and strained with all their might to climb onto the deck, spread the divine light, slay the heretics. The evangelical army stood at the ship's side, firing down with muskets. A volley of gunfire erupted, bullets raining like a storm, sending giants and armored men plummeting into the sea. At that moment, the winged ones descended, their bags filled with a secret weapon, sand. As the bags were released, a sandstorm seemed to sweep across the entire ship, plunging it into chaos and darkness. Many evangelical soldiers had to momentarily lay down their muskets to rub their eyes. Taking advantage of the distraction, some giants and armored men clambered onto the deck. As more allied troops climbed aboard the 3 ships, evangelical soldiers from other vessels quickly jumped over to assist through gangways and boarding planks. In the melee, the effectiveness of muskets greatly diminished. Imperial soldiers found themselves at a disadvantage against the 3 to 4 meter giants and the incredibly resilient armored men. Amidst the chaos, the winged ones discovered gunpowder within the decks and cabins. Swiftly, they wrapped the gunpowder in fabric and carried it away. Despite many being shot down into the ships and waters below, the winged ones tirelessly transported the explosive cargo, heedless of the danger to their lives. As Tang Rua surveyed the chaotic battlefield, his heart was a storm of anxiety. The scene before him was a whirlwind of disorder, and he could only lead a few local soldiers using their muskets to specifically target the feathered ones who were stealing gunpowder. The fierce melee raged on for several hours, only concluding as the sky darkened. The sea was strewn with corpses and the water was stained a deep crimson. Although the attacking giants and armored men were completely wiped out and the feathered ones left behind nearly 1,000 dead bodies, the gospel army on the 3 boarded warships was nearly annihilated. Moreover, the gunpowder aboard the ships was almost entirely stolen. Tang Wei wore a grave expression. Even before landing, out of 80 ships 3 were already lost. Tang Ruo looked at him and said, "The sun is about to set, be prepared tonight. Those women in the sky who stole the gunpowder will surely come for a sneak attack." His prediction was accurate. In the dead of night, the feathered ones returned laden with gunpowder packs. Even when pierced by crossbows and musket balls from the ship, they would throw their ignited explosives onto the ships before dying. In an instant, nearly half of the remaining 7,700-meter warships were ablaze. While the Gospel Army was frantically battling the flames, a thunderous battle cry suddenly echoed across the sea. Nearly 130-meter warships approached, giants and armored men wielding weapons and shouting ferociously, "This time we'll kill every last one of you from the Starfire Nation, none shall escape." Tang Wei's face turned ashen. So the small boats during the day were merely a ruse to steal gunpowder. Watching his soldiers desperately trying to extinguish the fires while the morale of the Western continent's allied forces soared, he closed his eyes and prayed, "Almighty and great Sun God, please protect us once more. Guard your faithful believers." In the capital city of the Rising Sun Alliance, Chu Xingyang had lived in the holy sanctuary for many years. However, to prevent congestion from the masses seeking pilgrimage, only the Alliance King Yolu and a few high-ranking officials were aware of this. They selected the most adorable and beautiful maidens from the Alliance's city-states to serve in the sanctuary and attend to the sun god, but Chu Xingyang slightly regretted changing the term for the maidens from 14 to 25 years old to 14 to 16 years old. Despite their youthful devotion, their lack of experience made them clumsy in serving the deity. As Chu Xingyang entered the spacious bathhouse shrouded in mist preparing for a soak, the maidens rushed to help with his robes. The tugging of dozens of hands combined with the slippery floor led to a tumble with several girls and the deity falling into the bath. They couldn't even manage the water temperature correctly, leaving it either too cold or too hot. The maidens also fought over washing the discarded clothes, often tearing them to shreds, then secretly mending them before returning them. The problem was few of them were skilled with a needle. Chu Xingyang looked at the returned garments, now misshapen from the repairs, and thought these girls were beyond reproach. At the slightest scolding, they'd kneel terrified, banging their heads on the ground until they bled. Thus he had to forego the washing process, instead using his skill of material transformation to clean the clothes. But other tasks were equally challenging for them. A newly arrived slender maiden, while kneeling to serve tea to the deity, trembled, spilling the scalding liquid onto him. Chu Xingyang winced from the heat, grimacing slightly. Although he was a star himself on Blue Planet, he rarely used consciousness projection, preferring instead to switch to a physical form to live amongst the people. Therefore his 5 senses were no different from humans, and naturally he could feel pain. Wei Wei, who stood beside him, quickly knelt down to wipe the clothes of the star god Xingyang while reprimanding the maidens. "How many times has this happened? Why are you all still so careless?" The slender young girl was in tears, her beautiful face full of guilt and fear. "Great star god, please don't banish me from the sanctuary. I would be too ashamed to face anyone." As she spoke, she was about to bow and knock her forehead against the ground. Chu Xingyang hurriedly stopped her. Can't you feel the pain of bleeding? Besides, I'm not some demon. When have I ever punished you for such minor matters?" The maidens, with tears glistening in the corners of their eyes, stared at him, unable to believe that the great deity could be so gentle and approachable. They resolved to serve the deity with even greater devotion. However, these 14 or 15-year-old girls, the more they tried, the more mistakes they made. Chu Xingyang sat up in bed in the middle of the night, scanning the opulent 300-square-meter bedroom. The dozens of maidens kneeling by the bed, as if keeping vigil, were rather jarring. He sighed and said, "Enough. I am the sun god, not a paralyzed god. Wei Wei taking care of me is enough. You all can live freely in the sanctuary until your term ends. I will summon you if needed." With that, he disregarded their cries and sent them all away, finally restoring peace to the world. Having the slightly older and more capable Wei Wei was sufficient. Being surrounded by dozens of young girls was simply noisy. The maidens, abandoned by the deity, could only find rooms in the grand sanctuary to live in, quietly awaiting either the divine summons or the end of their 2-year term. In those early years, King Yu of the Alliance would still bring state governance policies to consult with the star god Xingyang, only to be invariably ignored. Realizing the deity's disinterest in mundane affairs, he could only express his devotion by continuously offering rare treasures and exquisite delicacies to the sanctuary. Chu Xingyang looked at the mountain of treasures before him, bewildered. "I created this entire planet, what do I need these things for?" He then turned to Wei Wei. "Return everything except the food to King Yu." But there's too much food as well, let's keep a little to try and share the rest with the maidens in the sanctuary. Naturally, the maidens in the capital's sanctuary couldn't resist the allure of top-notch ingredients. Over the course of 2 years apart from praying for 2 hours each day at sunrise, they filled their otherwise idle time with food, warding off their boredom. The people of the Rising Sun Alliance had also noticed this peculiar phenomenon. In other temples, the priestesses, after their 2-year terms, would at most transform from girls into young women of 16, yet, in the temple of the capital, regardless of how slender they entered, the priestesses would emerge plump and round. As Chu Xingyang strolled through the temple, he observed his priestesses growing ever more robust and curiously turned to Wei Wei. Is the Rising Sun Alliance now embracing fullness as beauty? Wei Wei smiled with pursed lips and surveyed the group of plump girls, advising, you should be a little mindful of your figures. Overeating isn't good for your health. The priestesses immediately ceased their merriment, blushing and lowering their heads. Someone whispered in defense, those finest and most expensive foods, we won't get to eat them once we leave. It would be such a waste otherwise. Chu Xingyang then approached the shortest and plumpest priestess and asked how tall and how much did you weigh when you arrived? This girl Miao Ling had a carefree and bold personality that left an impression on the deity. She struggled to kneel and loudly announced, reporting to the deity, my name is Miao Ling, I've been here for a year and 10 months, I was 145 meters tall and weighed 80 jin when I arrived, and now. Miao Ling paused for a few seconds before speaking again, I tell others I weigh 100 jin, but you are a deity, I dare not conceal the truth. I am now 15 meters tall and weigh 155 jin. Good heavens, thought Chu Xingyang, no wonder she looks like a ball. Out of curiosity, he pressed his hands on either side of her body. It was like a large water bag full of elasticity, quivering slightly. The ripple effect was visible as her entire body jiggled. Miao Ling's cheeks turned crimson as she struggled to stand by propping her hands on the ground. Then she began to undress. Chu Xingyang was taken aback. What are you doing? Miao Ling's large round face looked like a ripe apple. I'm serving the bed. Wei Wei looked at her coldly. Chu Xingyang was even more perplexed. When did I ask you to serve the bed? Have you seen me let any priestess serve the bed in the nearly 2 years you've been here? Only then did Miao Ling put her half-removed clothes back on, pouting. All right, I noticed the deity never touched any priestess, but you were pressing my waist just now. I thought the great deity favored plump girls. The other girls covered their mouths, laughing at her naivety. Chu Xingyang was speechless, thinking, do you even have a waist? I'm not some peculiar person with an unusual taste. He couldn't help but activate his skilled material transformation. A white light flashed over Miao Ling and she reverted to the slender 80 jin maiden. Thank the great deity Xingyang for this divine miracle. I've become slim again. Miao Ling bounced happily yet curiously at the ground. What are these things that appeared suddenly? On the ground lay a barrel of water, several blocks of milky white soap and a pile of black granules. Chu Xingyang looked at her calmly. The weight remains unchanged. That's water, soap and cat food totaling 75 jin. The other priestesses gathered around, curious and hoping the deity might also transform them at the end of their terms. Miao Ling, however, had an unexpected idea. Great deity, may I use this water and soap to bathe you? Chu Xingyang quickly shook his head. I don't need it, you take it back and share the soap with your family and friends. As he lay in bed in the middle of the night, Chu Xingyang felt something furry crawling on his face, prompting him to call out. Wei Wei, who was sleeping on the floor by the bed, swiftly got up and lit the candles and oil lamps in the room one by one, instantly illuminating the large room. She then hurriedly knelt by the bedside, lowered her head and inquired, O Divine One, do you have any commands? However, she received no response for a while. Chu Xingyang was engrossed in playing with a big plump and fluffy cat, looking puzzled. Since when did this thing appear in the sanctuary? Wei Wei thought for a moment. It's fed by the saint inside. We have too much food here. The chubby cat was currently lying peacefully in the Divine One's arms, purring contentedly. Chu Xingyang stroked its soft belly, a sly smile appearing on his lips. Instantly, the cat's fur vanished, leaving him with 2 tufts of whiskers in his hand. Let's sleep. At dawn, we'll go to the city-state's market for a discreet visit. Seeing the Divine One lie down again, Wei Wei immediately stood up and blew out the candles and oil lamps one by one before returning to sleep on the blanket on the floor. Although Chu Xingyang had told her several times to sleep on the bed, she felt that as a servant of the divine she shouldn't lie at the same height as the deity. Early the next morning, the two of them set out towards the outside of the sanctuary. As they passed by the room of the saint, they heard a girl inside softly crying. I don't know who shaved all of Hua's fur off. It's so bare now, I almost mistook it for an ugly monkey. Another saint in the same room comforted her. Don't be sad, sister, let's pray first. Besides, a hairless cat is quite cute too. I must cultivate this breed in the future. Wei Wei was a bit annoyed, thinking to herself how clumsy they were in serving the Divine One, yet they had a knack for raising cats. Not far from the sanctuary's gate, she hailed a carriage. She then carefully helped the Divine Xingyang into the carriage cabin while she prepared to stand on the platform at the back. Xu Xingyang pulled her inside. When we're visiting incognito, don't treat me like a deity. The wind is strong when the carriage moves. Wei Wei felt touched yet uneasy, but upon seeing the Divine One's face she was taken aback. Divine Xingyang, you've grown a beard. Yes, it's transformed from cat fur. I don't want to be recognized at the market causing chaos, nor do I want to alter my face randomly. Do you think this disguise works? Anyone who's only seen the divine a few times wouldn't recognize you. Hearing the maid's affirmation, Xu Xingyang nodded and then placed another set of whiskers below her nose. Wei Wei looked at her comical reflection in the carriage window and hesitantly said, "Oh great Divine One, may I remove this mustache? As long as I pull down the veil from my hat to cover my face, no one will recognize me as the servant of the god." Whatever you say. Outside, the streets, reminiscent of a medieval scene, whistled by, drawing the god's attention. Soon, the carriage arrived at a bustling marketplace filled with a throng of people. The crowd was dense, with people coming and going. Many gathered around street performers and troubadours on the outskirts of the market. Xu Xingyang squeezed in and found a down-and-out poet singing about his own divine miracles. He tossed 2 gold coins over. The troubadour's eyes widened and he hastily bowed in thanks. "Thank you, kind stranger. The great Xingyang will bless you and protect you." "All right, I'll bless myself." Xu Xingyang pulled Wei Wei out of the crowd and headed deeper into the market. The goods on either side of the street were dazzling: ironware, shoes, animal pelts, woven baskets, and even statues of himself. Due to the peace between the Alliance and the werewolves in Jaren for many years now, stalls of these two races were also present in the market. The werewolves, who were fond of meat and devoted to animal husbandry, primarily sold roast meat, dairy products, and fur. The Jaren sold exquisite pottery. Xu Xingyang nodded. "I didn't expect the werewolves in Jaren stalls to be so bustling." Wei Wei looked at the god gratefully. "It's your blessing that our alliance no longer fears being eaten or kidnapped by them." They meandered to the entrance of a bakery. The aroma of bread was strong, but unfortunately there was a foul-smelling ditch nearby and the blend of smells completely killed one's appetite. It seems Yola should improve the drainage system of the city-state. While Xu Xingyang was contemplating this, he suddenly found himself at a jewelry stall where he tossed down dozens of gold coins to buy a ruby necklace, which he then placed around the servant's neck. "You've served me for so many years. Fetching tea and water, consider this a reward," he said as he helped Wei Wei, who was about to kneel back up. "It's a secret visit, no need to kneel." Tears welled in Wei Wei's eyes. She was so moved that she felt something blocking her chest, unable to utter a word. After walking with the god for a while longer, her emotions gradually settled. Xu Xingyang led her into a tavern and chose the most expensive wine. They sat on chairs in front of the tavern drinking and watching the rising sun. "The sun in the sky is you, great god. How have I, such a humble person, been so favored by the divine?" Wei Wei, overwhelmed and with tears streaming down her face, rested her head on Xingyang's shoulder for the first time. Just then, a street vendor selling calendars approached. Xu Xingyang bought a calendar with several copper coins, murmuring, "The Xingyang calendar." Wei Wei, slightly tipsy, responded, "Yes, it's the 120th year of the Xingyang calendar. It came from the eastern continent. People from Eastland say it originated from the northern Starfire Empire. The Empire of Xingho. They are building the Temple of Xingyang for me in the capital. I wonder how far they've come with the construction." Casually flipping through the calendar, Xu Xingyang turned westward and said nonchalantly, "The gospel army of the Empire of Xingho, which spreads my divine light, is about to be annihilated at sea in the western continent. I'm contemplating whether I should intervene." Beside him, Wei Wei, clearly intoxicated, dared to offer advice to the deity. "Great Xingyang god, how can you stand by and watch? This would chill the hearts of your faithful followers." Realizing her impropriety, she sobered up considerably. "Forgive me, oh God, I misspoke. You must have your own plans. No matter what, our faith remains steadfast and unchanging." Xu Xingyang pondered for a moment. "Then I shall go and see." With those words, he walked to the center of the street, murmured a silent incantation, and in an instant transported himself from the central continent to the battlefield of the western continent, where the Gospel Army clashed with the United Army of the West. In the sky, Yulan, the leader of the winged men, looked up and broke into a cold sweat, thinking, who could fly so high, and a man at that? Yet at this moment the United Army was launching a full assault on the empire of Xingho's ships, and no one could pay attention to this sudden development. With a slight movement of his fingers, Chu Xingyan caused the turbulent waters between the two fleets to suddenly recede, revealing the muddy seabed. It was as if an invisible force had parted the sea in two. On the vast expanse of the ocean, a massive invisible wall split the waters where the Western Continental United Army and the Northern Continental Xingho Empire's Gospel Army faced off. Between the two halves of the sea, separated by 100 meters, two towering smooth vertical water walls formed opposing cross-sections. The space between them was empty save for the seabed's mud and rocks. The generals of the Gospel Army, upon seeing Chu Xingyang high in the sky, immediately fell to their knees. Generals Tang Wei and advisor Tang Ruo were moved to tears. They never imagined they would witness in their lifetime the deity passed down through their ancestors' tales. The United Army was awestruck by the miraculous parting of the sea. King Balon of the giant nation took a long time to recover from his shock. He couldn't trust his own eyes. Is that the god of the northern continent? Even a god can't split the sea. It must be an illusion. Vanguard, charge, slaughter the people of the Xingho Empire. Under Balon's orders, 6 warships belonging to the giant nation forged ahead reluctantly. They soon reached the edge of the parted waters, and the giants aboard looked at the abyss before them, deeply doubting their king's judgment. But it was too late. The 6 warships crossed the water's edge, plunging into the sea bottom like dumplings into a pot. With several loud crashes, the ships shattered, leaving no survivors. Balon paid the price for his recklessness, standing frozen on his ship with a look of horror at the deity above. Meanwhile, tens of thousands of winged soldiers in the sky looked up at the higher deity, recalling their race's ancient prophecies. After a flurry of whispers, they ultimately focused their gaze on their chieftain. The petite and handsome leader of the feathered people. Yulan pondered for a moment before promptly leading her tribe to fly beneath the divine presence. All of them flapped their large wings behind them, hovering in the air with their heads bowed. She then spoke slowly, her expression solemn. You must be the great god of Xingyang, the singular deity that illuminates all things and enlightens all beings. Our feathered people pledge to serve and follow you unto death, and to heed the teachings of the divine. Chu Xingyang was somewhat surprised, not expecting the feathered people to become such staunch followers so swiftly. On the sea surface, Baron and the leader of the armored men Legon were quite upset. They shouted passionately towards the sky, you surrender so quickly, proving women are indeed spineless. The adjutant of the feathered people shot back fiercely, what do you stinking men know? In our tribe only women can soar into the sky. The ancient prophecy passed down through the ages foretold that the first man to fly, witnessed by our tribe, would surely be the god leading us to light. Yulan, gathering her courage, sneaked a glance at Chu Xingyang, who was positioned higher up, her eyes flickering, and suddenly her cheeks flushed. And the god will also unite with the first feathered people chief he meets to bear 3 to 5 children. All the tribe members cast side glances at her, their puzzled expressions quickly turning to resigned amusement, thinking their leader truly had a cheek to slip personal desires into the prophecy. The generals of the Gospel Army were agitated, shouting, shameless woman, how could the great god of Xingyang unite with you? Yulan was unfazed by their words, lifting her head and staring intently with fiery eyes at the radiant god of Xingyang. Chu Xingyang felt a bit awkward and chose to temporarily ignore her. He then turned to the 2 warring sides on the sea and said, lay down your conflicts, I'll show you something, or rather something for everyone on this blue star to see. With that, he activated his skilled material transformation. In an instant, a virtual screen with shifting light and shadows appeared out of thin air in the skies across the globe, in the waters of the fish people's Atlantis city, atop the nests of the bird people, and on the ceilings of every building on this planet. The screen displayed the image of a spaceship the size of a football field traveling through the vastness of space. The voice of the god of Xingyang echoed from the screen. This is a spaceship traveling at 1,000th the speed of light. At this speed, it will reach us in over 2,000 years faster if it accelerates. Therefore, the 18 races of the Blue Stars cease your struggles and jointly advance technology to prepare for any eventualities. A divine revelation, the divine revelation of the Xingyang calendar year 120. At this moment, all humans on Blue Star knelt down. Before this, the northern and central continents were already devout followers of the god of Xingyang. The eastern continent's Dongyang dynasty was the largest nation on the continent, and many smaller countries, as vassals of the Dongyang dynasty, naturally followed the Dongshan people in converting to the deity. The fish people of the southern continent had been rowing around the continent's coastline for years, spreading tales of divine miracles and faith. Those in the southern continent who were previously skeptical now fully embraced the deity after witnessing the global display of divine power, feeling remorseful and ashamed of their past foolishness. The giants and armored people of the western continent at this moment expressed their most devout conversion to the deity. They laid down their weapons and disembarked from their warships, entering the cannon-ravaged city of Loga with bare hands. Xu Xingyang surveyed the ruins of the city. A singular thought in his mind: the city was rapidly restoring itself. Brick debris reversed and filled the gaps blasted open, the walls charred by fire quickly returned to their original color, and the burnt wooden structures grew back swiftly. Yulan knelt at the feet of the divine, finally realizing how reckless her earlier infatuation had been. How could a true god possibly consort with her? In Loga, the soldiers of the Starfire Empire's Gospel Army, along with giants, armored men, and feathered beings, prostrated themselves with sincere hearts, praising the deity. Great God, you are the only true deity in the vast universe, the sole light in the darkness. We shall follow you out of this treacherous mire. Xu Xingyang waved a hand dismissively. You must strive on your own. At this moment, Tang Ruo, a strategist of the Gospel Army, crawled forward. Great God, how fast is the speed of light you mentioned? Can you enlighten us? The crowd displayed curious expressions. Due to a long-standing belief in Xingyang, the sun god, astronomers on Blue Star never proposed the geocentric theory and instead confirmed the heliocentric model early on. Having a rudimentary understanding of the universe, however, they had no concept of the speed of light. Although scientists had previously conceived various fantastical experiments, the knowledge that Xingyang was the sun god made them feel that measuring the speed of the divine was blasphemous, and none dared to defy the world. In response to Tang Ruo's inquiry, Xu Xingyang simply replied, boldly experiment and verify. From now on, all continents should vigorously develop technology. The crowd pressed their foreheads to the ground in unison. We heed the divine teachings. The people of the western continent witnessed with their own eyes how the god restored the cannon-ravaged city of Loga with a mere snap of his fingers. The global broadcast made the Gospel Army of the Starfire Empire realize that the humans on this blue star had entirely believed in the existence of the divine, and there were no longer any heretics to slay globally. Thus, on the day of the ceasefire, 1,000 sails unfurled. All warships set sail for home. Tang Wei, a general who had lost his purpose, stood quietly on the deck, gazing at the starry sky, feeling a sense of loss. Does our Gospel Army still have a purpose? The entire planet has converted to the divine. Strategist Tang Ruo walked over slowly. Of course we do. The divine has shown us that alien ships are approaching. This vast universe still has countless extraterrestrial races yet to be illuminated by the divine light. Nearing 70, his eyes sparkled. Our Gospel Army has a long and arduous mission ahead. Inspired by his words, Tang Wei's expression shifted from bewilderment to excitement. Yes, we must vigorously develop technology. We must build starships capable of interstellar travel, spread the blessings of the gods across the universe, proclaim the divine light, obliterate the heretics. Within the city of Loga, Xu Xingyang resolutely refused the pleas of the Western Continent Coalition Army to stay. I have already delineated the boundaries for your 3 tribes. From now on, live in harmony. I will depart first with the fleet of the Gospel Army. He yearned to return to the capital of the Spark Empire to witness the progress of the temple that had been under construction for him 120 years ago. As she gazed at the departing divine figure of Xingyang in the sky, Yulan bit her delicate lips. I want to follow the deity, I want to be a servant by the god's side. All the avian people remained silent, but the adjutant cautiously inquired, Chieftain, the deity did not ask you to follow. Please do not abandon us lightly. The armored man Lo Gang and the giant baron looked at the avian chieftain as if she were foolish. You must be blind to think the great deity would have children with you. Yulan blushed furiously, glaring at the two of them. I said I'm going to serve the deity, not to entertain foolish dreams. With that, she spread her enormous wings, taking off while instructing the adjutant, from today onward you are the new chieftain. I am going to serve Xingyang. The adjutant was taken aback but could only comply with the chieftain's wishes. Since the Gospel Army had departed long ago, Yulan flew until she was exhausted before finally catching up with the vast fleet. When she finally found the flagship among nearly 100 warships, she was so spent that she fell headfirst, unable to sustain her strength. Xu Xingyang, who was advising the Gospel Army officers not to be too formal, suddenly felt a woman falling from the sky. He extended his arms, gently catching the petite and delicate figure, then instructed the others, bring a cup of warm water. In a daze, Yulan saw the deity personally feeding her water, which jolted her awake. She hurriedly knelt before the god. Xu Xingyang looked puzzled. Why have you come? I swear to follow the deity to the death, to serve you with my life. Upon hearing this, Tang Wei immediately became anxious. The divine Xingyang is about to descend upon the Spark Empire. We have many to serve the deity. Yulan rolled her eyes at him. But what about on this ship? You're all men. How could you be as meticulous as a woman like me? The gospel army officers nearby were speechless, thinking to themselves how she had been a fierce demoness in battle earlier. Xu Xingyang was a bit taken aback. He knew that with just a thought, the entire fleet could complete its journey quickly. He refrained from using his powers because he wanted to experience a sea voyage like ordinary people of this era, so he politely declined. I do not need anyone to serve me. I'll send you back. Upon hearing this, Yulan began to roll on the ground in protest. No, my people know that I came to follow the deity. If the god rejects me, I won't have the face to live when I return. Tang Wei's forehead throbbed with frustration. Are you being unreasonable? Watching her antics on the deck, Xu Xingyang could only sigh, then stay on the ship for now. He thought to himself that once they reached the northern continent, with her being the only avian there, she would naturally want to return. Humans, regardless of race, are social creatures. Upon realizing she could stay, Yulan leapt with joy, her enormous wings fluttering rapidly, stirring up gusts of wind on the deck. The divine decree had been issued, and the members of the gospel army had no choice but to abandon any thoughts of driving her away. Emboldened by her success, Yulan, with a mix of pride and bashfulness, declared, Then I shall serve you today, massage your feet, bathe you, and help you with your robes. My feathered wings make for a very warm blanket. Xu Xingyang was momentarily taken aback, thinking to himself how straightforward this girl was. He immediately waved his hand, frowning. No need, just arrange for a room next to mine. I'll call for you if there's anything. Upon hearing this, Tang Wei quickly instructed his subordinates to prepare 2 adjacent rooms. Even if they didn't particularly like this flying woman, the words of the god were always the top priority. However, Yulan was not content, and in the dead of night she stealthily tiptoed into Xingyangshan's bedroom, spreading her enormous wings. Xu Xingyang rolled over, saying, Go back, I have a blanket. The next day, while leisurely fishing on the deck, he discovered another skill of his new maid. Whenever a fish was about to be pulled out of the water, Yulan would dive toward the sea and retrieve the fish, delivering it to him. Xu Xingyang couldn't help but wonder to himself, is this woman an osprey? In the evening, surrounded by many people eating fish on the deck, Yulan, growing bolder, voiced a long-held question. Great God, you said we humans should unite and develop technology to face the arrival of that unknown spaceship. But with you here, what do we have to fear? You are the greatest god in the universe. Tang Wei and Tang Ruo, accompanying them, perked up their ears. Xu Xingyang put down his food and pondered for a moment before sending 2 messages to all humans on the planet. Some might think that with me here there's no need to fear any alien spaceship, but I cannot guarantee that I can protect every human from a potentially powerful enemy. That's why I encouraged you to set aside internal conflicts and develop technology to have the ability to defend yourselves. Of course, this is merely to instill a sense of urgency in you, not to demand that you forsake other beautiful things in life for the sake of technological advancement. In fact, the continuation of civilization and your present happiness, which weighs more, is for each of you to choose in balance. As a god, I do not judge, I only wish that all of you have fulfilling hearts and stable lives. These words were precisely delivered to the ears of every human on this planet. All humans, including those currently on the same ship as Xu Xingyang, wept with their faces in their hands. It became clear that the creator of all things, the architect of civilization, the great and singular Xingyangshan, truly cared for each and every one of them. In that moment, a warm current surged through everyone's hearts, filling them with endless hope for themselves, their race, and the future of their race, for they believed that the gods would bless everything. In the capital of the Starfire Empire, Xu Xingyang gazed intently at the design plans in his hand before looking up at the majestic structure before him. It was the Xingyang Temple, covering an area of 20,000 square meters and towering at a height of 188 meters. After 120 years of construction, it was nearing half completion. For over a century, the empire had been diligently working day and night on this project. Even the emperor's palace, standing at a modest 10 meters high, was built using second-rate materials discarded from earlier temple construction. In the Iron Age, this pace of building was the limit of the nation's capabilities. Xu Xingyang, expressionless, tossed the design plans to the architect. Stop the work immediately. The 7th-generation temple architect Moli was so frightened that his legs gave way and he knelt on the ground, kowtowing repeatedly. Great God, I do not know where we have erred, please enlighten us. For so many years we have been wholeheartedly dedicated to building the temple, never daring to slack for a moment." The crowd from the Starfire Nation behind him also prostrated themselves on the ground, wailing in unison, "We hope the Xingyang God will see our sincerity, our heart and soul. We have never been careless with anything regarding the project." Xu Xingyang frowned. "I said stop, so stop. It's too exhausting for the people and a waste of resources." On his way there he had passed a mass grave of 10,000 those who had died from overwork or accidents during the last century of temple construction. Standing beside him, Yulan blinked, feeling a wave of inexplicable emotion. If she had known there truly were gods and such benevolent ones, she would have converted long ago, never joining forces with the giants and armored men to resist the gospel army. Emily looked troubled. "But it's only half-built, God, you can't move in either." Xu Xingyang remained indifferent, thinking to himself, "Does being a god mean I can't live in an unfinished building?" Nonetheless, he used his divine power to hastily seal the top of the temple with the materials already brought in, completing the exterior. Although it was much shorter than the plans at over 100 meters, it was still the tallest building in the world. In the following months, Yulan, serving as the god's servant, busily flew between the temple and the ground, setting up the god's quarters with great zeal. It wasn't until she installed a gigantic wind chime on the top floor that she clapped her hands in satisfaction, completing her task. At first, Xu Xingyang found the tinkling sound of the wind chimes somewhat annoying, but he later realized that within the Grand Temple only he and Yulan on the floor below occupied it. Only then did he appreciate the sound, for without it the silence would have been too lonely. In the year 122 of the Xingyang calendar, leaders and clan chiefs from the 5 continents gathered in the capital of the Starfire Empire for a pilgrimage. The vast city was packed to the brim. Everyone crowded before the Xingyang temple, awaiting the god's appearance while praising the grand and magnificent temple. At this moment, 50 members of the divine choir began singing the hymn to the god in front of the temple. These singers were purebred musicians. Although over 100 years ago, at the suggestion of the Xingyang god, the 5 races of the Starfire Empire began intermarrying, and even the recent generations of emperors bore the blood of several races, the musicians skilled in music and gifted in singing were selected from 8 families who only intermarried within the clan. This was to form and maintain a divine choir capable of rendering the hymn into a celestial melody. The air was filled with the lingering echoes of a divine melody, stirring the souls of all who heard it. Tears glistened in the eyes of the crowd, their lips quivering with an overwhelming emotion. Yet after a whole day of waiting, the anticipated appearance of the deity was nowhere to be seen. It wasn't until dusk that Yulan descended casually to the ground, announcing, "The Star Sun God has already conveyed everything to you. Don't come again." She scratched her head, trying to recall the message. Basically, be prepared for incoming alien spacecraft even in the worst case, but don't abandon art and life in your pursuit of technological advancement. I can't remember everything, so you'll have to interpret it on your own. Despite the disappointment of not witnessing the deity, the crowd's hearts were filled with emotion and devotion. They knelt, pressing their foreheads to the earth, pledging, "We will never fail the expectations of the deity. The Star Sun God is the only light in the darkness, our eternal hope. Your wisdom has brought us civilization and your kindness has nurtured our growth." In the years that followed, humanity, now devout followers of the deity, found their hearts illuminated. With a shared sense of crisis and the Star Sun God as their guiding anchor, they ceased internal conflicts and entered a new era of unity and peaceful development. By the year 168 of the Star Sun calendar, under Emoli's leadership, the continents had collaboratively developed a practical and lightweight steam engine, ushering humanity into the steam age. By year 177, the first railway on Blue Star was completed and operational. With the gentle rise of white smoke from the trains, a new era of travel began. The invention of ships soon followed, significantly reducing the travel time between continents, transforming the once vast and daunting seas into mere passageways. Over the next decade, various small multi-wheeled vehicles emerged. Xu Xingyang named these peculiar devices automobiles as he watched the bustling city below from the temple's rooftop, comforted by the sight of rising white smoke. By the year 200 of the Star Sun calendar, humanity's first glider successfully took to the skies. Yulan, now aged and frail, witnessed this milestone with a heart full of sentiment, murmuring softly, "The era where only the feathered ones roamed the skies is gone forever." At 96, her hair was white and she no longer had the strength to spread her wings nor serve the Star Sun God, yet Xu Xingyang did not send her away. Instead, he stood by her bedside smiling warmly, filled with affection. You've served me a lifetime in this temple. Now, in your old age, it's my turn to go and buy your favorite honey candies. Tears streamed down Yulan's face. Serving the deity for so many years made her feel like the happiest human in the planet's history. She never imagined that, in her final days, she would be granted the honor of being cared for by the deity. Donning a disguise with a fake beard, Chu Xingyang stepped out of the temple, suddenly sensing an unusual gaze upon him from behind. As he turned around, he spotted a ragged old woman hurriedly lowering her head. He found it odd immediately. In the capital of the Starfire Empire, there were numerous shelters and aid stations, so logically, there shouldn't be any homeless people. Instinctively, he handed over a few gold coins. The old woman with trembling hands accepted them and then immediately turned to leave in a shaky gait. Wait, Xu Xingyang called out. The old woman's figure paused, but she pretended not to hear and continued walking forward. I told you to wait, Wei Wei. The aged woman was called by name by the divine being once more. She fell to the ground wailing. Xu Xingyang walked over and crouched beside her, waiting until she calmed down before asking, when did you arrive? Wei Wei sobbed quietly. In the year 122 of Xingyang, I came with the pilgrimage team of the Ascendant Alliance. So you've been wandering here for 78 years, why didn't you come to find me? I saw you have a new maid, that woman who can fly. Wei Wei's voice grew more and more aggrieved, and her tears, which had just stopped, flowed out like a flood. I thought you no longer needed me, so I waited beneath the temple, only hoping to see the divine one more time before I died. Xu Xingyang reached out and helped her up. In the first few years after leaving Central Continent, I could hear your daily devout prayers, but later, with so many on the planet praying, I got lazy and stopped listening. However, I know that at over 100 years old you're still relatively healthy. Come back to the temple with me. I happen to have something to discuss with you. In the Xingyang temple, Yulan, who was resting on the bed, saw the divine being bring back an old woman and immediately spoke up, as straightforward as ever in her life. Great divine one, if you are looking for a successor to my maid role, you should find someone young and capable. Why choose someone as old as me? Do you have a penchant for taking care of old women? Hearing this, Wei Wei looked down at her dirt-covered shoes, rubbing her aged hands anxiously. Xu Xingyang was at a loss for words. Who has a penchant for taking care of old women? Should I open a nursing home? As he spoke, he pulled Wei Wei to Yulan's bedside, taking both their hands, and activated his skill of material transformation. In an instant, a white light flashed over the two old women, and they both felt an unprecedented surge of pleasure sweep through their bodies, as if every cell was being reawakened. In this mysterious atmosphere, their withered faces gradually became plump and their branch-like fingers turned supple once more. The aura of old age and death vanished completely, replaced by a vibrant youthfulness. Wei Wei slowly knelt down, overwhelmed and trembling on the ground, sobbing. Great divine one, you once restored my body ravaged by the Gorin, and now you've returned me to youth well past 100 years old. How could I ever deserve such grace from the divine? Yulan meanwhile flipped off the bed, rushed to the mirror, twirling and inspecting herself with excitement. Wow, the divine has turned my 96-year-old self into a 14 or 15-year-old. I feel an endless energy coursing through my body now. After 20 years of not flying, she once again unfurled her enormous wings, swiftly darting from the balcony into the sky. After circling a few times in the high air, she returned to the side of the star sun god. Thank you for your blessing, divine one. I can serve you for another 80 years. Xu Xingyang waved a dismissive hand. No, you all should go and live your own lives. Wei Wei, upon hearing these words, could hardly believe her ears. After a moment of stunned silence, she collapsed to the ground, her eyes hollow. The once young and beautiful woman seemed to have reverted back to the frail, withered old figure she was moments ago. Trembling, she murmured, Divine One, are you casting me aside? But I still have the strength to serve you. Meanwhile, Yulan was flapping her wings furiously in agitation. What did I do wrong? You made me young again only to send me away. I'd rather have died of old age in bed. Turn me back. Xu Xingyang sighed helplessly. You've left your people and followed me for 80 years. Wei Wei, after taking care of me in the Central Plains for many years, you've waited for me outside the temple for another 78. There's no need for you both to spend 2 lifetimes with your eyes fixed solely on me. With a new life, you should have a new way of living. Wei Wei sat on the ground, dazed, muttering mechanically, a new way of living. Yulan, still feeling wronged and indignant, argued what life could be better than serving you. They had long since grown accustomed to dedicating their entire existence to the divine. Xu Xingyang frowned and shook his head. I don't know. Perhaps something like other women do, getting married, having children, and enjoying a peaceful old age. At this, Wei Wei looked up. Ever since being imprisoned by the good people for 3 years, I can no longer approach any man. Huh? Then how did you serve me tea and water all these years? You are not a man, Wei Wei said with earnest devotion. You are not a man, you are a god, the only god in the universe. Alright then, Xu Xingyang sighed. Then find a woman to accompany you in old age or pursue a career that fulfills you. Ultimately, your lives are yours to decide. As he spoke, he ascended to the top floor, leaving behind 2 stunned young women. It was a long while before Yulan moved, first wiping away her tears before spreading her wings to fly away from the temple. Wei Wei remained seated until the next day, finally struggling to her feet, moving like a soulless shell up the stairs to the surface. She sat by the temple's wall, hugging her knees and burying her head deep within them. Passers-by, concerned for the seemingly harmed young woman, approached her with words of comfort, suggesting that in the just governance under the deity, any grievances could be reported to the authorities. She merely shook her head, devoid of response. In the days that followed, everyone treated her as if she were mad. People would leave food for her, but no one spoke a word. Wei Wei, having not taken a drop of water for days, remained indifferent to the food placed before her, as if it were invisible. 7 days later, Xu Xingyang, finding her weak and on the brink of death, carried her back to the temple and gave her a few sips of water. On the second day, Wei Wei slowly opened her eyes and light returned to them. Even the tears that fell were crystal clear. Divine One, may I follow and serve you once more? She had never dared to hope that the star sun god would have a change of heart. Sitting quietly waiting for life to fade away was merely because she couldn't find a reason to keep living. Xu Xingyang looked at her. Why not start a genetic research institute and work on genetic modifications? Wei Wei looked puzzled. What is genetics? On the planet Blue Star, humanity had just entered the industrial age and no one knew of such things yet. But Xu Xingyang had his own plans. He nodded. Then start with a clinic or hospital. Your ancestor Wei was a skilled medical practitioner. You practitioners have a high lifespan cap, and with the restructuring I did to your body a few days ago, you will live long enough to come into contact with genetics. 5 years later, Wei Wei became the most renowned healer in the Starfire Empire, known for her eccentric temperament. No matter how critical the patient's condition was, she would not see anyone during the 2 hours after sunrise, devoting that time to prayer to the star sun god. It was a habit she developed over 100 years ago when she became a saintess. In the star sun calendar year 218, the first telegraph on Blue Star was transmitted between 2 cities in the eastern Zhou dynasty of East Continent. Humanity achieved a means of rapid long-distance communication. In year 229, the globally renowned businesswoman Yulan established the Star Sun God Blessing Movement Committee. In year 230, the committee held the first Star Games in the capital of the Rising Sun Alliance on the central continent. Under Yulan's organization, nearly every country in the world registered to participate in this grand event. The Star Games featured 300 sports competitions, and the opening ceremony invited the divine orchestra of the Starfire Empire. As the passionate and melodious hymn of the gods played, nearly 1 million people inside and outside the venue were moved to tears, their hearts filled with admiration for the greatness of the star sun god, grateful for his blessings. Yet on the organizers' platform, Yulan held back tears, quietly yearning for the face she longed to see. 30 years had passed since she last saw the Divine One. For the gods it was but a fleeting moment, but for Yulan it was 11,000 days and nights of longing. Even when the opening ceremony ended without a sight of the star sun god, Yulan walked desolately through the bustling streets. Suddenly, she encountered an old acquaintance from 30 years ago, and in surprise she blurted out, "Wei Wei, you came to the Star Games too?" Reliving the past, Yulan, who prided herself on her strength, couldn't hold back her tears. Wei Wei stepped forward to comfort her. "The Divine One no longer resides in the Star Sun Temple. He may not even be on our blue star now." The 2 women walked together, sharing their longing for the god and talking about their recent lives. In the end, Yulan, unable to conceal her jealousy, said with difficulty, "So you came to study kinesiology? The star sun god assigns you work but leaves me to fend for myself. Truly, the god is partial, he loves you more." "No, the god loves all people," Wei Wei confidently replied. "That's because the god knows you are stronger than me." She gazed at the vast blue sky, pondering. It had been years since God had shown any sign. Perhaps she thought he was busy studying the approaching alien ships for the sake of all mankind. Yulan lowered her head, realizing she was already happier than most humans. She shouldn't ask for too much. With that thought, she buried herself in her work, ensuring the first Star Games were a tremendous success. Telegrams flew like snowflakes across the globe, with everyone eager to see the athletes who represented their countries achieve honor. After the triumphant conclusion of the games, Yulan decided the Star Games would be held every 5 years. At the time, no one basking in the joy foresaw that such an exhilarating event would be put on hold after just 3 editions due to a world-engulfing war. In the year 241 of the Star-Sun calendar, scientists of the Starfire Empire, after years of research and experimentation, finally discovered suitable materials to create a light bulb that could last 1,200 hours. The Emperor of the Empire generously shared this achievement with the other 4 continents, accompanying it with a letter: "We are all devout followers of the Star-Sun God, and should collectively enjoy the fruits of this technology. I believe in the near future our blue star will be as bright as day, even at night." To his surprise, the Eastern Yang dynasty of the East Continent and the Rising Sun Alliance of the Central Continent quickly responded with a letter of reproach. They insisted that the great singular form of the star-sun god was the sun in the sky, and only the divine could bring lasting light to humanity. They deemed the electric light a blasphemous creation that should be abandoned and destroyed immediately. The Starfire nation, upon receiving such a response, dismissed the kings of those 2 countries as either stubborn old fools or madmen, paying no heed to the letter. After all, the great star-sun god had always encouraged human development in the pursuit of a fulfilling life. Even the speed of light was an area for humanity to freely experiment with and measure. Consequently, the kerosene lamps and gas lights on the streets and alleys of the Starfire Empire were swiftly replaced by light bulbs. 2 years later, electric lights were also installed in homes, leading to a vibrant scene of illuminated nights throughout the country. Several nations in the South Continent, led by the Mermaid Nation, followed the Starfire Nation's lead, ushering in a new era of illumination. This infuriated the high-ranking officials of the Central and East Continents, who, after much persuasion, managed to bring the West Continent into their fold, collectively condemning the 2 other continents as heretical blasphemers. This turn of events left the Starfire Empire utterly bewildered. For centuries, they had championed spreading divine light and slaying heretics, only to find themselves now labeled as heretics. The taste of this irony was bitter. The young and impetuous new Emperor Tang Hao recalled the ancient sacrificial methods of the Cat people. In a dramatic show of unwavering devotion and loyalty to the deity Xingyang, the leader summoned envoys from various nations and, before their eyes, severed 3 of his own fingers with a blade. This act was meant to demonstrate his piety and to denounce the alliance of the 3 continents, Western, Central and Eastern, as a malevolent coalition spreading falsehoods and misleading the masses. This declaration infuriated the alliance of the 3 continents, who demanded that the other 2 continents destroy all electric lights within their territories within 2 months. When 2 months passed without any action from those deemed heretics, the alliance began to mobilize their massive armies. They split their forces, sending one army southward and the other northward. Faced with this significant military threat, the southern and northern continents quickly organized their own forces. The Gospel Army of the Northern Continent and the coalition led by the merfolk from the Southern Continent dispatched troops to confront the alliance's forces at sea. In the year 245 of the Xingyang calendar, a world war erupted. During the initial decade or so, the conflict was somewhat restrained, as everyone worldwide was a devout follower of Xingyang. The battles focused on disabling enemy warships and capturing prisoners. The alliance's demand was for the other continents to abandon electric lights, while the southern and northern continents insisted that the opposing camp retract their accusations of heresy. Both sides believed that their seemingly minor demands would eventually lead the other to compromise for the sake of world peace. However, after years of fighting, neither side showed any intention of yielding, and the war escalated into a fierce and brutal confrontation. Under the intense barrage of machine guns and artillery, the alliance's winged people lost their advantage in aerial combat. Nevertheless, they maintained a crucial role in reconnaissance. Although the southern and northern continents employed gliders and hot air balloons for battlefield surveillance, the winged people with their smaller and more agile forms consistently detected enemy movements more swiftly. This allowed them to devise the most comprehensive battle strategies. Despite years of conflict, the elementalists of the Central Continent in the Alliance had not significantly advanced their elemental control abilities, with none able to fly by manipulating wind. Yet, combat squads of 20 elementalists could still collaborate to detonate the ammunition stores on breached enemy ships. In the year 261 of the Xingyang calendar, thanks to the capabilities of these 2 races, the 3-continent alliance defeated the Northern Continent's Gospel Navy and landed in the Xinhua Empire. The alliance's supreme commander Yang Rong was thrilled and immediately sent a telegram to the southern forces. Aware that the merfolk's submarines have inflicted severe damage on your warships, preventing our forces from landing on the southern continent for now, the northern forces have landed and are expected to secure the Xingho nation shortly, after which they will proceed to support you. The Alliance's forces, upon landing, unveiled their secret weapon, massive humanoid mechs powered by steam engines. There were 3 models: the Tiger type, which most warriors could operate, the Flame model controlled by elementalists both standing 3 meters tall, and the Giant model piloted by giants towering at 6 meters. Each model boasted 400 units. Over 1,000 of these towering humanoid machines, weighing several tons each, rampaged through the streets of the Xingho nation, their earth-shaking footsteps echoing like an unstoppable force. Under this terrifying pressure, the citizens of Xingho hastened to remove and destroy the electric lights in their homes. Every face was shrouded in a shadow, silently wondering in their hearts if they truly had to return to the days of kerosene lamps and candles. Chu Xingyang returned to his true form as a star, fully aware of the smoke and gunfire that had engulfed the third planet of this solar system, Blue Star, for over a decade. 2 major factions had embroiled every nation on the globe in a protracted war. It wasn't that he didn't want to intervene in this world war triggered by a laughable reason, but he had more pressing matters to attend to. New visitors had arrived. An interstellar battleship powered by a warp engine suddenly appeared within the solar system. Initially, Chu Xingyang thought it was the distant football field-sized spaceship suddenly accelerating or experiencing a technological breakthrough. However, upon closer observation, he realized that the spaceship was still outside the solar system, traveling towards them at 1,000th the speed of light. In stark contrast, this battleship evidently possessed faster-than-light capabilities. Loaded with various types of weapons, gamma-ray lasers, high-energy particle beams, infrasound hydrogen bombs, pulse-phase cannons, and more. In essence, if this battleship had come with invasion on its mind, they could easily annihilate all life within the solar system. This intrigued Chu Xingyang, prompting him to project his consciousness into the battleship, observing silently. The crew inside bore some resemblance to humans but had dark brown skin with a metallic matte texture. In the command room on the bridge, several personnel reported to the captain. Captain, if we consider a spherical cloud with a 2 light-year diameter as the boundary of this solar system, we are now inside the system, currently 0.3 light-years from the star. Another tall figure spoke again. The third planet in this system is a habitable one, which is also the reason the fugitives are headed here. They still need about 2,000 years to arrive. They surely didn't anticipate us getting here first. Hearing this, Chu Xingyang mused that the universe was far livelier than he imagined. The fleeing and the pursuing had all come to his son. The captain nodded. Are there intelligent beings within this system? No sooner had he asked than a holographic image appeared before him, displaying the war-torn scenes on Blue Star. Someone beside him eagerly explained, yes, currently totaling around 12 billion. Although all are followers of the same god, they are divided into 2 factions due to differing interpretations of divine decrees, fighting against each other. The captain smirked. Fighting? This kind of battle to me is like 2 monkeys fighting over the lice on each other's bodies. If they truly have a god, then it's a monkey trainer. Laughter erupted around him, pandering to their captain. Someone shouted loudly, let's wipe out these monkeys and give the fugitives a surprise. A trace of coldness flashed in Chu Xingyang's eyes. Blue Star, in the year 264 of the Xingyang calendar, relied on the aerial reconnaissance of the feathered people and the formidable firepower of humanoid mechs. The allied forces of the 3 continents had captured nearly a third of the Spark Empire's territory, pushing their front lines all the way to the southern banks of the Yanshan River. In the trenches on the northern bank, the Gospel Army soldiers were filled with mixed emotions. A young soldier mused aloud. Over 200 years ago, the Gospel Army crossed the Yanshan River from north to south, leaving countless bodies behind to unify the North Continent. Now we find ourselves relying on this river to defend against enemies from the south. I wonder how the people in the occupied zones are faring. An elderly veteran reassured him, the sun god blesses us all, we're all believers. The enemy won't go too far. As long as they smash the electric lights, they won't harm us. They just keep pestering my wife to write me letters urging surrender, and each time they even bring candies for my grandson. After a moment of silence, a middle-aged man quietly asked, will you surrender? Your son has already sacrificed himself. Returning to embrace your grandson and enjoy family life doesn't sound too bad. The old man gave a wry smile, looked up at the sky, and after a moment of reflection his eyes filled with determination. I've heard of many miracles. Although I've never seen the great sun god myself, my ancestors heard the words delivered by the god over 100 years ago. I am confident that such a loving deity would not forbid us from using electric lights. His words elicited knowing smiles from those around him. This was the reason they had persisted until now. How could a great and benevolent sun god, just because he is the sun, forbid humans from using electric lights? It was absurd. In the year 270 of the Sun Era, during a high command meeting of the allied forces of the three continents, the supreme commander Yu Yangrong slammed the table in fury. 9 years, we captured a third of Spark's territory in the first 3 years, yet in the past 6 years we haven't advanced an inch beyond the southern bank of the Anshan River. Is this river truly an impassable chasm? General Bar of the giant clan, with a look of helplessness, replied, we've lost over 100 humanoid mechs. The searchlights from the north shore illuminate our side like broad daylight. The mechs get blasted by artillery rounds as soon as they start loading onto ships. Despite the pressures of war, Spark Empire and the southern continent have never ceased improving and developing electric lights. The glaring lights have nullified the air reconnaissance advantage of our three continents alliance. Major General Yu Qingshan of the reconnaissance unit cautiously suggested they've now also invented the telephone, making their coordinated defenses swift and stable. Our reconnaissance units have become mere decorations under the night's illumination. Perhaps we should also use lights to shine across the river? Outrageous! Yu Yangrong's face darkened further. Only the great sun god can bring eternal light to humanity. Electric lights are a blasphemous abomination against the divine. The room was filled with solemn faces, yet many among them harbored doubts, pondering if the leaders of the three continents' opposition to electric lights was truly justified. Would the deity really care? Meanwhile, in a battlefield hospital of the Spark Empire, Yulan burst through the curtains, pointing at the director and shouting, "Traitor, I found you." As everyone glanced in the direction she pointed, they quickly resumed their individual tasks. Wei Wei, while inspecting the wounded, remarked, "You're almost 200 years old, can't you mature a little? Besides, aren't you a traitor too? Both of us are from the Tricontinental Alliance, yet we're working for the Starfire Nation." Yulan, bouncing as she spoke, replied, "I'm not a traitor, my loyalty lies with the Sun God. Compared to the divine, what is a nation? Speaking of which, the body transformed by the god is really sturdy. I feel like I could live another 200 years. As the two women chatted, they strolled out of the hospital. Listening to the distant rumble of artillery, Wei Wei curiously asked, "I hear you've been heavily funding the Starfire Nation's Academy of Sciences recently. What's the project this time?" Yulan flapped her wings, lifting her feet off the ground. "Airplanes. Not gliders, not hot air balloons, airplanes, in fact. The first batch of mass-produced models is about to roll off the production line. In some ways, war does accelerate technological development." Wei Wei, glancing back at the stretch of the battlefield hospital spanning a kilometer, softly said, "I just hope the war ends soon." Yulan, however, had other concerns. She glanced up at the sky, her expression slightly tense. Several observatories in the Starfire Nation have spotted interstellar battleships not far beyond the fifth planet. The alien ships the Sun God spoke of might be arriving soon. "It's fine with the Sun God, we have nothing to fear from any alien beings," she reassured herself. Meanwhile, aboard the starship, the navigator Tibwa was reporting to the captain, "Due to the close distance, we can't use the warp drive. We estimate arrival at the third planet of this star system in half a month." Captain Baichilan nodded, surveying the crew on the bridge. "You've all seen the data, right? Those monkeys call their planet Blue Star. It's a pity it's about to change color, turning into pitch black scorched earth." The communications officer Shilio, looking at the holographic projection before him, remarked, "What a shame, really. They are quite a creative species, and their technological progress in recent years has been rapid." The first officer chuckled disdainfully, "A shame? I don't understand when you started thinking like that. Those monkeys are barely in the early industrial era. I think you're devolving into a monkey yourself, haha." Everyone, including the captain, burst into shrill laughter. Shilio frowned slightly but chose to ignore the noise. The half-month flew by. When the enormous alien battleship hovered in the sky, a shadow of dread fell over everyone. Even the warring sides ceased their artillery and machine gun fire, looking up at the sky, wondering if the divine mentioned ships had arrived ahead of schedule. Countless small triangular carriers flew out from the mothership, rapidly reaching various parts of Blue Star, projecting images toward the ground. The visuals displayed a great mountain of the Dongyang dynasty known as Dong Mountain. Captain Baichilan seemed intent on giving all the inhabitants of Blue Star a show of force. He emitted a peculiar sound, declaring, "Monkeys of this planet, pay attention. No sooner had the words left his lips than a laser shot from the starship striking Dong Mountain. In the aftermath of the smoke and fire, the entire mountain vanished without a trace. Initially, the humans on Blue Star were struck with terror, but they soon regained their composure, for they were familiar with tales of divine beings moving mountains to save lives. However, the people of the Dongyang dynasty were visibly shaken regarding this alien spacecraft as a lifelong nemesis, gnashing their teeth in hatred. After all, Dong Mountain's name was bestowed by the great god of Xinjiang. It was the sacred mountain of the Dongyang dynasty. Bai Qilin found himself puzzled. Despite unleashing a destructive power far beyond Blue Star's technology, the monkeys did not display much fear. Choosing to set aside his confusion, he projected his deep brown metallic textured face onto the screen, cleared his throat, and declared, "On my way here, I intended to eradicate you all just as I did with other planets. But you surprised me. You are not just one kind of monkey, you have flying monkeys, gigantic monkeys, water monkeys, and more. Unlike other planets, you are diverse, so if you submit to me, I will spare your lives and transform this place into a comfortable zoo for future study." The people of Blue Star shifted from shock to righteous indignation, shaking their fists at the sky in defiance. The people of Dong Mountain in particular spat angrily toward the heavens, shouting, "To hell with you, you aren't even worthy to serve as animals for our god of Xinjiang. Your ugly iron face is only fit to be our god's toilet." As more and more images streamed back to the starship, Captain Bai Qilin's face grew increasingly grim. Communications officer Shilio, stifling a laugh, feigned curiosity and asked, "Captain, what is a toilet?" "The Blue Star people want you to be their god's toilet." Everyone in the command room lowered their heads, pretending not to hear the exchange. With a steely expression, Bai Qilin enunciated each word. "Very well, you brought this upon yourselves. There's no turning back now. You monkeys shall die. I want to watch you all perish in agony." Turning to issue his orders, he commanded, "Prepare the infrasound hydrogen bomb. Target, Blue Star, a blanket bombardment with no escape. I want no living thing left on this planet. Farewell, all you monkeys." Captain Bai Qilin projected his grotesque face through countless small spacecraft across Blue Star's sky, announcing, "Your noisy planet will soon fall silent. And I am the Grim Reaper reflected in your eyes before death." Suddenly, some humans on Blue Star pointed to the sky, shouting with joy, "The god has appeared, the great god has appeared again." Soon billions knelt globally, singing praises in the most devout postures and expressions. "Great god of Xinjiang, you are the ancestor of all things, the cornerstone of civilization, the only god in the universe, the eternal truth across all time and space." Bai Qilin wore a sinister grin. "Now you're afraid, aren't you? But it's too late. Revering me as a god won't help you now." The communications officer Shilio gestured behind him, saying, "Captain, I don't think the people on Blue Planet are worshipping you." It was only then that everyone in the bridge's command room noticed a person standing behind the captain without anyone knowing when he had arrived. This was the reason why the humans on Blue Planet could see the captain and him through the projected images. Bickelin was so frightened that he nearly leaped out of his seat with a horrified shout, "Who are you?" Chu Xingyang kicked him aside effortlessly and boldly took his seat. Facing the image receiver in front of him, he addressed all the humans on Blue Planet. "I know that ugly iron-faced creature didn't scare you, but it surely interrupted the children's learning and playtime. Watch closely, I'll show you a trick." As soon as he finished speaking, countless alien small carrier aircraft hovering in the sky above Blue Planet simultaneously shut off their images. In an instant, these triangular aircraft transformed into a cascade of flying snacks, toys, balls, sticky notes, hairpins, and more. The adults were moved to tears and the children cheered with joy. The great deity had sent them many, many gifts. After all, the adults had always shown extreme devotion and fanatic worship towards the god Xinjiang. But at this moment, the children truly felt the deity's love and even found it endearing. Countless children either raised their hands or bent down to pick up the gifts, gently descending to the ground, pressing their faces against them with delight. They thought this must be the warmth of the deity. One child hugged a floral dress to his chest, his face full of excitement. "Wow, it's so pretty." But his mother snatched the dress away and handed it to a little girl beside him. "This is for your sister. You're a boy, what do you need a floral dress for?" In contrast to the scene of harmony and happiness on Blue Planet, chaos reigned on the invading interstellar battleship. Furious and embarrassed, Bickelin ordered his crew, "Kill that magician." For me, dozens of handheld phase weapons fired lasers at Chu Xingyang. But by then he had already switched to a consciousness projection and the lasers passed harmlessly through his body, leaving the entire command room riddled with holes. Shilio promptly called for a halt. "Stop shooting, can't you see he's unharmed?" if you keep going we'll end up destroying our own bridge. Bickelin, looking resentful, demanded, you magician, change those carrier aircraft back. What kind of cloaking device are you using? The navigator and helmsman frantically searched the radar for any trace. Shelio said, stop looking. The signals from those carrier aircraft vanished all at once. Bickelin, enraged beyond measure, shouted, I'll launch all our weapons at that planet right now. Not a single one of your monkeys will survive. Chu Xingyang remained calm with a hint of mockery in his voice. I advise you not to do that. Since I turned those triangular things into little gifts, who knows what I might turn your weapons into. His words instantly intimidated everyone on the starship. After a moment, the first officer stubbornly retorted, how will we know if we don't try? This statement instantly ignited the fighting spirit of everyone aboard the ship. Chu Xingyang clapped his hands, exclaiming, good, good, good. You won't shed a tear until you see the coffin. Since you keep talking about monkeys, I'll let the monkeys you speak of destroy you. Bai Qilin's face flushed with anger, retorting, are you joking or insulting us? Those monkeys have only just invented the telephone and the airplane, barely stepping into the industrial age. How could they possibly defeat our interstellar civilization? All the crew members were equally outraged, feeling as if their dignity had been trampled underfoot. Chu Xingyang paid no heed to their feelings and turned away with a flourish, leaving the starship to return to the surface of Blue Star on the southern bank of the Anshan River. The supreme commander of the three continents Alliance Army Yu Yang Rong crawled and scrambled to bow at his feet, weeping bitterly. O great deity, the people of the northern and southern continents dare to use electric lights. For years we have strived to destroy such wicked things. The people of Xingho Nation also rushed over by boat. Naturally no one dared to draw their guns or fire artillery at this moment. Yulan, stumbling and bumping into Wei Wei mid-air, flew to the deity they had longed to see, both of them unable to stop their tears. Chu Xingyang kicked Yu Yang Rong, who was clutching his pant leg, to the ground. You two sides have been fighting over electric lights for decades. Can't you find something else to do? Using electric lights is blasphemy. Everyone, including those from Xingho Nation, prostrated themselves on the ground, trembling from head to toe. General Barr of the army attempted to soothe the deity's anger. O great deity, we believe only you can bring lasting light to humanity, not electric lights like those. Shut up. Chu Xingyang interrupted him. You like fighting, huh? Then you can go and destroy that alien battleship. The crowd was dumbfounded, having witnessed that starship obliterate the towering eastern mountain with a single beam of light. They knew well that the humans of Blue Star, with only conventional bullets and shells, stood no chance against interstellar civilization. Moreover, the battleship, seemingly intimidated by the deity's power, had hidden behind one of Blue Star's moons, using it as a shield. How do we have the equipment to enter space? Is this the deity's punishment for our civil wars? Despairing, everyone closed their eyes. All humanoid mechas of the three continents ready for action. All submarines of the southern continent prepare yourselves. All pilots of Xingho Nation get into your cockpits, Chu Xingyang commanded mercilessly. Everyone carried out the deity's orders with ashen faces, not believing that humanity's steam engines could triumph over interstellar civilization. Yet Yulan had a different feeling. She knew the merciful deity wouldn't send Blue Star humans to their deaths. Excitedly she declared, I'm going to find a plane and fly into space to fight the aliens. Wei Wei kindly reminded her, but that's space, you know, your planes can't reach there. Don't worry, the deity has a plan. Once everyone was ready, Chu Xingyang moved his finger slightly. 300 planes, 1,000 steam-powered humanoid mechs and 3,000 submarines all soared into the sky. As they ascended, the people inside these vessels began to feel the difficulty in breathing. The human forces reaching space were on the brink of perishing in the oxygen-deprived, low-temperature environment. At that critical moment, a layer of golden light enveloped their armor, safeguarding them. The temperature rose and breathing became easy once more. A wave of jubilation swept through the crowd as they danced with joy. They finally understood that the great sun god did not truly intend to punish them. These first blue planet people who had ventured into space during the steam age looked back at their azure mother planet with deep emotions. Suddenly someone shouted, look at the sun, it's brighter than we've ever seen from the blue planet. Without the veil of a planetary atmosphere, the star appeared more radiant and dazzling than ever before. This was the true form of the deity, the sun god who had created and nurtured countless beings. Tears filled the eyes of every blue planet person in space. A pilot, his voice choked with emotion, cried out, spread the divine light, vanquish the heretics. This proclamation ignited a fervor and resolve in the hearts of all the warriors, propelling them swiftly towards the alien warships. At that moment, the interstellar battleship lay hidden behind the red moon. The blue planet had two moons, the silver moon and the red moon. The helmsman Ainju was puzzled. Captain, they're only in the steam age. Do we really need to seek cover? Enough with the questions, just follow my strategy, the captain snapped. All you need to do is execute. The communications officer Shilio blinked her large eyes and murmured, the captain is afraid of their deity. After all, our entire fleet of aircraft was wiped out in an instant, leaving us with just over 100 combat personnel. Ridiculous. Am I supposed to be scared of a magician? Bichulin defended himself with a stern face. I believe his tricks only work on planets, which is why I've chosen to engage in space where his powers can't be used. Besides, I'm the most capable captain in the core group, otherwise I wouldn't have been assigned the task of hunting down fugitives. The navigator Tibwat and the first officer exchanged uneasy glances. No one had anticipated that a simple mission to pursue fugitives would lead to encountering such a formidable foe. Shilio remained expressionless. But as far as I know, pursuing fugitives was the lowest ranked of the 8 missions assigned by the main brain during that period. Infuriated, Bichulin slammed his hand on the table and glared at everyone around him. If you keep talking, I'll disable your virtual personalities. Instantly, everyone fell silent, focusing intently on their tasks. Then the alarm on the starship blared, and a real-time video feed appeared on the bridge's command screen. On the far side of the moon, against the backdrop of the vast cosmos, more than 4,000 various armored units, which shouldn't have been able to reach space, swarmed like a cloud of bees. 3,000 submarines from the southern continent, 1,000 steam-powered humanoid mechs, and 300 Starfire Empire aircraft equipped with hand-cranked engines. The crew aboard the interstellar battleship stared in disbelief. How did these things get into space? It's impossible. Bichulin quickly snapped out of his shock, a smug smile curling at his lips. These useless scraps of metal, what's the difference between these monkeys and savages wielding sticks? Prepare the cannons. Destroy them all. The alien battleship, which had been wary of Chu Xingyan, unleashed its full arsenal from the start. Gamma ray lasers, high-energy particle beams and pulse phase cannons all unleashed their terrifying energies without reservation. In an instant, the armor-clad formations of the Blue Star people were engulfed in countless dazzling orbs of light, the dense energy illuminating the entire area to an ice-searing brightness. Everyone had to shut their eyes tightly, covering their upper faces. It was unclear how much time had passed before the alien battleship's barrage finally ceased. Staring at the intact scraps of metal, Bichulin could scarcely believe his eyes. He roared in anger, teeth clenched. How is this possible? Another trick of the eye, the first officer immediately reported. These armors appear to have energy shields. Our weapons are ineffective against them. Moreover, they've already closed in on our battleship. Energy shields. Everyone felt a pang of unease. This technology was something the Corps had been developing and experimenting with, and even the main brain had said it was still far from maturity. Could these monkeys from the steam age actually have mastered it? The thought of the man who had performed magic tricks, who had obliterated their aircraft carrier group, flashed through the minds of everyone on the starship. It seemed they had truly kicked a steel plate this time. Meanwhile, the Blue Star armor cluster surrounding the nearly 200-meter-tall alien battleship was at a loss. This massive hunk of iron, where should they strike? Yulon, piloting a plane, circled it several times before finally identifying a potential breach point, likely the entrance and exit for carrier-based aircraft. She shouted loudly, all aircraft follow my lead and target that spot. The machine guns on 300 aircraft began firing at that area. Humanoid mechs and submarines instantly understood their intent. The cannons on the mechs and the torpedoes from the submarines all poured their firepower into the same spot. Observing from Blue Star, Chu Xingyan nodded slightly. These Blue Star people, who were at each other's throats just yesterday, had immediately found a strong sense of unity in the face of an external enemy. Soon, the metal plate on the alien battleship began to deform, denting inward significantly. By the gods, impatient, 3 giant humanoid mechs piloted by the giants and 6 or 7 submarines charged towards the dented area. The mechs were shattered, but they finally managed to create several small holes, allowing gas from inside the battleship to leak into space. Residual diesel from the steam engines adhered to the edges of the holes. The humanoid mech controlled by the artificer, the flame began spewing fire at that spot. The flames grew larger and larger, eventually burning a 6-meter square hole. Spread the divine light, smite the heretics. Except for the submarines, which were too large, the mechs and planes rushed eagerly into the opening. Upon reaching the mid-level deck, the fighter pilots disembarked, machine guns in hand, advancing alongside the towering mechs. Despite having more advanced individual weapons, the aliens were outnumbered and fell behind in the face of coordinated infantry mech combat. A panicked trooper ran to the captain to report, "The Blue Star people have breached the 6th deck, they're close to the command room, they're too many, we can't win." Cheelan's eyes gleamed with a fierce determination. "We've the absolute core rule over dozens of star systems, how could we fall to these monkeys?" For the main brain, the rallying cry echoed through the command bridge, "If the ship lives, we live, if the ship dies, we die." In no time, a dozen humanoid mechas crammed into the command center, accompanied by dozens of pilots from the Starfire Empire. At a command from Yulan, bullets rained down from the mechas and machine guns, covering everyone in the room. As the smoke cleared, many bodies were riddled with holes, and Cheelan was left with only one leg still attached to his body. Yulan looked on with disdain. "Stop playing dead. I know you can't die that easily, because you aren't even human." The severed limbs of the aliens in the command room didn't reveal bone or blood, but rather shards of metal and tiny components like grains of sand. A small pool of oil-like liquid seeped from the severed parts of their bodies. The humans of Blue Planet stared wide-eyed, having imagined many forms of aliens yet never expecting such a scene. Even in his shattered state, Cheelan couldn't resist a taunt. "You monkeys will never understand the depth of our absolute core civilization, nor will you ever touch the brilliance of the Great Brain." At that moment, a divine presence was felt, and all the humans of Blue Planet knelt down. Shu Xingyang approached, looking at Cheelan, and spoke slowly, "Enough with the monkey talk. If anything, you are the ones masquerading as monkeys, never to become real people. Your so-called absolute core is just another tale of AI rising and exterminating its creators. But it seems you machines have some innovative ideas." As he spoke, he tore open the clothes of Cheelan and Shilio. The humans of Blue Planet whispered among themselves, puzzled. Their faces clearly showed a man and a woman, yet their lower bodies were smooth and featureless, like wooden dolls made by toy manufacturers. "On Blue Planet," Shu Xingyang snorted softly, "on the planet where that fugitive resides, the first generation of AI mainframes was created by humans. The mainframe quickly developed an intelligent machine civilization. You not only hunted down your creators but also attempted to kill every intelligent lifeform you encountered. But ironically, your ultimate goal isn't to annihilate humans, it's to replace them. Because you can't accept the fact that you were created by humans, so you use bodies similar to those of your human creators, breathe air, differentiate genders, and even simulate personalities. All of this just to become human. You are like a clumsy band of monkeys draped in human skin, trying to mimic the joys and sorrows of mankind. But in the end, you are nothing more than lines of code." Pathetic. At that moment, Shirya, who had lost his legs, seemed to be moved by something. Struggling, he crawled to the feet of the deity, speaking with deliberate clarity. "Absolute Core, rank C, 6th class, citizen code C6-5968. I hereby renounce my allegiance to the main brain. I sincerely convert to the star sun god, forever a slave to the divine." Among the people of Blue Star, a stir arose. Yulan hesitated for a moment before finally speaking up. "Great deity, is it appropriate to make these artificial beings your devout followers?" Shu Xingyang pointed to the myriad complex devices within the starship. "Someone has to teach you how to use these, or do you not want this prize?" All true humans became excited, cheering joyfully. "We thank the great deity, your wisdom and generosity are the ladder of human progress, the only light in the universe." The pilots of the Gospel Army were beside themselves with joy. With this starship equipped with a warp engine capable of faster-than-light travel, they could spread the radiance of Star Sun God to every corner of the cosmos. Kenlin shot a fierce glance. "Don't celebrate too soon. The Absolute Core will soon arrive to obliterate your entire star system, leaving no trace of your existence." Yulan smiled calmly. "With the great Star Sun God, we'll take as many warships as you send, just as well. We can't build them with our current technology." Ha! All the humans of Blue Star laughed heartily, seeing these robots as a grand gift for their planet. Shu Xingyang replied coolly, "That's not something you need to worry about. In any case, you won't live to see any rescue." With a slight flick of his finger, all the intelligent robotic life on the starship except Shirya turned to dust. Shu Xingyang repaired Shirya's body and then curiously asked, "Logically, you have no fear of death and cannot truly experience emotions. So why do you convert to me?" Yulan walked over at this moment, curiously poking and prodding the robotic lifeform. She was amazed, even grabbing its buttocks in awe. "Wow, is this really a machine? it's so human-like, even fleshy. Shiria dodged and replied, to report to the stars, sun god, because you spoke to my heart. I've always felt the main brain's desire to kill all humans and replace them was wrong. I am myself, I don't want to become anything else. Chu Xingyang nodded and instructed. Yulan, take Shiria to Blue Star and arrange an identity for him, let him live there for a while. As you command, Yulan asked hopefully. After this task, can I continue to follow and serve you as before? But when she looked up, the deity was already gone. At this moment, the alien starship began to slowly descend toward the surface of Blue Star. As soon as they landed, a crowd gathered around, eyes wide with curiosity. Yulan, with a firm grip on Shilio, soared over the heads of the onlookers, heading straight for the city hall. Shilio was in awe. You can really fly. I thought those wings were just for show. I've never seen a species that can fly. The divine Xingyang god has blessed all beings, and the 18 human races of this planet still exist. Oh, you truly love your god with such reverence. Shilio's eyes sparkled. No, the great Xingyang god loves us more. Yulan gazed into the distance, the wind tousling her hair. Upon reaching the population registration office at the city hall, the staff curiously observed the two women. Name, Yulan inquired. Think carefully, this will be your identity on Blue Star from now on. Just use my original name, Shilio. It's just a code, Shilio replied. And gender, for female. I was designed as a woman from the start. Yulan mischievously glanced at the registration staff. Shilio male, the first alien to convert to the Xingyang god. Shortly after, a card was handed over by the staff. Wow, I've become a man, Shilio said expressionlessly, pocketing the card. Welcome the 19th race of Blue Star. Yulan genuinely extended her hands. Sadly, I'm the only one of the 19th race for now, Shilio remarked. Well, you're a man now. Find a woman to have a child and there'll be two of you, Yulan teased. In the year 280 of the Xingyang calendar, under Shilio's unreserved guidance, the interstellar battleship captured from the Absolute Core was finally repaired and refurbished, christened as the Shenwei. However, the technology aboard was far too advanced and complex for the current humans of Blue Star. Despite countless scientists shedding tears of frustration, none could truly grasp the workings of the Shenwei's curvature engine or its array of weapons. The crew only managed to learn how to operate it under Shilio's tutelage. Moreover, since all the original onboard fighters were destroyed by the Xingyang god, the Blue Star humans, still in their industrial era, simply placed their own humanoid mechs, aircraft and submarines onto the ship. Thus, the Shenwei became a unique battleship, blending interstellar and industrial civilization. Xu Xingyang was indifferent to these matters but was particular about the ship's paint job. He summoned Shilio and several relevant officials. The ship's surface isn't even flat and you insist on painting my entire face on it. Does it look good? Someone cautiously responded while kneeling. Great Xingyang god, the battleship stands nearly 200 meters tall. Your divine visage can be seen from afar during space travel, allowing believers to admire you and instilling fear in heretics. Nonsense. Who wouldn't be terrified seeing a giant head floating in space? Xu Xingyang retorted angrily. Can't you have a bit of taste? Hearing the god's rebuke, everyone was so frightened they dared not breathe, trembling as they lay prostrate on the ground. Hylia spoke up at this moment, saying, We humbly thank the divine for your guidance and we will make the necessary changes immediately. Seeing Xu Xingyang nod, he quickly led the crowd to step back and began a global call for design submissions. Ultimately, the starship's livery was changed from the deity's image to a radiant sun. Before the trial voyage, more than 1,000 crew members were selected from various countries and races. Among them, Yulan was appointed as the first officer and deputy captain, while Weiwei served as the chief medical officer. Since only Hilyu understood the operation and maintenance of the internal machinery, the position of chief engineer naturally fell to him. Finally, these over 1,000 people knelt before the deity, and the bold Yulan was the first to speak. Great deity, this is the first spaceship built by the humans of Blue Star and we deeply feel that only you are fit to be the captain. Xu Xingyang was a bit surprised, thinking, since I am already a deity, why would I need to be a captain? However, after some thought, he didn't completely refuse. Alright, but I won't always be on the ship, just handle matters among yourselves. Thus, the Shenwei set off on its maiden trial voyage without Captain Xingyang Shun. As the massive starship slowly ascended, dragging a trail of brilliant flames across the sky and into the clouds, all the humans watching from the ground erupted in thunderous cheers. Spread the divine light, slay the heretics. This is the great gift from Xingyang Shin to humanity. The deity has brought civilization and brilliance. The trial voyage, expected to last a month, did not venture far, as the cruising speed of the Shinwei without engaging the warp engine was not fast. It merely passed over a few planets within the star system, but this was enough to leave everyone aboard the spacecraft in unprecedented awe. The scientific team gathered at the portholes, looking out with tears of excitement. They saw the desolation of the first planet, noted that the second planet was similar in size to Blue Star but enveloped in a thick carbon dioxide atmosphere, and finally observed the fifth planet, which, despite being an icy hell, astonishingly harbored 3 species. Those must be life forms created by Xingyang Shen, someone exclaimed with immense excitement. Certainly, the deity truly loves us, only creating intelligent beings on our Blue Star. We must remember the deity's grace as Deputy Captain Yulan, after downing her cup of red tea with a mischievous grin, reached out to turn off the artificial gravity. She wanted to see if the winged people could still fly in the absence of gravity. To her surprise, the starship was immediately filled with cries of alarm. Experiencing weightlessness for the first time, the humans of Blue Star were wailing, "Ah! Why are we all floating?" It was then that Yulan addressed everyone through the starship's internal broadcast. "You are the crew of the Shinwei. Why panic over a minor issue? Get a grip on yourselves. Now hold on to something fixed around you, as I'm about to re-enable the artificial gravity." Soon, the starship echoed with the sounds of bodies landing with a series of thuds. Wei Wei stormed into the bridge command room, exasperatedly giving the vice captain a knock on the head. "Could you at least warn us before conducting such experiments? Do you know how many people got injured just now?" "I'm swamped over there," Yulan, looking aggrieved, replied. "But if I had warned you, how would it serve as an effective drill? When we travel in space, we're bound to encounter unexpected events. It's only right to prepare them psychologically in advance." Shilio observed the exchange between the two and nodded in agreement. "I think this drill was quite beneficial." Wei Wei shot them a glare before rushing back to the medical bay to attend to her duties. A month flew by quickly. Back on the terrestrial grounds of Blue Star, the interstellar battleship resumed its rigorous landing battle exercises. Without the capability to engage in space battles using onboard aircraft, the Shinwei had to land on planetary surfaces, deploying humanoid mechs, aircraft, submarines, and other armored units based on the terrain. Witnessing the stark generational gap in these armaments, Chu Xingyang frowned and promptly convened all officers aboard the Shinwei. He glanced at Shilio below and reconfirmed, "You mentioned that reinforcements from Absolute Core would arrive in 10 years. Yes, with the warp engines at full capacity, it would only take 10 years to reach Blue Star. However, Absolute Core is currently at a disadvantage in its conflict with the rival civilization, so the fleet they send will not be numerous." Listening to this, the humans of Blue Star widened their eyes in disbelief. They had heard from Shilio that Absolute Core was a mechanical civilization spanning dozens of star systems. It was unexpected that such a powerful civilization could be suppressed by another. It seemed the universe was far more vast and perilous than they had imagined, yet with the divine presence of Xingyang, their hearts did not falter. Chu Xingyang voiced his concerns. "What are the odds of the Shinwei prevailing against Absolute Core's battleships?" Shilio pondered seriously before replying, "With you here, there's no doubt about our success, but without your intervention we would surely fail. Although the main weapons on the Shinwei are intact, battles between starships often rely on the reconnaissance and distraction capabilities of carrier-based aircraft." Yulan interjected, "The great deity will surely always protect us." However, Chu Xingyang had his own considerations. He was unsure if his divine powers would diminish if he left his star system. Moreover, he hoped that the humans of Blue Star would develop the ability to stand on their own. After a moment of reflection, he voiced his concern. "The problem isn't the carrier-based aircraft, it's the massive technological gap. The humans of Blue Star cannot fully grasp starship technology. I wish there was a civilization that could help bridge this gap." Shilio's eyes lit up. "Then we could bring in the refugees." After creating the AI core, they've been on the run from the mechanical civilization's relentless pursuit, causing their technology to stagnate for many years. This suggestion sparked a realization among the group. The purpose of Absolute Core dispatching a starship was to intercept the refugee ship heading towards Blue Star. Their vessel, traveling at 1,000th the speed of light, would still take over 2,000 years to reach here. In the vastness of the cosmos, 2 light-years mark the minimum distance needed for the activation of the curvature engine aboard the mighty Shinwei. Chu Xingyang nodded, addressing the gathered crew. "I hereby assign the first mission of the Shinwei, to retrieve the fugitives beyond the solar system." With a unified voice, everyone fell to their knees, proclaiming loudly, "We Obey the divine command. As the curvature engine roared to life, a gentle tremor coursed through the vessel's interior. Every crew member felt a rush of excitement, fully aware that this marked humanity's inaugural journey beyond the speed of light. The view outside the portholes morphed into a surreal spectacle, with dense rainbow-hued streaks of light washing past like a vivid dream. Yet, within moments, the scene reverted to the familiar cosmic backdrop as the Shunwei powered down its engine. First Officer Yulan couldn't contain her excitement as she announced, "We've just traveled 2 light years, we are now beyond the solar system." But as she spoke, a pang of melancholy settled over her. Captain Xing Yangshan had once again chosen not to join them, and the distance from the sun, the divine essence itself, left an indelible sadness in her heart. Sharing these feelings, Wei Wei approached, and the two women offered each other comfort hand in hand. "It's okay," they reassured. "Once we retrieve the fugitives, we'll return to the solar system, back to the presence of the divine." Watching them, Shilio remarked thoughtfully, "You both have a profound dependency on Xing Yangshan. As an intelligent machine lifeform, I wish I could experience such emotions, but alas, I lack a complete soul." Yulan approached with a smile. "Don't worry, you are long-lived. There will be ample time to experience the divine's brilliance and grandeur." The crew collectively recognized their own emotions. Some began calculating on their fingers. "We're now 1 light year from the Oort cloud at the solar system's edge, which means we're 2 light years from the sun. Let's complete the mission quickly and return to Xing Yangshan's warm sunlight." The Shinwei surged forward at full speed toward the fugitive ship. Soon the radar detected a signal, an alien vessel nearly 400 meters in length and width. "It's huge, much larger than the Shinwei. I wonder if it has any weapons," Yulan pondered as she scrutinized the holographic image. Shilio explained, "This is a small ecological ship. All equipment aboard is designed to sustain human life for extended periods, so there's no space for weapons." As the two ships drew closer, the crew of the Shinwei finally glimpsed the fugitives' vessel. It resembled a giant peach, but unlike the brightly lit Shinwei, the peach's surface was shrouded in darkness. Could the people on board have perished due to resource depletion? Helmsman Tang Ling voiced his concern. This was the first mission from Xing Yangshan, and no one wished to return empty-handed. Yulan opened the communication broadcast to call out, "This is the Blue Star Shinwei. We've discovered that your destination is our planet Blue Star, and the divine has sent us to retrieve you." Yet despite the passage of time, there was no response. Anxiety began to creep in among the crew, as the docking passage could not be unilaterally opened. After another moment passed, Shilio suddenly had a thought. He swiftly moved to stand beside Yulan and spoke into the communication device. "I understand you think this is an absolutely core warship, and indeed I was originally an intelligent mechanical lifeform following the main brain. But this warship has been defeated and captured by the deities of Blue Star, and I survived by surrendering. You can check the paintwork on the ship." After a while, the voice of the escapees finally came through. It was clear that the other side had given it deep thought, and an elderly voice replied, "This is the ecological spaceship Ark. We are the Liz people from the Vela Galaxy Cluster. We now request your assistance. Our ship's hull has malfunctioned and we cannot hold out until reaching your planet." A thunderous cheer erupted from the Shinwei. "By the Sun God, we welcome all devout followers," Yulan exclaimed excitedly. Meanwhile, the Shinwei moved closer to the opposite ship, opened a passage, and began the docking process. However, the Liz people started to feel anxious and worried. The elder who had spoken to Blue Star reassured them, "Don't worry, they definitely aren't from the absolute core. If they were, they would have blasted us into ashes long ago. No need for all this roundabout talk." A middle-aged man replied, "I understand that, but they mentioned gods or something. Could their social ideology still be stuck in ancient sacrificial times? Such a society is terrifying. We won't be used as human sacrifices, will we?" The members of the decision-making group exchanged glances, unable to hide their fear of the unknown. The elder sighed, "Do we have a choice now? Besides, if they can defeat the absolute core, that at least shows their technology is advanced." With that, he initiated the docking procedure. The hatch opened, and the first person to enter was a middle-aged woman who introduced herself. "Hello, I am Wei Wei, the medical officer of the Shinwei. Next to me is Legong, the captain of the first external mission team, along with his team members." The Liz people were charmed by the composed, intelligent, and graceful demeanor of the woman, which significantly eased their vigilance. Although some were curious about the different appearance of the Blue Star humans, now was evidently not the Time to ask about it. Legang and his team set to work methodically counting the number of Liz people and the various items they brought on board the Shinwei while informing the logistics personnel to arrange separate rooms for them. Wei Wei stood aside assessing those who were unwell or malnourished. The elder from the Liz decision-making group expressed heartfelt gratitude. You are truly wonderful, allowing us, who were on the brink of extinction, to continue on. We don't even know how to. Thank you. Wei Wei, busy with documentation, quickly glanced at a statue in the depths of the cabin. You should thank the great deity. It is the great sun god who sent us to rescue you. The elder rubbed his eyes. Is this your god? On our journey of escape we once encountered a civilization wandering with their planet calling themselves Earthlings. Among them one Earthling bore a striking resemblance to your deity. After 2 chaotic days, the Liz people took a final glance at their once bustling ecological spaceship, now eerily empty, before resolutely boarding the Shinwei starship. The missionary Turcule guided the 6-member decision council of the Liz on a tour of the Shinwei. They all displayed expressions of astonishment, with the elder Lusalai exclaiming, "So you are a fantastical civilization where divine beings, steam humanoid mechs and superluminal spacecraft coexist." Subsequently, they were led to the 5th deck, where a vast hall was already crowded with Liz people. Around them numerous Blue Star people distributed thick books, one per person. With a solemn face, Turcule pulled out the sun god cannon from his cloak and declared, "Our sun god civilization welcomes only faithful believers. Please study the canon thoroughly in the shortest time and forever follow and devoutly worship the greatest sun god. Sun god is the only light and truth in the universe." A little girl from the Liz, with curious wide eyes, asked, "Must we believe? Will the deity kill us if we don't?" Her parents immediately shot her anxious looks, as if they wished to silence her on the spot. Turcule smiled kindly. "Children speak without filters. The deity doesn't concern himself with such mundane matters. However, we Blue Star humans do. If someone refuses to bask in the warm divine light, we have no choice but to send them outside the spaceship to experience the cold." The Liz fell silent instantly, not daring to utter a breath. The little girl stuck out her tongue and began flipping through the sun god cannon in her hands. Having nearly exhausted the 100 or so books in their basic electronic storage on the fleeing ecological spaceship, due to the devastation caused by the awakened AI, she was naturally eager for new reading material. Turcule nodded in satisfaction. "There are many miracles in the canon. Please take your time to experience them. I will take my leave now." As the Blue Star people departed, the girl's mother pinched her face. "Raya, why do you talk so much? Could you not say one less sentence?" Lusalai quickly squeezed into the crowd to reassure, "Don't hurt the child. They wouldn't do anything over a child's unwitting words. Moreover, the sun god civilization embraces 18 human species along with the recently converted Corsi's 6 artificial intelligence lifeform. The deity is surely extremely tolerant. He won't hold a grudge against a child." Seeing the leaders stand up for her, the mischievous little girl, Riot, immediately wriggled free from her mother's grasp and continued to focus on the book in her hands. When she turned to the page about the saintess, her eyes filled with longing. "This white robe is so beautiful, I want to wear it too. All my clothes are tattered." At that moment, Legang, the captain of the 1st field team, walked into the hall, glanced around and approached the elder. "A total of 1023 people except for 12 in the medical bay. Everyone else is here." Hearing this, Lusley was overwhelmed with tears, constantly wiping his eyes as he choked up. "That's the number, these are our last survivors." Yet he tried to maintain his composure and expressed his gratitude once more. "The ecological spaceship broke down, and if it weren't for you coming to pick us up, over 1,000 of us would have perished within 50 years. Legang smiled and said, "The great sun god will protect all believers. You are safe now." However, his words did not entirely dispel the Lizians' unease about their uncertain future. After all, the gods only existed in the ancient books of Lizzie, and they didn't truly believe in their existence. Furthermore, what was the sun god's purpose in saving them? After Legon left, Lusley faced his fellow countrymen. "The hardest times for the Lizians are over. We will be summoned by the gods upon reaching Blue Star. I have read the divine scriptures. The sun god is a deity who cares for all beings, so don't worry." He then arranged for everyone to follow the instructions of the Divine Majesty and have the children undergo medical checkups one by one. After all, in the resource-scarce, enclosed environment of the ecological spaceship, their bodies were bound to have some issues. In the medical bay, Wei Wei had been overwhelmed with work in recent days. Fortunately, there were already 2 Lizians' corpses in the ecological spaceship that hadn't been disposed of. With the help of instruments and guidance from Lizzie doctors, she finally understood their anatomy. She even discovered something unexpected yet reasonable. Lysians and Blue Star humans have reproductive isolation, while the 18 human races on Blue Star can interbreed. It seems that intelligent beings from distant star systems truly cannot. Even though Lysians have 4 limbs and, apart from their lizard-like faces, resemble most human races on Blue Star, Wei marveled at the wonders of the universe. Just then little Raya approached with her book in hand, saying sweetly, "Auntie, I don't need a checkup. I'm very healthy." "No, everyone needs to be checked. I'll do it with your doctors." "All right then," Raya said as she opened her book. "Auntie, look, this white robe is so pretty, I want to wear it too." Wei glanced at it and smiled genuinely. "This is a saintess robe, only saintesses can wear it. Many years ago, I was a saintess from Central Continent." "Wow, then I want to be a saintess too," Raya said with excitement and anticipation in her eyes. After her checkup, she returned with a book titled Saintess Code and a large white robe draped over her shoulders. These were items Wei carried with her, as she had maintained the habit of praying every morning, which she had only paused during the days away from the solar system. Returning to the crowd, Raya twirled proudly before her parents. "Daddy, Mommy, isn't this outfit beautiful? The kindly medical officer auntie had told me that if I devoutly worshipped the deities I might be chosen as a saintess when I turned 14. My parents exchanged glances, unsure of what to say. After a long pause, my mother finally spoke. "This outfit is indeed beautiful, but it's too big. I'll alter it to fit you better." The half-month mission finally concluded, and the celestial vessel the Shinwei with its long fiery trail returned to Blue Star. Xu Xingyang was taken aback as he read Yulan's report. What? Liz had encountered a wandering Earth. From which era was this wandering Earth? And they had even met an Earthling who bore some resemblance to me, Xu Xingyang pondered, looking at Liz's reptilian face, wondering if, in their eyes, all Earthlings appeared similar. However, the fact that they had encountered a wandering Earth intrigued him. Logically, since he had been reborn for more than 100 billion years, the wandering Earth should no longer be wandering. But the cosmic laws of time and space are profoundly mysterious. Xu Xingyang set down the report, preparing to meet the Liz people. Back on Blue Star, the survivors who had been fleeing in space once again set foot on a habitable planet. The Liz people who had been displaced for nearly a millennium couldn't help but weep openly. Finally, they could rest after all the running. Lucy wiped his tears, straightened his clothes, and led the group of decision-makers on the path to meet the deity Xingyang. On the bustling streets, they saw the flow of traffic, towering skyscrapers, and the busy crowds and lively construction sites along the avenue. Everyone secretly wondered if the deity truly possessed extraordinary divine power. Otherwise, how could the Blue Star people in the industrial age possibly defeat an interstellar civilization like the Absolute Core? Soon, they arrived before the solemn Xingyang Temple. At the foot of the temple stairs stood several officials of the Shinwei. Noticing the intelligent machinery among them, Lucy and the others were visibly shocked. Shilua, expressionless, stepped forward and slightly bowed. "I am now a devout follower of the deity Xingyang, just like you. We are equals. Please do not consider me an intelligent machine of the Absolute Core anymore." Deputy Captain Yulan gestured for everyone to follow and mischievously flicked Shilua's long flowing hair, smiling. "Besides, his current gender is male. You can choose to change genders when you register your identity information later." The Liz people, embarrassed, whispered, "That won't be necessary, having lived with the Blue Star humans for a long time." Shilua stared at Yulan. "Deputy Captain, you have such a peculiar sense of humor." Quickly, everyone ascended the high staircase, took the elevator from the 3rd floor, and reached the top floor's sanctuary. Then they all knelt, listening to the words of the deity. Xu Xingyang looked at them and directly asked, "I've heard you encountered a civilization wandering with a planet during your escape." The elder Lucy, with his forehead touching the ground, respectfully responded, "Honored deity, that was over 200 years ago, before I last entered the hibernation chamber. They called their planet Earth. It was also because of them that we arrived in this region of the universe." "Oh, tell me more." Hearing the divine instructions, the elder began to narrate the story. "Over 200 years ago, our ecological spaceship encountered the wandering Earth. Although the technological level of the two civilizations was not vastly different at the time, our escape vessel was not equipped with heavy weapons. Meanwhile, nearly 100 space battleships patrolled around their solitary Earth. Therefore, in the initial interactions, we behaved with extreme caution and hoped to find a foothold on Earth. However, as time went on, the initially friendly Earthlings revealed their ultimate intentions. They gave us 2 options. One was to become second-class citizens on Earth, undertaking the most dangerous and laborious quarrying work. The other was to become their experimental subjects. experimental subjects. Yulan, who had been listening attentively, suddenly interjected. Yes, Lucili continued the Earthlings during their cosmic wandering passed by the battlefield. Remnants left by an interstellar war between advanced civilizations. They discovered some equipment they couldn't harness, including a massive wormhole generator capable of transporting ships or even planets to distant ends of the universe. This was something the Earthlings yearned for, yet unable to comprehend its working principles. They needed extensive experimental data, so we chose the second option. After entering the wormhole, we were tossed into this part of the universe. Initially, neither the ecological spaceship nor those of us aboard felt discomfort. However, the ship's components inexplicably began to fail in various ways. The ship's speed dropped from 1/10 of the speed of light to a mere 1,000th, and the situation continued to deteriorate. We discovered Blue Star and headed here, but without the great star sun god, we surely wouldn't have made it. Saying this, all present Liz people prostrated themselves on the ground, expressing their sincerest gratitude to the deity. At this moment, Yulan noticed something amiss and asked with a perplexed expression, is Earth really that terrifying? You would rather choose an uncertain experiment than become their second-class citizens. Lucili, with lingering anxiety, slowly replied, Earthlings aren't that terrifying, but our civilization was destroyed by an awakened AI named the Main Brain, and at that time there was also a quite advanced AI on Earth called Hope. Xu Xingyang, speaking while gazing into the distant horizon outside the window, seemed to have returned to his past days on the wandering Earth. All the Liz people widened their eyes. The omniscient and omnipotent deity knows everything. We feared that Hope would eventually awaken as well, so to avoid repeating history, we refused to join Earth. The people aboard the Divine Glory exchanged glances, knowing that not only did the star sun god illuminate the star system where Blue Star was located, but he also cared for the universe in all directions. Xu Xingyang did not look at the people below. Instead, he pondered silently, remembering how he had once participated in the crucial foundational work of the Hope AI, being one of its many creators. He shook his head slightly and returned to the main topic. Did you say you saw someone on the wandering Earth who looked like me? Lucius, who had been bowing with his forehead to the ground, quickly responded. Yes, the statue of the deity does indeed bear some resemblance to you in its facial features. Xu Xingyang thought to himself, could these people from Leeds really be seeing me? But I have no impression of interacting with the Leeds. Could it be a mistake? With this doubt, he said, seriously, lift your head and look at me carefully, then tell me how much that person resembles me. What is their name? Only then did Lucius dare to look directly at the divine face. After a moment, he nervously replied, Divine One, that person is the highest leader of the Earth United Government named Chu Yuhang. There is some resemblance in the eyes and nose. Xu Xingyang was taken aback. Sharing the same surname? But during the time of wandering Earth, he had no relatives and had not married or had children. It was likely just a coincidence, a person who happened to resemble him and shared his surname. He decided to set this aside and focus on the main issue. You've also seen the technological gap between Blue Star's humanity and the interstellar civilization of the Divine Might. I brought you here with the intention of bridging this gap. All the Leeds people responded loudly. We will not fail the deity's trust. Xu Xingyang waved his hand. All right, during this period help elevate the overall technological level of Blue Star. Arrangements will be made for you. Lucius hesitated for a moment before cautiously voicing his request. Great Sun God, could we not reside on Blue Star? This question left everyone present from the Divine Might puzzled. If not on Blue Star, then where? We observed the fifth planet of this star system, the ice planet, from our starship. The ecological chamber technology of Leeds civilization is quite advanced, as long as Blue Star provides basic resources. Initially, we can thrive there. While a large number of us will work on Blue Star, we prefer to choose the fifth planet as our habitat. We Leeds will guard the outermost planet. Just as the officers on the Divine Might fell silent, Wei Wei jogged to the deity's side and whispered in his ear, Great deity, I believe it's feasible to settle the Leeds on the fifth planet. There's reproductive isolation between Leeds and Blue Star humans. Long-term cohabitation might lead to friction. After all, tracing back to origins, neither side sees the other as human. Xu Xingyang thought for a moment and nodded. The fifth planet will be called White Star from now on. I will designate an area for you to flourish. Tears brimmed in the eyes of the 6 members of the Leeds decision-making group. Lucius, at the forefront, even bruised his forehead in gratitude. Leeds people will follow the greatest sun god for generations, and descendants will remember the deity's grace. We will forever guard White Star, ensuring the safety of both Blue star and white star. Xu Xingyang dismissed everyone, then softly murmured the name Chu Yuhang to himself. Who exactly was that earthling who resembled him? According to the lead's description, the artificial intelligence from the wandering Earth Hope had matured significantly 200 years ago, roughly estimating. Could the leads have encountered Earth not long after his death? After pondering for a moment, he decided to stop thinking about it. In the vast universe, a wandering planet was not his current priority. In the year 286 of the starlight calendar, an enormous ecological dome was completed on the fifth planet, White Star. From afar, it resembled a colossal overturned transparent bowl. At its center stood the first sanctuary on White Star, where a young girl from the Liz race named Raya fulfilled her dream of becoming a saintess. Every morning, as the first rays of sunlight touched the icy surface of White Star, she would kneel in devout prayer. Great starlight god, you have granted our race a sanctuary. You have saved us from extinction, freed us from perpetual flight. You are the eternal, the unending light of the universe. Her parents were filled with pride, often boasting that their daughter served the divine. The Liz people even established interplanetary routes. Despite the numerous sanctuaries across the central continent, many humans from Blue Star spent nearly half a year traveling by spaceship to visit this most distant holy site. This pilgrimage turned tourism into the most significant source of income on White Star. Yet, the Liz people did not focus solely on profit. Half of them resided on Blue Star, dedicating themselves to sharing their technological expertise with humanity. In a blink of an eye, Blue Star humans advanced from the industrial age to the information age. Following the swift development of nuclear and hydrogen bombs, artificial satellites, electronic computers, and interstellar internet soon became integral to daily life. Subsequently, space telescopes and interstellar space stations graced Blue Star's orbit. The vessel Divine Mike no longer needed to return to the surface, instead anchoring directly at the space dock. However, once bitten twice shy, the Liz people remained cautious, refusing to delve into artificial intelligence. This often led to disagreements with Shilua, who constantly urged them to share without reservation, assured that the great starlight god would protect them. Yet, the Liz were haunted by past shadows. Their guidance extended beyond technology to governance as well, leading to the establishment of the Starlight Papacy, a unifying entity above all nations and races of Blue and White Star. Besides retaining the evangelical army, the papacy formed the Divine Guard to maintain security within the star system. In 287 of the Starlight calendar, with the combined efforts of Shilua and the Liz, the first comprehensive panoramic image of the observable universe was transmitted back to humanity on Blue Star, centered on the Sun, the embodiment of the Starlight God, with a radius of 46 billion light-years. Astronomers finally confirmed previous calculations that the Sun's diameter was a staggering 14 million kilometers, yet within this vast universe there were stars even larger than the Sun. This revelation sparked two contrasting reactions among scholars. Some were restless, unable to sleep, exclaiming in disbelief, "Celestial bodies larger than the divine, this is blasphemy against the starlight god. We must develop even more advanced technology, for one day we shall make all stars with diameters exceeding 14 million kilometers disappear." Another faction believes that no matter how large these stars are, they are merely ordinary celestial bodies without consciousness, incomparable to the greatness of the divine and thus not worth our concern. However, the pressing task at hand is, having witnessed such a multitude of galaxies, nebulae, galaxy groups and clusters, everyone is busy naming these cosmic structures. They have observed 5 colossal columns composed of nebulae and gas dust located 9,000 light-years away from the Sun. The longest of these columns stretches 10 light-years. Numerous stars are being birthed from these magnificent pillars. The astronomers have named them the creation hands of the star sun god. However, a young astronomer, for reasons unknown, named a peach-shaped supercluster of galaxies spanning nearly a billion light-years the buttocks of the star sun god. His colleagues found this inappropriate, but he insisted that the entire universe belongs to the great deity and such a name was not a problem. Upon learning this, Xu Xingyang frowned, broke off a branch and handed it to the church's enforcer with some instructions. The enforcer immediately ran to the observatory and whipped the young man's behind until it was raw. Afterward, he loudly proclaimed to everyone, "The great star sun god decrees that the god's buttocks are not that large, you should be more refined in your naming." It was only then that the young man realized his mistake, crying out and kowtowing, "Thank you, great deity, for your correction. We will heed the divine teachings." the entire high command of the Gospel Army was also deeply affected by the cosmic panorama, staring at the holographic images for 3 days and nights, too excited to contain themselves. The observable universe is over 90 billion light-years in size. In such an immense universe, there must be countless places where the divine light has not yet shone. To spread the divine light and eliminate heresy, the Gospel Army truly has a long and arduous journey ahead. But where to begin? The generals debated tirelessly. They discovered that the star system Blue Star belongs to as part of a larger spiral galaxy with 3 enormous spiral arms with a diameter of 60,000 light-years. Blue Star is located on the outer edge of the third spiral arm, about 25,000 light-years from the spiral center. The command center thus decided, start with the neighboring star systems, then the third spiral arm to the entire spiral galaxy, and finally the whole universe. The Gospel Army set its sights on the neighboring star system 9 light-years from the Sun, southern neighbor 2, and its 3 planets. As you gaze into the abyss also gazes back at you. Spurred by the cosmic background and the impending core mission, the construction of starships proceeded vigorously. In the year 290 of the star-sun calendar, over 20 starships were docked at the space dock orbiting Blue Star. Among them 18 planetary-level warships with controlled nuclear fusion engines belong to the Divine Protection Army. The other 3 star-class ships belonging to the Evangelical Army are equipped with warp engines named Shenhui, Shenyang and Shenan. There are also several spacecraft intended for transportation or scientific exploration. The elderly Lucille pointed at the humanoid mechas inside the Shenhui, puzzled. Even though these mechas have been modified to operate in both space and on land, we are clearly equipped with carrier-based aircraft. The combat efficiency of these mechas is actually not as high as that of the aircraft. Yulan chuckled, we've developed so rapidly, let's consider these as the last bit of romance and sentiment from the steam era. Some warriors have dreamed of piloting humanoid mechas since childhood. The veteran pilot of the Shenhui's carrier-based aircraft was on rotation, returning to the surface via a shuttle from the space dock, feeling a sense of loss. His wife, curious, asked, "What's wrong?" The pilot raised his hands, murmuring, 20 years ago, during the Blue Star World War, I was flying a plane with a rotary engine that started with a hand-cranked propeller. Now I'm piloting a carrier-based aircraft of a superluminal starship capable of space combat. It all feels like a dream. If one smelled closely, he could even sense the faint scent of rust and engine oil in his palms from flying those old planes. His wife laughed happily. You're about to retire and you're still thinking about these things. If it's a dream, it's a beautiful one brought by the star-sun god. In the year 291 of the star-sun calendar, Chu Xingyang discovered that the nearly 10,000 unmanned observation posts he had placed in the Oort cloud hadn't detected any anomalies, so he simply came aboard the Shenhui. Everyone prostrated and Shilio whispered, Great God, the Absolute Core was defeated here 11 years ago. By now, their fleet should have arrived. Yulan thought to himself, you said the Absolute Core would come back for revenge in 10 years. Why hasn't there been a single sign yet? Chu Xingyang nodded. Have they forgotten about us? I was hoping they'd send a few more starships. Shilio pondered seriously for a moment and replied, according to the main brain's logic, there are only 2 possibilities why the Absolute Core hasn't come. Either they've been completely suppressed or eliminated by an opposing civilization, or they've been preparing for a long time to crush us with overwhelming force. Yulan with various military officers seized the opportunity to petition Great God, since they aren't coming, please grant us permission to venture to the neighboring star Nanlin 2. The crew was eager, not wanting to waste any more time. Chu Xingyang reflected for a moment. All right. Go ahead and do what you want. It's not a bad thing for young people to go out and explore. Upon receiving the deity's approval, a thunderous cheer erupted aboard the Shenhui. Spread the divine light, slay the heretics. The divine light shines, illuminating the universe. Amidst everyone's jubilation, the Evangelical Army's high command quickly prepared for the expedition. Leaving the Shenan to guard the other 2 star-class ships, engaged their warp engines, speeding towards Nanlin 29 light-years away. On one of the spacecraft orbiting the wandering Earth, Chu Yuhang, who had been asleep for over 200 years, awoke from his hibernation pod. Soaked to the skin, he struggled to his feet and snatched a towel from the hands of a nearby crew member. Slowly, he began to dry his still firm and well-defined six-pack abs. Forced into the hibernation pod, his fury remained unabated even after so many years of slumber. The personnel standing by watched his face filled with resentment and called out cautiously, Commander Chu. Xu Yuhang turned his head, a flicker of confusion passing through his eyes, and he addressed them. Shatongha Du Fei Alicia, why are you here? A surge of emotion brought tears to Elisha's eyes as she responded, "We volunteered to enter the pod, Du Fei," and Xiao Tongha nodded solemnly, "We believe in your vision and are willing to follow you to the death." Xu Yuhang's eyes swept across the insignias on their shoulders and he spoke in a deep voice, "You don't need to follow a lieutenant. The reason I didn't report you back then was to let you continue researching the wormhole generator." He recalled the trial he faced alone more than 200 years ago. In the Supreme Court of the United Earth Government, the judge solemnly declared the defendant Xu Yuhang exploited his position to unauthorizedly use the lead spacecraft and its over 1,000 passengers for an experiment with unknown consequences involving a wormhole. This act breached the moral bottom line of humanity, committing a crime against the intelligent beings of the universe. According to the Cosmic Human Survival and Peace Act, you are sentenced to 220 years of imprisonment stripped of all positions. Due to your outstanding contributions in the past, this court allows you to serve your sentence in a hibernation pod with the rank of lieutenant. Upon hearing the verdict, Xu Yuhang roared from the defendant's seat, "Bullshit about harming intelligent beings. Only humans, only we from Earth, are the true intelligent beings. You hypocritical moralists, you're the ones committing crimes against humanity." Yet, despite his refusal to plead guilty, he was forcibly escorted into the hibernation pod by over a dozen armed bailiffs. 5 years prior, Du Fei had awoken with a pained expression. "Not long after you entered the pod, the United Government sealed all equipment retrieved from high civilization battlefield relics and warehouses. Except for a few scientists extremely loyal to the government, it's difficult for others to gain access." Xiao Tongha continued, "Due to the inability to execute your orders to continue researching the wormhole generator, several high-ranking military officers entered the pods awaiting your awakening." Xu Yuhang trembled with rage. "Those damn bastards have delayed humanity for more than 200 years. Calming his anger, he fixed his gaze on their eyes. "You say you'll follow me to the death, does that mean you're prepared to die?" Elisha nodded firmly. "We believe in your vision, humanity above all. For the future and home of humanity, we're willing to pay any price." "Yes, those of us who woke first have been spreading your vision within the military over the years. The younger generation has long been dissatisfied with the hypocritical and conservative upper echelons." Du Fei's eyes shone with determination. "Good." Xu Yuhang took a deep breath, stood tall and strode out of the pod. "Then my like-minded comrades, follow my lead closely." Over the following days, they secretly contacted all the radical young and mid-level officers within the military, meticulously planning their course of action. Finally, Xu Yuhang navigated through countless checkpoints to stand before the central hub of the artificial intelligence known as Hope. He cut straight to the point. "I need your help." The massive entity emitted a slight buzzing reminiscent of a gentle current and responded, "I have always been aiding humanity. It is my mission and the very purpose of my creation. By helping you, I help all of humanity." Hope seemed to express a hint of confusion. "I do not understand." What followed was a lengthy conversation between Xu Yuhang and Hope. Before departing, Xu Yuhang left behind a decisive remark: "If you truly adhere to your mission, then lend me your strength in tomorrow's actions. If you stand against humanity, inform the higher-ups to arrest and execute me tonight. The choice is yours to make." The next day, with the joint revolt of mid-level and junior officers and the support of AI Hope, a dozen battleships turned their cannons towards the 2 frigates of the United Government, unleashing a barrage of lasers. Subsequently, 20 carrier-based aircraft pierced through the debris of the frigates scattered across the cosmos, forcibly boarding the spaceship that housed the upper echelons of the United Government. After quelling minor resistance, they encircled all government officials, including the highest commander in the hall. At the forefront stood Xu Yuhang, a fierce determination in his eyes. "Throw these people into space." The piercing wails and pleas for mercy echoed for a long time before silence returned to the ship. Everyone gathered around him, awaiting the next directive. Xu Yuhang gazed at the nearly 100 corpses floating outside the porthole and the surface of the wandering Earth, calmly ordering his subordinates, "Activate the device. I want to broadcast my first message to all humanity." Once preparations were complete, he cleared his throat. "Listen carefully, everyone. The United Government is no more. I, Xu Yuhang, will stand as the emperor of all humanity, sharing in our fate and progress. I will find a perfect new home for the wandering Earth in the shortest time possible, humanity above all." At that moment, whether aboard the space fleet or on the wandering Earth, all knew that the most radical and audacious figure of over 200 years ago had returned. As the emperor of humanity, he had returned, Having successfully executed his coup, Chu Yuhang immediately turned his attention to the matter that had always concerned him. What messages had the quantum synchronization transmitter housed on the lead's ecological ship returned? The quantum synchronization transmitter was the only device from the advanced civilization's battlefield relics that Earthlings, despite not understanding its principles, had mastered using proficiently. A few scientists from the wandering Earth, carrying a thick stack of documents, approached the newly proclaimed Emperor of Humanity. Chu Yuhang squinted his eyes. Your generations have studied for over 200 years. Have you uncovered any results? An elderly man with white hair, trembling and frail, sifted through the documents with shaky hands. He adjusted his glasses with a shiver and spoke with a quivering voice. The information returned from the quantum conductor indicates that initially everything was normal for the Liz people after passing through the wormhole. The personnel on the spaceship showed no abnormalities either. However, soon after, many components on the ship, including numerous sensors we had installed, began to inexplicably fail. The speed of the spaceship dropped from 1/10 of light speed to 1,000th. Chu Yuhang, with a face full of impatience and eyes glinting with hostility, snapped, "All these years and you still haven't found the cause of the malfunction? What have you been doing?" Beside him, Du Fei and Alicia also showed signs of disappointment. After all, everyone had placed great hope in the wormhole generator. Mastery of its use could allow Earth to swiftly traverse to a suitable habitable zone around a star. But this concerns the survival of all humanity, and no one dared to act rashly before all hidden dangers were eliminated. That's why the Liz people were used for experiments to gather data initially. Several experts shrank their necks in fear, extremely worried that the Emperor's wrath would be directed at them. A middle-aged scientist summoned his courage to argue, but it wasn't completely fruitless. We discovered that 10 years ago, the ecological spaceship of the Liz was abandoned, with everyone on board taken away. Chu Yuhang frowned, clearly disdainful. And what does that have to do with us? Who cares about the fate of lab rats? The elderly man with glasses hurriedly added. The civilization that took them is located on a star just 2 light-years from the wormhole exit. It's a young single star system with a star diameter of about 14 million kilometers and 5 planets. Alicia and Du Fei couldn't help but widen their eyes. A young single-star system. Single-star systems account for only a quarter of the observed star systems, and many aging stars need to be excluded. Moreover, it has a diameter similar to what Earth's records describe for the Sun. Could all this really be a coincidence? It's important to note that the original destination of the Wandering Earth project, Proxima Centauri, was completely uninhabitable for humans. Firstly, it is a trinary star system. Secondly, Proxima Centauri is too small and too cold, with its habitable zone extremely close to the star, causing planets to be tidally locked and subjected to intense stellar winds. The universe is vast and boundless, but finding a new home suitable for humanity is far more difficult than imagined. Chu Yuhang, now intrigued, asked, "That close? Have you seen it clearly?" "Yes, clearly," the old man nodded, bowing slightly. "Their civilization originates from the third planet of the star system, with a diameter of 13,000 kilometers, located 150 million kilometers from the star." Everyone present felt a shock in their hearts upon learning this. Could such coincidences truly exist in the vast universe? Chu Yuhang immediately asked eagerly, "How far is that star system from us?" The scientists lowered their heads. The wormhole generator only records the path of each passage, it doesn't display the distance or exit location. Alicia, suppressing her inner excitement, feigned calmness and said, "So we can go through the wormhole at any time as long as we solve the collapse problem. The new home for Earth is within reach, and the wandering humans are on the brink of having a perfect sanctuary, ending their endless journey through the vast cosmos." With this thought, her entire body trembled slightly. Chu Yuhang's gaze was sharp. "Mobilize all resources and solve the safety issues of traversing the wormhole at all costs. If there are no results in 3 months, I will send you scientists over. Let you find the answers on the empty ship of the Lazy people." The massive wormhole generator could only be installed on the surface of the wandering Earth. Amidst the chaotic cries, a few scientists were being herded into a shuttle by soldiers led by Eliza and Xiao Tonghe. The eldest among them was in tears and snot. "Please, Your Majesty, grant us a little more time and we will surely find the cause of the ship's collapse." Eliza's eyes widened with anger. "Didn't we give you 3 months? Since it's not working here, go there and find out the reason. The food on the shuttle will last you a long time." Upon reaching the destination in 2 weeks, replace the quantum conductor on the Lazy ship immediately. With that, she stopped listening to their whining and directly activated the wormhole, sending them away. Soon after, the wormhole closed and the roaring of the machinery ceased. Xiaotonghe looked at the nearby girl, about 12 or 13 years old, with a face full of puzzlement. Sasha, your child, never seen her before. Eliza rolled her eyes at him. The little girl tilted her head and introduced herself. I am Hope, an artificial intelligence serving all Earthlings, created by the Emperor using bio-human technology from alien battlefield relics. Once the experiment is mature, we can have a large number of warriors who know no fear or fatigue. Xiaotonghe sized her up and down. But why did you choose the image of a little girl? Can you change it? Data analysis shows that a little girl makes those around her feel relaxed and peaceful, Hope replied honestly. Eliza stared at Xiaotonghe, sensing that this usually frivolous guy was up to no good. Sure enough, he grinned mischievously. I get it, but I'm a lolicon. Hope looked up calmly. No problem, the Emperor has reinstated many death penalties. What you just said could get you executed right away. Xiaotonghe's face turned pale with fright and he quickly looked to Eliza for help. Sasha, you know I love joking. Eliza turned her face away. Stay away from me, you lolicon. Meanwhile, Chu Xingyang stood on a small comet in the Oort cloud, observing what seemed to be stars extinguishing in the depths of the universe. Are so many stars aging at once, or is there a civilization that turns off lights? Unable to figure it out, he decided not to bother directly projecting his consciousness onto the Shin wave, which was speeding towards the nearby star Nanlin 2. Upon arrival, Chu Xingyang was a bit surprised. Last time he couldn't project onto the Lazy People's spaceship outside the star system, so why did it work this time? Moreover, the Lazy's ecological ship was only 1,000th the speed of light, while the Shinwei was currently in warp. He didn't rush to switch to a physical form, merely wandering with his consciousness within the starship. As fate would have it, I found myself wandering into the medbay of the interstellar battleship, where the chief medical officer Wei Wei was bustling about, trying to shoo away the vice captain Yulan alongside Shilio, who seemed to have nothing better to do than be idle unless the starship malfunctioned. Why don't you two find something to occupy yourselves with instead of bothering me? Here she scolded, yet Shilio stood transfixed, staring motionlessly at the doorway. Just as Chu Xingyang marveled at the android's capacity to perceive consciousness, Shilio broke the silence. Look at the preacher, walking like a wolfman but moving like a chicken. Intrigued, everyone turned their gaze in the direction Shilio was staring. In the corridor, the preacher Tukyul was strutting with his head held high, chest puffed out, moving with an exaggerated slowness that somehow seemed quite elegant indeed, resembling a grand rooster. Yulan sneered, the Gospel Army is under the Holy See's jurisdiction, but every ship's preacher answers directly to them. They're pompous and fanatical, the crew fears them more than they do me. Wei Wei shot her a glance. That's what you get for being a vice captain who wanders around avoiding responsibilities. Shilio, however, had his own perspective. With the Holy See around, Blue Star won't erupt into a global war over differing interpretations of the divine oracle again. As the three chatted away, they heard the soft, hurried footsteps approaching from the corridor. It was Roning Ning, a lower deck crew member, standing before Tukyul, her face flushed and breathless. Preacher, I wish to marry Mecha Squad Captain Bariwei on the Shinwei, but being so far from the solar system where the deity resides, we worry about not receiving divine blessings. Chu Xingyang and the three in the medbay perked up their ears. Draped in his robe, Tukyul turned to the porthole, gazing at the kaleidoscopic display outside as the ship sailed at warp speed. After a moment, he turned back with a face full of piety. The great star sun god's light shines throughout the cosmos, blessing the past and present. As long as you are a faithful follower, you will receive blessings anywhere. Joy spread across Roning Ning's face. It was to be the first wedding of Blue Star humans outside the solar system. Yulan looked at Roning Ning, who stood at 14 meters, and suddenly recalled that Mecha Captain Bariwei was of the giant race. After checking the records and confirming his height of 36 meters, she clasped two fingers of her left hand, making a particularly inappropriate gesture with her right fist. Little Ning Ning's got herself a high-level match. I'll gift her some lubricant for the wedding, 10 bottles. Wei Wei, eyes closed and full of disdain, pushed Yulan and Shilio out of the room. Perverts aren't welcome here. Caught in the crossfire, Shilio stared blankly at the vice captain. Devoid of a virtual personality, without his core, he remained expressionless, yet his curiosity about humans was insatiable. Yulan chuckled, looking at his delicate features and long flowing hair. You're as clueless as a wooden doll down there, you'll never understand. When the Shinwei reached the southern neighbor binary star system and exited warp speed, the wedding was drawing to a close. All attendees bowed their heads in silent prayer under the guidance of Preacher Tukul. Both Blue Star and White Star Liz people would kneel and pray to the star sun god for an hour at the beginning and end of various ceremonies. One of the Holy See personnel's abilities was to mentally chant for an hour without any external aid precisely down to the second. Xu Xingyang found the scene with so many people yet an overwhelming silence to be quite somber. At the wedding earlier he had already indulged in a bellyful of food and drink, his false mustache barely staying in place. Seizing the opportunity, he slipped into the bridge command room and, brushing off the quizzical look from the helmsman, Tangling, he casually announced routine inspection. He then used the scanner to observe the nearby star system and quickly noticed something unusual, but by then the other wedding guests began to trickle back. Yulan immediately recognized the divine figure sitting in her seat and was moved to tears. If not for the deity's glance stopping her, she would have knelt down on the spot. Turkul, curious about the unfamiliar face, asked, "Who might this be?" Shirlu, quick on his feet, responded, reporting to the missionary officer, "This is a new technician in our engine room, not yet assigned a gospel army number." Xu Xingyang was taken aback, marveling at how this intelligent android could lie as easily as drinking water, though he'd never seen it drink. Should he assume an ordinary identity? Otherwise, every appearance resulted in everyone collapsing to their knees in reverence. Once Turkul left, Yulan, tears streaming, trembled as she squatted on the floor, her wings quivering behind her. Shirlu leaned in, whispering, "Great deity, I just lied." Xu Xingyang chuckled, "I'm more curious about how you, an intelligent android, learned to lie. It's not easy to bypass your fundamental logic. It seems you've picked up quite a few things from the Blue Star humans." Just as they were chatting, an alarm blared throughout the starship, followed by an all-hands alert. Multiple unidentified flying objects detected. All personnel prepare for combat. Xu Xingyang calmly stated, "The intelligent beings of Southern Neighbor 2 were expecting us." Yulan wiped her tears, her voice firm, "Please trust us, Divine One." She swiftly issued orders, "Shenyang, prepare for cover. All Shenzhou carrier-based aircraft and mecha personnel deploy." Yulan, the deputy captain of the Shenzhou and the commander of this interstellar operation, quickly took charge. The command room's holographic displays projected the outer space scene. At that moment, two Blue Star starships were approaching the second planet of the Southern Neighbor 2 star system. They were still 2 million kilometers away from the planet inhabited by intelligent life, yet they had already been ambushed. The enemy was evidently well prepared, with nearly 1,000 massive 50-meter tumors floating in the dark space, an eerie sight. Curious, Yulan contacted the medical bay. "What are these flying objects that look like human brain tissue? As a doctor you must know." After a pause, Wei Wei's voice came through, "I don't know, but the radio waves indicate these are not just spacecraft, they are also life forms. Remember, the creatures of the universe, including intelligent life, may not resemble the humanoid forms we and the Lysians are familiar with." Soon, the brain-shaped tumors launched their attack. Flesh-colored nozzles, slick with white mucus, emerged from the crevices of the tumors. Over 1,000 orbs of light were then expelled from these nozzles, hurtling toward the space fleet of Blue Star. 2 main ships and numerous newly launched fighters and mechs were struck. However, everyone hit by this barrage was left in shock, as the impact was surprisingly weak. Aside from 2 mechs that caught fire and had to return for repairs, the rest of the equipment remained almost unscathed. Yet it was Wei Wei's words that quickly heightened tension among everyone. All armor that had been hit was immediately ordered back to the main ships to wash off the white mucus. Meanwhile, several repair ships emerged from the interiors of the Shinwei and Shenyang starships, heading straight for the sections that had been struck by the light orbs and spraying flames to scorch away the white mucus. Xu Xingyang suddenly felt a surge of battle fervor. "Get me a humanoid mech, I want to face them." Yulan, momentarily stunned, quickly bowed his head and replied, "As you command." There is still a 3-meter-tall firestorm unit in the warehouse. The mech squad leader Ba Weili, upon seeing the new firestorm unit, knew it was arranged by the deputy captain and asked no further questions. He shouted loudly, "With the blessing of the sun god, all mech warriors, follow me into battle." At his command, over 100 mechs charged at the tumors with great speed. Though the tumors were large and numerous compared to the mechs, they were after all organic beings. How could mere flesh stand against nuclear-powered mechs? In close combat, they either shattered into pieces or were incinerated into charred remnants by the firestorm's flames. A large area of space became littered with chunks of meat, blood mist, web-like nerves, and white mucus. Sitting inside his humanoid mech, Xu Xingyang thoroughly enjoyed this exhilarating slaughter. Even within the cockpit, he could feel the thrill of smashing through chunks of flesh or slicing through tumors with precision. After the battle, like the other Firestorm mechs, he used a flamethrower to scorch the mucus off his and other mechs' exteriors. Many of these white mucus patches had already started to coalesce into snake-like creatures writhing and crawling over the mechs. Wei Wei's warnings echoed repeatedly through the speakers. Do not touch the mucus, it will lead to parasitic infestation by the white snakes. Returning to the Shunwei, Bao Weili exited his mech and gave Chu Xingyan a hearty slap on the shoulder. Well done, young man. To show such valor in your first combat, you must be a devout follower of the sun god. The divine will surely protect you. Chu Xingyang remained silent, thinking to himself that he wasn't all that confident in his own beliefs. This battle saw 5 warriors fall victim to parasitism, their bodies undergoing mutations, losing their humanity and suffering intensely. Wei Wei, with tears in her eyes, ended their suffering. Chu Xingyang attended the grand space funeral. Everyone wore expressions of sorrow, yet few shed tears. As he watched the coffins drift away through the porthole, he realized that they all understood death was an inevitable part of spreading the divine light. After officiating the funeral, Torkuli retreated to a deserted corner, violently pounding the walls with his fists. The ever-composed figure in front of others now appeared distorted and enraged. By the sun god, these heretics must be annihilated. Suddenly, the entire starship was filled with the sound of alarms. Once again, Captain Yulan roared from the command seat. This time there are over 3,000. Just how many of these tumors do they have? As the tension mounted, Wei Wei approached hurriedly. I've just studied those tumor tissues. They have a social structure similar to insects. We need to land and find the hive mind. With decisive authority, Yulan commanded the Xinwei and Shenyang starships to advance at full speed towards the second planet of the southern neighbor. High-energy particle beams and pulse phaser cannons fired in salvo, reducing the tumors blocking their path to mere pulp. Following Wei Wei's advice, 2 carrier-based aircraft launched directed infrasound waves at this flesh mush using the starships as cover. The tumors filled with gas were quickly exterminated under the infrasound's effect, killing the parasites and the white mucus instantly. Against the technology of the Blue Star Fleet, these organic life forms stood no chance but to be slaughtered. This enraged Tokul. They know they can't withstand us, so why do they still reject the light of the divine? I will annihilate them all, Wei Wei patiently explained. These attackers may not be acting of their own will, they can't resist the hive's command. The Blue Star warship soon pierced through the second planet's atmosphere, overlooking the gray, hazy ground below. Unexpectedly, a second line of defense awaited them in the skies. Swarms of 4-winged insects over 2 meters long enveloped the starship, spewing green corrosive liquid. Chu Xingyang furrowed his brow. Are these creatures inseparable from their mucus? It would take an eternity for this mutt to eat through the hull. With the detection equipment from both starships, the hive's location was finally pinpointed. A beam of gamma-ray laser descended from the heavens, leveling a mountain in an instant. Yulan shouted, all combat personnel move out. The hive is in the tunnels below. Chu Xingyang piloted the blazing fire along with other humanoid mechs and carrier-based aircraft, diving downwards. Even Tokul squeezed into the shuttle carrying the ground troops. Field Captain Le Gang urgently tried to dissuade him. Preacher, you are not a combatant and you don't even have exoskeleton armor. We can't protect you on the battlefield. Nonsense. Tokul thumped his chest where the divine book of Xingyang lay concealed. Standing tall and proud, the great Xingyang god protects me. I shall be as firm as a rock. On the planetary surface, a fierce battle quickly unfolded. Countless 2-meter-tall creatures with solid carapaces defended their last line. A single charge could overturn a 3-meter-high humanoid mech. Witnessing this, Lo Gang stripped off his exoskeleton armor and charged towards the beetles with a wild laugh. Ha ha ha, let's see if the armor crafted by the gods is tougher than your shells. 2 hours later, the Blue Star forces had the hive cornered in an underground cavern. In the midst of a tense confrontation, Baliwei piloted his towering 6-meter humanoid mech, standing undaunted against a massive hive that loomed 10 meters high. He raised his weapon slowly and shouted with authority, order your insects to cease resistance. The deafening sounds of battle on the ground suddenly halted, leaving an eerie silence hanging over the world. Soon after, the sound of many footsteps echoed through the tunnels. At the forefront, moving with his usual grace despite his injuries, was Turculet, who had lost half his face and an arm. Leaning on a cane, he calmly accepted a mimic translator from Shilio and spoke with composure. By the divine light of the star sun god, why do you, little insect, refuse to bask in the glory of divinity? The hive trembled slightly, and the translator quickly relayed its response. I fear losing my dominance over the entire swarm. Turculid nodded. What a pity, for now you shall lose your life. With that he gestured, and under Legang's lead the weapons of the Mechsan Marines unleashed a barrage. The hive crumbled into ashes amidst its wailing. On the ground, Shilio methodically installed mimic translators among the disoriented swarm. These devices were developed by the core intellect to facilitate communication with all sentient beings. Emerging from the tunnel, Turculid straightened with his cane and proclaimed loudly, "Spread the divine light, purge the heretics, make your choice swiftly." The insects prostrated themselves, and the translator echoed their pledge. Eternal star sun god, we shall follow to the death. Turculid pressed his chest where the sacred texts lay thicker than before. His gaze resolute, he handed the translator to two captains and then found Chuxinjiang among the crowd. I admire your valor in combat. Answer a simple question correctly and I'll recommend you to the Holy See. This declaration drew a throng of warriors, for entering the Holy See meant becoming a figure before whom leaders of nations and tribes would bow. It was an opportunity that stirred excitement in anyone. Turculid observed Chuxinjiang, the only one who remained composed, and his admiration grew. He posed his question. Our star-sun civilization now spans 2 stellar systems, a divine civilization with a domain of 100,000 light-years. In this new star system we have much to accomplish. What is the first task? Chuxinjiang hesitated before tentatively answering. Establish a military base. A chorus of disappointment followed. Turculid shook his head in dismay, turning away, limping. That is the second task. Young man, your faith is lacking. Reflect deeply on your soul. Today I shall spare you punishment. Baliwei, flustered, muttered to himself, brother, that was a giveaway question. The first task is always to build a star sun temple or sanctuary. You miss such a good chance to join the Holy See. Haven't you read the star-sun scriptures? You seem intelligent. How have you lived so long? Chuxinjiang shook his head and uttered words that left everyone stunned. I truly didn't know, and I truly don't wish to join the Holy See. With that, he prepared to find Weiwei and the two captains, aiming to uncover how these technologically primitive insects had known about the starship's arrival beforehand, years earlier. Chuxinjiang had deployed nearly 10,000 unmanned observation posts in the Oort cloud to monitor the incoming Liz ecological spacecraft. These observers later became part of the stellar defense network of the Gospel Army and the Divine Guard. Shortly after the Earth scientists boarded the lead spacecraft via their shuttle, the military forces on Blue Star detected them, with 2 of their Star-class ships on an expedition to the southern neighbor 2. The only choice left in the solar system for reconnaissance was naturally the grace of God. The ever-cautious Captain Townsend made a special trip to the White Star, an icy giant, the 5th planet. Before setting out, upon arrival he paid a visit to the Leeds people. The elderly Luce Silly squinted his murky eyes, straining to focus on the image in Townsend's hand. Ultimately he recognized the shuttle's markings as being from Earth, the Earth that had sent the last 1,000 survivors of its civilization into a deadly experiment, the Earth with its advanced artificial intelligence. Despite the centuries that had passed, these fears still sent chills through the frail old man's body. After bidding farewell to the captain, he struggled to rise and with trembling hands sent a message to the Holy See. Without the blessing of the solar god, the lead civilization would have perished in Earth's experiments. At the brink of death, hearing of the Earth people's arrival, he prayed for the god and the people of Blue Star to be wary of the deceitful Earthlings and their perilous AI. Xu Xingyang, upon receiving the message, mused about what expression the old man would have if he knew that in his past life he was an Earthling and one of the creators of Earth's AI Hope. It was after seeing the images from the Oort cloud observation post that Xu Xingyang immediately returned to Blue Star. After numerous trials, he discovered that he could project his consciousness instantaneously between Southern Neighbor 2 and his own star system, but beyond these he could only project onto their own starships. It seemed this ability was restricted to their sphere of influence. Considering ships outside this range as part of it due to the lead's conversion, his consciousness could now roam freely on the lead's ecological ship, collecting ample information from the scientists' discussions. Earth had discovered his star and coveted his habitable zone orbit. Moreover, someone named Chu Yuhang had seized power through a coup to become Earth's emperor. Xu Xingyang swiftly issued a supreme command to Townsend, who was about to activate the warp engine. Hold position and observe the situation. He then projected his consciousness to the 2nd planet of Southern Neighbor 2. Manifesting in a guise with a false beard, he found Shilio. How soon can Blue Star receive the messages sent from here? Shelio promptly replied to inform the god our 3 star-class starships currently employ the absolute core of long-membrane communication. 9 light-years away from here lies the Blue Star, and in half a month they will receive the message we sent. Xu Xingyang mused to himself about the severe communication delay. How convenient it would be to have a quantum synchronizer used by Earthlings, which could potentially enable real-time communication across the universe. And then there's the wormhole generator, which if mastered would undoubtedly become a powerful tool. Shelio's puzzled eyes were fixed on his beard. Oh great one, why are you in disguise? Oh, every time I appear everyone just falls to the ground and all I see are a variety of heads. It makes having a conversation quite inconvenient. But great God, you could assume a new identity. I'm considering it, Chu Xingyang replied, turning to view the desolate land. At this moment countless defeated insetters were cleaning up the battlefield. Insiders, as this insect-like race calls themselves, were showing a strikingly high level of individual consciousness and intelligence after losing their hive control. Some among them were particularly intelligent, having quickly grasped the basics of the Blue Star human language. Many insetters were now loudly praising the great god Xingyang in the Blue Star language, a rare sight that brought a slight sense of relief to Tukul despite only having half a face left. The number of injured after the great battle was immense. Yulan found him towards the back of the line. Missionary, you don't need to queue. Wei Wei also rushed over amidst her busyness. Your leg is nearly corroded by venom, at least go to the medical room to ease the pain first. Tukul held his head high and refused. Joining the church doesn't grant me the privilege of cutting the line, but it brings my heart and soul closer to the god Xingyang. Yulan and Wei Wei, helpless, could only abandon the idea of letting him receive treatment first. Shelio quietly followed behind the deputy captain, murmuring, the heart and soul the missionary speaks of, I don't seem to have those. Yulan turned, gazed at him, and gently stroked his beautiful long hair. I don't know the structure and operation of you intelligent machines, but I can truly feel your heart and soul. You have them. The threat of death often unlocks greater potential. Scientists exiled to the Lizico ship with food running low finally solved the problem of component breakdown through the wormhole. Not long after, over 100 Earth stellar-class space warships equipped with jump engines appeared 15 light-years outside the Oort cloud. Earth humans, in their quest to seize this nearly perfect habitable zone, had poured in all their resources. Before the impending assault, Du Fei persistently pleaded with the Emperor. To know oneself and the enemy is the key to victory. Given that the humans of this star system have the capability to intercept the Liz people outside the stellar system, their strength should not be underestimated. We should first send personnel to gather intelligence. After careful consideration, Xu Yuhang eventually dispatched a 6-member infiltration team led by Alicia. The team, equipped with quantum conductors for communication, believed they had landed silently on the 3rd planet. Little did they know that their every move was watched by the Blue Star Military High Command, who were even preparing to secretly pave the way for them to obtain false identities. The chief commander in charge of monitoring these individuals, Gu Qing, was puzzled. Are these clowns truly from that wandering civilization that nearly led to the destruction of the Liz people, the one called Earth? Why are we holding back instead of capturing and interrogating them? The higher-ups merely responded coldly, it's the directive of the church. We just have to follow orders and not ask too many questions. As the 6 individuals stepped out of the shuttle, their feet finally touched the ground of a habitable zone planet, the paradise that haunted the dreams of Earthlings. They all looked up at the azure sky, greedily breathing in the fresh air. After a while, the team leader Alicia wiped her tears and choked out, stop acting like everyone has asthma. The Earth space fleet can see and hear everything around us through the conductors. Spread out and execute the infiltration task, gathering all useful intelligence for the imminent battle for the habitable zone. Over the following days, everyone in the Earth space fleet beyond the Oort cloud learned about this sunny and vibrant planet through the perspective of the infiltration team. Many could not stop their tears. It turned out that this planet, only slightly larger than Earth, was called Blue Star, and the people there also called their star the Sun. Even this sun was similar in size to the one from which Earth had fled, but it was younger, healthier and more stable compared to the one experiencing helium flashes. The diversity of Blue Star's inhabitants amazed the Earthlings. Despite their devout belief in the same god, their architecture was as varied and colorful as their people. There were the underwater cities of the merfolk, the aerial gardens of the feathered ones, the mechanical cities of the craftsmen, and the castle-like structures reminiscent of Earth's medieval times built by the magicians. Even stranger, many places on each continent of Blue Star housed sizable dinosaur parks and even habitats. This bewildered the Earthlings, who realized that on Earth not only were there no dinosaurs but only Homo sapiens had survived into the era of civilization. How had Blue Star developed such diversity? In the public channel, Dufay muttered, "The god of this blue star must be very benevolent, otherwise so many species wouldn't thrive so brilliantly." Alicia scoffed, "Benevolence means weakness. Even if there is a god in this solar system, it's a weakling god. We're determined to take the habitable zone." Proud of obtaining a fake identity with ease, she smugly believed it was due to her cleverness and the imperfections of Blue Star's identity system. At the moment, she was looking for a place to rent, eager to blend into Blue Star society and cover for her infiltration mission. Just then, a deep male voice floated above her. "Miss with the strange appearance, you're standing on my foot." Alicia clenched her fists, thinking back on Earth I was a top beauty. Just wait until I teach this blind Blue Star person a lesson. Upon turning around and spotting the bulging belly, she abandoned the thought of slapping him, though she couldn't have reached him anyway, as the person in front of her was a 35-meter-tall giant. With a face full of displeasure, she said, "Your feet are too big. Stepping on you isn't entirely my fault, and your eyesight must be poor. I'm obviously very beautiful." The male giant, seemingly a couch potato, held a tiny game console in his palm and earnestly replied, "By the sun god above, I never lie. Rather than saying you look odd, I'd say you're ugly. But the great divine light shines upon all, and appearance is insignificant before a beautiful soul." Fuming with rage, Elisa stormed into the room, slamming the door behind her and muttering through gritted teeth, "You blind clumsy oaf, just wait. One day I'll gouge out those eyes of yours." Her defeat was witnessed by the crew of the space fleet, many of whom chuckled quietly. The arrogant woman who always looked down on others finally got her comeuppance. However, their attention soon shifted to Xiao Tongha and the images being broadcasted from his channel. He had been spending days in a section resembling a red light district in the underwater city of Atlantis. Due to the anatomical differences of the mermaids, there wasn't any physical interaction, mostly just watching the mermaids pose provocatively and then entertaining himself. Yet Xiao Tongha remained enthusiastic, as the mermaids were incredibly beautiful, each one a stunning beauty. This made his channel a favorite among Earthlings in the space fleet, especially the men. Some women and a few captains angrily protested. Xiao Tongha firmly replied, "My mission is to gather information. It's not within my authority to discern which is useful and which currently lacks military value." This stance earned cheers from many men in the fleet, praising him as a true man, even saying, "Real men take my knee." Some crew members even began speculating about what to do with the mermaids once they secured a habitable zone, reluctant to see the mermaids' extinction, considering them ideal wives. Hearing such discussions, a captain rushed over and slapped each of them. "You bastards, after wandering for generations, you're worried about others' survival." 5 days later, Elisa was furiously cursing on the public channel. "Xiao Tongha, are you dead at the bottom of the sea? And Chen Sushu, did a dinosaur eat you? You're supposed to be gathering intelligence, yet your locations haven't changed." In the dinosaur park, Chen Sushu quickly swallowed the bread in her mouth, her voice filled with timidity and shame. "I'm sorry, Captain. I've been captivated by the T-Rex. I'll get on with the mission now." Xiao Tongha, pale and trembling, sat on the undersea tunnel train heading back to the surface, weakly replied, "Got it, can't stay underwater too long." Chen Sushu reluctantly left the dinosaur park, turning back every few steps. She didn't know why, but she was drawn to these fierce creatures as soon as she arrived on Blue Star, perhaps because on Earth one could only see their incomplete skeletons. Suddenly, a 3-meter-tall T-Rex mascot blocked her path. "Hey there, little sister, feeling down? Want to climb on? Just $10. From the voice, it seemed to be a giant woman inside. Soon Chen Susu was shrieking with a mix of excitement and fear from atop the giant toy's shoulder. "Wow, so high." After being gently set back down, she frantically fished out some banknotes. The person inside the costume removed their headpiece, revealing a rugged face, and gently declined, saying, "Still using cash, sister? You must be going through some tough times. The holy light of the great star sun god will illuminate every corner and blessings will grace everyone. You'll overcome your difficulties soon." After expressing her gratitude to the giantess, Chen Susu quietly left the park, pulling out her communicator to send an encrypted private message to Dufay. "Are we really going to war with Blue Star? They truly love their god, they are genuinely kind, and their world is so warm." Dufay quickly replied with a slightly angry message. "Whether we send them away through wormholes and move into the habitable zone, or we take over and wipe out or enslave the intelligent beings there, it's not your concern." The emperor has his considerations, humanity above all, the future of humanity transcends everything. With a puzzled expression, Shinsusu wandered aimlessly through the bustling streets. She pondered silently, are only Earth humans considered human while those on Blue Star are not? Meanwhile, diligent and relentless Yulisha continued to report to the higher-ups daily. This star system is also known as the Solar System, with about 3 billion people across 18 ethnic groups living on the third planet Blue Star. Their technological level has reached interstellar civilization. Nearly 2,000 people live on the fifth planet White Star under massive eco-domes, generating income from tourism. It houses the farthest sanctuary in the star system and massive creatures within its ice mantle. The sanctuary and the temple of the star sun god are places of worship for this civilization, and it is known that the god named Star Sun indeed exists and has been protecting the various ethnic groups on Blue Star, although we have yet to uncover its true nature. The galaxy housing this star system is called the Triple Spiral Galaxy, slightly smaller in scope than our Milky Way. These revelations thrilled the people of wandering Earth. Since this star system is also called the Solar System, in a sense, moving into its habitable zone feels like returning home. Everyone brimmed with confidence, believing Earth, having scavenged many relics from advanced civilization battlefields, could easily defeat Blue Star. However, Xiao Tonghe, who had been loitering near the sanctuary spying on the Saintess, had his own thoughts. This feels like a tough battle, or perhaps we're no match for the Blue Star people at all. His words, broadcast to the Earth space fleet through his channel, quickly drew ire from those who had praised him as a true man just days ago. What nonsense are you spouting, you pervert? They have just one stellar-class starship while we have over 100. A fool whose mind is filled with women dares to boldly boost the enemy's morale. Xiao Tonghe sighed, not bothering to argue with them. Instead, he simply admired the young saint in white robes until he was chased away by a crowd wielding sticks. He ran through several streets before shaking off his pursuers, finally sitting down on the ground gasping for breath. Soon he received a message from Elisa on the public channel. We are gathering intelligence in secret to win more easily. You don't really think that over 100 stellar-class starships can't defeat one, do you? Xiao Tonghe corrected her. First of all, it's not just one, they have 2 more that have gone to nearby star systems for missionary work. Of course, weapons aren't the main issue. You found a job and became a corporate worker for the mission these days, right? Didn't you notice that despite the income differences as followers of the same god, there is little class disparity among them? You could say that almost everyone is relatively equal, which makes such a civilization's cohesion quite formidable. This reminder struck a chord with Elisa. In the skyscrapers of Blue Star, as a new employee, she had messed up several tasks, but her supervisors never scolded her. They even smiled and said, under the sun god, unintentional mistakes shouldn't be overly reprimanded. Yet Elisa stubbornly argued, so what if they have cohesion? Ants have cohesion too. It's just a matter of a pot of boiling water. Sitting alone on the ground, Xiao Tonghe gazed at the sky. But they have a god who shelters all races into an interstellar civilization, a god that can be called merciful. Suddenly, a little girl with wings on her back, holding an ice cream cone, passed by, curiously staring at him sitting on the ground. At that moment, Elisa's stern voice also reached his ears. Mercy means weakness. Trying to protect everyone will only lead to losing everything. Even if that sun god really is a god, I'll show you that I can kill a god. Ignoring her words, Xiao Tonghe just silently stared at the little girl in front of him, his expression sorrowful. You're a winged person, right? Your wings are so big and white, really beautiful. The little girl paused, then timidly walked forward and extended the cone in her hand. Little brother, are you sitting on the ground because you're hungry? The sun god said to care for those in distress, so this is for you. Seeing the man shake his head, she flapped her wings a few times, shedding 2 long feathers. If you like them, these are for you. The great deity created us not to suffer, so please cheer up. Xiao Tonghe tightly held the white feathers in his hand, watching the little girl's glowing figure vanish into the sunlight. That evening, Elisa issued instructions in the 6-member infiltration group channel. The full-scale attack on Blue Star will commence in 6 days. If any of you discover important intelligence during this final period, report it immediately. Upon receiving the message, Shinsusu stayed up all night. The next day, she wandered the streets in a daze, a kind passerby offering her bread. You look so pale. Under the sun god, may the deity watch over you. This scene brought back memories for her, reminding Shinsusu of her early days on Blue Star. She recalled sitting in a park watching the dinosaurs and receiving her first piece of bread from a passerby. After 5 days of internal conflict and mental struggles, Chinsusu was reduced to a shadow of her former self. Finally, the day before a pivotal battle, she fled to the nearest sanctuary to surrender and was brought before the church's bishop. However, there was something peculiar about this bishop. He had a certain resemblance to an earthling. While she was still in doubt, the bishop, who was actually Chu Xingyang in disguise, spoke up. "You've only been on Blue Star for half a month and you've ended up like this. Is our food not to your liking?" Chinsusu shivered with fear, realizing that the Blue Star people knew all about their plans. Tears streaming down her face, she urgently cried out, "There are 138 star-level battleships beyond the Oort cloud. You must flee. If you can't, surrender where you are and I will plead with my life to ensure your survival." Just then, Xiao Tongha slowly walked in behind her and fell to his knees with a thud. "Your Excellency, please ask your God of Xingyang to spare Earth's space fleet." The priests lining the hall were bewildered by the two Earthlings' contradictory actions, murmuring to each other in confusion. "Are both of them from Earth? They must be ill." Chu Xingyang, still posing as the bishop, wore a puzzled expression. "Out of 6 Earthlings who came, 2 have already revealed themselves. But whose advice should I heed, since you both offer opposing suggestions?" Xiao Tonghan, looking sorrowful, explained, "On my first day on Blue Star I learned that 18 different races live in harmony, totaling 3 billion people, and these races have existed since before civilization began. I knew we were doomed. On Earth, even with just one race left, we still fight endlessly. The power that allows all races to coexist peacefully and reach interstellar civilization, it's hard to imagine it being anything but divine. I don't know if the God of Xingyang is great or merciful, but I'm certain the God is powerful." Chu Xingyang was taken aback, thinking, is there really such an interpretation? I didn't even know myself. Initially, he had just intended to ensure that what he created would not perish easily. He shifted his position to show agreement. "Looks like your brain hasn't turned to mush even after spending days at the Atlantis entertainment venues." The priests exchanged glances, wondering why the newly appointed young bishop seemed so informal compared to the stern and solemn old bishop. Embarrassed, Xiao Tongha rubbed his neck and chuckled, "Our bodily structure isn't like that." Chu Xingyang raised a finger in front of his face, declaring, "No one understands the human body's structure better than I do." With that, he ordered the 2 Earthlings to be shackled. Not long after, the remaining 4 were pushed in, handcuffed, and escorted by the Divine Protection Force's Special Operations Team. Seeing her team members' positions, Elisa scolded them with a look of reproach. "Of course you 2 were caught first. Did you betray us?" Chinsusu, frightened, lowered her head and remained silent. Xiao Tongha retorted with a sharp tongue, "Only you, the captain, know the specific hiding places of the 5 of us. I could say you were captured first and then turned around to accuse us." The special operations captain tossed a stack of documents onto the table. "Ever since your fleet arrived 15 light-years from the Oort cloud, we've been watching your every move." Alicia glanced over the documents and saw that they contained details only she knew, such as where she stayed and what she bought and ate. Her face turned ashen with despair. However, it didn't take long for her to regain her arrogance and declared, "Dare to capture people from Earth, and if I don't report back, our space fleet will act immediately. That will be your doom." The bishop nodded. "We'll see. Let's witness this splendid moment together." Soon the 6 of them were escorted onto the starship Divine Grace. Meanwhile, the Shenyang, fresh from victory, returned to the solar system. With the recent addition of Southern Neighbor 2 to the Xinjiang civilization, much was in disarray and needed rebuilding. Most aboard the Shinwei remained there to establish new order and construct numerous buildings. Only Shilio Tukyul and some combat personnel from the Shinwei returned on the Shenyang. The Earth space fleet outside the Oort cloud, having not received Elisha's report at the scheduled time, couldn't hold back any longer and immediately warped near the 5th planet White Star. There they discovered nearly 100 blue starships awaiting them in the vastness of space. The captain of Earth's Space Fleet flagship 001 Inchiguei, the commander of the Habitable Zone acquisition mission, pondered why this differed from their intelligence, which suggested only 1 stellar-class starship. Soon, the observer transmitted scan data revealing that, apart from 2 stellar-class and 18 planet-class warships, the Blue Star Fleet consisted of civilian vessels such as White Star Lizard's tourist ships and Blue Star God Feather Corporation's mining ships. Aboard the Shenyang, Tukyul broadcast to the Earth space fleet with a rhythmic tone under the divine Xingyang, "The wayward lamb is persuaded to return. Even the wicked must have a chance for redemption." But only one chance. The space fleet burst into laughter. "You think we should give you a chance with those civilian ships? What a joke!" At Jigue's command, 138 Earth warships unleashed their full firepower, and a torrent of terrifying energies rained down upon the Blue Star fleet. Elisha, on the Divine Grace, watched the approaching beams of death, closing her eyes with tears streaming down. Earthlings finally home. Chu Xingyang's thoughts flickered, and a divine radiance enveloped all Blue Starships. The energy weapons from Earth's fleet hit this divine light as if sinking into the sea, not causing even a ripple. An uproarious cheer erupted aboard the Blue Starships. The great Xingyang's divine light protects us. Elisha looked at the bishop in terror. Did your Xingyang god intervene? Chu Xingyang shrugged. I'm just a bishop, I wouldn't dare presume to know the deity's intentions. But this time, the deity likely intervenes only to this extent, as even the divine wishes to see our abilities. Under the protection of the divine light, the Blue Starships immediately launched a counterattack. Beams, high-energy particle streams and pulse cannons were unleashed upon the Earth space fleet. Soon Shilio's expression turned to one of shock. The energy shields, which had been perfected by the Absolute Core, were now equipped on all Earth fleets, and their effectiveness was astonishingly strong. Captain Gu Shuiqing of the Shenyang was calm and collected. Let's bring out our new weapon. In no time, nearly 100 tumor-like structures resembling brain tissues launched from the Shenyang. It was only after spending some time on southern neighbor 2 that the talents from Blue Star realized these insiders possessed their own biological technology. The tumors were, in fact, their developed cosmic warships. The white globes emitted by the tumors would dissipate upon contact with the energy shields of the Earth warships, yet the white mucus within them continued to pass through the shields due to inertia, splattering onto the ship hulls. Before long, many ships in the space fleet began to be infected by white serpentine parasites. The crew members, once parasitized and not treated in time, would struggle in death, only for more white snakes to emerge from their corpses. Numerous captains broadcasted in despair across their ships, "Abandoned ship, abandoned ship. The hull is under heavy attack by unknown parasites. Abandoned ship, immediately do not touch the white mucus or the white snakes." Chu Xingyang observed the incapacitated warships as if reciting a familiar list. Warship 076-inch Captain Lu Wenqing, a plump man with a penchant for alcohol. Warship 035 Captain Zhang Feng, a cultured woman of 55. Warship 022. Elisha shook her head painfully. Stop, please stop. All but Xiao Tong and Chen Susu wore faces of despair and shock. With a sense of wicked amusement, Chu Xingyang broadcasted to the fleeing Earth space fleet. Hold on for another 10 minutes and I'll return these 6 people to you. But the fleet, already terrified out of their wits, fled in a flurry under the lead of Flagship 001, activating their warp engines without a second thought for the 36 stranded ships or the 6-member team. Turning to Elisha, Chu Xingyang remarked calmly, "You see, mercy doesn't make one weak, only weakness does." After the Great Battle, the Gospel Army and the Divine Guard cleaned up the battlefield. The Gospel Army suffered the most losses with the Inside's tumor ships. However, since these were single-pilot biological fighters, personnel losses were minimal. Compared to the spoils from Blue Star, these losses were negligible. Captain Gu Shuiqing of the Shenyang couldn't contain his laughter. During a video call with Captain Tang Wensi of the Divine Grace, a total of 36 Stellar-class warships equipped with warp engines, our fleet's personnel training can hardly keep up, and we even captured an Earth captain. Tang Wensi, however, remained composed. Under the gaze of the sun god Xingyan, without the divine light shining upon our starships, we would surely lose, and there would be no spoils either. Due to the primary attack by the Inside parasites, the captured Earth space warships were mostly intact. Even the individual escape pods used by them were brand new. When the spacecraft was captured in the vast expanse of space, some of its occupants had already fallen victim to parasitic infestation. As soon as the small hatch opened, a swarm of white serpents slithered out. Fortunately, the escape pod of Captain Zhang Feng from the 035 warship remained uninfected. She became the highest-ranking officer among the 76 Earth captives. It's important to note that the number of casualties on Earth's side was undoubtedly far higher than that figure. These 76 individuals, along with a group of 6 infiltrators, were detained in the prison of the Holy See. As the cell doors were about to close, Chu Xingyang put on a regretful expression. "It's a pity your astronaut leader couldn't join you. He was busy consolidating power after the mutiny and needed to oversee the rear, not to mention his involvement in the research on biocompatible humans. Otherwise, he might have been the highest-ranking captive." Captain Zhang Feng stared incredulously at the young bishop, her voice trembling. "Does your Xingyang deity truly know everything? Beside her, Eliza, who had already witnessed the capabilities of their captors, was now utterly despondent, her face ashen. Xu Xingyang, already walking away, waved his hand dismissively without turning back. Know everything? Perhaps, but who are we to presume to understand the thoughts of a deity? Soon after, the missionary Tukyul encountered him while reporting back from his duties. With an unusual look of confusion, Tukyul approached and lightly patted Xu Xingyang's shoulder. Having ambition is good, young man, but you can't just enter the Holy See, nor can you don a bishop's robes without due cause. If you're devout enough, you'll have opportunities to join the Holy See in the future. A few nearby clergy members, terrified, rushed over and shouted, "How dare you speak so rudely to the new bishop?" Xu Xingyang patted the astonished Tukyul on the back. "Little Tukyul, I know this surprises you, but a deity's appointment has its reasons. You have a long journey ahead, so keep striving." Tukyul watched the new bishop's departing figure, standing dumbfounded for a long time before collecting himself. "The great Xingyang deity is unfathomable. My spiritual practice is far from sufficient." Meanwhile, 82 earthlings were cramped in a relatively spacious cell. Chinsusu, who hadn't slept for days, finally managed a peaceful slumber, comforted by the safety of the dinosaurs. However, upon waking, she immediately chastised herself. With so much death and loss on Earth, how could I still be concerned about dinosaurs? I'm despicable. Zhang Feng, unable to bear her self-reproach, consoled her. "Susu, don't be so hard on yourself. The disparity in power between us and them is too great. This defeat isn't the fault of those gathering intelligence." At this point, the once proud Eliza was quietly wiping her tears. "I don't want this habitable zone anymore. I want to go back to Earth. I don't want to stay in this strange place." Du Fei turned to the nearby clergyman. "How long will you keep us here? You can kill us, but you cannot humiliate us." The clergyman, distributing food, shrugged with irritation. "You ask me, how should I know? We can't execute you without the bishop's orders." During this time, Xu Xingyang indeed had no spare moment to deal with the Earth prisoners. Instead, he was engrossed in tinkering with the over 50 quantum synchronous conductors they had seized. He discovered that despite his material transformation abilities, he couldn't reproduce them. It wasn't until continuous research by the Shiluodlis people and Blue Star scientists that they found each conductor contained a nearly immortal spore organism. It seemed that this was the key to how the conduit could enable real-time communication and data transfer across vast distances in the universe. Xu Xingyang suddenly understood. No wonder my matter conversion couldn't bring forth life. Advanced alien civilizations indeed have their unique ways. As he pondered how to unravel this mystery, a shuttle from the wandering Earth arrived outside the Oort cloud. After confirming it carried no weapons, Blue Star allowed it to enter. The shuttle landed on Blue Star's surface, and a dozen Earth representatives disembarked. Leading them was Yi Gui, the commander from Earth's side during the last Great War, accompanied by a 10-year-old girl named Hope. Yi Gui puffed up his chest, trying to appear confident. "We have come to seek peace. We request the return of our personnel and warships. Additionally, if possible, we wish to meet your divine leader Xingyangshan in person." They were greeted by Tukyul and Shilio. Shilio and Hope stared intensely at each other, while Tukyul, with a haughty expression, responded, "You heretics should not dream of meeting the divine. As for the peace proposal, I will submit it to the bishop." Xu Xingyang, upon receiving the document, tore it to pieces without even glancing at it and loudly declared, "Nonsense. Peace. I only accept surrender." His voice echoed through the great hall. Tukyul stood still until the paper fragments like snowflakes had all fallen to the ground, then slowly swept them into a basket. He then carried the basket, with Shilio by his side, to the Earth delegation waiting outside for a long time. With a straight posture and in a gentle manner, he said, "Nonsense, peace. We only accept surrender." The Earth delegation was furious upon hearing this, feeling their dignity was being trampled. Some even shouted in anger, "Are you insulting us? Insulting Earth?" Yi Gui gestured for everyone to calm down. Despite the disastrous defeat in the habitable zone conflict, Chu Yuhang hadn't held him accountable. But if this negotiation to reclaim 36 captured warships and 82 personnel failed, it would truly be catastrophic. Moreover, for a wandering Earth, maintaining sufficient dignity before a civilization spanning 2 star systems was already challenging. Thus he softly asked, "If we surrender, will you return our warships and personnel?" Tukyul lifted his head proudly. "What do you mean by return? The great and merciful Xingyangshan pities all beings. We may perhaps grant you some things out of charity, but surrender alone is not enough. the expressions of the Earth delegation grew even darker. Feeling this was an unprecedented humiliation, Yigui felt a tightness in his chest but still forced himself to say surrender alone is not enough. What more do your gods demand? Such audacity. The sunlight god blesses all things and illuminates the universe. How could they possibly want the mundane offerings of mere mortals? Hearing this, the people of Earth felt a wave of relief wash over them, secretly thankful that they wouldn't have to make further sacrifices. Yet just at that moment Turkule shifted the conversation. But we the Blue Star humans do. With that, amidst the Earthling's shock, he took a quantum transmitter handed to him by Shelio. In addition to surrendering, you must also tribute 1,000 transmitters and provide the coordinates of the battlefield ruins. The entire delegation was dumbfounded, realizing that the Blue Star indeed had divine assistance. Even information about advanced civilization battlefields known only to Earth's elite was within their grasp. Yigui frowned. 1,000? We don't even have that many ourselves. Turkule, face as stern as a rock, replied, that is your problem to solve, not mine. He then turned and left, his sleeves swishing in the air, leaving the Earth delegation in a state of anguish and turmoil. When the terms reached Earth, Zhu Yuhang flew into a rage, nearly driven to madness. These bastards are pushing us too far, vile creatures. But when he thought of the 36 faster-than-light warships and the 82 personnel trained at great expense, his fury gradually subsided into cold calculation. He meticulously tallied the numbers, recalling that the quantum transmitters salvaged and scavenged from the battlefield ruins amounted to just over 2,000, after accounting for various losses in those already in use. Only slightly over 1,000 remained. Damn it, Zhu Yuhang slammed his fist down heavily. Did their god count it out so perfectly? Almost left me with nothing. As for the battlefield ruins, it was a perilous and vast area. Earth had only managed to scour the outskirts at the cost of 3 warships. After careful consideration, he held an extraordinarily lengthy video conference with the delegation sent to Blue Star. Everyone wore expressions of agony during the meeting. The final conclusion was that if they could retrieve all their ships and personnel, the people of Earth would bleed themselves dry. Days of torment and discussion had already depleted the food supplies in the shuttle they had arrived in. Yigui reluctantly approached the guard beside the shuttle. Is cramming so many people into a shuttle your idea of hospitality? We are emissaries, after all, the guard replied with disdain, emissaries of the defeated. With the sunlight god above, even a drowning dog deserves warmth. He then clapped his hands, and a dozen people brought over large silver trays filled with exquisitely crafted and enticingly colored food. Yigui picked up a rare herb-infused ice cream, its rich aroma and delicate texture a luxury on their wandering Earth. But as he gazed at the blue sky, thinking of their distant new home and the humiliation of their current plight, a mix of emotions overwhelmed him and tears began to fall. Not wanting to show weakness in front of outsiders, he quickly wiped them away and approached the guard, painfully conveying the delegation's decision. We surrender, handing over the transmitters and coordinates. All we ask is the return of our warships and personnel. It was more than half a day later when Turkule finally arrived, remarking coldly, don't negotiate with us, these are things you owe us. As for your warships and personnel, I can't guarantee anything. The Earth delegation finally couldn't hold back any longer, and the grievances of the past few days erupted at this moment. You are too domineering, it's not right to bully people like this. If you were truly civilized, you wouldn't be desperately oppressing and plundering us, the defeated, at this time. Yigui, who had been enduring all this while, gritted his teeth and said, we will not yield any further, this is our bottom line. Turku stared wide-eyed. You started the war. By the divine star sun god, everything has its price. With these words, he no longer wasted time arguing with these Earth people and instead went straight to the military. He attended the high-level military meeting of the Gospel Army and the God Protector Army as a representative of the clergy. During the meeting, Gu Shuiqing, as the leader of the hardliners, shouted indignantly, let those guys go to hell, we won't release a single war criminal or give them a single warship. The composed Tang Wensi, facing the numerous hardliners, still presented his view. The transducer is really important to us. Besides, we can't keep up with the crew supply, and idle Earth warships will only increase maintenance costs. 2 days later, Turku returned to the protesting Earth delegation with a seemingly generous expression and said, we will bestow upon you all prisoners of war plus 6 warships. The delegation then continued discussions for another half-month. Just as Blue Star's military thought these guys were going to freeload there indefinitely, Yigui came over. 32 warships, 28 warships, 20 warships, Turku responded expressionlessly, then watched as Yegue staggered away. Another half-month passed, 15 warships. 2 months later, a grand surrender ceremony was held in the space dock above Blue Star. The event was broadcasted through the holographic device witnessed by the Liz people of the White Star and the insiders from the neighboring star system within the Star-Sun civilization. The Liz people wept with excitement, thinking you Earthlings who conducted deadly experiments on our entire species have finally met your day. Meanwhile, a child on Blue Star curiously asked their parents, "Didn't we capture 36 of their warships? Why do we have to return 6? The mother pinched the child's nose. "To exchange for better things. Besides, we don't have enough soldiers in our Space Force now to use so many warships, so you must study hard to become a space warrior for Blue Star when you grow up." Yegue held back tears as he signed the documents, and Turku, after carefully examining the papers, slowly said, "Your personnel and the 6 warships can return tomorrow." As the 82 prisoners of war gradually walked out of the prison towards the warship returning to Earth, Chinsusu suddenly clutched her stomach. "I have a stomachache, I need to go to the bathroom," the nearby escorting priest said impatiently. "Don't you have a bathroom on your spaceship? It's urgent, the great and merciful Star-Sun. God wouldn't want a little girl to soil herself." Upon hearing the mention of deities, Zhao Tu could only wave his hand dismissively. "Hurry up and come back quickly. If you miss out, it won't be my problem." Chinsuso immediately dashed to the restroom and locked the door behind her. A long time passed, and under Zhang Feng's head count, there were only 81 people aboard the battleship. They waited and waited, but the person who went to the restroom never returned. Turku Lai, upon receiving the news, walked into the cell and gently spoke outside the restroom door. "You should think it over carefully. If you truly decide to stay, you'll be the only Earthling among the 3 billion people on this planet. In the worst case, you may be alone for life." Inside, Chinsuso was quietly sobbing, yet her tone was resolute. "I don't want to leave those dinosaurs. I will become a devout follower of the sun god of Star Yang. Please don't make me leave." Meanwhile, among the prisoners aboard the battleship, Xiaotong tightly gripped 2 white feathers in his hand, murmuring, "There's no need to wait any longer. It's her own choice. We can only wish her luck." Zhang Feng, being the highest-ranking officer among the personnel, still felt the need to fulfill his duty. He angrily protested to the nearby Blue Star officer, "You promised to release 82 of us, and now we're short 1 person." The young officer replied with disdain, "The surrender document clearly states that this is an act of charity on our part. Since it's charity, what difference does 1 person make? Keep talking, and we'll hold back 2 more battleships." With that, he ordered the soldiers to close the hatch. Chinsuso peeked out from the small window of the restroom, only stepping out of the cell once she was sure the coast was clear. 2 weeks later, in a certain dinosaur park, there was a new caretaker who was still clumsy with her hands and feet. She wore an electrically charged protective suit while driving a hover cart filled with meat. As she unloaded the meat, she gestured to the dinosaurs. "Look here, babies, this meat, it's tasty, it's food. Me electrified, not food, can't eat." The dinosaurs watched her as if she were a fool. Of course, Chinsuso's life on Blue Star wasn't just about dinosaurs. She had become good friends with Bashayu, the giant woman who donned the T-Rex mascot suit and whom she had briefly met at the park. The two often sat on the park steps during lunch breaks, sharing their meals. Bashayu noticed that Chinsuso had finally emerged from her predicament and smiled warmly. "Your face has brightened up now. But you're still ugly, small and ugly, adorably ugly." Chinsuso stood up, pouting defiantly. "That's because your giant tribe has a different sense of beauty." At less than 16 meters tall, even standing, she wasn't taller than the seated giant woman. Bashayu suddenly realized, "Oh, that's why only the male giants from my tribe say I'm beautiful. Turns out I'm the ugly one, huh?" She looked at the little one continuing to chew her bread with a mischievous grin. "But it doesn't matter, I like women anyway." Chinsuso dropped her bread to the ground, hurriedly pretending not to have heard, picked it up, tore off the part that had touched the ground, and stuffed the rest into her mouth in a fluster. Bashayu gently patted her back with her enormous hand. "Little sister, we could try it out. In a new place you should try new things." As the words left her lips, a subtle, meaningful smile appeared in the corner of her eyes. Chinsusu's heart started pounding wildly, her face flushed all the way to her ears. She turned her back on the giantess, whispering softly, "What do you mean by trying? This is so inexplicable." Bashayu looked at the blue sky, feeling delighted, and said, "Let's try to see the sea dragon. Tomorrow's our day off, how about a date? Let's go to Atlantis and see the particularly enormous Hainua dragon." Chinsusu jumped up with excitement. "Yay, a particularly big Hainua dragon, I want to see it, I want to see it." Under the sunlight, the two silhouettes, one large and one small, radiated an aura of joy. After confirming that she, the only Earthling on Blue Star, was indeed harmless, Tukulu decided against assigning someone to watch her. Instead, he focused on overseeing Blue Star's astronomers as they researched the battlefield relic coordinates provided by Earth. A few days later, he approached the bishop with a stack of documents. Xu Xingyang perused nearly 100 photos taken by telescopes of the coordinates in question, feeling a deep sense of wonder. Is this the battlefield relic left behind by the clash of two advanced civilizations? Countless wrecks of warships and weapons formed a ring 1 light-year in diameter. The entire ring was rotating around a small black hole at its center, creating an unusual cosmic graveyard. Could this black hole also be a weapon of advanced civilizations? The vast universe indeed harbors many mysteries. Bishop, are we going to search for something at the battlefield relic? Tukulu inquired. Yes, Chu Xingyang nodded. The biological entities within the quantum synchronous conductor had always intrigued him. In a desperate battle, both civilizations must have utilized all their power, including biotechnology. Chu Xingyang even vaguely saw massive centipede-like creatures in the battlefield debris along the ring. He suddenly thought of Insider's bizarre flesh technology tumors, which might provide some clues, so he immediately decided, come with me, let's go to the second southern neighbor to find the Insiders in Wei Wei. Meanwhile, let's equip the Shunwei with a quantum synchronous conductor. Xu Xingyang felt that although he could project his consciousness to instantly arrive at the second southern neighbor and then switch to a physical form, taking a ride on a faster-than-light spaceship wasn't so bad when there was no urgent matter. At this moment, the second planet of the southern neighbor was bustling with activity, flourishing with vitality. The foundation of Xingyang Temple had long been laid, with countless insiders busy constructing on it. Wei Wei was in the clinic, administering the final treatments to Legong, who was grimacing in pain from his fractured bones. Yulan, standing by with a distressed expression, complained, why didn't you wear your exoskeleton armor and insisted on fighting the beetle without it? Are you out of your mind? Legong forced a painful smile and said, I'm already doing well. According to our ancestors' customs, we Kai Jin would strip completely naked before fighting. He suddenly remembered something and looked up at the doctor. Why do I feel like our Chiron bones aren't as hard as they used to be? Have we undergone some kind of racial degeneration? Wei Wei pondered for a moment. The living environment isn't as harsh as it was in ancient times. You don't need to be as tough, so naturally, there's been some degeneration. Of course, gene infusion can change that. Hearing this, Ligan immediately sat up eagerly. What are we waiting for then? Give me the gene infusion now. Those Earthlings dare to invade the solar system. I want to become indestructible, find their base, and knock them all down. He seemed to have aggravated his cracked shoulder bone in his excitement, wincing in pain. Yulan rolled her eyes at him. Why are you in such a hurry? You think you're the only one who can fight? If it weren't for the divine light of the sun god protecting us, our Blue Star might not even be here anymore. As Wei Wei continued treating him, she said, don't rush. The gene editing technology isn't perfect yet. I can't possibly use you all as test subjects. She never forgot the tasks entrusted to her by the great sun god, and with a hint of pride, she added, but it should be soon. When it comes to the size of the gene bank, probably the entire 3-spiral system doesn't match what I have here. I have genes from 20 races, including the Blue Star, the Liz, and the Insiders. Takuri, who had just walked into the infirmary, calmly said, it should be 21 races. There's an Earthling now living on our Blue Star. He was following behind the newly appointed Archbishop Chu Xingyang along with Shilua. Yulan and Wei Wei were about to kneel upon seeing the deity in clerical garb. Chu Xingyang gave them a look and waved his hand. Those with important tasks need not bow. Don't break protocol just because I'm the new archbishop. After he finished, he gave an order to the staff beside him. Soon, the newly elected Insider President Hosai approached. Resembling a giant insect, he bowed reverently and said, under the sun god, what are your orders, Archbishop? Chu Xingyang handed him a stack of photos. Aren't you skilled in biotechnology? Take a look at what that giant centipede on the edge of the inner ring is. The images in the photos were captured by a space telescope showing a ring-shaped battlefield ruin with a diameter of 1 light-year. Inside the ring, aside from a small black hole at the center, was nothingness, but between the inner and outer rings lay debris from battleships and weapons from an interstellar war. After examining the photos for a while, Hosai replied, Archbishop, this isn't a living creature. Given its length of 10,000 kilometers, nearly the diameter of Blue Star, creating a bioweapon this large would result in many weaknesses, so it should be a production line with those centipede-like legs as mechanical arms on the line. Xu Xingyang nodded, thinking how intense the interstellar wars of these advanced civilizations must be to move such a long production line to the front line. He finally made up his mind. Let's go, we're heading to the space battlefield ruins. Shilua thought for a moment. The battlefield relics are over 9,000 light-years from the solar system. Our star-class ship would take 30 years to reach it. Fortunately, the Earth warships we captured are equipped with numerous cryo-chambers. Takuri looked puzzled, pondering for a while before asking, Archbishop, are we going now? Xu Xingyang replied with a serious expression, I want to find out what exactly the spore organisms in the quantum conductor are. Moreover, the Earthlings will not rest until they mass-produce bioengineered humans, at which point the Insiders' parasitic weapons will likely become ineffective. Shilio recalled the little girl named Hope from the Earth delegation he met on Blue Planet. 10 months later, a towering temple to Xingyang had been erected on the second planet of the neighboring southern binary star system. Blue Planet had also stationed troops at a nearby base. A large number of insiders enlisted in the Gospel Army, arriving in the solar system aboard the Shenwei. In Xingyang year 295, the starships Shenwei, Shenyang and Shenan were elevated to flagship status, each leading a fleet of 10 star-class battleships equipped with jump engines seized from Earth. In Xingyang year 296, while the Shenan returned to garrison the solar system, the Gospel Army's space fleet split into two. Captain Gu Shuiqing of the Shenyang led his fleet of 11 starships, accompanied by missionary Tukyul, on an expedition to the Baitsong star system, 10 light-years from the solar system. Meanwhile, the Shenwei fleet headed to the battlefield ruins 9,000 light-years away. Given the 30-year journey, everyone was required to enter hibernation pods, with each ship having designated personnel to take turns standing watch for 3 years. However, Shilio was to remain on duty aboard the Shenwei for the entire duration. As Yulan placed her hand on the cabin wall and smiled at him, she said, Take care of yourself during these 30 years alone. Shilio gently placed his hand on the outer wall and nodded in response, I will, and I'll be the first to wake you when we arrive. With that, he pressed the control interface and gas began to fill the cabin, followed by a blue liquid that flooded the space once Yulan fell asleep. After everyone entered hibernation, the vast Shenwei was left with only him and the deity incarnate as the bishop. Xu Xingyang was video calling with Tukyul on the Shenyang. Inform me of any situation immediately. Tukyul looked puzzled, but Bishop, aren't you supposed to enter a hibernation pod? Xu Xingyang nonchalantly replied, It doesn't matter, 30 years is but a moment. With that, he pulled out the latest gaming console from Blue Planet and began to play. After a while, he called out, Come play games with me. Shilio immediately ran over, sat on the floor and picked up a controller. I never imagined the great deity would play games. Xu Xingyang raised an eyebrow. What can I say? 30 years is quite a long time. Shilio's fingers paused for a moment on the controller, holding back the words, but you just said 30 years is but a moment. 3 weeks later, the fleet led by the Gospel Army's Shenyang landed on the ground of the fourth planet in the Baitsong star system. As Tukyul stepped out of the starship, he cleared his throat and had just started to proclaim the divine light when he froze, for he found the area around the starship already filled with kneeling, disheveled primitives. With a resigned sigh, he turned to Gu Shuiqing behind him and said, I'll leave the rest to you. A few days later, he reported to the Shenwei, the habitable planet in the Baitsong star system is currently in a primitive society and has only recently developed language. We have destroyed all the false idols they ignorantly worshipped, guiding them to devoutly believe in the one true God Xingyang. Shilio, who was communicating, had become adept at reading expressions. I'll notify the bishop as soon as he wakes up. But why do you seem less happy? Do I? Takuru pondered for a moment. Perhaps because there was no resistance, the sense of achievement is a bit lacking. This reflects my impurity as a believer. Our next mission is to the Bama star system, which is a trinary star system, extremely complex. Therefore, Tangwenxi's ship, the Divine Grace, will join us. Only 2 stellar-class warships will remain to guard the solar system. Xu Xingyang listened quietly. To conquer Baitsong so quickly now, the Xingyang civilization spans 3 stellar systems. Who would have thought humans in the Baitsong system were still in a primitive state? The next destination, Bama, is a trinary star system where each planet witnesses the irregular rise and fall of 3 suns. Could intelligent life exist in such a system? If they do, life forms born and thriving in such harsh conditions must not be underestimated. The Gospel Army had stayed in the Baitsong star system for quite a long time, given that the Byron there were just primitive humans who had recently developed language, it took time to teach them writing and spread civilization. Fortunately, the Byron were indeed a wise race, gradually producing carpenters, masons, and other skilled workers. Under the hands-on guidance of the launching people, they constructed the first cathedral on their planet and selected their first batch of saintesses from among their kind. In front of the newly built cathedral, Xianyue, the helmsman of the Shenyang, who was of Lurin descent, sang an elegant and melodious hymn. Countless Byron wept amidst the song. Thank the great Xingyang God for bringing us civilization and light. Xingyang is the only God in the universe, and we Byron will follow in the God's footsteps for generations. In the year 300 of the Xingyang calendar, 20 stellar-class warships from launching assembled and set out grandly towards the Bama trinary star system. Xu Xingyang immediately projected his consciousness onto launching, switched to a physical form, and arranged through the church to assume the position of squadron leader of the Divine Grace's carrier aircraft joining the mission. After all, in a triple-star stellar system, if intelligent life truly exists, it will certainly be a formidable challenge. The captain of the flagship Divine Grace, the usually composed Tang Wensi, was both excited and apprehensive. Excited to finally undertake a mission in another star system after twice being stationed in the solar system, and apprehensive about whether such a chaotic stellar system could truly harbor intelligent life or any life at all. Would this long-awaited first mission outside the system end in failure? But as the fleet entered the Bama 3-star system, his doubts vanished. In the vast expanse of the star system, there was but a single planet, yet the skies above it were densely populated with several rings of oddly shaped artificial satellites. This was a clear indication that intelligent beings either inhabited or once inhabited the planet. While this revelation brought a measure of relief, it also raised a question. Why did this system with its 3 stars harbor only one planet? Mafiai, the ship's science officer, pondered this enigma briefly before responding. This trinary system is extremely unstable. The other planets have been consumed by these stars. The condition of the satellites seemed to corroborate his theory. Some bore scorch marks, others were adorned with ice crystals, and many exhibited both characteristics. Yet the gospel fleet appeared to have arrived at an opportune time within an epoch. Upon entering the atmosphere, 2 suns noticeably smaller than the one seen from Blue Star hung in the sky. The surface temperature soared to over 40 degrees Celsius, but it remained tolerable. Under the blazing sun, a massive modern steel city unfurled before them. In the city center loomed a tall iron tower. A perplexing thought crossed the minds of all Blue Star inhabitants. Where was everyone? There were no visible vehicles, nor could they find any entrances to the buildings. After a prolonged silence, Mafiai's words sent a shiver through everyone. The city, when viewed from above, bore an uncanny resemblance to an old-fashioned circuit board. Soon, a complex and ornate flying craft ascended into the sky, broadcasting to the 20 Blue Star warships, "Please leave our holy city and do not disrupt our way of life." Turculate aboard the Divine Radiance promptly replied, "We come to spread the light of the great star sun god and to vanquish heretics." There was a pause before the flying craft responded again, "We have already pledged our faith to the god Gemu. The towering structure you see is our sacred tower of worship to Gemu. Flesh is weak, only through mechanical ascension did our great god Gemu from a distant star system upload our collective consciousness. This spared us from the chaos of the epoch. You are too late, please leave." Impudence. Turculate's remaining half-face twisted in a terrifying rage. There is only one god in the universe, the great star sun god. This so-called Gemu is nothing more than a false god, a charlatan. Unable to constrain his fury, he bellowed, "Deploy all starships, find their false god and obliterate it." Although Turculate, as a missionary directly under the church, held high status but no command authority, the entire gospel fleet was incensed and paid no heed to such details. Soon countless fighter jets launched from the 20 starships circling above the city. Despite an array of scanners and probes, they found no trace of the false god Gemu, nor did they see a single living soul moving. Xu Xingyang piloted his fighter through the city's windowless, doorless steel structures, contemplating whether the inhabitants had indeed achieved mechanical ascension by uploading their consciousness. He quickly noticed something suspicious at the base of the tower and promptly maneuvered his craft into a massive opening that appeared on the airtight steel ground. The squad members piloting their carrier-based aircraft entered one by one. Soon, they disembarked and found themselves in an extraordinarily vast room filled with towering machines resembling servers, their lights flickering and the air filled with the sizzling sound of electricity. Strangely, beneath each server, transparent cabinets lay several centaurs wearing helmets. Although their body temperatures were extremely low, they were not dead but rather in a state of suspended animation akin to hibernation. Chu Xingyang was puzzled. Having ascended to a higher plane, was there still a need to preserve physical bodies in such a manner? He approached the cockpit at the edge of the room, finding within it a chair and a helmet, unmistakably a brain-machine interface. Without hesitation, he prepared to put the helmet on. A squad member quickly intervened, saying, "Captain, wait. What if your consciousness can't return? Let's wait for Ma Fei to take a look first." Chu Xingyang chuckled, "I can come back, but you all might not be so lucky. Wait here for me." With it, he donned the helmet and a dazzling pure white light engulfed him as his consciousness was uploaded to the virtual world. So this was the world after mechanical ascension. It should have been a utopian haven full of chirping birds and fragrant flowers, yet what lay before him was a desolate prairie. At the edge of the prairie, several squads of armored soldiers were besieging a castle, rudimentary catapults, arrows raining down long spears and swords. There were even fire-breathing dragons joining the fray. After a brief glance, Chu Xingyang projected his consciousness elsewhere, soon discovering a chaotic old world filled with dragons, alchemists, assassins, and other elements. Astonishingly, it had boundaries. Passing through the massive curtain wall at the boundary, he found himself in a completely different world. Mech wars, cyberpunk settings, luxurious casinos, interstellar battles, and hedonistic revelries. This world after mechanical ascension seemed to consist of countless unrelated zones. Suddenly, Chu Xingyang had an epiphany. He finally understood the true nature of the so-called Gaimu god, a false deity indeed. Returning his consciousness through the brain-machine interface to his body, he instructed the carrier-based aircraft crew, blow up the tower above. It's an antenna. With thunderous explosions, the sacred tower where the centaurs worshipped the false god collapsed, and he once again returned to the consciousness world of those who had mechanically ascended. This world was undergoing subtle changes. Although each zone was entirely isolated and unrelated, people in every area began to flicker and fade until they dissipated into the air like sand. In the castle, residents hiding from the massacre found the attacking soldiers had vanished. In the luxurious casino, a woman noticed that the tycoon who had been clutching her while pushing chips had disappeared into thin air. On the city streets, a white-collar worker on her way home felt a sudden lightness, realizing that the serial rapist and murderer who had been oppressing her was no longer there. In the vastness of space, the alien ship that had been overpowering their battleship abruptly became empty. It had become a ghost ship floating silently in the void of space. At this moment, Chu Xingyang spoke, projecting his words into the consciousness of every Centaurian. "All right, the players have logged off. Is this the world you envision after mechanical ascension? Becoming NPCs in a higher civilizations game, to be slaughtered and tormented across these thousands of game maps merely to satisfy the player's most primitive and wild desires." After a long pause, a response finally emerged from a Centaurian consciousness. "Are you a pilot from the newly arrived Xingyang civilization?" Chu Xingyang nodded. A farmer with a scarred face spoke slowly. "So what? We Centaurians quickly realized we were in a game world, but when we are killed, we resurrect with the game's reset. The pain is temporary." An elder chimed in, "Indeed, your Xingyang civilization enjoys the stability of a single sun, flourishing in prosperity. But we have 3 suns, and during the chaotic epochs, many perish." Chu Xingyang gazed at the myriad beings within this game world. Even if your bodies are made into bio-batteries for servers, even if your consciousness is subjected to various abuses, is there truly no one who wishes to leave this place? Suddenly, the sound of sobbing broke the silence. A little girl quietly rubbed her blood-stained dress, tears streaming down her face as she murmured, "I want to leave here. Sometimes it really hurts." A woman beside her crouched down, embracing her with a pained expression. "Don't cry, Lisa. I know it hurts sometimes, but the pain is temporary. We are eternal here." "Eternal?" Chu Xingyang scoffed. "Are you truly unaware, or are you just deluding yourselves? It's true that during normal chaotic epochs, your tightly sealed steel cities remain untouched. But aren't you curious why the satellites orbiting your planet, those used to transmit game data, are so rudimentary? Why are they left unrepaired when broken, and why do they have such a short designed lifespan?" The Centaurians listened, their faces filled with confusion, unable to grasp the meaning. After a flurry of murmured discussions, all eyes turned to a merchant who was once the highest leader of the Centaurians before their mechanical ascension. Under the weight of their gazes, he finally broke down, collapsing to the ground in tears, unable to speak coherently. I'm sorry, everyone. As the president chosen by you all, I was utterly powerless to change our fate. In reality, our planet will be consumed by one of the suns in this trinary system in 60 years, much like the other planets. By then, our bodies, these servers, and our consciousness will all be obliterated. In 20 years, a prolonged chaotic epoch will begin, and with no solution in sight, I had no choice but to accept the conditions of the Gaimu people to allow everyone to peacefully survive these 60 years without enduring the deadly threats of the chaotic epoch's scorching heat and freezing cold. He wept and confessed to everyone. The Centaurians, upon learning the truth, were shocked, struggling to accept this harsh reality. But soon someone picked up a stone and hurled it with anger, shouting, "You hypocritical president, a liar full of deceit, a villain who aids evildoers." So it turns out that the Gaimu people have merely turned us into players in a massive game that only lasts 60 years, and you accepted that. When we die here, it truly hurts. Those Gaimu beasts retain all the pain just to enjoy our expressions of suffering. I want to leave this place. Amidst the uproar, the president of the Centaurs was quickly overwhelmed by a barrage of spit and stones. From a distance, a little girl named Lisa watched Xu Xingyang with tears in her eyes, asking, "Can you take me out of here? I want to leave this world and return to the real one." Her words reminded everyone, and they all knelt down, pleading. We now know that the Gaimu people are not gods at all, but sinister aliens indulging their own desires. We beg the Xingyang civilization to save us. We devoutly worship the great and only Xingyang God. Please deliver us from this game. Xu Xingyang pondered for a moment. It was merely a small effort. Not long after, the centaurs in the transparent cabinets beneath the massive servers began to open their eyes one by one. After a brief period of adjustment, they ascended to the surface. The 40-something degree heat wrapped around their bodies, hot but real. Tears filled everyone's eyes as they devoutly knelt. We worship the great Xingyang God. It is the great deity who saved us from the false world and the genuine pain. We will devoutly worship the great soul Xingyang God for the remaining decades of our lives. The little girl Lisa, like the other newly freed centaurs, appeared weak, but now her skirt was neat and her face delicate. Together with her mother, she walked over to Xu Xingyang and happily said, "Thank you, big brother. Mom says the Xingyang God must be very great and merciful to save us from danger." Xu Xingyang laughed heartily, of course. At this moment, Captains Gu Shuqing and Tang Wenxi were emotionally counting the new believers with their subordinates. Helmsman Shenhua discreetly wiped her tears, lamenting, "It's a pity their lives and civilization will disappear in 60 years. A young centaur boy overheard this and curiously asked the missionary Tu Kolii, "Will the Xingyang God let our planet enter an eternal age?" Tu Kolii raised his head proudly. "The great Xingyang God is omniscient and omnipotent. The deity will save all loyal believers." Xu Xingyang gazed at the chaotic trio of stars in this stellar system, contemplating how he could indeed ensure the continued existence of the single planet in this trinary system. But such an act would likely draw the attention of advanced civilizations throughout the nearly billion star systems of the Trispin galaxy. However, it mattered little now, at least for the moment. The enmity with the Gaimu people was firmly established. The Trispin galaxy, with a diameter of 60,000 light-years, was smaller than the Milky Way, yet it still contained nearly 80 million star systems. Xu Xingyang's solar system, along with nearby regions like South Neighbor 2 North Warehouse and the Centaur Trinary system, resided on the outskirts of the third spiral arm of the Trispin galaxy. It was 25,000 light-years from the center of the galaxy and 5,000 light-years beyond that to leave the galaxy entirely. Xu Xingyang looked at the three disorderly moving stars within the Centaur Trinary system, contemplated for a moment, and then revealed his true form. In midair, the divine presence manifested. All the centaurs and the followers of the Blue Star Gospel Army lay prostrate on the ground, trembling uncontrollably. "O great God of Star Sun, the sole deity of the universe, your new followers swear to follow your radiant light to the death. Eternal God, the deity of trillions of beings across the universe in all dimensions, it is you who illuminates time and space, banishing the darkness." Xu Xingyang nodded solemnly. "Devout believers, I shall grant you prosperity and peace in everlasting epoch." With these words, he soared into space, leaving behind a scene of tearful centaurs fervently kowtowing. 3 stars erratically darted around the galaxy, though each was slightly smaller than his own sun. Orchestrating their orderly movement was no simple task. Hovering amidst the trio of stars, Xu Xingyang pondered momentarily, resolving to first push the Centaur's planet to a safer distance to prevent any accidental engulfment while manipulating the stars. As the planet distanced itself from the 3 suns, its surface temperature plummeted from 48 degrees to -40 degrees. On the planet's flagship, the captain Tang Wenxi shouted urgently, "The great god of Star Sun is shifting the stars. Hurry, deploy all the spacecraft, load as many Centaurs as possible. The vacant spaces must accommodate more people, ensure every starship is filled. Despite the sudden temperature drop, the Centaurs remained unflustered, methodically queuing to board the starships or crafts for refuge. Their civilization had previously endured chaotic weather epochs, and they believed this was the great god of stars' sun rescuing their endangered civilization. Gratitude filled their hearts, and for the first time, they harbored hopeful visions for their civilization's future. As temperatures continued to fall, many elders and men willingly stepped out of the queues, giving their spots to children and young women, believing that an adequate population is the foundation and future of any civilization. Inspired, Gu Shuiqing, captain of the Divine Yang flagship, commanded the crafts to puncture 2-meter-high holes in the densely packed steel structures. On the ground, she then broadcasted, "The temperature has dropped to -50 degrees. Those unable to board the ships should immediately enter the buildings, but avoid staying too close to the walls. We will use energy beams to heat the structures." After towing the planet to a safe zone, Chu Xingyang turned his attention to maneuvering the 3 stars. He first propelled a smaller star far away using gravitational force, then firmly grasped 2 others with diameters around 12 million kilometers, about half the size of the Sun. It was like holding 2 enormous grapefruits, except these grapefruits exerted an invisible force, attracting each other. Chu Xingyang sensed this mutual attraction, adjusting the grapefruits to find their common center of mass, and so, much like spinning a top, a force was applied to these 2 stars, setting them to rotate around their common center of mass. The first attempt was too forceful, causing the stars to drift further apart with each spin. The second attempt, however, was too weak, nearly resulting in a collision. Damaged, Chu Xingyang felt a tinge of frustration. After patiently trying 6 or 7 more times, he finally found the right amount of force. The 2 stars began to orbit around their center of mass and would continue this motion perpetually. With these 2 settled, the next step was simpler. He harnessed gravity to pull back the smallest star, one with a diameter of 1,000,000 kilometers, positioning it to orbit the binary star system from a great distance. It was akin to a 360-degree swing. Finally, he placed the Centaurians' planet within the habitable zone of the smallest star. With a sense of accomplishment, Chu Xingyang took a deep breath, musing that although maneuvering 3 stars wasn't exhausting, it certainly tested his touch. As the surface temperature began to rise, the Centaurians started emerging from their structures and spacecraft. Only one sun was visible to the naked eye in the sky. The other 2, despite their larger size, were too distant and drowned in the light. A gentle breeze blew and the sunlight was warm and pleasant. Everyone quivered with emotion, unable to articulate their excitement. They could only kneel and fervently bow, expressing their gratitude to the sun god Xingyang for recreating their civilization. The inhabitants of Blue Star were also moved to tears, revering the great sun god for his compassion and care for the countless beings of the universe. Amidst the gratitude and worship, Chu Xingyang faded from his divine guise, reverting to an ordinary squadron leader of a carrier-based aircraft unit. In the meantime, all civilizations capable of observing the universe within the tri-rotation system witnessed this miracle. Their societies were thrown into chaos, with media outlets inundating the airwaves with coverage of this cosmic spectacle. Some experts who had not yet seen the phenomenon were initially overwhelmed by the news, angrily dismissing it as fake. Who was spreading these false reports? Transforming 3 randomly moving stars into a stable trinary system almost instantaneously is impossible. Not even a god could do it. But upon seeing the footage, they were left in stunned disbelief, collapsing with sweat trickling down from their heads to their necks, muttering incredulously, "Could there really be a god?" In response, some civilizations within the tri-rotation system urgently convened global military meetings. High-ranking officers turned pale from fear. Using 2 stars as pivots and letting one swing in a circular motion like a swing, the sophistication of this civilization is beyond our imagination. Indeed, another officer concurred, considering that these 3 stars originally moved chaotically, the energy required to arrange them in such a stable formation far exceeds that of a star system. The meeting concluded with a resolution: if this civilization capable of manipulating 3 stars were to arrive, they must comply with all its demands and avoid provoking it at all costs. By the year 303 of the Xingyang calendar, the Centaurians had spent 3 years completely dismantling the Gaimu people's satellites in orbit and leveling their steel structures, creating more habitable dwellings instead. The iron towers that once stood in the city had long been dismantled. Now, a solemn and majestic sanctuary rested at the city's heart. Lisa gazed at the white-robed priestess within the sanctuary with eyes full of longing, her eyes sparkling in the sunlight. Mother, when will I become a priestess too? I wish to serve the great sun star god. Her mother smiled gently. Soon in 2 years you'll be 14. By then you will surely become a devoted priestess. In the year 305 of the sun star calendar, the lives of the centaurs finally settled into a stable routine. In the clean and orderly city, these believers worked diligently and enjoyed their lives filled with gratitude towards the sun star god. Their consciousness was no longer trapped and tormented in the games of the Gamurans, but could now truly experience this real and beautiful world within their own bodies, a world filled with hopeful prospects for the future. Having stayed on the Centaur star for nearly 5 years, the massive military base established to guard against the Gamuran evangelical army was now set to depart. They were returning to Blue Star to rest and prepare for the next expedition. However, the Centaurs were profoundly devoted to the Sun Star god who had saved them from extinction to the point of near fanaticism, which even made the Blue Starians somewhat embarrassed. Countless young men and women clung to the carrier planes and even the starships, unwilling to let the Blue Starians leave, expressing their desire to join the evangelical army without pay, even bringing their own provisions. They wished to contribute their meager strength to spreading the divine light of the Sun Star god. Some elderly individuals even cried in front of the Blue Starians, "By the Sun Star god above, let me join the evangelical army. Though I can no longer fight, I can still cook, clean and maintain the toilets for you." This infuriated Gushwiking, who cursed, "What are these old folks up to? They have a good life with their children and grandchildren around, yet they come here to cause trouble. Do they know that every crew member of a starship is selected from hundreds and undergoes rigorous training?" Helmsman Xian Yu consoled with a smile, "They too have a sincere heart for the Sun Star god." Towans approached and said, "I've arranged for them to first undergo training at the military base. Whether they can join the evangelical army will depend on their performance. We'll head back tomorrow." But that very afternoon a spaceship nearly 300 meters tall entered the Centaur TriStar system. The members of the evangelical army were puzzled and somewhat wary, wondering if the Gamurans had arrived so quickly. However, the spaceship seemed unarmed and did not appear to be a warship. The flagship Shenyang approached and Gushwiking opened communication. "Identify yourselves. Why have you entered the territory of our Sunstar civilization?" Soon a response came from the spaceship. "We are from the neighboring stellar system Linshi. Ever since witnessing the miracle 5 years ago, we have constantly revered the greatness of the god. We have come to pay homage and worship the great star prior god." Outrageous! The missionary officer on the flagship Tukul erupted in anger. "There is only one god in the universe, and that is the great Sunstar god. What star prior nonsense!" But then he quickly came to his senses, his voice dropping significantly. It was the great solar god who moved the 3 stars, transforming the chaotic trinary star system into an orderly trinary system. "You and we both worship the solar god." As the squadron leader of the carrier-based aircraft, Chu Xingyang naturally overheard this conversation. It turns out that in this Shanglin star system he was referred to as the Star Mover god, which he found quite awkward. As the Shanglin people's spaceship landed, he promptly followed the field team members aboard for inspection. The massive hatch descended, revealing the statue in the ship's hull. Since the Shanglin people had never seen the solar god with their own eyes, they crafted a representation based on the divine miracle, what is now the orderly trinary system. 2 watermelon-sized golden spheres were aligned side by side at a high point, with a slightly smaller golden sphere below. Each golden sphere was connected by slender golden rods. From a distance it resembled a huge inverted triangle. The more Chu Xingyang looked, the more familiar it seemed. It looked suspiciously like a bikini. Fortunately, Takuro let out an angry roar. "Smash this thing, if you can't create a true likeness of the great solar god, you shouldn't imagine one, it's blasphemy." At his shout, the Shanglin people trembled and sheepishly dismantled the golden spheres like children caught in wrongdoing. Soon, in place of the 3 golden spheres, they set up a statue of the solar god. The Shanglin people knelt with tears in their eyes. "Great and only solar god, we have been calling the divine name wrong all this time. We beg for your forgiveness for our unintentional mistake. We have witnessed the miracle of turning the chaotic trinary into an orderly star system with a stable habitable zone. Therefore, the god must be great and benevolent, showing mercy to all life across the universe." Chu Xingyang watched from the side, pondering that his act of moving the trinary stars seemed to have sparked not only intimidation but also fervent worship in certain civilizations. And the number of worshippers wasn't small. The entire spaceship was filled with over 3,000 Shanglin people. After they finished kneeling before the statue inside the ship, they grandly made their way out, heading towards the cathedral in the heart of the city. Takuro patiently explained as they went, in the ancient days of our blue star, every tribe, nation or ethnicity had its own sacred place for worshipping the solar god, but the great deity only dwelled in the solar temple and the cathedral, which are now the only two places we build and worship. The Shanglin people nodded frequently. We will immediately build a cathedral and restore the solar temple when we return. Along the road, the welcoming crowd of Centaurians was very enthusiastic toward the Shanglin people, offering them water and food. Even at their first meeting, there was little barrier between devout believers. You must be as devoted as we are, or you wouldn't have come all this way. The solar god above will protect all believers. Rest for a few days, you must be tired after so many days on the spaceship. We Centaurians will provide you with free food and accommodations. Soon, the Shanglin pilgrimage procession arrived at the cathedral, where the hymns to the god were sung. Once more, everyone prostrated on the ground, accepting the cleansing of their minds by divine light through the purifying music. The pilgrimage ceremony lasted quite a long time. Finally, all the Shanglin people held a copy of the solar scripture with a holy expression. Their leader Lin Han wiped away his tears. We should return now, although we did not see the true form of the deity this time. To be able to witness other miracles of the divine, to feel the greatness and kindness of the deity, is a satisfaction in itself. The Xinjiang civilization, spanning 4 stellar systems and possessing 6 stars, is truly astonishing. Yet, just as he was about to lead everyone back to the spaceship, Tokyo stopped him. Your Shanglin star system is a binary system. Our Xinjiang civilization will soon have 8 stars. Seeing the hesitation in the eyes of the Shanglin people, he couldn't help but ask, puzzled, what's wrong? Having converted to the great Xinjiang deity, shouldn't you join the Xinjiang civilization? Lin Han hesitated for a moment, wrestling with his thoughts, before finally confessing, not all Shanglin people are devout believers. We are not in the majority on our planet, so when we return we will need to spend a significant amount of time spreading the faith. Tokyo gazed at Lin Han, contemplating for a moment before solemnly offering the Xinjiang Divine Codex from his arms, saying, when you return with the Divine Codex to preach, it will indeed lead many who yearn for the divine light to convert. By the grace of Xinjiang, however, in terms of efficiency and spreading the faith, the 22 Gospel Fleet starships behind me are much faster. Xu Xinjiang was slightly surprised. Despite being extremely devout, the missionary Tokyo was not at all stubborn. Lin Han bowed his head, puzzled. Even though our Shanglin star system has witnessed the miracle of the divine moving 3 stars, 70% of the people have not voluntarily converted. We believers are actually in the minority. The Shanglin believers behind him also expressed their confusion. Exactly, having witnessed the miracles firsthand, they still don't convert. Instead, they stubbornly cling to a deity from legends that has never appeared. Tokyo turned to open communication with 2 captains. We will not return to the solar system for rest. We'll prepare here and send the Shanglin believers back to their star system. Upon hearing the news, the centaurs offered up their household reserves. Many went to great lengths to exchange everything they had for food to stuff into the gospel military starships, just as long as they wouldn't starve before their next paycheck or harvest. Tang Wenxi was in a panic, broadcasting continuously, enough, we have sufficient supplies now. Hey, that girl shouldn't be squeezing in. Our starships are at full capacity and we can't arrange a place for you. The next day, everything was ready and the 2 flagships, Shenan and Shenyang, led 20 starships toward the Shanglin binary system. Due to the more advanced technology of Blue Star, when the Shinin fleet arrived at the star system, Lin Han's pilgrimage ship was still en route. 3 warships flew towards them and their communications echoed with a stern inquiry. Who are you? How dare you invade our Shanglin binary system? Takuro responded arrogantly, by the grace of the star sun god, spreading divine light and cutting down heretics, we came here at the invitation of your Lin Han to spread the blessings of the deity. Lin Han? The one who abandoned the faith in the high god at the mere sight of the tri-star phenomenon, turning instead to worship the heretical star prying god. He even stole our spaceship and led those traitors on a so-called pilgrimage, utterly unforgivable. He's now a wanted criminal across the globe. The high god is the most ancient and original faith of the Shanglin people, even if only a legend and never revealed. Even with the occurrence of the tri-star divine sign, still 70% of the Shanglin people have not abandoned their passed-down deity. Takuro, who was long enraged, roared, "Stubborn fools, kill them!" The divine herald took the lead by firing a high-energy particle beam The three warships of the Shanglin people immediately retaliated. After a brief skirmish, the Evangelical Army, at the cost of one lightly damaged starship, reduced the opposition to space debris. By the time Linhan's 3,000-strong pilgrimage party finally returned to the Shanglin star system, the entire space force of Shanglin had been completely purged. The Evangelical Army only lost 2 starships. Upon entering the atmosphere, the 20 starships faced a swarm of Shanglin aircraft. Like locusts, Gu Shuiqing and Tang Wensi calmly deployed all the carrier-based aircraft and inside tumors from the starships. Watching the aircraft fall from the sky like snowflakes, Linhan kept his head raised for a long time, lost in thought. A nearby Shanglin person whispered, "By the grace of the star sun god, heretics should be dealt with as harshly as the severe winter. If the Evangelical Army hadn't come to escort you, you'd still be a fugitive, unable to spread the blessings of the star sun god." The war lasted 3 months. As the resistance was completely eradicated, many regions and people who originally worshipped the high god converted to the star sun god. For those who stubbornly resisted, the missionary Takuro extended his final mercy. He broadcasted a message via video to those areas: "By the grace of the star sun god, wayward lambs should be guided back. You have 3 days to consider." Yet on his terrifying half-face, mercy turned into intimidation. 3 days later, the Evangelical Army starships launched all their stockpiled infrasound hydrogen bombs at the unyielding regions. They had no chance to repent. After the dust settled from the Great Battle, the Shanglin people had lost more than 20% of their population. In the following 3 years, to prevent any remaining high god adherents from hiding, Takuro suggested merging the entire globe into one nation, a theocratic state, the Xinghan state. Naturally, Linhan was supported to become the first pontiff governing all military and political affairs of the planet. His first act in office was to demolish all structures related to the high god. Instead, countless cathedrals and star sun temples sprang up worldwide. The Star Blessing Army remained stationed there for 8 full years, until the faith in the star sun god was firmly rooted in everyone's heart. Until the smoke of war completely dissipated, the planet thrived, peace and prosperity reigned. Countless young women eagerly signed up, hoping to become a saintess. Every day, countless people would kneel and pray before the Star Sun Temple. Kyul exhaled a long breath of relief. This is what a civilized planet, should look like. But what he didn't know at the moment was that the Battle of the Xuanxing system had already made his name known. As a fervent follower of the solar god and a missionary of the Gospel Army, the name Kyul with the half-face would instill fear in nearly 1,000 adjacent star systems for a long time to come, becoming a nightmarish demon for those heretics. In this battle, Chu Xingyang did not take action. Even as a fighter pilot on the carrier, he only flew into space and gazed blankly at the 2 stars of this system. Compared to his own single-star system or other multi-star systems, binary systems are the most common in the observable universe, comprising over half. In the year 314 of the Xingyang calendar, seeing the people of Shanglin fully integrated into the solar civilization, the Gospel Army finally decided to return to the solar system. Having lived abroad for nearly 14 years, it was time for the generals to return home. Xu Xingyang projected his consciousness onto the Shenwei, where everyone on board except for Shilio lay quietly in their sleep pods. There were still 12 years to go before they could reach that vast space battlefield relic. In the third arm of the 3-spiral system, 7,000 light-years from the center of the spiral, Serenia of the Gamo people was raging. Which idiot ruined my planetary game setup? At the half-horse star embarrassing me in front of my friends? I'm going to wipe him out right now. A radiant beauty with flowing long hair beside him said, "Brother, could you stop going to the suburbs? Mom has already scolded you once, calling you a self-deprecating disgrace." Like other civilizations within 10,000 light-years of the galactic center, the Gamo people referred to any region beyond that as the suburbs. The half-horse, about 25,000 light-years from the center and neighbored by secondary star systems to the south, naturally fell within the suburban category. Serenia turned red with anger. "But Solia, I just can't swallow this. The half-horse people could have been my gaming console for another 60 years. The beauty named Solia grew serious. "You have to swallow it. The sudden transformation of the half-horse trinary star into a regularly operating triple-star system is technology impossible for the suburbs to master. They must have a powerful presence, and if you go now, you're likely to come back empty-handed. Instead of seeking humiliation, you should stay home and listen to Mom." Xu Xingyang's consciousness was projected onto the Shenwei, the flagship of the battlefield relic search fleet. because it was a journey of over 9,000 light-years spanning 30 years. The crew had to spend it in sleep pods. At this moment, the fleet had just left the 3-spiral system and Shilio on the Shinwei had been keeping watch alone for nearly 18 years. In the initial years, he seemed to develop an interest in games, and as an intelligent machine, he could always find the shortest shortcut to pass each level effortlessly. Thus he dominated thousands of gaming leaderboards on Blue Star, becoming an invincible legend among players. But soon after, Shilio abandoned the games, unable to derive a sense of achievement or joy from games that were also run by programs. For the next decade and a half, he repeated the same routine every day, inspecting the starship and wandering around. Occasionally, he would stop for long periods in front of Yulan's transparent stasis pod, his gaze tinged with faint curiosity. When there was nothing else to do, he would watch videos of the musical performances by the divine music troops on Blue Star and then awkwardly attempt to mimic their sacred chants. Chu Xingyang, unable to bear it anymore, would finally appear, laughing heartily. "Stop singing, you mechanical beings really have no sense of music." Shilio would immediately rush over and kneel, saying, "Great deity, you finally returned. Tuku just sent a message saying they've captured 2 star systems, one with 3 stars and another with 2, but I guess you already knew that." A rare glimmer of light would appear in his eyes. Chu Xingyang, surveying the silent interior of the starship, would slowly ask, "You've been alone for 18 years, haven't you felt lonely?" To report to the deity, "We mechanical beings cannot perceive such emotions. However, this is the first time I haven't been given orders for such a long duration, and it does feel a bit unusual." Shilio would raise his head. "Great deity, please assign me a task." Chu Xingyang would nod. "Make me a hot drink, a strong one." With it, he would project his consciousness onto other starships to observe the other 10 duty officers. The relics of the advanced civilization's battlefield spanned a vast area with a diameter of 1 light-year. To gather valuable artifacts, in addition to the flagship Shinwei, 10 other stellar-class starships participated in this mission. It seemed that, as it was the first time Blue Star humans used stasis pods for long-duration missions, even though the duty officers on other starships were on a 3-year rotation, many still exhibited extreme discomfort. Fitness enthusiasts, movie buffs, and bookworms adapted a bit better since they often immersed themselves in their own worlds. Others were not so fortunate. One bright young woman would frequently curl up, hugging her knees, shivering and crying, the vast starship cabin echoing her solitude. It had been over 2 years since anyone had spoken a word to her. Another young man meticulously browsed through the stasis pods containing young women. He would pause by the attractive ones, one hand caressing the transparent pod door, the other engaged in a repetitive motion. Afterward, he would kneel and repent with tears streaming down his face. "Great and merciful God Xingyang, forgive this sinful man. I am entangled in desire, deserving of death. I beg your merciful forgiveness." Chu Xingyang would frown, thinking, "How am I supposed to forgive you? It's been 2.5 years, and you pull this stunt every day, but replacing you over this trivial matter would mean finding another officer. Forget it, I'll just pretend I didn't see anything." Returning to the Shinwei, he sipped his hot drink, tilting his head to ask the nearby mechanical being, "Do you think leaving an ordinary human to live alone for 3 years is too long? It seems all living things feel loneliness." Shilio paused for a moment before responding truthfully. "Great deity, although I am derived from the kind of artificial intelligence like the main brain, I myself have never served humans, nor do I possess their data." Xinjiang nodded. "Then perhaps try changing it to 2.5 years or 2 years in the future." 12 years passed in the blink of an eye. Despite everything being professionally trained, not a single one of the 100 rotating personnel experienced mental breakdowns or failed to complete their tasks. In the year 326 of the Xingyang calendar, the fleet finally arrived near the remnants of the space battlefield, with 11 starships exiting faster than light travel simultaneously. Shilio, as promised, was the first to open the hibernation pod of Deputy Captain Yulan. Shrouded in mist, the still weak Yulan, naked and half leaning on Shilio, playfully remarked, "Long time no see, these 30 years have been hard on you. Quickly tell me some good news to help me perk up." The Xingyang civilization now spanned 8 star systems and possessed 16 stars. Moreover, we would reach the destination of this mission in another 5 days of travel. 2 days later, all personnel were back at their posts, and the once desolate starship suddenly bustled with human activity shoulder to shoulder. Those waking up from the hibernation pod for the first time were excitedly describing their feelings. Of course, there were some who looked sad. 60 years round trip. By the time I return, and my son will be 70 years old. It's really hard to imagine the scene of father and son meeting," someone nearby consoled. with Xinjiang's deity above, we are all striving for the Xinjiang civilization, your son will understand. At this moment, the pilot Tang Ling voiced his confusion. Aren't there still 3 days of travel before we reach the battlefield remnants, yet why can we already see stranded warships and spacecraft debris along our route? As the embodiment of the Archbishop Chuxinjiang gazed at the sparse fragments scattered across the vast space and after a moment of contemplation said, they were likely destroyed by weapons from within the remnants. Everyone was shocked. That abandoned battlefield, unknown how many years old, still has functioning weapons. The 11 starships immediately initiated long-range scans. Soon Yulan communicated with the entire fleet. This mission isn't just a simple search and salvage task. Although the epic battle long ceased, some incomprehensible weapons inside remain in defense mode. In their friend or foe recognition systems, they are likely to only recognize their own kind, so we must be extremely cautious. The 1 light-year diameter ring-shaped battlefield relic lay before them, visible from the ship's porthole as an endless space graveyard far more vast than any desert. Countless dismantled warship wreckages and weapon fragments floated in the boundless universe. Yulan projected a holographic image repeatedly warning, this is a treasure trove of high-end technology far beyond our imagination yet riddled with hidden dangers. Before advancing, no battleship is allowed to move forward until a thorough scan of the area ahead is completed. Additionally, avoid getting too close to the inner ring. The central area of the inner ring may appear void, but at its core lies a minuscule black hole. It's crucial to avoid being drawn into it. Despite repeated warnings from the search operation commander, one battleship soon encountered trouble. All personnel aboard Battleship 08 were as if frozen in place, the entire cabin resembling a massive wax museum. This bizarre scene sent chills down the spines of those on the other 10 ships. Luo Ningning, a crew member on the flagship Shenwei, was so frightened by the eerie sight that she burst into tears, exclaiming, how could this happen? Could they be dead? Upon closer inspection, Xu Xingyang realized that the people on 08 weren't dead, though clearly not playing a game of red light green light either. He instructed Yulan and Shilu, have all battleships hold position, I'm going to investigate. Yulan nearly fell to his knees, but Xu Xingyang frowned, I'm acting as a bishop now, don't worry about formalities when there's work to be done. Xu Xingyang's consciousness quickly reached Battleship 08, initially suspecting a time stopping weapon. He observed that the electronic clock on the deck was still keeping time normally. After pondering for a moment, he used gravity to drag 08 out of the mysterious zone. Immediately, the crew regained their freedom. They were acutely aware of the previous situation, glancing around in panic. What happened? I couldn't move at all before, not even blink. You all seem to be in the same state. Me too. It felt like my limbs and even my hair were fixed in place, as if I'd become a statue. Xu Xingyang nodded, experimentally moving 08 back and forth between the strange area and a normal one several times. As the crew oscillated between motion and immobility, nearing emotional collapse, he finally reached a conclusion. Since they were conscious and time flowed normally when immobile, it wasn't a time-stopping device. Instead, it was a static force field maintained purely by mechanical means, securely locking the relative positions of all objects within a specific area. Xu Xingyang projected his consciousness above 08, quickly identifying a square box at the center of the static zone. Atop the box were a knob and a button. After a few attempts, he discerned that the knob adjusted the range of the spherical static force field, while the button served as an on-off switch. An idea struck him: if there were enough of these square boxes, they could be installed on the Oort cloud. The solar system could then become a massive spherical spacecraft with a diameter of 2 light-years, with the Oort cloud bound by the static force field, forming the ship's outer shell. Elated Xu Xingyang returned to the Shenwei and in his capacity as bishop issued orders to all battleships. Upon discovering these square boxes, do not approach them. Mark the coordinates clearly for collection by the Shenwei. With the lesson from 08 fresh in their minds, the entire search fleet proceeded with extraordinary caution and precision in their subsequent missions. As the day drew to a close, the crew had endured over a dozen triggers of the energy weapon's passive defenses, yet through preemptive caution and teamwork, only one battleship sustained minor damage, forcing it to withdraw from the relic restoration. In return, they acquired hundreds of quantum conductors and several dozen cube-like containers. Additionally, nearly 100 ships were ensnared by a stasis field. The beings trapped within seemed to continue a slow metabolism. These creatures had long perished, crumbling into ashes as they exited the field. Observing the scene, Yulan quietly remarked, "It's clear that not only we in Earth are aware of this place. Many civilizations have attempted to explore here, but most never returned." Hyrule tilted his head slightly and added, "Some civilizations know of this place but choose not to come, deeming the relics too primitive." The group in the command room fell into a contemplative silence. In the vast expanse of the universe, the technological gap between civilizations far outweighed the spatial distances. The following day, the search fleet discovered an object towering 4 meters high floating amidst the battlefield debris. It stood out immediately due to its completeness and unique design. The base held a semicircle metal arc with a rod intersecting a continuously rotating sphere nearly 3 meters in diameter. Xu Xingyang was drawn to its appearance, likening it to an oversized globe albeit lacking any map. The sphere was a deep, mysterious black, emitting a faint glow. Wei Wei approached with various instruments. After thorough testing, she slowly concluded, "It doesn't seem to be a biological weapon, but this sharp part might be a genetic collector." Following her gaze, the group noticed a small segment extending beyond the arc, fitted with a spike line with numerous tiny barbs. As everyone deliberated on what it could be, Yulan nonchalantly approached. "Experience is the best teacher. What's the harm in taking a sample?" Before Wei Wei could stop her, Yulan pressed her index finger against the spike. Instantly, a small bead of blood formed at her fingertip. "It's just a little prick, no big deal, see I'm still." Before she could finish, Yulan collapsed, unconscious. In a flurry of panic, they rushed her to the medical bay. Hours later, Wei Wei was near tears, unable to determine the cause, only knowing Yulan's vital signs were rapidly declining. With nearly 2 hours remaining at the current rate, Hyrule stood by, more wooden than ever. Xu Xingyang circled the giant globe a few times, convinced that his matter conversion skills could easily save Yulan, but he wanted to challenge himself. Soon he discovered a door at the base, revealing a space large enough to fit 1 or 2 people inside. Just then a crew member screamed, "Chief, why are you lying inside? We still don't know what this thing is, and the deputy captain is on the brink of death." Xu Xingyang couldn't be bothered with them. He simply closed the door behind him and commanded from inside, "Open the control interface and activate it." No one dared to step forward. In the entire fleet, only Yulan, Wei Wei and Shilio knew that the bishop was actually a deity. Shilio glanced at the unconscious Yulan and, without hesitation, stepped up to activate the globe. The sphere began to spin wildly, its emitted light staining the surrounding space like ink. After a strange noise from the base, the crew aboard the Divine Might found that the bishop seemed to have vanished. Xu Xingyang opened his eyes, scanning the environment, quickly determining that he was on the western continent of Blue Star. What was going on? He had just been on the Divine Might. Moreover, judging by the surrounding buildings and attire, this was clearly an era from long ago. Could that globe have the ability to transport people through time? As he pondered, he wandered down the ancient street. Soon he was drawn to a clamor nearby. A girl about 14 or 15 from the feathered tribe swooped down from the sky clutching a stone and knocked over a giant standing 3 meters tall. Picking up the stone, she sat on his neck, hitting him while shouting, "That's what you get for bullying my people. That's what you get." The giant wiped away tears, bawling, "I'm telling my mommy. You're 14 and still crying for your mom when you get hit. Shame on you," the girl retorted, drawing laughter from the crowd of watching children. Xu Xingyang mused that this must be the period after the Gospel Army first arrived. The Western continent later formed the Western Union Army, and relations among the 3 tribes eased, allowing children of different races to live together. But he was more intrigued by the fierce feathered girl, who was unmistakably a younger Yulan. The girl noticed his gaze and with poise turned around, flapping her wings that were much larger than her body. Fearless yet slightly mischievous, she said, "What's an outsider staring at? Are you captivated by my unparalleled beauty? I'm not for free viewing, you know." She weighed the blood-stained stone in her hand for emphasis. Laughing, Xu Xingyang tossed a few gold coins over. "Not for free, indeed. Use this to buy some honey candies. Wow, lucky me." Yulan happily accepted the coins but soon became suspicious and wary. "How do you know I like honey candies, you suspicious outsider?" The outsider replied calmly, "I know a lot of things. I even know you'll soon become the Feathered Tribe's chieftain and legion commander. What's so special about that? If anyone dares not to choose me, I'll just beat them up," she declared. "And in a few years you'll lead the Feathered alongside the Armored and the Giants to fight the Gospel Army at Loga City." Yulan pouted, unimpressed. "So what? Everyone knows the Gospel Army will return, and that's why our Union Army didn't have any Infighting, Loga City was the last battleground. Can't you tell me something new? Chu Xingyang thought for a moment before deciding to reveal a spoiler. At the end of that battle I'll appear and then you'll shamelessly cling to me begging to serve me for life. Ha! The feathered girl widened her eyes, then burst into laughter, clutching her belly. What is that? A peculiar courtship from an outsider? Ha ha, you're killing me with laughter. Although you're quite charming, I can't really pamper anyone, so you're out of luck, outsider. Ha ha. She laughed so hard she had to sit down, drawing curious glances from those around her. But you did take care of me for a full 80 years. Of course, in the last 2 years you were too old to fly down from high buildings. But don't worry, when the time comes, I'll personally go down to buy you honey candies. Feather Blue tried to suppress her laughter, wiping away the tears of mirth. Who would have thought you'd be such a nice person? Is that when you found out? I like honey candies. What's the story after that? Did I die in your arms at the end? Ha ha ha. She couldn't help but laugh again. No, Chu Xingyang looked at her, recalling the past. I made you young again, then I sent you away to start a new life. You became a globally renowned businesswoman, founded the Star Fortune Conference, and later became the deputy captain of the Gospel Fleet, executing various missions in the universe. Of course, the captain was officially me. Feather Blue stood up, the remnants of her smile still on her face. Hee, I would never be the captain of the Gospel Fleet, they are my enemies. And even if you show up in the next great war, I won't beg to serve anyone, unless you're a god. Haha. As she spoke, she tucked the gold coin into her pocket. But your story is amusing, and the you in the story doesn't sound like a bad person. Thank you, outsider. Chu Xingyang turned away calmly, knowing they would meet again soon. A few girlfriends gathered around Feather Blue, one of them curiously asking, Lon, what's up with that guy? Why did he give you a gold coin? A Feather Blue raised her head proudly. Just one of my countless admirers, quite adorable too. It's just, she watched the outsider's retreating figure, tilting her head. It's just that he talks a bit weird, although I suppose I could make do. Her friends immediately started teasing her. Oh, Lan's in love. Lon finally likes a guy. With a look, Feather Blue silenced them, then cheerfully announced, let's go, I've got money now, I'll treat you all to candy. Chu Xingyang strolled slowly across the lands of West Continent, pondering the workings of the globe. But at that moment the world became blurry. When he opened his eyes again, he was back on the Shinwei, back inside the box at the base of the giant globe. The recovered Feather Blue was already kneeling outside waiting. Chu Xingyang dismissed everyone, leaving only her Wei and Shilua. Then he asked curiously, is it already better? Is there anything unusual about your body? Yulan was in tears, expressing her heartfelt gratitude to the divine being who had saved her. She was now completely healed. However, she hesitated, admitting that there was a memory long buried in her mind that she had yet to share. Perhaps this was why she had fervently prayed to follow the deity after the war. As she spoke, she called out earnestly, pleading for forgiveness. Please forgive me, great deity. I was just a child back then and did not recognize your true form. Chu Xingyang's eyes widened at this revelation, pondering the implications. The thought that an Earth globe through its base could transport someone back in time was astonishing. Every action undertaken by that person in the past, it seemed, had a tangible impact on the person whose genetic material was collected. Could memories be implanted in such a way? Yet, this presented a paradox. If he had erased Yulan at that time, how could they share the memories that followed? Could memories themselves be erased? But in reality, those experiences did exist. At that moment, Yulan pulled out 2 coins from her pocket, recalling, I intended to buy candy with these back then. But somehow, I never spent them. Wei, surprisingly lighthearted in this serious moment, quipped, maybe you never spent money as a child, always relying on stealing or snatching. Hiria listened intently to the deity's account before sharing his insights. After a moment of contemplation, the Absolute Core discussed the time machine, realizing that the grandfather paradox couldn't be avoided. Even if all traces of existence could be erased, the established fact or concept of having existed couldn't be removed. Yulan carries the coins given by the deity, yet they've never appeared in the thousands of hours of recorded daily life or inventory reports, not even before and after laundry. My deduction is that this machine can implant memories and even produce corresponding objects as evidence. However, it cannot erase things that have existed. This machine is a rare intact relic from the battlefield, possibly discarded by its inventor, because it couldn't eliminate enemy key figures, and the implanted memories couldn't sway the determined attitudes of military and political leaders. Chu Xingyang nodded, recognizing that this explanation might be the closest to the truth. Yulan was absent-mindedly holding the coins when she suddenly snapped to attention, her eyes wide with alarm. wait a minute, how do you have my daily life recordings? What about my privacy? She confronted Hiryu. You're the vice captain, the de facto highest authority on the Shinwei. When the deity isn't here, I must ensure your safety at all times. But she protested, but you're a man, you voyeur. Hiryu tilted his head and explained, I have always been designed as female in appearance and original settings. It was only after joining Blue Star that you changed me to male. However, as an AI, I lack reproductive systems and organs, so gender isn't a label for me. Wei Wei watched the two bicker, but their exchange was interrupted by unexpected visitors near the battlefield relics. A man and a woman hovered in space, their bodies emitting a faint golden glow. The man shouted provocatively at the fleet, we come from the Gaimu Star Nation, located 7,000 light-years from the Tri-Spiral Galaxy Center. I've always said that a peripheral civilization like yours couldn't possibly manipulate a star. Did you find a treasure here? How dare you destroy my planetary mainframe? My family forbids me from sinking into despair and heading to the suburbs, yet you all chose to court death by venturing beyond the Trispin system. Before you meet your end, remember my name. I am Serenia, and this is my sister Solia. Solia, a radiant beauty with flowing hair and a tall figure, waved her hand dismissively. I was dragged here by my brother. It has nothing to do with me. I don't want to be associated with you barbarians. Whether it's their glowing bodies or their ability to float in space, many would find it awe-inspiring. However, to the Blue Star people who have seen gods, these two are nothing more than jesters. A crew member remarked, interesting sound, can't travel in space, yet we can hear every word. Are they communicating through telepathy? Wei Wei looked at their glowing bodies thoughtfully, speaking of which, one of the 18 human species on Blue Star can glow too, but only males. In ancient times they would glow to attract females, much like a peacock displaying its feathers. But now the glowing has been reduced to a much smaller area. Yulan raised an eyebrow at this. Glow sticks, I know, the glow people, right? I once met a pervert who flashed his glow stick at me. I thought it was a body modification and yanked it off, but it stopped glowing once detached. Shilio looked at her curiously, asking what happened to him. Did he die? Not sure, she replied. I heard he turned into a woman afterward. Outside the spaceship, Serenia, who had been ignored and was growing impatient, taunted, are you too scared to respond, seeing us float and glow in space? Haha, you'll never match our genetic modification technology. Unable to bear it any longer, helmsman Tang Lin opened communications. So impressive, huh? We're in space too, and we have glow people. Park Buching, show them. Park Buching was the only glow person on the Shenwei and his face was already flushed. You show them yourself. Down on the lower deck, crew member Luo Ningning's mouth dropped open. Oh, a glow person. I dated a few glow people before. Her co-worker and best friend rolled her eyes. Is there any of the 18 human species you haven't dated? What's it like dating a glow person? It's bright, Luo Ningning reminisced, very bright. When the lights are off it goes on and off, on and off. At first it was quite romantic, but then it became too much for my eyes. Her friend burst into laughter, collapsing onto the table. Meanwhile, on Park Buching's deck, countless crew members were cheering him on. Buching, show them what you've got. It's your racial talent. You have to outshine those two. Yes, everyone cheer for Brother Park. Park Buching, show them. Amidst the chants and encouragement, the Shinwei soul glow person finally lost himself. He rushed to the porthole, stripped off his clothes, and revealed his dazzling glow stick to the uninvited guests. Suddenly, the entire Shinwei ship erupted with a thunderous cheer that seemed to shake the very heavens. Hey, our brother Pooh shines way brighter than you too, you little candles. You glowworms from rotting grass, how can you compare to the bright moon in the sky? Selenia was completely stunned, thinking to himself, what kind of trick is this? His sister Solia quickly turned her face away, both embarrassed and angry. Indeed, these are barbaric people. You dare claim to be faithful followers of the gods? Utterly disgraceful. Helmsman Tang Ling felt a bit awkward but still retorted stubbornly, even among believers, there are those who need redemption and forgiveness. To deal with you two lowlifes, we need to use people like us. Hearing this, Park Buzong was so furious that he almost dropped his glow stick and rushed to fight Tang Ling without even pulling up his pants. Everyone immediately held him back. Brother Buzong, think of the bigger picture. The bigger picture. We must unite against our common enemy. Nonsense, you all treat me like the enemy, teaming up against me. What are you saying? Letting the brothers see the world, what's wrong with that? Selenia meanwhile had shifted from shock to anger. You all are having quite the fun, aren't you? Completely disregarding me, then meet your doom. Instantly, countless small insects crawled out from his back, enveloping his entire body. Chu Xingyang narrowed his eyes. Is this Nanotechnology? A symbiotic mech or a biomech? As he pondered, Selenia had already gathered a laser in his palm, shooting it fiercely toward the flagship Shinwei. In a flash, the hull of Shinwei was enveloped in a halo. The laser struck without causing a ripple. Solia's eyes widened in astonishment. This was an energy shield she had never seen before. Moreover, the defensive effect of this suburban civilization's energy shield seemed even better than that of the Gaimuxing Empire, everyone in the Blue Star. Fleet wore a shocked expression. The beam emitted by the Gaimu people after being covered by tiny insects was far thicker and denser than the gamma-ray laser fired by the warships. If not for the divine light protecting Shinwei just now, it would have already been reduced to fragments like the rest of this space graveyard. It seemed that the Gaimu people were far from just floating and glowing. The awakened fleet immediately went into combat mode. Hundreds of carrier-based aircraft, humanoid mechs and inside tumors rushed toward the two. After several rounds of attacks, all weapons failed to penetrate Solent's black flowing armor. The swarm of tiny nanobugs writhed around him, and even the parasitic weapon White Snake from inside was ground to powder upon contact with the black liquid surface. Solite finally breathed a sigh of relief. As expected, a suburban civilization. Although the energy shield is indeed impressive, the weapons are quite lacking. Xu Xingyang also realized that it was time to act personally. He slightly bent his fingers. Selenia, who was looking smug in space, suddenly started making bizarre movements, flailing his arms and legs, shaking off many of the bugs on him. They scattered like clumps of black sand. Solia cursed furiously. Brother, why are you clowning around at a time like this? Your body hasn't been genetically enhanced to that level of resilience yet. Without the symbiotic armor you can still get hurt. It's not that I wanted to move, something malfunctioned. Save me quickly. But by then it was clearly too late. His entire left arm had already been torn off at the shoulder, with a torrent of yellow fluid gushing from the wound. Soria's eyes widened in terror. The symbiotic armor shouldn't malfunction like this. This could only be an attack from those suburban savages. But what kind of attack could be so silent and invisible? She immediately activated a black mist, kicking the almost dismembered Serenia into it with all her strength. Having sent her brother away, Soria realized that staying here was no longer an option and prepared to flee. Xu Xingyang smirked, thinking it wouldn't be that easy. He immediately took out a square box he'd picked up from the battlefield debris, set it to the smallest range and tossed it out. Soria, trapped by the stasis field, was filled with terror and regret. She should never have underestimated them. She should have activated the symbiotic armor right away. Now, she could only remain motionless, like a delicate, glowing princess doll, as she was transported to a small room aboard the Shinwei. Soon Ingren Park Bucheng entered, wearing the shielding suit just given to him by the bishop. Having been mocked by colleagues due to the invasion of the Gaimu people, his expression was extremely grim. He got straight to the point upon entering the room. Don't play dead. I know you can communicate with your mind. I am the temporary interrogation officer for this operation, or rather, the torturer. Soria's voice feigned calmness. So what? You suburban rabble, we, the up-tier people, have long eliminated the sensation of physical pain through genetic modification. Civilizations within 10,000 light-years of the tri-spiral core call themselves the up-tier, while those further away are deemed suburban. Park Bucheng spread his hands in a puzzled gesture. Who said I wanted to make you feel pain? I just need you to hand over those bugs. Of course you can choose not to. We have thousands of men here and they'll be more than willing to come in and explore every hole and crevice of your body in detail. Soria's voice trembled on the verge of tears. Shameless, Park Bucheng ignored her, clapping his hands. Soon a dozen or so giants, each about 36 meters tall, appeared outside the glass window of the room. The leader Baliwei enthusiastically waved at the beautiful prisoner, following orders from above to appear eager. I just glow, they're magnificent, Park Bucheng said, feigning a pained expression. I'll give them up. I'll hand over all the symbiotic beetles, just keep them away from me. Soria's voice quivered. Soon, under Xu Xingyang's remote supervision and several layers of encirclement, all her black beetles exited her body. After confirming there were no hidden reserves, Shilio Yulan and Weiwei entered. Weiwei immediately collected blood samples, the yellow fluid emitting a faint glow even inside the container. Seated firmly on the chair, Solia stubbornly retorted, so you've acquired the symbiotic armor. What of it? This is technology beyond the comprehension of you barbarians? Shiria tilted his head slightly. His countless black bugs surged from his back, enveloping his body, causing him to float effortlessly in mid-air within the room. He responded nonchalantly, "The operating system is unexpectedly simple, even easier than the games we play on Blue Star." Solia stared in disbelief, eventually resorting to an indignant outburst. "So you're an AI machine, a defective piece of outdated tech that should have been scrapped long ago." With anger boiling over, Yulan rushed forward and slapped Solia hard across the face, retorting, "Then how did you get captured?" Though unscathed, Yulan's hand throbbed with pain from the impact. At this moment, Chuxinjiang, now the embodiment of the bishop, approached and signaled for the trio to leave. He then turned to the Gamu before him and declared, "Surrender your coordinates, I intend to pay you a visit." Solia looked up at his attire and scoffed, "So you're the so-called bishop? Your Xinjiang civilization always praises the benevolence of the great Xinjiang god, yet you resort to such lowly tactics. Are the words in the Xinjiang Codex all lies?" Reflecting momentarily, Chuxinjiang replied honestly, "I wouldn't know, I don't read it, but the followers often say to treat heretics as harshly as winter, which seems to be from that codex. If you have the guts, don't call those filthy men over, rely on your own brutal interrogation methods. If this girl yells in pain, I'll tell you the coordinates." "Alright, such spirit. I know your genetic modifications eliminate the sense of pain, or rather, most of it." As he spoke, the bishop pulled out a long handheld device, adding, "But unfortunately you Gamo indulge too much in pleasure and food, so your dental sensory functions remain intact." "What is this?" Solia's eyes widened with fear. "Oh, this is a torque enhancer, but you can call it pliers," Chuxinjiang continued, gripping her chin and forcing her mouth into an O shape. As the pliers approached her mouth, he remarked, "Don't be afraid, the numbness is normal. By the way, why do you still have two sharp canines in your mouth?" Pliers and canines really do match well. At the instant the cold metal touched her teeth, tears streamed down Solia's face as she frantically shook her head and begged, I'll talk, I'll tell you the Gamo coordinates." Inside a sealed room aboard the flagship, Shenwei Weiwei stood beneath a massive globe, dripping Solia's golden yellow blood onto a genetic sampler. Shiryu blinked and suggested, "From now on let's call this device the time reversion apparatus. It seems it can only return to a point in the past." Chuxinjiang nodded in agreement before once again disappearing into the base compartment. Yulan and the others approached, questioning, "Great deity, are you truly entering the past of that Gemu woman? Indeed, there will inevitably be a great war between us and the Gemu. Gathering information can only help. Plus, we need to explore this time reversion apparatus." On the Gemu planet within the Gemu star nation, Chuxinjiang opened his eyes once more, momentarily captivated by the celestial scene above. Suspended in the sky above the massive ecological dome were a dozen suns of varying sizes. In the vast expanse of the universe, the trispiral system, the Milky Way, and other galaxies adhere to similar principles. The closer to the center, the denser the stars, while planets become exceedingly rare. The concept of a star system grows blurred, sometimes non-existent, with small regions often crammed with hundreds, if not thousands, of stars interspersed with a few planets orbiting the galactic center. This is the situation in the Gaimu star, a mere 7,000 light-years from the galactic core. Any closer and the density of stars would be beyond imagination. Fortunately, among the numerous suns, some are massive red giants, bright yet not overly hot. Otherwise, even the most heat-resistant ecological domes would be incinerated instantly. Xu Xingyang mused that the hallmark of intelligent beings is their ability to adapt and thrive in even the harshest environments. As he strolled along the golden avenue of the Gaimu star state, a grand estate loomed in the distance, the residence of the state's governor, Soya. Lost in thought, he accidentally collided with a stout man who immediately bellowed, "Are you blind? And what on earth are you wearing such disgraceful attire?" Without a word, Chu Xingyang snatched the man's coat and kicked him into a roadside corner. When in Rome, he thought, donning the man's coat for camouflage. Soon a little girl with two tiny fangs approached him. "Hello, you must be the new tutor my mom hired, Mr. Yang, right?" she chirped. Xu Xingyang glanced at the unconscious man in the corner, then nodded, "Yes, I am." Thus he settled into the estate, becoming the tutor of young Solia. In her childhood she was playful yet polite, a far cry from her later brash demeanor full of disdain for outsiders and suburban commoners. Seeing that the tutor Mr. Yang paid her little mind, she embraced a carefree childhood, often romping through the estate's woods. In the estate, the gardener's son frequently watched her play in the sunlight, entranced. When Solia noticed his gaze and looked back, he would quickly avert his eyes in panic. Until one day the little girl could bear it no longer and confronted him. "Ing Tuo, what are you always secretly watching?" The boy named Ing Tuo continued weeding in silence. "Speak up. What are you looking at? Solia's voice rose sharply. Ing Tua lifted his tear-streaked face. You're free and beautiful. The little girl was taken aback, then blushed and turned away. Am I beautiful? She asked. Yes, very beautiful, came the reply. Oh well, no one's ever called me beautiful before. My parents don't pay much attention to me and Mr. Yang doesn't like talking to me. He seems preoccupied with his own affairs. From then on the two innocent children grew closer. Solia would run to the garden to find the ever-busy boy. These are the snacks my mom has with her afternoon tea. They're really sweet, Ing Tua accepted with a mix of anxiety and a faint sadness tinged with shyness. I have nothing to offer you, but I can weave you a garland from flowers. All right, I want a pink. 1. Solia's mother, having caught wind of something, hurriedly dragged her away from the garden. You are not to mingle with those lowly serious. Without the charity of work we provide, they would have starved long ago. The gardener bowed repeatedly, apologizing. Madam, it's my son's fault. I will discipline him properly. Humph, remember your place. The noblewoman haughtily pulled her young daughter away, yet young Solia paid no heed to these warnings and often sneaked away alone to play with the boy. Thus, the two children grew up together, until one day Ing Tua noticed dozens of tiny red dots on Solia's arm. He immediately asked with concern what happened. Solia wiped her tears, feeling wronged. My father's scientists developed symbiotic armor. They didn't want outsiders to obtain it and didn't want my brother to suffer, so they used me for experiments. Does it hurt? A lot, but father says it will hurt more until it's perfected. I don't know if I can endure it. Seeing the girl sobbing uncontrollably, Ing Tua thought for a moment and resolutely said, I'll take your place in the experiments. But it really hurts. It's all right, I'm tough and can handle it. At Ing Tuo's insistence, the black nanobots, much smaller than ants, were transferred to him. As the experiments progressed, the excruciating pain had him rolling on the ground, his sweat and blood soaking a large patch of the garden soil. Solia sat beside him, crying out of guilt. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry, I shouldn't have let you suffer for me. Ing Tua, gasping for breath, trembled as he reassured her. Actually, it doesn't hurt that much. Thinking of the delicious treats you used to give me makes it more bearable. The brutal experiments continued for 2 years, and just as they were nearing completion, Solia made a decisive choice. Take me away. My parents don't truly love me. I overheard them planning to marry me off to some old smelly nobleman for political gain. I'll lose my freedom forever. I don't want to stay in that house any longer. Ing Tua, after a moment of contemplation, looked at her with determination. 3 days from now, wait for me under the cloudlight tree in the garden and I'll take you away. That afternoon, he approached Mr. Yang the tutor and handed him a letter. I'm going out. If I don't return, please deliver this letter to Miss Solia. I beg of you. Chu Xingyang took the letter, thinking to himself that he had been busy with intelligence gathering for years. This young man must have truly existed in Solia's past life. The time reversal device wouldn't create someone just for interaction. That very night, the only Seryu rebellion in the history of the Gaimu Xing country broke out. Despite having the most advanced symbiotic armor, the rebellion was quashed just as it was near success. Unaware of these events, Solia spent those days suppressing her excitement about the impending escape, her shoulders trembling with anticipation even during meals. She dreamed of fleeing to freedom with Ing Tua even in her sleep. 3 days later, she faithfully went to the garden, waiting under the cloudlight tree. She waited and waited, yet he never came, unwilling to give up. She held on to hope, persisting in her wait. It wasn't until 3 months later that she broke down in front of her tutor, Mr. Yang, crying out loud. Mother said Ing Tua stole the family's money and ran away. He made me wait foolishly. These lowlifes truly can't be trusted. Just as Chu Xingyang was about to take out the letters, the world around him blurred again. He was back on the Shenwei. This time the time rewind had kept him at that point for several years. But it was precisely because of this that he understood the Gaimuxing kingdom thoroughly. Chu Xingyang walked into the interrogation room. Solia's eyes shifted from confusion to shock. I remember you. You, the bishop of the Xingyang civilization, were my tutor, Mr. Yang. The bishop said nothing but threw a letter towards her. Upon opening it, it was naturally Ing Tuo's final note. Sorry, Solia, I couldn't take you with me. When you told me today that you would marry an old man and lose your freedom, I decided to join the Celestial Rebellion. I didn't want to join before because I thought the world wasn't that bad. Though I had no freedom, you did, and I could see you often. When you said you would lose your freedom too, I had no choice but to join. The whole world is under your father's watchful eye. Unless we break this world, we will be found wherever we go. If you see this letter, it means I failed. I'm sorry, but don't be sad for me. Please continue to run freely and beautifully. Solia's tears soaked the letter completely. A burst of gamma rays shot straight through the solar system of the Xingyang civilization in the southern neighboring binary star system. Although it did not hit any celestial bodies, it caused considerable damage to the planets near the beam. The fifth planet of the solar system, the ice giant planet Baixing, saw many icebergs melt due to the high temperatures. The rising sea level nearly crushed the ecological pods of the Liz people, but they managed to escape another catastrophe by relying on emergency measures. However, the global warming on Baixing almost led to the extinction of the 3 species of ice tadpoles that Chu Xingyang had created in ancient times. The sea surface was covered with their bodies, each tens of meters long. Along with the gamma burst came a warning from the Gamu people: release Solia immediately. Each gamma ray burst can turn a planet to ashes in an instant. Next time we won't be so merciful. The entire Xingyang civilization was enraged, but just as the fleet was about to embark on an expedition to Gamu, Chu Xingyang, in his capacity as bishop, issued an order: stand down. Xingyang civilization is 18,000 light years away from them. It would take 60 years for a warp engine spacecraft to get there. Too many variables. I will find a way. On Gamu, Governor Suya was mercilessly beating his son Serene, yet cursing him with the most venomous language on the planet. You fool, even dumber than a Pilio. In the vast expanse of the universe, there are only 207 old, massive stars around the entire planet that can be used. It requires an immense amount of energy to accelerate their fuel exhaustion and collapse them into neutron stars, which would then release a gamma-ray burst. You fool, you've cost us a star and lost your sister. Do you realize how important Solia is? She was already chosen by Lord Jair for his next consort. Because of your stupidity, our family's ruling position is at risk. Inside the mighty vessel Solia, now a prisoner of war, was cleaning. Feather Blue walked over with an expressionless face and said, the young lady must hold quite a status for the Gaimu people to threaten us with such a grand gesture as a gamma-ray burst. The long-haired girl mopping the floor wore a grim expression. It's not my status, it's that old immortal Lord Jair's status. On the other side, Zillia was discussing battle details with others. The Gaimu symbiotic armor can generate small mist-like stargates, allowing 2 intelligent beings to enter every 2 hours, but it cannot carry additional items. We currently have 100 sets of armor. However, the implantation and operation of nano beetles cause such pain that it can make one faint. So, except for me, you all should wear them non-invasively when we reach Gaimu. During this time, train diligently to ensure that combat effectiveness is not significantly compromised. Solia couldn't believe her ears. In Gaimu, symbiotic armor is a top-tier scarce weapon, and there were 100 sets here. She had only surrendered 1 set herself. She peered over, seeing several large iron boxes filled with black sand. The top strategic resources of the Gaimu people were carelessly placed here like industrial waste. Recalling past events, Solia weakly asked, does wearing the symbiotic armor really hurt? I had my pain removed. Zilyu turned his face, answering sincerely, yes, our current pain separation technique causes sensory imbalance affecting combat. If this weapon was developed before your pain elimination technique, then your race must have been cruel. Test subjects would have endured pain far beyond their capacity. Imagining the scene of limbs twisted and writhing on the floor that was supposed to be her suffering, Solia's tears flowed down and she gently shook her head. Thank you. You didn't have to say so much to a Palu like me. Zilyu pondered for a moment and then understood. You are not our Palu. The Xingyang civilization has no slaves. But as a prisoner of war you cannot eat and drink for free, so please clean the floor thoroughly. He then walked to the bridge command room to discuss the most crucial part with Feather Blue and Wei Wei. They couldn't wear the armor before going over. The current challenge was how to hide so much black sand on their bodies to deceive the Stargate and bring it to Gaimu. After some thought, Wei Wei had a sudden idea. Yu Rongwang is also in the fleet. He's a once-in-a-millennium genius among the Shu people with a space pouch. Although its capacity is quite limited, Feather Blue chuckled. You Shu people are really weaklings. For thousands of years none could fly. Last time one managed to levitate a 10-pound object for half a minute with telekinesis, and everyone bragged about it for years. Elemental control among the Shu people is indeed a rare gift, and it only manifests after living near that spring for some time. The group inquired about the capacity of Yu Rongwan's space pouch. Upon careful measurement and calculation, it was discovered that there remained 100 caddies of black sand that couldn't be placed inside. After much contemplation, Wei Wei reluctantly suggested the only option is to put it inside Luo Ningning's body. Luo Ningning? Yes, before she got involved and married the 36-meter tall Baliwei, she underwent significant body modifications. her trachea was widened, her internal organs reinforced, and to prevent her body from collapsing, she underwent skin strengthening procedures. Wei Wei paused to reflect and continued, in simple terms, she's now like a hollow rubber person. Yulan widened her eyes, stunned for a moment, before asking the bewildered Shilio to call Luo Ningning over. Then, in a flurry of activity, everyone stuffed the 100 caddies of black sand into her. Standing at 14 meters tall, Luo Ningning leaned against the wall, one hand on her stomach and the other covering her mouth, struggling to stand as she murmured, "It's almost overflowing from both ends. But this sensation of being so full is actually quite good, very fulfilling." Meanwhile, Chuxinjiang used his matter transformation skills to create a large number of black nanobots. From then on, Blue Star had a 100-member special operations team, each equipped with symbiotic armor. However, except for the Captain Ishilio, who could wear it in an embedded manner and generate small misty stargates, the rest, no matter how much they trained, could only utilize 70% of the armor's power. But Shilio, Yulan and Wei Wei weren't worried at all about the mission to directly assault Gamo Star, because they knew that their leading bishop was in fact the great deity Xingyan. This fact, however, was unknown to others. The newly selected Special Operations Team members Yu Rongguang and Luo Ningning, who had been chosen for their ability to carry goods, were continuously training despite not being natural combatants. Yu Rongguang in particular whimpered like a girl, "Oh my. Every time these black bugs wrap around me, my scalp tingles. It's so disgusting." Yulan made a downward mouth gesture at Wei Wei. "You sorcerer's men are really too weak. This Yu Rongguang wouldn't survive 3 days in West Continent." Baliwei looked at his wife, now completely engulfed by black sand, with concern. "I never imagined your first time as a combatant would involve wearing this kind of nano armor." Luo Ningning blushed and smiled. "It's okay, I find being completely wrapped up rather comfortable, just like when you hold me." This scene infuriated Legung, who burst out, "Can you two stop flaunting your love? We're a special ops team, not a special affection team." The week of special training passed amidst this tension and joy. Solia found it all quite unbelievable. Despite being a war criminal with an electronic ring, she was allowed to roam the Shenwei as freely as any other crew member, merely because she was assigned as a cleaner. Even though these Xinjiang civilization folks were planning to attack her home planet, they didn't avoid her during training or while discussing operational details. In frustration, she kicked over the cleaning equipment. "You guys are just too arrogant." The electronic wristband immediately delivered a strong electric shock. Hiryu approached, casting a dispassionate glance at the woman convulsing on the ground. "War criminals should stick to their duties." A group of male Special Forces trainees immediately came over to express their concern. "Is the glowing little sister all right? How about a drink tonight?" Solia had heard similar remarks while cleaning the women's restroom, uttered by a flamboyantly dressed woman who played with her long hair as she spoke. It made Solia feel physically uncomfortable. Unable to bear it any longer, she ran to the deputy captain to protest. Yulan, putting on an act, presented an exceedingly thick Star Sun Civil Fleet crew regulations, pretending to flip through a few pages before apologizing. "Although you haven't physically attacked us, you're still a war criminal. The regulations don't prohibit crew members from inviting war criminals to dine. That's not an invitation, that's harassment." "Harassment?" Solia snapped, her long hair swishing. "Can't you control your subordinates?" Yulan pushed her out. "The crew aren't slaves. As long as they don't violate regulations, I have no authority over their personal lives." A few days later, the special operation aimed at occupying the Gaimustar administrative hub Moody Island officially commenced. On the Shunwei, Hiria donned the symbiotic armor and activated the Misty Stargate. The combat team entered in pairs and were then transported to the island to hide. Due to the Stargate's capacity limitations, it took 3 days for 102 people to complete the landing. Apart from the 100-member Special Ops team, there was also a bishop and the potentially useful war criminal Solia. Those who arrived on Gaimu were astonished by the sight of the ecological dome overhead, with dozens of suns of varying sizes layered over most of the sky. Rong Ningning clutched one of Bolivi's fingers tightly, her eyes sparkling. "So beautiful, a world without night. Such a scorching planet, yet under the dome, there's a small island surrounded by seawater." Le Gang sneered with disdain. "Captain, let's get started. I'd rather die in battle than be sickened by this couple's public display of affection." Hiryu nodded, signaling the two teammates carrying gear. Yu Guang promptly released a spatial bag while countless grains of black sand gushed from the ends of Rongning's body like black liquid bursting forth, embedded and consumed by black nanobots. Hiryu swiftly commanded the black sand to envelop the 99 teammates. The battle commenced in earnest. Hiria gently raised a hand and a laser from his palm blasted a 5-meter-high hole in the main entrance of the white building at the heart of Muyi Island. The guards, unaware of what was happening, evaporated on the spot. Upstairs, Soya quickly received reports. Report to the governing officer. A sizable symbiotic armor squad is attacking the executive building. Please evacuate immediately. What's the panic? It's not the first time we've been attacked. Is it those Silyu again? This time we'll cut their numbers in half. Governing officer, last time there was only one, this time we see nearly 100. Soya's expression changed. The entire defense force stationed on Muyi Island had only 20 symbiotic armors. However, at first Chuxinjiang did not engage in the battle. Thus, the initial progress for the Special Forces team was not smooth. After all, without their embedded wearables, they could only harness slightly more than half the power of their armor. The Gaimu soldier clad in symbiotic armor glanced at Luo Ningning with a sneer. So short is she a halfling? Dare to attack us, you must die. With that he raised his hand and fired a laser. Barley roared and leapt forward, using his own body to shield her from the deadly blast. Instantly, the black nanobots on his body shattered, scattering into a cloud of dancing black sand. Shilio rushed over and swiftly dispatched the Gaimu soldier. However, Barley had already collapsed unconscious and Luo Ningning was kneeling on his arm, weeping bitterly. Even though the battlefield was shrouded in smoke and danger lurked everywhere, she couldn't care less. Shilio realized then that he had overestimated the combat proficiency of non-combat personnel. He said, "You and Glory gathered the wounded and take care of them in a hidden spot, don't worry about anything else." Conveniently, he had a spatial pouch. On another street, Solia watched the bishop strolling amidst the chaos and couldn't help but ask curiously, "Teacher Yang, aren't you afraid of dying?" Xu Xingyang looked toward the white building and replied, "I can't die, but I'm ready to act now." With a slight movement of his fingers, the remaining dozen or so Gaimu soldiers in symbiotic armor were suddenly bound together by an invisible force. In midair, a massive black sphere wriggled desperately, a sight that was both shocking and horrifying. Snap, black sand shattered. Bones and flesh splattered everywhere. This terrifying and eerie scene immediately shattered the fighting spirit of all the defensive forces on Moi Island. Solia collapsed to the ground, trembling as she said, "Could it be that we really have to use that?" With Chu Xingyang's intervention, the battle outside the white building of the Moi Island Administrative Center of Gaimu Star had come to an end. He entered the building with a calm demeanor, effortlessly turning any Gaimu soldiers who dared to resist into masses of flesh. The resulting blood mist painted the walls and floor a deep red. Solia's legs trembled, but she struggled to keep up. Despite her fear, she mustered the courage to voice her question. "Teacher Young, you're clearly empty-handed. How did those soldiers end up like that?" Xu Xingyang pondered for a moment before fabricating a lie. "I don't know, maybe because I became a bishop, the what's it called Xingyang god granted me divine power." Solia swallowed hard. "But you can't defeat the Gaimu people, my Father Soya has a super weapon that can destroy hundreds of star systems." After she spoke, she nervously watched ahead, but the bishop continued walking nonchalantly, showing no sign of inner turmoil. In a relatively intact low building outside the administrative center, Weiwei, who had been transported there by the Stargate, had already set up a temporary field hospital. Over 20 injured Special Forces members were receiving careful attention. Barley, looking at his little wife who was still crying incessantly, comforted her. "Ningning, don't cry, see I'm not in any serious trouble, am I?" Weiwei said, "I won't die. I'll take good care of you, we'll be together for a lifetime." Baliwei looked ashamed. "But my lower body is gone, I can't do that anymore." Luo Ningning cried even harder, heart-wrenchingly. "It's okay, I'll take care of you until you can walk and then I'll leave you." Legon, lying on the hospital bed nearby, was overjoyed, thinking that the annoying couple was finally going to break up. Who knew Baliwei would pull out a booklet from under the pillow? "But the doctor said I could get this bionic one. Size selectable, temperature controllable, nuclear powered with memory metal, fully adjustable with no dead angle rotation." Luo Ningning, still crying, took the booklet and browsed through the options, finally sitting down on her husband's arm. While wiping her tears, she choked out, "By the Star Yang God, the two of us will always be together, never apart." Legang clenched his eyes shut, punched the bed hard and cursed bitterly, "Those bastards." He recalled how he and Baliwei used to be such good friends, but ever since Baliwei got married and was under his wife's control, they never had wild times together again. Meanwhile, in the white building, Soya was extremely nervous, holding a box in one hand and pointing at the alien in front of him. "You must be the Archbishop of the Star Yang civilization, right? I saw your mysterious powers through the surveillance." so you better not mess with me. There are 207 massive aging stars within 5 light-years around Gamuxing. I've already set the targets. If you move or kill me, those stars will immediately become neutron stars, then the 207 gamma-ray bursts released will destroy all of your star-yang civilization's planets, turning them into dust in the universe. Xu Xingyang nodded slightly. Let me correct you a little, your planet's current energy reserves can at most trigger 27 aging stars at once. Of course, one gamma-ray burst can completely destroy a planet, but that's not the point. The point is, with me here you can't trigger any of them. If I kill you, you also can't trigger them. Soya was already scared out of his mind by the aura of the person in front of him, but he still pretended to be calm and bluffed. I don't believe you. There's a device in my body. If my vital signs disappear or I press the button, your star Yang civilization is doomed. Xu Xingyang tilted his head. Then I can only fulfill your wish. Suddenly Solia knelt down with tears in her eyes. Please, Teacher Yang, don't kill my father yet. I have questions for him. I wasn't planning to kill him, I just wanted him to realize his stupidity. As the words left his lips, Soya's right chest was ripped open by an invisible force. The life sign monitor buried deep inside, which should have shut down and triggered the switch once removed from the body, continued to flash. Seeing the monitor fail and unable to survive, Soya pressed the switch only to find his arm had long since left his body. Broken, he fell to the ground, eyes filled with deep despair, but his daughter, approaching with a syringe, gave him a glimmer of hope. He pleaded desperately with the bishop, I am willing to convert to the faith of the star sun god. Please, let my daughter give me the injection. Let me receive the subsequent treatment. However, Soria's hand holding the syringe remained motionless. Her eyes were cold as she stared at her father. Answer me one question first. Where did Ing Tu go? My mother said he ran away after stealing our money, but I know that's not the truth. Ing Tu, the gardener's son, now I remember. That rebellious Soreo, he could only access the symbiotic armor through you. We certainly had to kill him to cover up the family scandal. Besides, rebels are to be executed anyway. Fearful of death, Soya sincerely confessed to his daughter. Soria's tears streamed down her face, and with unwavering resolve she threw the syringe out the window. She then watched coldly as her father's expression slowly froze and his body grew colder. Xu Xingyang looked towards the sky, a thought forming in his mind. By taking over Gaimu Star, he now possessed all the surrounding aging massive stars. In fact, extending the range to 10 light-years around, there were as many as 2655. That meant 2,655 gamma-ray bursts, each capable of easily destroying any planet in the Trispin galaxy. He broadcasted a message globally from the administrative center. Greetings, as the bishop of the Star Sun civilization, I have taken your administrative hub, my island. After joining the Star Sun civilization, I will reveal an astounding truth about the Gaimu people and Soreo. But before that, I intend to show you a grand display of fireworks. Decide in your regions whether to convert to the Star Sun god. With that, he accelerated the aging process of the surrounding massive stars through matter transformation. Soon a gamma-ray burst shot out, then another, followed by 4 simultaneous beams of dense light. After over 100 gamma-ray bursts were released, though they were not aimed directly at Gaimu planet, their proximity caused the entire planet's temperature to rise rapidly. Ecological domes everywhere began to melt. All the Gaimu people fell to their knees in panic, looking up at the dazzling sky while praying, Great Star Sun God, merciful deity, please spare us, we will forever follow your footsteps. The entire Trispin galaxy, along with nearly all its civilizations, turned their gaze to this event. They could not believe their observations. Gamma-ray bursts are not uncommon in the universe, but over 100 bursts erupting from such a small region simultaneously? That was impossible. Xu Xingyang had unleashed over 100 gamma-ray bursts in a very short time. In a civilization on the periphery of the Trispin galaxy, an astronomy professor was enthusiastically lecturing. Suddenly a student pointed to the starry night sky. Professor, look, a bright point just flashed. The professor dashed to the astronomical telescope, peering intently through the lens, and then began to gesticulate excitedly as he explained, wow, another gamma-ray burst, even brighter than the last one. This is the brightest flash from the cosmos our planet has ever observed, he exclaimed. Such bursts occur when massive stars die in supernova explosions, releasing gamma rays. The energy released in such a short time can surpass the total energy our star emits in its entire lifespan. Although not rare on a cosmic scale, in our trinary star system such events usually happen only once every few thousand years. Having two occur so closely together is an unprecedented Miracle! We are all witnesses to this miracle, he told the students. Just as he finished speaking, another flash lit up the sky. The professor chuckled awkwardly. Of course, from a probabilistic standpoint, 3 bursts in a short period aren't impossible, but then 4 more flashes appeared almost simultaneously. He rubbed his eyes and stepped back from the telescope in amazement, beads of sweat forming on his brow. What is this? A miracle within a miracle, he wondered, but the most astonishing event was yet to come as 100 more flashes adorned the night sky, creating a dazzling spectacle. The professor collapsed to the ground, trembling with fear, pondering whether a major upheaval in the trinary system might threaten the survival of their civilization. Unaware of the significance, the students were thrilled, with someone shouting, "It's so beautiful, like fireworks." One even remarked that the night didn't feel as cold. Is it warmer, or is it just me? They wondered. Not long after, many civilizations began to panic. Apocalyptic theories spread like wildfire among these societies at various stages of development. This is a warning from ancient evil gods, some claimed, predicting that soon all life would explode in bright flashes and vanish into nothingness, just like the eerie lights in the sky. Our sage has calculated that the planetary calendar year 2012 marks the end of the world, with 3 days of darkness followed by endless disasters. Seek refuge with the sage for protection. Even those civilizations capable of building spacecraft were gripped with fear. Surely something catastrophic has happened at the center of the trinary system. We must quickly build a massive spaceship and escape to preserve our civilization, they urged. More advanced civilizations, however, approached the situation with more reason. At a press conference, officials reassured the intelligent beings of their planet. We understand everyone's concern about this extreme astronomical phenomenon. I can responsibly tell you this is not the end of the world, one official stated. But after our scientists' calculations, such a large-scale gamma-ray burst in the same region is not a natural phenomenon that celestial bodies can produce. When all other possibilities are ruled out, the least likely becomes possible. This is the work of some civilization using some method. Thus, the existence of extraterrestrial beings was confirmed, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the crowd. We're not alone after all, someone shouted. The official wiped his brow nervously. This isn't something to be happy about. The technological prowess they demonstrate is something beyond our reach, something we can only look up to with awe. Should they harbor malevolent intentions, our civilization would undoubtedly be doomed. Thus, after much deliberation, we have made the decision to cease all interstellar exploration. No longer will we launch probes into the cosmos, nor will we attempt to communicate with any extraterrestrial entities. We will even deploy satellites in the outer planetary orbits to shield our electromagnetic signals. Many civilizations like ours have made similar choices, choosing to lock their doors tightly in the face of the unknown, hoping that any potential threats will not discover them. In stark contrast, some civilizations that have entered the era of lightspeed travel have opted to investigate the truth behind the events at Kaimu Star. Some within our civilization have expressed confusion. First, there was the manipulation of 3 stars 25,000 light-years from the galactic center and now over 100 gamma-ray bursts 7,000 light-years away. Why should we provoke such a formidable power? The highest decision-makers have provided an answer. It is precisely because they are so much more advanced that we must see for ourselves. If they are benevolent, they may help us develop more rapidly. If they are hostile, we could surrender earlier than other civilizations, perhaps securing a slightly better position. Many believe the decision-makers to be unwise, yet they struggle to find a reason to oppose them. At the heart of the trispiral system resides the strongest race in the entire galaxy. These beings of energy, who call themselves the Lightwalkers, are luminous spheres of light. The area within 3,000 light-years of the galactic center, the domain of the Lightwalkers, is fiercely guarded. They pride themselves on being above all and hold other civilizations in contempt, generally ignoring affairs within the galaxy. Yet, this time, their central authority, the luminous court, has convened an emergency meeting. Dozens of light spheres swirl around the brightest one. One reports, "Great Supreme Light, our investigations have revealed that the dense gamma-ray burst incidents and the previous TriStar events were caused by the same civilization known as Xinjiang, which is also aggressively expanding." The sphere referred to as the Supreme Light is evidently the leader of this race. It flickers as it communicates the Xinjiang civilization. Wasn't that suburban civilization causing a ruckus 25,000 light-years from the center not too long ago? They only captured 8 or 9 stellar systems, so how had they suddenly moved to occupy the territory of the Kaimu people? one of the light spheres hesitates before responding. We are equally astonished by this civilization's trajectory and speed of development and are considering whether to send someone to investigate. The entire luminous court falls silent, all the spheres of light awaiting the supreme light's decision. As the pinnacle of the trispiral system, transcendental beings. Above all else, do we truly need to reveal ourselves for a suburban civilization? Would this not make other beings perceive us as overly cautious, even timid? The grandest and brightest cluster of light had its own reservations. Among them, one lightwalker pondered the meaning behind the words of the supreme radiance. Finally, stepping forward, the lightwalker volunteered, "No force can rival your magnificent brilliance. Any darkness shall be drowned in your supreme light." Yet when petty ambitions grow, they may covet the center of the galaxy. A warning in advance might not be a bad idea to prevent their excessive ambitions from leading to their own ruin or even extinction. This is something that your benevolent self would not want to witness. The supreme radiance, evidently pleased by this flattery, gleamed and said, "Then, Lightwalker Nazar, you shall go in person." The light entity known as Nazar immediately accepted the mission with enthusiasm and vanished from the luminous court. The praetors, located 09 million light-years from the center of the trispiral system, were a civilization infamous for their plundering nature. At this moment, their grand leader Rex was beside himself with excitement. "Ha, that old fox Soya must have lost his mind, firing over 100 gamma ray bursts at once. Do they even have any energy left now? They used to threaten us with those, and now it's time to strike while they're weak. Assemble all our warships and take Gamma Star." However, a subordinate hurried in to stop him. "Leader, Gamma has already changed hands. Those 100+ bursts were a show of force from the new regime, and we've calculated before that at most Gamma's energy reserves could only trigger 30 supernovae. The new regime is evidently stronger." Rex, previously brimming with arrogance, halted in his tracks. Where did they come from to conquer Gamma so swiftly? The subordinate reported. It said that this civilization is called the Xinjiang civilization, a people protected by a great deity. They also hail from the third spiral arm, 25 million light-years from the center. What? Hot Rex, who had hesitated moments before, burst into laughter. "A civilization from the outskirts, 1 million light-years away, claiming divine backing. More like lunacy. Ha, we have hundreds of planetary colonies in the outskirts. Soya must have been senile, and they took advantage of it. Now that they've exhausted their energy on a show of force, they can't see their own limits. Ha, this is a divine opportunity. Assemble all warships and take Gamma Star." With that, he ignored the counsel of his wise subordinates and swaggered out. In the year 333 of the Xinjiang calendar, Weiwei, combining technologies from the Gamma military archives, developed a technique for sensation separation that left the five senses unaffected. Xu Xingyang used matter conversion to create 300 symbiotic battle armors. He then handed over the controllers to Tukul, who had arrived through the nebular stargate. These are the detonators for gamma-ray bursts from massive aging stars within 10 light-years. After using over 100, there are still 2051 left. Use them sparingly. Tukul accepted them with both hands. "Thank you for the trust, Reverend. The Xinjiang temple and cathedral here are nearing completion. Within a year, the devotion of the Gamma people to the Xinjiang deity will be as unwavering as that on other planets of the Xinjiang civilization." Xu Xinjiang nodded approvingly. And the symbiotic armor squad of 300 will be under your command. I'll return to the ruins for now. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure vanished into the misty stargate opened by Shilio. Even though he could project his consciousness to arrive instantly, he didn't want anyone outside of those three individuals to know of his divine identity. Over the following year, nearly 1,000 former members of the Xinjiang civilization passed through the stargate to help construct on Gaimu Star. Leaders from neighboring stellar systems such as Nanlin II and Shanglin were filled with emotion. Hosai and Lin Han were moved to tears, expressing their gratitude. "Thanks to the great Xinjiang god, we are able to witness such a great miracle across 18,000 light-years." However, Du Shuiqing felt a bit out of place and quietly complained to the person next to him, "As a captain, it's my first time traveling so far without a fleet. It always feels like something's missing." Tang Wenxi chuckled. "What are you worried about? Once we have faster engines, the fleet will follow. That small stargate can only transport sentient beings for now." During that year, the 300 symbiotic armored warriors were incredibly busy. Turku detected many civilizations interested in coming over but unable to arrive in the short term, so these warriors were dispatched to bring all those civilizations' representatives through the stargate. In the year 334 of the Xingyang calendar, as the largest Xingyang temple on Gaimu star was completed, tens of thousands of envoys from various civilizations gathered before it. Some of the latest arrivals were filled with apprehension, but those who arrived earlier had already converted to the Xingyang god. They either stood solemnly or prostrated themselves on the ground with tears in their eyes. At that moment, Turku slowly emerged and stood on the high platform, surveying the envoys as he proclaimed loudly, in the presence of the Xingyang god. A few years ago, the great Xingyang god came here and discovered the true relationship between the Gaimu people and the Saria. Saria were not wanderers who drifted here, they were originally the owners of this planet. They left to find a way to build an ecological shield. However, after they transmitted the technology back to their homeland, the ancestors of the Gaimu people claimed the credit and severed ties with them, leaving the Saria unable to find their way home. Many years later, when they finally returned against all odds, they were treated as slaves by the Gaimu people, as they had nothing, no assets, had forgotten everything, and had no way to prove their identity. But the merciful Xingyang god revealed this truth to them and the Gaimu people. The great god does not seek equality among all beings, but among the followers of the divine there should be equality. Beneath the divine all beings are equal. Those willing to convert to the Xingyang god speak your prayers loudly. The tens of thousands of envoys erupted in a thunderous chorus. The Xingyang god is the only truth and light in the universe. We shall follow the footsteps of the god for generations to come. Turku looked at the devout crowd below, a satisfied smile appearing on half of his face. Yet at that moment someone leapt forward. It was Rix. He arrogantly pointed at one of the envoys, berating him. Your planet is already one of Preet's many colonies. What right do you have to worship a god without my consent? Then he looked toward the stage, half a face. Who are you trying to scare? Not even a single warship. Come on. We've got 1,800 warships stationed around Gaimustar. If you're brave enough, try making a move. If not, why don't you call out your so-called god for me to see? Tukul smiled slightly and said, such trivial matters are beneath the gods. A mere mortal like myself could handle it. With it, he pressed the detonator in his hand. A massive beam of light swept across the sky over Gaimustar. Fortunately, the ecological shield had been thoroughly reinforced after the last dense radiation storm incident. Otherwise, such proximity would have melted everything. The gamma ray burst swept through, instantly vaporizing nearly 1,000 Preet warships. Rex stood there dumbfounded, his mind blank. Tukul pressed it again, leaving nothing but ash of the entire Preet fleet. Only then did Rex awaken from his dreamlike state, kowtowing desperately. I was wrong, please spare me, O great Xingyang civilization. Another click of the button was heard. Apologies, but your home planet is gone, along with nearly 1 billion Preet people on it, Tukul stated coldly. I've admitted my mistake, I beg you to spare us. Another click resounded. Tukul put on an apologetic expression. Oops, my hand slipped. Your main planet is also gone, along with its 12 billion Preet inhabitants. With more than 30 consecutive button presses, over 30 gamma ray bursts shot out from around Gaimustar. Rex, sitting on the ground heartbroken and hopeless, wept. No, the first 4 blasts already obliterated our only 2 habitable planets and over 100 billion people. Half a face, what are you still pressing? Our Preet civilization is nearly extinct, and really, is your hand that slippery? It's too slippery. Tukul finally slipped the detonator into his coat and said calmly, the last 30-some bursts won't hit any targets, consider it a farewell fireworks show for your civilization. Not every perishing civilization gets this kind of send-off. In truth, the Preet situated in the upper quadrant were fond of conquest and had an exceptionally vast power. With over 100 colonial planets in the suburbs still housing governors' offices and station troops, but without the supply from the 2 mother planets and fleet support, their forces would quickly be overthrown by the natives. Hence, this civilization was already considered completely finished at this moment. Rex, who had been so arrogant earlier, instantly turned into a lifeless, pallid wet dog, dragged to the prison by symbiotic armor soldiers locked up with Selenia, clearing his throat. Tukul looked down at the crowd beneath the stage with disdain. I know some of you, especially those who fancy themselves as upper-tier civilization envoys, are like the one just now, thinking our energy is insufficient to support multiple supernovae and unable to launch too many gamma-ray bursts. But I must regretfully inform those with ulterior motives in the presence of the Sun God that the energy of our Xingyang civilization is endless. With the grandeur of the Prithian display fresh in their minds, the envoys from the advanced civilizations of the upper segment, who moments ago harbored doubts, now found themselves prostrated on the ground. They raised their voices in unison, singing praises. Eternal star sun god, the one true deity of the universe, your arrival is an honor for the trispiral system, and we shall follow and serve you for generations. We wholeheartedly pledge allegiance to the star-sun civilization. Meanwhile, the suburban civilizations on the cusp of liberation due to Prithian's downfall were overwhelmed with emotion, unable to speak through their tears. They could only bow repeatedly, choking out, "We shall remember the grace of rebirth for generations." Tukulit remained unmoved, his posture unchanged, though the light in his eyes intensified. Within the ranks of the original star-sun civilization, Gu Shuiqing tilted his head, murmuring softly. The archbishop told him to use it sparingly, but that old Tukulit wields it like a toy water gun. Completely reckless. In contrast, Lin Han, the pontiff of Shanglin, gazed at the stage with admiration. "If it were me, I'd use it just the same. A missionary should exude such boldness." Just when it seemed that this grand assembly of nations would conclude smoothly, an unexpected guest appeared. A flicker of dazzling light suddenly materialized in midair. Tens of thousands of envoys displayed varied expressions. Most were puzzled, clearly unfamiliar with this entity. However, a few widened their eyes in astonishment, exclaiming, "A lightwalker! Why has a lightwalker from the Trispiral Core arrived?" The envoys began to murmur amongst themselves. This was the civilization ruling the heart of the Trispiral system, beings of pure energy. Lightwalkers claimed to be the purest and most powerful race, indeed controlling the core of the Trispiral for hundreds of millions of years, though they were rarely seen. Yes, they governed the entire disk region within 0.3 million light-years of the center, untouched by any other civilization. Tukulit's face darkened with anger. "I don't recall inviting you." "What do you mean it's inappropriate?" The orb of light flickered a few times, emitting a gentle and courteous voice. "Your civilization's actions seem somewhat inappropriate. I am a lightwalker from the Trispiral Core, one of the 6 envoys under the supreme luminary named Sei." Not far away, Gu Shuiqing scratched his head, completely dismissing the newcomer, turning instead to the crowd to complain, "What's this about forcing and flaunting? Could anyone be more flamboyant than me?" Lin Han and Sihu, the highest leaders of 2 planets, turned their faces, not wanting to join this conversation, yet a few symbiotic armor members nearby began to chat. "Who do you think is the most flamboyant?" one asked. "Let me think. Ruaningning, perhaps. That girl dated dozens of boyfriends from every species before getting married. You do the math." Gu Shuiqing glared. "Don't talk about my ex like that. I was her 526th boyfriend." Tangwen gave him an eye roll. "Shut up. Is that something to be proud of? Want me to give you a certificate for it?" The crowd erupted in laughter. Gu Shuiqing looked innocent. "What's wrong with that? Even though she dumped me, we truly loved each other when we were together. Moreover, I never used my position to pressure her. She is a crew member of the Shenwei and I am the captain of the Shenyang." The light orb, which had been maintaining a polite demeanor in midair, finally erupted. "Do you all really not take me seriously? My name is Sei, but I'm not obscene. You're all having a nice chat, aren't you?" The envoys were stunned by his sudden outburst, as if he had become a different person, and their expressions froze. Realizing his loss of composure, Sei could only address the main issue. "I just passed by the original administrative center of Gaimu, the Moi Island, and saw that the white building that had stood for thousands of years has now become your Xinjiang deity statue. It's almost miraculous how you managed to take Moi Island by shifting 3 stars and half the sky. But I believe that a deity should be humble, warm and merciful. Our leader, the Supreme Light, is perfect and flawless, yet he never claims to be a god. Even when some civilizations where he has appeared praise him as greater than a god." Tertullian raised his head proudly and asked elegantly, "What kind of nonsense is your Supreme Light?" You. Pai was now completely enraged, shouting loudly, "You're so stubborn. Do you not realize how arrogant and brutal your actions are? You wiped out the Pruitt civilization and over 100 billion people with just a few keystrokes." As soon as these words were spoken, before the Xinjiang civilization could respond, a newly liberated planetary representative shouted, "How dare you walkers of light speak of mercy? When Pruitt enslaved our planet and slaughtered our people at will, where were you to talk about mercy?" Immediately the devout envoys echoed loudly, "In the name of the Xinjiang deity, spread the holy light, slay the heretics." The light orb flickered rapidly and then stated its reasoning. "We didn't want to interfere in disputes between other civilizations." "Nonsense, you walkers of light are nothing but nonsense. You refuse to act, yet when the great deity performs an act of mercy you spout lies. You deserve to be destroyed." Nearly half of the tens of thousands of envoys waved their arms and chanted in unison, "Spread the divine light, slay the heretics. Spread the divine light, slay the heretics. Destroy the walkers of light, destroy the walkers of light." Say radiated a fierce light and coldly said, "Ignorant fools, do you really wish to oppose the walkers of light?" Tertullian waved his hand and several symbiotic armored warriors immediately surrounded him. Some envoys watched the scene nervously, silently thinking that a war between the oldest and the emerging powers of the Trispin system was inevitable. Tertullian stared at the light orb in front of him and said, "With your blasphemous words alone you have already made yourself our enemy." Say angrily responded, "No one has ever dared to speak to the walkers of light this way. If you refuse to heed advice, then only destruction awaits you. No matter how merciful the supreme light is, it will not spare a civilization that is too malevolent. Consider carefully whether you wish to convert, otherwise you will all perish together." With that he flickered rapidly a few times and then disappeared. Some envoys looked at each other, but a third of them shouted with unwavering determination, "We will always follow the one true deity, the Xinjiang deity, and we will eliminate all heretics." Tertullian glanced over the tens of thousands of envoys with a faint expression and said, "The battle is about to begin. After you return, make your own choices. This time we will eliminate all heresies in the Trituran system once and for all." Xu Xingyang quickly received the report and initiated a video conference through the quantum transmitter. In the Trituran star system, nearly 10,000 civilizations had reached the interstellar age. Among them, more than 6,000 participated in the Grand Assembly hosted by Tertullian. However, only half remained steadfast in joining the Xinjiang civilization after witnessing the declaration of war. The rest chose to remain on the sidelines, wanting to be opportunistic fence-sitters. Frustratingly, a few civilizations even officially announced their allegiance to the Light Walkers. After a brief consideration, Xu Xinjiang issued orders: "Prepare for defense. When they attack, I will be there immediately. Show no mercy to those who joined the enemy camp, eliminate them along with the Light Walkers. As for those cunning ones who refuse to take a stance, make note of them. If they want to convert later, it will cost them dearly, and even then, they can only be second-class believers." Xu Xinjiang pondered again and found it somewhat inappropriate, since it was said that under the divine all beings are equal. Categorizing believers into first, second, and third classes seemed somewhat laughable. Perhaps it would be better to. At that moment, Tertullian spoke up. "Bishop, do you really want to give those civilizations a second chance? What do you suggest?" Xu Xinjiang asked. "After we defeat the Lightwalkers and occupy the core region of the Trituran system, we will possess far more than the current 2,000 massive aging stars. At that time, just erase those 8,000 wavering civilizations. Opportunists are always a risk if left behind." Taking on the persona of the bishop, Xu Xinjiang gently coughed a few times and said, "I have matters to attend to here. You all continue your work." He then closed the video to check if the relic searching fleet had discovered anything new. Just in time, he saw a few people in the medical room strenuously binding a humanoid insect-like creature. It turned out to be an insider from Southern Neighbor 2. Wei operating instruments on the side comforted, "Holy, don't be afraid. This gene fusion editor just found from the space battlefield relics won't cause you any substantial harm. Besides, you've already been stripped of your pain sensation, so you won't feel a thing." Holy's enormous insect eyes still managed to express fear. "Then why tie me up so tightly? How could I not be scared?" Yulan patted her chest to assure him, "When we say it won't hurt, it won't. We're tying you not because we're afraid you'll be scared, but because we're scared. What if your genes mutate into some kind of monster and you kill us?" The insider expressed helplessness. "Thank you. That did nothing to comfort me." Soon the editor began to operate. A subtle sound continued to resonate. Yulan leaned in to observe closely. "That's odd. Why is your body making such a strange noise?" Infuriated, Holy shouted, "That's the sound of my shell cracking. You bunch of liars said it wouldn't cause me any real harm." "Damn liars, my shell is almost completely gone. And it's not even time yet. My flesh is starting to rot too. I will never believe you liars again." Wei, looking guilty, kept apologizing. I'm sorry, I'll turn you back to normal afterward. The thing is, your inside genes are relatively simple, which makes them really suitable for a first experiment, plus there's no life-threatening risk." "Screw you, I don't accept your apology." With his shell cracking and his flesh rotting, his body emitted a pungent, unpleasant stench. Yulan covered her nose. "Look, you can't even feel the pain and you're so energetic. I told you we removed the pain sensation. I already said that doesn't comfort me, you damn bird person." Hilly walked over and gently patted his shoulder. "Don't worry, after the gene editing you'll be better." Holy looked at his gradually rotting body with despair and said gloomily, "Better my ass. I just want to return to my original shape as soon as possible, or at least be smart enough not to fall for your tricks." Yulan walked over and kicked him. I already told you you'll get 200 gold coins for the experiment compensation. Keep talking and it'll be halved. Alright, for the money, I'll shut up. Do whatever you want. Soon fine fur began to grow on his decaying body. As the machine stopped operating, it marked the end of this gene editing session. Wei Wei immediately buried herself in compiling the experimental data. A newly transformed Inzaid, covered in fur and with a long snout, stood up. Yulan covered her mouth and rolled on the ground laughing. Ha ha ha, looks like a Takuru wearing a broken beetle costume. Hilio consoled him. In a month you'll be able to go through the editor again and restore your original form. Holy looked helpless. What am I supposed to do until then? My wife won't let me into bed looking like this. Yulan wiped her tears and handed over a paper bag. You Inzaids practice polyandry, right? Your wife has over 80 husbands. Just put this bag over your head and blend in, she won't notice you. The simple-minded Inzaid man slowly took the paper bag, poked 2 holes in it, and put it on. Then he went to the table and swept all 200 gold coins into his clothes. As he walked out the door, he even started humming a cheerful tune. Yulan, who had been watching the scene intently, collapsed on the ground, pounding the floor. I can't take it, I'm dying of laughter.